As graduation approaches in his final year, Lin Lei finds himself compelled to part ways with his girlfriend due to the relentless pressure from her older sister and her own insistence on ending the relationship. Little did he anticipate that upon their breakup, he would become bound to an extravagant system, which offers a plethora of rewards. Lin An'an Security Company, a mastery of driving skills, the ability to remain sober after 1,000 drinks, intermediate water-based abilities, and the capacity to manipulate objects. The nature of the rewards grows increasingly bizarre. Lin Lei. System. Are you certain you are indeed extravagant? System. Then what am I? Lin Lei. You are, quite frankly, a universal system. The system pauses for a moment of reflection. I do not accept your proposition. Chapter 1. Why are you so shameless? Lin Lei. Why are you so shameless? Don't you think your skin is particularly thick? If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to show my face again. How dare you even come to our building? And to audaciously claim that you will take good care of her for a lifetime? Well, let me ask you, what do you have to take good care of her? Do you have money? Do you have a house? Do you have savings or a car? You have nothing, do you? So how can you bring happiness to my sister? Is it just based on your love for her? Lin Lei, we're all adults here, and you are about to step into the real world. You know well how pragmatic society can be. Don't be so ridiculous and naive, all right? Moreover, my sister no longer has feelings for you, and I believe you understand that perfectly well. So just don't come by anymore. Stop deceiving yourself and clinging desperately. Is that clear? With that, Su Xinting looked coldly at Lin Lei, her eyes filled with disdain. Standing there quietly, he was acutely aware that everything she said was true. He indeed possessed nothing. No house, no car, no money, no savings. Nothing at all. To make matters worse, he was still a university student, faced with graduation and a future devoid of prospects. In a world driven by material desires, he truly had nothing to offer her. And that heart full of love for her seemed to prove rather little. Nonetheless, he still wished to understand her intent. Was she determined to end things? Or was there more to it? Naturally, if she was indeed set on ending it, Lin Lei would still yearn for just one final glimpse of her. Just one last look. Lin Lei raised his head and glanced toward the window of his home. The lights were on in the room, yet the window was empty. A palpable gloom clouded Lin Lei's gaze. Perhaps she simply didn't care at all. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "May I see her once more? I wish to know her true thoughts. Otherwise, I won't leave." Lin Lei, do you really want to push your luck? Do you believe? Su Xinting's voice had grown slightly heated. She hadn't expected him to cling on so desperately even after her words. Just then, a clear, cold voice echoed from the stairwell. "Lin Lei, have you had your fun? What we had is no longer possible." As she spoke, a graceful figure gradually stepped into view, then slowly approached Lin Lei. Standing beside Su Xinting was Su Ketian, Lin Lei's girlfriend for more than 2 years and his first love. "I don't wish to see you here again, nor do I want you to disturb my life in the future. What we had is finished. So leave. Let's pretend we never met. Of course, if you insist on coming around, I'll just have to leave this city right after graduation, ensuring you can never find me. So don't push me." Lin Lei stared steadily at his girlfriend, silently absorbing her words. He observed her unfamiliar, icy demeanor and the look in her eyes as she regarded him as a stranger. His heart ached. The girl who once looked at him with warmth and affection seemed to have transformed beyond recognition. It appeared she truly did not love him anymore. It was no wonder her attitude towards him had grown so cold in recent months. It was no surprise that when he failed to appear by her side to celebrate her birthday, she effortlessly declared their breakup and immediately blocked him. Little did she know that he had been en route to her, only to be involved in a car accident. He had nearly lost his life. Even now, his right arm was still bandaged, and a large bruise adorned his thigh. She hadn't even cared or inquired about him. Lin Lei felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Perhaps some things were destined to come to an end. His heart was heavy with sorrow. If that were the case, there was no need for further explanation or discussion. At the same time, Lin Lei secretly resolved to never again become easily attached to any girl. The pain of this breakup was simply unbearable. Lin Lei cast one last look at Su Ketian, his eyes moist with unspoken sorrow and resentment. Without uttering a word, he turned and walked away. His silhouette appeared desolate, his gaze hollow and reddened. Yet as he walked, his posture gradually straightened and his pace quickened. ultimately disappearing around the corner. In that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has been bound. Host, Lin Lei. Appearance, 84. Physical fitness, 89. IQ, 83. EQ, 84. What? Lin Lei halted in his tracks, bewilderment painting his face. Had he been bound by a system? As a contemporary university student, he had indulged in numerous online novels. However, he understood these were mere figments of the author's imaginations. In reality, such things were impossible. Yet he never imagined he would someday be bound by a system, and that it would happen right after a breakup. Lin Lei wanted to ask, System, do you have a problem with my girlfriend? Binding me right after the breakup? Yet as he pondered the thought, a wave of acceptance washed over him. In recent months, his girlfriend had indeed been exceedingly indifferent, vanishing at the slightest opportunity. When she eventually reemerged, it would be hours or even the following day or longer. This mirrored how he had once treated girls he was uninterested in. Now his girlfriend was treating him in the same manner. Coupled with her coldness toward his injuries, he understood the truth. Shaking his head, Lin Lei refused to dwell on the matter any longer, for contemplation would only lead to unexplainable sorrow. Glancing at his scores, he mused, 84 isn't too bad. After all, 60 is just the passing mark. He considered his current appearance, neither ugly nor handsome, but acceptable. At a height of 183 centimeters and a passion for basketball, his physique was quite commendable. One could regard him as a youthful, vibrant fellow. With a physical fitness score of 89, he deemed it satisfactory, a testament to his long-standing exercise routine and sports. His IQ and EQ also surpassed the 80 mark, which was promising. Thus, regarding his girlfriend's departure, the issue likely did not stem from his emotional intelligence or intellect. Overall, he could consider himself tall, handsome, and intelligent. The only downside remained his lack of wealth. Chapter 2. So it turns out that a system worthy of being called a god-level rich system must undoubtedly possess immense wealth. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has just officially ended a relationship, successfully being dumped by a scheming woman. System reward. Lin An'an Security Company. The relevant legal documents for Lin An'an Security Company have been dispatched by the company's general manager, Li Mingyan,
and are currently en route. Please remain in place to receive them. The Lin An'an Security Company comprises a total of 100 members, all of whom are highly skilled Special Forces soldiers or retired military elites. With a loyalty level of 100% towards the host, Lin Lei gasped in astonishment. The system was indeed formidable, gifting him a security company right at the outset. Moreover, the company was filled entirely with Special Forces soldiers or retired military kings. Most importantly, their loyalty to him was absolute. Did this mean he could now stride through life with the confidence of a crab? However, what did the system mean by stating he had been successfully dumped by a scheming woman? Was his ex-girlfriend, Su Kaching, truly a scheming woman? How had he never realized this? Was there something wrong with his perception? After being together for so long, he had failed to see it. Also, the system seemed particularly pleased about his breakup. What on earth did that mean? But in the next moment, Lin Lei reconsidered. Although he did not understand why his ex-girlfriend had been labeled as a scheming woman by the system, he felt a surge of elation at having been discarded by that woman, potentially a scheming one. The system had rewarded him with a significant gift, the Lin An'an Security Company. Lin Lei wished to proclaim, "Scheming women, please come and hurt me again so I can be rid of you. I desire the reward." As for his earlier feelings of sorrow, they had diminished considerably. Wasn't being dumped by a scheming woman a blessing in disguise? Hadn't he just escaped a tormenting situation? Oh wait, he still wanted to sign in. Ding. The host has not yet signed in today. Would you like to sign in? Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Sign-in reward, 100,000 yuan. Would you like to deposit this sum into which of your bank accounts? Construction Bank, ending in 8864. Agricultural Bank, ending in 6687. Rural Credit Cooperative, ending in 7748. Postal Savings Bank, ending in 7246. Lin Lei was astonished to discover that, as a self-proclaimed pauper, he possessed so many bank accounts, 9 in total. He had no recollection of opening so many accounts, nor any idea of their purpose, as he had no funds to deposit. However, Lin Lei quickly realized that with the God-level rich system, if he could sign in daily for 100,000, that would amount to an annual income of 36.5 million. 36.5 million. That was pure profit. Within a year, he would become a millionaire. Moreover, this did not even account for the already acquired Lin An'an Security Company. Although Lin Lei was unsure of the company's market value, could a system reward be anything less than remarkable? Besides, all 100 members were either retired military elites or special forces soldiers, with unwavering loyalty to him. Just considering that aspect alone, the company was worth several million, if not potentially hundreds of millions. Furthermore, all these individuals possessed exceptional skills. Lin Lei felt a rush of excitement. After a while, he managed to calm his thoughts and decided to select the Rural Credit Cooperative. Ding! The cash reward has been successfully transferred to the host account ending in 7748 at the Rural Credit Cooperative. Please check your account. The funds are sourced normally, reliably, and legally, so feel free to spend. Hearing this notification, Lin Lei's face lit up with a smile. This system was truly remarkable, exceedingly generous. First, it gifted him a company. Then money. Lin Lei was absolutely enamored. Ding! The phone notification chimed. Lin Lei unlocked his phone to find a notification of the deposit. Your savings account ending in 7748 received an investment income of 100,000 yuan on September 12. Current account balance, 100,000.30 yuan. Rural Credit Cooperative. Wow, it really is 100,000. Lin Lei counted several times, and the feeling of unreality gradually faded. He had never imagined that one day, he would have 100,000 yuan in his bank account. The phone in his hand rang. The ringtone was his favorite song, Chasing Dreams. Lin Lei glanced at the screen to see it was his roommate, Lu Peng. Initially reluctant to answer, he ultimately decided to pick up. Hello? What is up? Where are you? Why did you take so long to answer? Lu Peng's voice came through the line. Oh, I see. Are you and your girlfriend engaged in some clandestine activities? Come on, spill it. What's it like for the first time? Lin Lei felt speechless, unsure what was going through his roommate's mind. He hadn't even scaled the heights of a girlfriend yet, so how could he possibly comment on first-time experiences? Was this a joke? Moreover, he had always prided himself on being a gentleman. If she said no, then it was no. He had never intended to force anything. Besides, now that they had broken up, the outcome was predictable. However, Lin Lei had secretly resolved that in the future, should he have the opportunity with a girlfriend, he would not hold back. After all, it was all about desire. Of course, despite these thoughts, he couldn't be certain. If he encountered a kind-hearted girl, would he still be able to act on those desires? No, they had split. You still want to admit it? Huh? Split? Weren't you two getting along just fine? What happened suddenly? Old Lei, you're not joking with me, are you? This isn't funny at all. I'm not joking. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. No. Wait, I was just about to invite you for drinks. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. Listen, Old Lei, there are plenty of women in the world, all types. How many do you want? I can introduce a whole group to you. Plus, Old Lei, as the saying goes, if one isn't good, the next one will be better. Don't be sad or unhappy. If all else fails tonight, I'll treat you to a night out. Loosen up. What do you say? You get what I mean, right? Listening to his roommate ramble on about this and that, Lin Lei felt both exasperated and touched. Exasperated because he could count on one hand the number of women his brother knew, all of whom he was acquainted with. However, he knew many men. Lu Peng claimed he could introduce beauties to him. Lin Lei was highly skeptical. Aside from his goddess, who was somewhat decent-looking, he couldn't compliment the others. Moreover, could Lu Peng even afford a night out? With his monthly allowance of 1,200 yuan from his family? Even if he could afford it, Lin Lei wouldn't dare go. He didn't want to accidentally land himself in trouble. That would be a huge loss. Peng, if you want to go ahead. I'm not going. Then let us just grab some drinks and have some big plate chicken. Old Lei, if you don't join, that's just unacceptable. Drinks? Lin Lei pondered for a moment. It had indeed been a while since he had gone out for drinks, so he reluctantly agreed. Fine, let us go for drinks. But this time, we're not going to a roadside stall. Let us go to a bar. A bar? Sure, Lu Peng readily agreed. Where are you now? I'll come find you. I'm currently on Xinxing Road. I'll wait for you at the bus stop in front of the Power Supply Bureau. We'll head to Xinghao Bar. Xinghao Bar? All right, I'll wait for you. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Lei contemplated for a moment, thinking that Lu Peng probably wouldn't arrive at the bus stop too quickly. Besides, he still needed to wait for the documents from his security company, so Lin Lei decided to remain there a little longer. However, as he resolved to wait, his gaze fell upon the entrance he had just exited, where two beautiful girls were emerging. Lin Lei recognized them immediately. They were none other than his ex-girlfriend Su Keqing and her sister Su Xinting. That moment, they were engaged in lively conversation and laughter. When Lin Lei noticed them, they also spotted him. However, they merely glanced at him and did not approach to give him any disdainful looks or even greet him, treating him as if he were a stranger. Then, they continued their banter, seemingly waiting for someone. Lin Lei let out a bitter smile, opening his mouth but ultimately saying nothing, standing silently and waiting. He couldn't help but think, perhaps this was for the best. Let us forget each other and move on. Just then, the god-level rich system chimed in again, jolting Lin Lei's slightly disheartened spirit back to life. Ding, new mission triggered. The host may, when Su Keqing's new boyfriend arrives, step forward and slap Su Keqing 3 times in front of him. Completing the mission will reward 3 shopping multiplier cashback cards. The cashback multiplier is random, ranging from 1 to 100, and the host's total expenditure on the shopping day can be refunded at a random multiplier. If not completed, there will be no rewards or penalties. Chapter 3, to strike or not to strike. Looking at the task set by the system, Lin Lei felt somewhat speechless. Did the system not realize that he had never hit a girl before? Now it was asking him to slap his ex-girlfriend 3 times in front of her new boyfriend. Is one truly that kind of person? Does hitting a woman equate to being a man? Lin Lei expressed his strong disapproval. What kind of absurd logic is this? However, upon seeing the reward for completing the task, Lin Lei was instantly moved. After all, the shopping cashback card offers a random multiplier ranging from 1 to 100 times. Currently, he possesses a sum of 100,000. If he spends it all, and then uses the cashback card, surely, with his good fortune, he could at the very least double it. At worst, he might break even. That would still amount to 100,000, a hefty sum indeed. Not to act would surely indicate a lapse in his judgment. Moreover, this was merely a single cashback card. By completing the task, he could acquire 3 such cards, which would undoubtedly propel him to become a millionaire in an instant. Especially considering that his ex-girlfriend had just broken up with him and immediately started dating someone new. The implication was crystal clear. Before their breakup, he had already been cuckolded. Who could endure such humiliation? With this thought, Lin Lei turned his gaze towards the nearby intersection. Observing them laughing and enjoying themselves, a chill gradually crept into his expression. Ding, the system notified him. Xie Ting's new boyfriend, Yi Feng, is about to arrive. Please prepare, host. Given that the host had sustained injuries, the system would promptly restore his health, allowing him to showcase his abilities. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Lei couldn't help but scoff internally. Is this really necessary? To compel me to take action, you fully heal my injuries. That's quite impressive. Lin Lei quickly glanced down and noticed that his wounds had indeed healed completely. The lingering pain in his body vanished instantaneously, replaced with a surge of vigor. Ultimately, completing the task and receiving the reward was of utmost importance. Thus, after receiving the system's notification, Lin Lei's demeanor became alert. He raised his eyes to the street ahead, where a car was slowly approaching the location of his girlfriend, Xie Ting. Lin Lei squinted slightly, pondering for a moment, before striding towards them. That moment, he was filled with trepidation. This was, after all, his first intention to strike a woman. Yet, for the sake of the 3 cashback cards, and considering that his girlfriend had already moved on to another man, Lin Lei's resolve began to solidify. Why should he fear? He was not striking a woman, but rather a deceitful woman. Lin Lei's actions were soon noticed by Xie Ting and Su Xinting. However, their expressions only momentarily registered surprise before returning to normal. Sister, it seems that dogged pest of yours is still not ready to give up. Why not let your boyfriend teach him a lesson to make him back off? Oh, sister, after all, he was my ex-boyfriend. A little humiliation will suffice. We need not let such a person ruin our mood today, right? True, but little sister, you mentioned that your boyfriend's friend, Zhou Xian, would be joining us tonight? Correct? Of course, he is wealthier than my boyfriend. Sister, you need to step up your game. Absolutely, haha, let's not linger. He has arrived. Just as Xie Ting and Su Xinting halted their conversation, a black car came to a gentle stop beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a young and handsome man. Shouting, this must be your sister, Su Xinting, right? Indeed. Xie Ting replied sweetly, introducing her boyfriend. Sister, this is my boyfriend, Yi Feng. Su Xinting's eyes lit up at Yi Feng's handsome appearance. Yi Feng, hello. I am Su Xinting, Xie Ting's sister. Hello, hello. Yi Feng beamed. I have heard so much about you from my sister. How wonderful you are. Meeting you today, you truly exceed expectations. Just jesting, just jesting. Hurry and get in the car. Zhou Xiao is waiting for us at the Xinghao bar. Zhou Xiao? You mean Zhou Xian? Yes, exactly. What's this? Are you interested in our Zhou Xiao? Yifeng's gaze shamelessly roamed over Su Xianting's figure. At that moment, Lin Lei also arrived beside the black car. He glanced at the vehicle, noting it was a black BMW. Could it be that his girlfriend had betrayed him for this mere car? Lin Lei couldn't be sure, but logically, it should have some bearing. After all, he was just a penniless university student, while others might possess both cars and houses. As Lin Lei assessed Yifeng's vehicle, it became evident that Yifeng recognized him as well. Thus, when Lin Lei approached the car, Yifeng took notice. With a smirk, he remarked, "Oh, isn't this Lin Lei, Xiaoting's ex-boyfriend? What brings you here? Planning to join us at the Xinghao bar?" Lin Lei glanced at Yifeng and shook his head. "No. I came here to teach someone a lesson, a shameless woman." With that, he turned and delivered 3 resounding slaps to Xiaoku Ting's cheek. She never anticipated that Lin Lei would strike her, nor did she expect him to hit her sister. They were utterly unprepared for such a scene, as they believed Lin Lei to be a mild-mannered individual who would never resort to violence, especially against women. Yet now, he had audaciously dealt her 3 heavy slaps without holding back. Xiaoku Ting instantly exploded with rage. "How dare you, you country bumpkin! I won't let this go." Su Xianting also erupted, raising her hand to strike Lin Lei. "How dare you hit my sister? You must be seeking death." Yifeng, cursing under his breath, prepared to step out and confront Lin Lei. However, Lin Lei had no intention of remaining idle. After hitting Xiaoku Ting, he swiftly turned and fled, as their curses echoed behind him. Lin Lei retaliated. "You bunch of trash. Whoever wears the shoes is the one who suffers. Yishao, you certainly have good taste. My shoes seem to suit you well, don't they? And yet you dare to take them to the bar. You're quite the character." Lin Lei unleashed his frustrations without restraint, an experience he had never encountered before. This cathartic release brought him an unprecedented sense of ease and exhilaration. The anxiety he had felt while with his ex-girlfriend evaporated, along with the lingering sadness from their breakup. Onlookers began to gather, whispering and pointing, murmuring about the girl's faults. This only fueled Yifeng's fury further. Watching Lin Lei retreat, he, already drained from indulgence, chased after him for a few steps before halting, breathless. Listening to the murmurs around him, Yifeng erupted. "Do you all want to die? Those who wish to live, shut your mouths." He glared at the crowd, who gradually fell silent. Then, starting the engine, he sped toward Lin Lei's retreating figure, teeth clenched and eyes filled with madness. "Kid, you'll learn what it means to cross me. Die." Chapter 4. If you want to die, Lin Lei sprinted ahead, glancing back to see Yifeng stop after just a few paces, panting heavily, clearly on the verge of collapse. Lin Lei felt a deep disdain. "Is this all he has? I can't fathom what my ex-girlfriend sees in him. Can he truly satisfy her in a relationship?" Lin Lei held his doubts. However, he chose not to dwell on it further, as his ex-girlfriend's happiness seemed irrelevant to him now. For Lin Lei, the priority remained completing the system's task to earn rewards. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding, task completed. Ding, 3 shopping cashback cards have been added to the host's inventory. Please check." Stopping in his tracks, Lin Lei glanced at his backpack. Backpack, shopping cashback card 3. Indeed, he now possessed 3 cashback cards. Delight flooded Lin Lei's eyes. His life was about to change dramatically. Yet, in the next moment, he recalled that the system had just informed him to wait in place to receive the relevant documents from Lin An'an Security Company. Furthermore, he was scheduled to meet his good friend Lu Peng for drinks at the bus stop near the Power Supply Bureau, just a few hundred meters from where he had just been. With this realization, Lin Lei couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Had he known, he wouldn't have been so greedy. After all, 3 cashback cards paled in comparison to a company that could potentially be worth billions. Lin Lei was acutely aware of the significance of both. Nevertheless, if given the chance to do it all over again, he would still make the same choice. Moreover, Lin Lei believed that even if he didn't retrieve the security company's rewards tonight, it wouldn't pose a significant problem. Turning around, he noted that no one was pursuing him, and gradually came to a stop. That moment, the black car made a sharp turn at the intersection, its tires screeching against the pavement in a cacophony of sound. Lin Lei could not help but cover his ears. In the next moment, a blinding beam of light struck him. The intensity of the light rendered it impossible for Lin Lei to discern the individual within the vehicle. However, he vaguely sensed who it might be, likely Yifeng. Just then, the system provided a timely reminder. Ding! Yifeng, in a fit of rage, poses a threat to the host's life. Host, do you wish to activate the infinite intangibility? Upon activation, no matter the method of attack employed by the assailant, it will pass through the host without inflicting any harm. Additionally, all onlookers, apart from Yifeng, will be unable to capture or perceive the host's presence. The state of infinite intangibility lasts for 5 minutes, automatically deactivating thereafter. Please, host, relinquish all inhibitions. This instance of infinite intangibility can be utilized free of charge. Damn it! This lunatic truly is out of his mind. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Lei cursed vehemently. Doesn't he realize that this amounts to murder? And not just any murder, but one committed openly. At that moment, Lin Lei felt a torrent of emotions raging within him. However, after heeding the system's subsequent prompt, his gaze swiftly turned calm. Initially, Lin Lei considered activating the infinite intangibility to allow the assailant to pass straight through him. Yet, the system had urged him to let go of all restraints. If he merely permitted the intruder to pass through his body without leaving a mark, would he not be rendering the assailant too much of a favor? Moreover, it was possible that upon realizing he had not collided with Lin Lei, Yifeng might reverse course and continue his reckless pursuit to take his life. If this cycle repeated until the duration of the infinite intangibility expired, Lin Lei would surely meet his demise. The system had also specifically noted that activating the infinite intangibility would obscure all surveillance along the route, rendering him invisible to all. With this thought, Lin Lei's gaze grew notably colder. Since his life was in jeopardy, he could not afford to leave a lasting impression on his assailant. In fact, he should aim for his demise. It seemed utterly unreasonable to consider otherwise. Furthermore, the system had instructed him to let go of all restraints, suggesting that if complications arose, it could intervene. Thus, in the next moment, Lin Lei's gaze swiftly scanned his surroundings. Almost immediately, he spotted a massive stone inscribed with Tianjin Garden, approximately 10 meters away. A plan formed in Lin Lei's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the stone with all his might while simultaneously activating the infinite intangibility. However, at the outset, Lin Lei did not head directly for the stone, but instead ran along the main road. Meanwhile, Yifeng, observing Lin Lei's frantic escape from the vehicle, was filled with mockery, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixated on Lin Lei's retreating figure, while his foot relentlessly pressed the accelerator, causing the car to speed up. As the gap between them diminished, Yifeng's excitement intensified. Kid, even if you survive today, you'll surely be left maimed. Yifeng, swear to the heavens, I will not rest until I have rendered you a wreck. Lin Lei felt the approaching vehicle looming dangerously close, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Although he understood the system was real and that he had indeed activated the infinite intangibility, he was gambling with his life. The car behind him was undeniably a legitimate sedan, and it was racing toward him at breakneck speed. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. After a few seconds of running, Lin Lei sensed the car poised to collide with him, and the large stone was now within his sight. Gritting his teeth, he made a swift decision, subtly altering his course. Just then, the car behind him, noticing Lin Lei's turn, slightly adjusted its direction and barreled forward at an alarming speed. At that moment, Lin Lei could distinctly hear Yifeng's maniacal laughter echoing from the driver's seat. Die! As Lin Lei felt the vehicle pass through him, he witnessed Yifeng's BMW crash violently into the massive stone. The impact was thunderous, the car's front crumpling severely upon collision. The force of the crash, coupled with the car's high velocity, caused the rear of the BMW to lift dramatically before crashing back down onto the ground. The resounding crash reverberated through the night sky, drawing the attention of nearby pedestrians and motorists, many of whom halted to capture the scene on their phones, while others began calling for ambulances and reporting the incident. Chapter 5. Infinite Intangibility. Lin Lei stood frozen, his gaze icy, as he absorbed the spectacle unfolding before him. His heart bore a tumult of emotions, shock, a tinge of compassion, and simmering anger. Yet ultimately, tranquility prevailed. As more and more onlookers gathered, he observed individuals passing through him, their attention fixated on the chaotic scene. Glancing at the system's countdown for the infinite intangibility, he noted, Infinite Intangibility, 342. Infinite Intangibility, 341. With 3 minutes and 41 seconds remaining, Lin Lei pondered briefly before making his way toward the accident site, seamlessly navigating through the crowd until he reached the BMW's driver's side. The front engine hood was utterly wrecked, belching black smoke, and the entire front end was severely deformed, debris scattered across the ground. After taking in the wreckage, Lin Lei turned his gaze inside the vehicle to find Yifeng slumped over the steering wheel, bloodied and unconscious, his body limp. His lower half was trapped beneath the crushed frame of the car. Upon closer inspection, Lin Lei noted a jagged shard of metal had pierced Yifeng's right leg, blood oozing profusely from the wound. Observing Yifeng's condition, it appeared he still had a faint pulse. Watching the frantic rescue efforts around him, Lin Lei sighed softly, choosing not to intervene. He was acutely aware that without the system and the infinite intangibility ability, he would likely be the one trapped between the wreckage and the stone, destined for death. Given the mercilessness of Yifeng's actions, Lin Lei felt no obligation to show compassion. He had refrained from taking advantage of the situation, and Yifeng should consider himself fortunate for that. With this in mind, Lin Lei's expression hardened further as he cast a cold glance at the injured and unconscious Yifeng before turning to leave, slowly making his way back to his previous location. He understood that even if Yifeng were to survive, the rest of his life would likely be spent in a wheelchair, but that no longer mattered. After a minute of walking, Lin Lei noticed Su Xinting and Su Keating rushing toward him. Worry etched across their faces. He did not greet them, knowing they could not see him, as he remained in the state of infinite intangibility. Only Yifeng could perceive him, but he was unconscious. Lin Lei paused briefly, watching as they passed through him and gradually moved away. As the countdown for the infinite intangibility neared its end, he pretended to emerge from a nearby thicket when a luxurious Bentley Mulsanne gracefully approached him. The appearance of the luxury car was striking amidst the traffic, especially as it drew closer to Lin Lei. He quickly took note of the vehicle, squinting slightly, and could not help but wonder if this was the car driven by Lin An'an, the general manager of the security company responsible for delivering pertinent documents. That would be quite extravagant. Although Lin Lei was no car expert, it was clear at a glance that this car was expensive. The emblem adorned with wings, a logo, was recognizable to him. This brand, Bentley, was one of the world's premier luxury car manufacturers, with even a basic model fetching several million. The Bentley Mulsanne came to a quiet stop. The door opened slowly to reveal a pair of long, elegant legs clad in black stockings. Following that, an exquisitely beautiful yet aloof face emerged from behind the door, fully presenting herself before Lin Lei. The woman stood at a height of approximately 1.78 meters, not excessively tall, but her figure was curvaceous, and her proportions were nothing short of perfection. Clad in a fitted black professional dress that complemented her silhouette and accentuated her shapely legs, paired with striking features and an air of authority befitting her status, she resembled a celestial being. Lin Lei found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty, feeling as though his former girlfriend could not even be compared. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that staring at a woman for too long was impolite. The moment Lin An'an appeared, onlookers nearby turned their heads in unison. Initially drawn by the loud noise from the accident, a crowd of curious bystanders paused to gawk at the stunning woman. Wow, she's breathtaking, truly a goddess, indeed. And look at that car beside her. It's a Bentley Mulsanne. This woman is undoubtedly a rich heiress. She must be from a wealthy family. No socialite could rival her poise. Indeed, observe her demeanor. It is quite captivating that I find myself on the brink of falling in love. If only I could share a delightful evening with her. My life would be devoid of regrets. How absurd! With such a disposition, one might as well be a toad yearning for swan meat. Just so, Lin An'an has caught wind of the murmurs surrounding her, the praises echoing in the air. Her exquisite visage remains largely unperturbed, accustomed as she is to the accolades that accompany her beauty. Often lauded for her looks, she has long since acclimated to the attention. Initially, she intended to don her typical casual attire. However, the enigmatic employer insisted she present herself more attractively. As a professional soldier, she harbors a certain discontent, yet, in her capacity as a subordinate, obedience is paramount. Thus, under the counsel of her proud subordinate, Yi Xining, she chose this elegant outfit for her meeting with her superior. Lin An'an harbors a profound curiosity about her boss. Since the inception of their company nearly 70 to 80 years ago, the elusive owner has never made an appearance. Even during her 6 years as the general manager, she remains in the dark about the age or appearance of the individual who holds the reins. Whether male or female is a mystery. Upon assuming her role, She inquired of her predecessor whether he had ever met the mysterious owner, to which he shook his head in response, intensifying her intrigue. Moreover, the former manager had mentioned that communications from the owner were relayed through a specially designed phone, delivering directives. This instance was no exception, yet the nature of the message differed significantly. This time, it instructed the general manager to personally deliver materials to the owner, accompanied by a rudimentary introduction and a recent photograph of the enigmatic figure. Lin Lei. Upon gazing at his image, Li Mingyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated her superior to be so youthful and dashing. Her curiosity burgeoned alongside her perplexity. The company had been established for 69 years, yet this owner appeared to be no more than 19 or 20 years old. How could such a youthful individual be the founder? Perhaps the company was established by his father, who later entrusted him with its management, rendering it plausible for her to present the pertinent materials. This seemed the most likely scenario. However, her preliminary investigation into Lin Lei revealed nothing extraordinary. The information was exceedingly mundane, seemingly inconsistent with that of a company founder. Despite her doubts, Li Mingyan's loyalty remained steadfast. The directive from the specialized phone mandated her to deliver the materials, appointing this young man as the ultimate authority of the company. Consequently, after a brief moment of uncertainty, she set out, materials in tow, to the designated location indicated by the phone. Upon her arrival at the right side of the entrance to Xingxing Road, she immediately noticed Lin Lei standing a short distance away. She drove over, parked, exited the vehicle, and retrieved a folder, her expression as serious and composed as ever. Approaching Lin Lei, she respectfully addressed him, "Boss Lin, here are the documents you requested." Chapter 6. The stern subordinate Lin Lei glanced at the coolly beautiful woman before him, offering a soft hum in acknowledgement as he accepted the folder she presented. He opened it and casually perused the contents, seemingly satisfied. Considering that this individual was recommended by the system, which had previously assured him of the unwavering loyalty of Lin An'an Security Company, he felt assured that there would be no issues. Furthermore, he had a meeting scheduled with his brother Liu Peng shortly, and carrying this folder would be inconvenient. Additionally, keeping it on his person felt rather insecure. It could easily be misplaced. With this in mind, Lin Lei gently closed the folder, saying, "That will suffice. You can hold on to these documents for now. I will call upon you should I require them later." Li Mingyan was momentarily taken aback. Was her new boss's intention merely to glance at the documents and return them to her? How trivial! Despite her internal musings and mild criticism of her boss's seeming lack of depth, her loyalty compelled her to respond with a firm affirmation, "Understood," without further inquiry. Lin Lei observed Li Mingyan, noting her fashionable attire juxtaposed with her stern demeanor. He found it somewhat dull, initially contemplating a playful jest. However, as the time to meet his brother drew near, he decided against it. "Let us add each other on WeChat. We can communicate when necessary," he suggested. WeChat. Li Mingyan was momentarily puzzled. Wasn't communication supposed to be conducted via the specialized phone? Yet, recognizing her boss's authority, she complied without hesitation. "Very well," she replied, retrieving her phone and opening WeChat. "Allow me to scan your code." Lin Lei, likewise, took out his phone and opened the scanner. "All right." Li Mingyan succinctly confirmed the successful addition. After she drove away, Lin Lei became aware of the envious and jealous gazes from those around him. However, he was indifferent, feeling a sense of pride. "How about that? Are you all envious? Huh? Some things simply cannot be attained by others. After all, I am rather exceptional." With a slight buoyancy in his heart, Lin Lei began his walk toward the bus stop in front of the Power Supply Bureau. As he strolled, he perused his subordinates' WeChat profiles. Having not taken a close look earlier, clicking on her profile picture revealed a striking woman in military attire, exuding confidence and seriousness, a stark contrast to her earlier appearance in a fitted skirt. Lin Lei examined her profile closely, then delved into her moments. Her posts were remarkably sparse, devoid of personal snapshots, mostly showcasing work and training activities. Initially, he had intended to glean insights into her personal life. Yet all he discerned was her poised and serious demeanor. That moment, his phone rang again, the familiar sound igniting his ambition. It was Liu Peng's WeChat call, which he promptly answered. "Hello. What is up? What else could it be? Are you here yet? I don't see you. Where are you?" Liu Peng's voice echoed through the line. "Are you so eager to spend money that you can hardly wait? Keep it up, and I'll ensure you'll be eating dirt by the end of the month. No, make that tomorrow. I believe you. But for the sake of brotherhood, I'm willing." Eating dirt is nothing new to me. Enough with the chatter. Have you arrived yet? Lin Lei felt a surge of warmth at his brother's words, reflecting on their camaraderie. Just you wait, he replied before ending the call. 2 minutes later, Lin Lei met up with Lu Peng, who scrutinized him from head to toe before delivering a playful punch to his chest. I say, brother, didn't you just break up? Yet, I sense no trace of sorrow emanating from you. Are you trying to deceive me into believing you're happy to be single? Hoping for a free drink? Lin Lei was rendered speechless. Must one wear their heart on their sleeve to convey their feelings after a breakup? Who decreed that separation must equate to sorrow? Listen, Peng Peng, do I look like someone who would lie to you? He pointed to himself, adopting a serious expression. Lu Peng raised an eyebrow, skeptical. You honest? Pigs might fly. Lin Lei, exasperated, decided not to dwell on that topic further. By the way, did you notice? It seems there was an accident near Tianjin Garden. A crowd has gathered. Is that so? I hadn't noticed. Lin Lei was all too aware of the incident, having played a hand in it. Yet, he preferred not to linger on that subject. Spotting the bus heading toward Xinghao Bar, he urged, let us go. The bus is here. Lu Peng, confirming the arrival of the bus, fell silent. They boarded together, and a short while later, they arrived at Xinghao Bar. Standing at the entrance, they observed the throngs of young men and women entering and exiting, their hearts racing in anticipation. Despite having heard much about this bar and its acclaim from friends, they had never visited. Today, however, they seized the opportunity to experience the elegance and ambience of Xinghao Bar, feeling a flutter of excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Lei and Lu Peng joined the flow of patrons and stepped into the bar. As they entered, a gentle melody enveloped them, serenading their ears with a soft, soothing lull. Simultaneously, the elegant decor within, along with the sight of a few patrons leisurely sipping drinks, be it wine or juice, while indulging in snacks and fruit platters, engaged in relaxed conversations, imparted a refreshing ambience to Lin Lei and Lu Peng, who were newcomers to this establishment. Let us sit over there, Lin Lei proposed as they entered the bar, casting a sweeping glance around. Their gaze finally settled near a potted plant by a floor-to-ceiling window, which overlooked the bustling driveway outside. Sounds good, Lu Peng nodded in agreement. The two then took their seats, ordering a selection of drinks, fruit platters, and snacks as they listened to the soothing music emanating from the bar. They began to engage in light-hearted conversation, primarily revolving around women. Who was the most beautiful in their class, who was the strongest, and who was the most formidable? Naturally, discussions about academics ensued, alongside an analysis of Lin Lei's breakup. After a considerable time, having consumed several bottles of alcohol, Lin Lei, who was not accustomed to drinking, began to show signs of inebriation. At that moment, Lu Peng's phone, which he had placed at the corner of the table, rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his face lit up with joy. It was the girl he had been pursuing. Holding the phone aloft, he gestured towards the outside. Old Lei, it's Judgya calling me. I'm going to take this outside. Without waiting for Lin Lei's consent, he cheerfully dashed out with his phone in hand. Chapter 7. Mutual destruction. Lin Lei observed his good friend's exuberance and couldn't help but silently mock this fellow who had no same-sex companionship but was evidently enamored with the opposite sex. However, Lin Lei merely chuckled to himself and chose not to dwell on it. He was aware of Judgya. She was like them, a college student nearing graduation. Through Lu Peng, Lin Lei learned that Judgya was his friend's long-cherished goddess. Hailing from the same prefecture-level city, Jianghe City, his brother had pursued her for over a year without faltering. Now that she was calling him, especially at such a late hour, it was impossible for Lu Peng not to be excited. Lin Lei genuinely hoped that they would find a happy resolution, fully understanding the depth of Lu Peng's affection for her. In pursuit of her, he had even decided to take the graduate entrance examination and dedicated himself earnestly to his studies. Undeniably a person transformed by love. Lin Lei felt that ever since his brother met her, he had changed significantly, and for the better. Encountering someone who inspires you to become a better version of yourself is indeed a stroke of fortune. Gazing out at the flowing traffic and throngs of people, Lin Lei continued to sip his drink leisurely. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang again. It was Lu Peng, the brother who prioritized romantic pursuits over friendships. He picked it up casually and answered, "Hello? What is up, bro? I'm sorry, but my lady has plans, so I'll take my leave now. Oh, by the way, I've already transferred the bill to you. Enjoy your drinks, bye," Lu Peng exclaimed, hanging up before Lin Lei could respond. Listening to the dial tone, Lin Lei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Did the goddess really need to be so eager? It was as if she were about to confess her feelings or engage in a gaming session. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the situation. Glancing at the WeChat red envelope that Lu Peng had sent him during their chat, he shook his head in amusement. What s with this brother? Why be so polite? He sighed but chose not to claim the red envelope, instead putting his phone back on the table and returning to his drink, all the while listening to the soft music and observing the view outside. Time drifted by, and suddenly, a woman sat down opposite him. Lin Lei looked up to see a strikingly beautiful stranger, a heart-shaped face framed by long, lustrous black hair, her flawless complexion appearing almost delicate. Dressed in casual attire, she exuded a youthful and natural charm amidst the dimly lit, vibrant surroundings. As he regarded the lovely woman before him, Lin Lei set down his glass and asked, "May I inquire who you are?" With a slight smile that revealed her charming dimples, Qin Yuyan replied, "I felt we were kindred spirits, both troubled by love. You seem rather lonely sitting here alone. So I thought I'd join you. Would you mind sharing a drink with me?" Lin Lei offered a wry smile. He had merely been craving a drink after a long absence from alcohol, and the atmosphere was just right. As for being troubled by love, it wasn't entirely accurate. Truth be told, he found it difficult to dismiss the pain from his former relationship. Even though his ex-girlfriend's actions had left him in despair and her words had pierced deeply, knowing she was a heartbreaker did little to alleviate his sorrow. It was disingenuous to claim he wasn't affected. How could I refuse? I was just in need of a drinking companion. It's quite pleasant to have someone to converse with, Lin Lei replied, donning a smile. By the way, you mentioned we're alike. What led you to that conclusion? As he poured a drink for Qin Yuyan from the untouched glass beside him, she responded, "It's quite simple. Although your expression is neutral, your eyes reveal a hint of melancholy. I could easily deduce that you've had a falling out with your girlfriend." Surprised, Lin Lei shot her a glance but did not deny it. "Yes, indeed, I was the one who was dumped." Handing her the beer he had poured, Qin Yuyan offered consolation. "Well, breakups happen. It's not the end of the world. You're still quite young. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead." Lin Lei chose not to engage further in that topic, redirecting the conversation to the captivating woman before him. "And what about you? Since we are of the same ilk, does that mean you've had your own relationship troubles?" "Not exactly. I'm still single and have never had a boyfriend, so there's no drama to speak of," Qin Yuyan replied, taking a sip of her beer. "The reason I feel we're similar is that my mother insists on setting me up with potential boyfriends. I have no interest in that, yet she keeps trying to introduce me to someone. It's incredibly frustrating. I just had a heated argument with her about it. It's exhausting. Why do parents meddle so much? With love being so free now, they still insist on playing matchmaker. It's utterly unnecessary in this day and age." Lin Lei sipped his beer gently, gazing out the window as he mused. "Perhaps it's out of love. They fear you might get hurt or face hardship, so they seek to introduce you to someone they deem trustworthy, believing it to be the safest option for you. I understand that, but they simply don't get my feelings. They have no idea what I truly want. The more they push, the more I resist. And those candidates are all wealthy." As she said this, Qin Yuyan abruptly paused before adding, "They're all people I wouldn't like. Friends are fine, but that's about it." Lin Lei chuckled. "I can relate to that. Though, aren't all parents like this?" "Indeed. Cheers." As Lin Lei and Qin Yuyan continued to engage in spirited conversation, the rapport deepened, and their drinks multiplied. Unbeknownst to them, they had lost track of time. The following day, at 11 in the morning, Lin Lei awoke languidly in the plush hotel bed, rubbing his aching, foggy head with a wry smile. It seemed he had overindulged in alcohol the previous night, as he could barely recall how he had arrived at the hotel. "I must refrain from drinking so excessively in the future," he mused. "After all, it's wise for a young man to stay safe when out, especially someone like me who isn't lacking in looks. Getting into trouble while intoxicated would be unfortunate." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Lei felt slightly more alert. He surveyed the opulent room, realizing he was alone. As he scrutinized his surroundings, his gaze fell upon the pillow beside him. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he pinched a long, dark lock of hair between his fingers. This hair was undeniably not his own. His neatly cropped hairstyle could not possibly account for such length. Upon considering the implications, Lin Lei threw off the covers and gasped. To his astonishment, he discovered he was entirely unclothed. Moreover, A conspicuous crimson stain marked the sheets beside him. It dawned on him in an instant. Last night, that beautiful woman had taken advantage of his drunken state and had her way with him. He had unwittingly fallen prey to a seductress. Lin Lei felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How had he found himself in such a predicament? Can it be? Is this really happening? He thought in shock. Despite having had past relationships, he had never engaged in such an encounter. That girl had been so ruthless, desiring his youthful allure without even asking for his consent. They barely knew each other. The thought of losing his virginity in such a manner, to a stunning stranger, filled him with a sense of melancholy. Yet, as he pondered further, he realized she was a novice too. Perhaps it wasn't he so devastating after all. However, another thought struck him. Wasn't he at his first time as well, and he had been completely oblivious? The most crucial aspect is that I am still unaware of her name. How could I possibly seek her out? I have encountered a deceitful woman. Lin Lei, overwhelmed by despair, buried his face in his hands, lamenting his misfortune. Chapter 8. Returning to school. Ding. The host has not yet checked in today. Would you like to do so? Fine. After all, it is what it is. Since I have already shared that fateful encounter with the beautiful girl. What's done is done. Let it be. After all, men are like old dogs. There seems to be little distinction between them. I cannot discern any difference. I can still claim to be a virtuous person. After all, it was my first time. Moreover, Lin Lei had always looked down upon those overly sentimental men. They gain pleasure yet feel aggrieved, truly shameless. Ding. Today's check-in has been completed. Check-in reward. 100,000 yuan. Ding. The cash reward has been transferred to the host's bank account at the Rural Credit Cooperative. Ending with 7748. Please check your account. The source of funds is normal, reliable, and legal, so feel free to spend it. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Lei's spirits were lifted. Indeed, it was the system that invigorated him. Ding dong. The sound of a text message notification echoed. Lin Lei turned to his phone on the bedside table, reached for it, and opened the message. A notification from the bank appeared on his screen. Lin Lei clicked on it, and the contents materialized before his eyes. Your savings account ending with 7,748 received an investment income of 100,000 yuan on September 13. Current account balance, 200,000.30 yuan. Rural Credit Cooperative. As expected, money is enticing. The system is indeed impressive. It has granted me 200,000 in just 2 days. This is far superior to manual labor. From now on, I need not toil for a living or fret over job hunting or low wages. Lin Lei contemplated this. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that avoiding work altogether was not feasible. Although the system could provide him with 100,000 yuan daily, immersing himself in such indulgence would inevitably lead to a hollow existence, devoid of ambition. Such a life was not Lin Lei's desire. Reclining on the bed, he did not immediately rise but instead closed his eyes, focusing his attention to check his system's basic information. Host, Lin Lei, appearance, 84. Physical fitness, 89. Intelligence, 83. Emotional intelligence, 84. Check-ins, 2 days. Backpack, cashback multiplier cards 3. Gradually opening his eyes, a smile graced his face. Although his backpack contained only 3 cashback multiplier cards, with his current fortune of 200,000, if he could also circulate some funds from Lin An'an Security Company, he would undoubtedly become prosperous in an instant. The more Lin Lei pondered, the broader his smile became, tinged with a hint of regret for not having considered this approach earlier. Lin Lei glanced at the time on his phone. 11:36. It was already 11:30. He set his phone down, turned over, and got out of bed. Grabbing the clothes he had tossed aside, he made his way to the bathroom. After a quick wash, Lin Lei dressed and stepped out. After tidying up his belongings, he lingered in his room for a while. Although he knew that the girl who had taken his first time without his consent had left in secret, Lin Lei decided to wait until noon to check out. Soon, the clock struck 12. Lin Lei did not see the girl appear. To be honest, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Sighing softly, Lin Lei exited his room and made his way to the hotel reception. He approached the front desk attendant, who regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, and inquired about the identity of the woman who had accompanied him the previous night. Qin Yuyan. He couldn't help but admire internally, beautiful indeed, and her name was quite pleasant as well. Having gathered the information, Lin Lei exited the hotel. Traditionally, he would avoid taking a taxi due to the expense, but now he no longer had to worry about such trivial sums. Instead, he headed to the school cafeteria. Regardless of the circumstances, having experienced the mutual demise the night before, though he had done nothing, it had all been her initiative. Moreover, he had yet to eat breakfast or lunch and needed to nourish his body. Upon arriving at the Yao Lake cafeteria, Lin Lei surveyed the area. Not many were dining, likely due to the late hour. With this thought in mind, he instinctively approached the fragrant hot pot stall, greeted the owner, and smoothly picked up a small iron pot to begin serving himself. Lin Lei chose primarily meat. With money in hand, his actions became decidedly more deliberate. Just as he was about to select more ingredients, a familiar voice, slightly raised and laced with surprise, called out beside him, "Hey, Lin Lei, why are you still here? Weren't you taken to the police station? With the police looking so serious, have you done something wrong?" At the sound of this voice, Lin Lei's brow furrowed. He recognized the speaker immediately. It was his university class monitor, Yang Kuan, a somewhat petty and snobbish classmate. Under normal circumstances, Lin Lei would prefer to ignore him, as prolonged interaction with such a person would inevitably lead to discomfort. However, what did he mean by his remarks regarding the police station? Why would they be after him? He had done nothing wrong. He was a law-abiding citizen. Thoughts of murder and crime were foreign to him. Lin Lei reflected on the events of the previous night. Could it be related to that incident? Yet, that couldn't be right. He had activated the system's requirements for invulnerability. According to the system's instructions, there should be no traces left behind. Could they have suspected him due to a previous altercation? Moreover, if the police were indeed after him, why hadn't they apprehended him at the bar? If they wanted to find him, with the surveillance systems in place, it would have been a simple task. There was no way they would have delayed so long. And he certainly wouldn't have been caught in that compromising situation. Additionally, he had a phone. Why hadn't they contacted him directly to request his cooperation? As a good citizen, he would have been more than willing to oblige. Yet, when he woke up around 11 that morning and checked his phone, there wasn't a single message or missed call. Were they joking about wanting to arrest him? However, Lin Lei reconsidered. Although his class monitor was somewhat petty and harbored a strong desire for revenge, he typically wouldn't fabricate issues from thin AI or as long as one didn't make mistakes, he wouldn't actively seek trouble. This had been the case throughout their years of acquaintance. Therefore, Yang Kuan's immediate inquiry upon seeing him suggested that the police might have genuinely sought him out. Whether it was for an arrest or merely questioning remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Lin Lei was curious. If that were the case, his dorm mates must have known something. Yet, there were no messages or notifications on his phone whatsoever. This was quite perplexing. Lin Lei pondered this but chose not to offer Yang Kuan any favorable response. He turned to face his class monitor. A sardonic smile on his lips. "I say, Kuan Gu, as a law-abiding citizen, why would the police come after me? Are you suggesting there's something wrong with my head?" As he spoke, Lin Lei pointed to his own head. Yang Kuan's face flushed with indignation. He felt humiliated. How could a classmate dare to assert that their class monitor was mentally unstable in front of others? This was intolerable. Lin Lei was unperturbed. Had he not hit the nail on the head? Then you should hurry to the hospital for treatment. Be cautious of spreading your condition or causing some mishap. Otherwise, the police might indeed come to apprehend someone. Lin Lei continued, nonchalantly serving himself more food. He felt no fear of Yang Kuan and was indifferent to his anger. Over the past 3 years, he had clashed with this class monitor numerous times, yet it had never led to any significant repercussions. Yang Kuan's expression fluctuated between red and pale, feeling the curious gazes of those around him. He pointed at Lin Lei. "Fine, just wait." As he spoke, he took out his phone, searched for the number of the Yao Lake police station, and decisively dialed. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Lei with a look of disdain, as if to say, "Let's see how arrogant you are afterward." Lin Lei remained unfazed, continuing to serve himself food. His calm demeanor stemmed from the absence of any alerts from the system, clearly indicating that this issue was not an issue at all. Furthermore, Lin Lei understood that if the police truly intended to arrest him, he wouldn't still be standing there, exchanging banter with his class monitor. Perhaps, before the incident of mutual demise occurred, he would have already been detained. The phone rang once and was quickly answered. "Hello, is this the Yao Lake police station?" "Yes, this is Yang Kuan. I'm the class monitor of Class 3 in the accounting department at Xizang University. He was right beside me. Hurry up and come over." "What? Not going to catch him anymore? Weren't you all, yes, bye-bye?" As he spoke, Yang Kuan dejectedly put down the phone. He couldn't comprehend why things had suddenly turned out this way. See, I told you. There's something wrong with you, Lin Lei remarked, once again pointing at his own head. A look of disdain plastered across his face. So, hurry to the hospital for treatment, or else it might get serious later. Taking medicine won't help then. Humph, just you wait. With that, Yang Kuan turned and left in a huff. Lin Lei paid no heed to his threat. As class monitor, he was accustomed to such antics. Sometimes he could be quite obnoxious, even sabotaging himself out of spite. Occasionally, he would make a lot of noise but deliver little. There had been times when he had told Lin Lei to wait, yet now, with graduation approaching, it was all meaningless, just like the earlier scene. However, as Lin Lei watched Yang Kuan walk away and resumed ordering food, his gaze was filled with contemplation. Judging by Yang Kuan's earlier demeanor, the Yao Lake police station had indeed sought him out, even apprehending him at one point. But why such a grand display without him receiving a single hint of information? It seemed utterly illogical. Moreover, his brothers would surely have sent him a message, yet not a whisper had reached him. And why had they chosen not to apprehend him afterward? Lin Lei found himself baffled. Nevertheless, he continued to pick his dishes before long. He had finished selecting his food, handed it to the owner, paid, and awaited the cooking of his order. While waiting, Lin Lei sat in a corner of the cafeteria and took out his phone. Opening WeChat. After some thought, he dialed his good friend Lu Peng. The phone rang once before it was quickly answered. However, Lin Lei didn't have a chance to speak before an urgent voice came through. Bro, your phone is finally not off. Where did you go after drinking last night? What on earth happened? Lin Lei was left utterly perplexed. Aren't you well aware? I was at Xingqian bar drinking. You left me alone to drink and then went off with some girl. Before I knew it, I was drunk and then well, what could I do? Lin Lei mused inwardly. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, knowing well that his friend's tone indicated something was amiss, and it seemed serious. His expression grew serious in an instant. I didn't do anything. Peng Peng. Can you tell me what happened last night? Lu Peng replied. I have no idea either. All I know is that the Yao Lake police came looking for you last night. I'm not clear on the specifics, Dado. Right, where are you now? I'm at Yao Lake cafeteria. What's up? I was just about to eat. You're at Yao Lake cafeteria? Fine. Wait for me there. I'll be right over. We'll discuss the details in person. Okay, bye. After hanging up, Lin Lei set his phone down, his face reflecting deep contemplation. It was evident that he needed to go to the police station to provide a statement. The issue was becoming clearer. It must be related to Yi Feng's incident from last night. It couldn't possibly be about him and that beautiful girl. Otherwise, she would have brought a whole squad of officers to point at him, saying, Officers, it's him. It's him who. Yet, that hadn't happened. Clearly, that was not the case. Moreover, his friend's words indicated the timeline. He might have still been drinking with the beautiful girl at that time. Therefore, the incident involving Yi Feng was the only thing that matched the timing. After all, prior to activating his unlimited transparency, he had clashed with Yi Feng, and his ex-girlfriend Su Keqing, along with her sister Su Xinting, had been present. They would undoubtedly attribute the events that transpired to him. However, recalling how his class monitor had reported him earlier and received nothing but a cold shoulder, Lin Lei felt a sense of calm wash over him, though he remained puzzled. Why had the police come looking for him last night? Yet today there was a report made against him. Yang Kuan's reaction had clearly shown that he had hit a wall. What could be the reason? Just as Lin Lei was lost in his thoughts, the system's notification chimed again. Ding, new task triggered. The legal representative and actual controller of Baohua Trading Co. Ltd. Ye Mingchen is investigating the host and planning to retaliate against him. Ye Mingchen, Yi Feng's adoptive father. Ding. The host must utilize currently available resources to dismantle Baohua Trading Company Limited within 1 day. Completing the task rewards the host with a system-optimized Lamborghini Centenario. Failure to complete incurs no penalty and no reward. Baohua Trading Co. Ltd. Ye Mingchen, Yi Feng's adoptive father. Lin Lei glanced at the information, his mind racing. Before last night, he had no acquaintance with Yi Feng, their first meeting having occurred just then. Now, with the system's sudden task and the implications therein, combined with his initial encounter, Lin Lei had begun to form a rudimentary understanding of these two individuals. If the son was so arrogant as to contemplate murder in broad daylight, it was no surprise that his father would arrange for someone to investigate and prepare for retaliation. He was likely no better than his SONI in the past. If Lin Lei had heard someone was investigating him and planning retaliation, he would have felt uneasy, perhaps even panicking. But now, he bore no trace of fear. After all, He was no longer the impoverished youth without connections. His greatest asset now was his own backing. A security company valued at over $100 million. Moreover, Lin Lei was quite certain that his future connections would exceed even this. Given the system's nature, its extravagant nature, there was no doubt it would deliver. Just like now, it was about to gift him a luxury car. Furthermore, it was a system-optimized Lamborghini Centenario. Although Lin Lei was unaware of the extent of the optimization, the mere mention of the Lamborghini Centenario stirred his desires. What man does not harbor a dream of owning a luxury car? It is as fervent as every man's dream of becoming a soldier. And now, the system was poised to reward him with a luxury vehicle. Lin Lei's current mood was not one of fear or anxiety, but rather excitement, a thrill. Yes, excitement. Sitting at his table in the cafeteria, he mused, the system is truly extravagant and generous. Not only does it provide a company and money, but now it's even gifting a system-optimized Lamborghini Centenario. How could I not adore it? Just as Lin Lei was lost in thought, he heard the owner calling out, signaling that his recently ordered fragrant pot was ready. He tucked away his phone, stood up to collect his fragrant pot, and returned to his seat. Lin Lei immediately began to feast, for it was nearly noon, and his stomach was growling in hunger. He devoured his meal voraciously, and before long, Lu Peng arrived. Lin Lei glanced up at Lu Peng before returning to his fragrant pot. Lu Peng sat down opposite him, looking around. Lin Lei took another bite, unable to suppress his thoughts. You still have the audacity to ask? It's because of you that my first experience was stolen by a female predator. Yet Lin Lei clearly wouldn't he say this, as it was hardly a matter of pride. He leisurely took another mouthful. A hotel room? Lu Peng blinked, and how could she possibly share a room with me? Haha, you truly are a simp. I thought you rushed off after the call because you were preparing for a two-person fight. Yet it turns out you didn't tea, and you still left me alone at the bar. Oh, and why was it that when I tried calling you, I couldn't get through? I tried multiple times, yet the same result. The police station couldn't reach you either. What were you up to? Did you set your phone on purpose? If I hadn't received your call today, I would have thought you had fled in fear of the crime. Lin Lei was left utterly bewildered. What? You called multiple times? Yet his phone bore no record of such calls, not even a missed call notification. Lin Lei felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Could his phone be malfunctioning? That seemed implausible. Although his phone wasn't top tier, it was a recent purchase from a reputable brand, costing over $1,000. There was no way it could have such issues. Perhaps it had been off at the time? But that also didn't add up. If it had been off, there would still be notifications from missed calls. Moreover, when he woke up at the hotel around noon today, his phone still had over 40% battery. So that couldn't be it. An signal? That didn't seem possible. Could it have been Qin Yuyan, that female predator? Had she turned off his phone or rejected calls, then deleted the incoming call notifications? But that didn't make sense. His phone was password protected. How would she know? Lin Lei took another mouthful. In a way. Show me your call log. Lu Peng retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and handed it to Lin Lei. See? Do I have any reason to deceive you? As Lin Lei examined the call log, he noticed calls from around 10 to 11 last night. Lu Peng indeed made several calls to himself, yet none of them connected. Could it be that his phone was truly malfunctioning, rendering him unable to receive incoming calls? Lin Lei, holding Lu Peng's phone, promptly dialed his own number. Moments later, his phone rang with an invigorating tone. So, his phone was functional after all. Could it be that his brother's phone lacked signal at the time of the call? However, his brother couldn't possibly be that oblivious, could he? Just as Lin Lei was lost in thought, a notification chimed. Host, do not be perplexed. Last night, upon observing your delightful conversation with Qin Yuyan, the system has temporarily shielded you from external disturbances to ensure your happiness. Hearing this, Lin Lei could only mutter in disbelief. So, he had unwittingly sacrificed his first experience to that beautiful femme fatale, and this system was an accomplice, wishing him happiness while he felt neither joy nor contentment. How could he feel happiness when he was inebriated? Lu Peng, noticing the changing expressions on Lin Lei's face, was filled with concern. Old Lei, are you all right? If you've truly gotten into trouble, we should go turn ourselves in and seek leniency. Lin Lei shot him an irritated glance. Can't you wish me well for once? Seeking leniency? That's quite the thought. I'm fine. And you should consider this. If I had truly done something wrong, do you think I could sit here, carefree, chatting with you? True enough. As long as you're fine, I can breathe easy. Lu Peng sighed in relief, realizing the logic in his brother's words. Given the current investigative capabilities of the police station, if Lin Lei were indeed guilty of a crime, he wouldn't be sitting there enjoying hot pot. He might already be at the station answering questions. Don't worry about me, Lin Lei continued, returning to his meal. I'm fine. Meanwhile, in the intensive care unit of Hongqing People's Hospital, Yifeng had escaped the clutches of death, but not without dire consequences. He had lost a leg. The brutal impact of the accident had resulted in a shattering fracture of his right leg, which, compounded by prolonged compression from the mangled vehicle, had led to its complete necrosis. He had undergone amputation. Additionally, his left leg bore multiple minor fractures, and he sustained various other injuries. Essentially, Yifeng was rendered nearly incapacitated. For someone like him, accustomed to a life of privilege and with a notoriously bad temper, this blow felt like a death sentence. Lying on the hospital bed, he stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes filled with resentment and malice. Lin Lei, once I'm on my feet again, you can count your days. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. His thoughts spiraled into dark fantasies of revenge. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed into the room, worry and affection etched on his face. Son, what's wrong? Dad, have you investigated that person thoroughly? I have. However, I reviewed the video footage from the accident scene, and while I saw the initial confrontation, the footage doesn't capture that boy afterward. It's impossible, Dad. He's the one who did this to me. I wanted to run him over. I can't be mistaken. Don't you believe me? Whom do you trust, me or others? If you don't take care of him, I swear I'll end it all. I won't live another day until you regret it. All right. Don't get worked up. I will handle it, Yi Mingchen assured, exiting the room. As he departed, Yifeng's gaze turned venomous, fixated on the ceiling as he envisioned ways to make Lin Lei suffer. Chapter 11. 370 million. Unbeknownst to Lin Lei, events were unfolding in the hospital. At this moment, he had already finished lunch. His dormitory was a 4-person room. Besides Lu Peng, there were Su Wenhao from the northeast and Miao Mu from the southwest. Lin Lei's relationship with the two was amicable, but not as close as with Lu Peng. After the police had come to their dormitory searching for Lin Lei, they had also attempted to call him, but to no avail. The two approached Lin Lei, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Though Lin Lei had a thick skin, their unabashed stares made him somewhat uncomfortable. I'm not a girl. Why are you looking at me like that? Let me be clear, I have no interest in men. Su Wenhao chuckled. Haha, we know you're interested in women. Miao Mu joined in with a smirk. Don't worry, we won tea spill. Lin Lei was taken aback. What? Why does it feel abnormal for me to be interested in women? Taking a step back, he added, speak normally. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't hold back. I'm not afraid of hearing it. I heard you went to a bar last night. Was it for other reasons? Lin Lei quickly cut him off. Stop right there. I did not. Oh, come on. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. We're all guys here, we understand, Miao Mu said with a sleazy grin. Lin Lei was at a loss for words. What do you think you understand? If you're so curious, why not experience it for yourselves? You're all single. Didn't you go? Where were you last night? The police came looking for you, and you didn't answer your phone. We thought you might have had an accident. Oh, I'm fine. What could happen to me? I was at the bar with Lu Peng. I think you already know that. Anyway, I got a bit too drunk and ended up at a hotel near the bar. Lin Lei explained without mentioning his encounter with Qin Yuyan, simply stating he had drunk too much and his phone had died, which was why they couldn't reach him. His explanation was plausible enough that they dropped their inquiries. Since attendance was mandatory for the afternoon class, they decided to take a nap. Relieved that they no longer pressed him, Lin Lei quietly climbed into his bunk and drew the curtains, retrieving his phone to message his subordinate, Li Ming'an. Please investigate Baohua Trading Company and their head, Yi Mingchen. Also, see if there are any violations or illegal activities associated with them. More details. The better. I want to bring them down. Received. Shortly after, Li Ming'an sent him a file. Boss, here's the transaction ledger of Baohua Trading Company over the years, along with documents related to their violations and illegal activities. Please review. Lin Lei opened the file, astonished by the efficiency. It had barely been a minute, and everything was already organized. Just as he marveled at this, another message from Li Ming'an arrived. Boss, based on your earlier instruction, we submitted evidence of Baohua Trading Company's illegal activities to the relevant authorities through special channels. We also contacted Zhenghe Group to expedite the process. I believe it won't be long before Baohua Trading Company faces bankruptcy. And Yi Mingchen, along with all involved executives, will be imprisoned. Rest assured, boss. This was incredibly heartwarming. like having a devoted ally to fulfill his desires and plans. Lin Lei was pleasantly stunned. He had never anticipated that his security company, Lin An'an Security, would have connections with Jiangnan Group, the largest department store conglomerate in the South. Furthermore, the ability to facilitate Jiangnan Group's endeavors indicated that their relationship was far from ordinary. Received. Thank you, boss? Oh, no need for thanks. This is what you all deserve, by the way. How much liquid capital does Lin An'an Security currently have on its books? Lin Lei recalled that he still possessed 3 shopping cashback cards. Boss, currently, Lin An'an Security has a liquid capital of 370 million Huaxia coins. 370 million Huaxia coins. It was evident that his initial estimation of Lin An'an Security's system rewards had been grossly underestimated. His perspective and vision had been far too narrow. He had never imagined that the liquid assets of this security company, with merely 100 employees, would amount to such an impressive figure. 370 million. Moreover, this was just the liquid capital. It did not even account for fixed assets. Lin Lei could hardly fathom the total assets of this modest security firm. Just as Lin Lei was lost in thought, another message from Li Ming'an arrived. Boss, if you require a substantial amount of funds, Lin An'an Security should be able to mobilize approximately 7 billion within 5 days. Within 10 days, we can manage 100 billion. Of course, if you need an even larger sum, Xiaowen will certainly do everything possible to gather it for you. He could not help but gasp in astonishment. The shock he felt was beyond words. 70 billion in 5 days, 100 billion in 10 days. What immense financial maneuvering capacity was required for such sums? Lin Lei found it truly unfathomable. Furthermore, upon hearing the last sentence, I will do everything possible to gather it for you. His heart was undeniably stirred. Although his subordinate might have misunderstood his intentions, the loyalty and consideration shown by his team was indeed a gratifying feeling. How about this? Please transfer 100 million to my agricultural bank account ending in 6687. Tomorrow evening, I will return this amount to the company's account. All right, no problem. However, boss, you need not repay this money, as this company belongs to you. You have the right to mobilize all assets, including all personnel. For now, let it be. Company matters are separate. Well, I will take a short nap. If anything arises, I will contact you again. All right, good afternoon, good afternoon. Chapter 12. The billionaire Lin Lei set down his phone, turned over, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. However, his mind was filled with the bizarre encounters from the previous night to that day, preventing him from calming down to rest. Ultimately, he decided to ponder his issues with his eyes closed. How would he manage to spend 100 million after school that afternoon? Previously, when Lin Lei was short on funds, he did not know how to spend money. Now that he had wealth, he found himself facing the same dilemma, uncertainty on how to expend it. In the end, Lin Lei resolved to purchase a villa in the city. After all, with current property prices soaring, a villa would certainly consume 100 million. As for other expenditures, he would address them later. Having come to this conclusion, drowsiness washed over him, and before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital, Yimingchen wore a sullen expression. Why did his son insist on fixating on that young man named Lin Lei? According to his account, his son had driven with the intent to kill him. Moreover, in the end, he believed he had run him over. Yet, why did the surveillance footage and his son's dashcam reveal that his son appeared to be possessed, accelerating uncontrollably until he crashed into a boulder at the entrance of the community? The footage showed only his son recklessly speeding. Lin Lei was nowhere to be found in the recordings. Wai Mingchen could not comprehend this, but since his son was adamant that Lin Lei was responsible, even to the point of threatening his own life, he had no choice but to capture him and interrogate him to uncover the truth. In a secluded corner, Yimingchen took out his phone, preparing to make a call. However, before he could dial, a call came in quietly. It was his secretary, an absolute confidant. Xiao Min? Yimingchen hesitated, ready to answer, when another call, labeled as Qin Zong, came in. Wai Mingchen's eyebrows knitted together, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. This Qin Zong was the largest shareholder of his company, a man of strong personality. He rarely concerned himself with the company's operations but was acutely aware of its financial health, development trajectory, and profitability, as long as the company was functioning well and profiting. Even if it involved unethical or illegal activities, he would not interfere. However, should any issues arise, he would immediately call, and such calls invariably heralded trouble. Just as Yimingchen was about to answer Qin Zong's call, 2 police cars suddenly appeared across from the hospital, swiftly pulling up beside him. The doors flew open, and 6 police officers spilled out, led by a poised young female officer. She and her team approached Yi Mingchen swiftly, brandishing an arrest warrant for him to see. As he gazed at the arrest warrant, Yi Mingchen's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. He could hardly comprehend why, out of the blue, this was happening. Who was orchestrating this against him? Nevertheless, Yi Mingchen, seasoned by experience, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of unease. Very well, I will cooperate with your work. But may I take a call first? No. Officer Guasisi replied sharply, instructing the officers behind her, arrest him. After restraining Yi Mingchen, Guasisi led the other officers into the hospital. Surrounding patients and their families watched the scene unfold, whispering among themselves in confusion. What did he do to warrant such a police presence? I have no idea. Perhaps he's a major suspect. Yes, that seems likely. Otherwise, so many officers wouldn't be here. In the hospital's intensive care unit. Yi Feng's emotions had gradually stabilized. However, lying on the bed, his gaze still brimmed with hatred. Although he could not comprehend why he had failed to kill that detestable Lin Lei, he firmly believed that with his father's influence, capturing the seemingly backgroundless Lin Lei would be a piece of cake. Just as Yi Feng was lost in this thought, the doors swung open, and several police officers entered. Yi Feng's eyes widened, especially upon seeing the commanding female officer, a smirk of self-assuredness spreading across his face. In his subconscious, he presumed that these officers had been summoned by his father to inquire about the events of the previous night. Guasisi approached the bedside, swiftly scanning Yi Feng before stating in a stern voice, "You are Yi Feng, correct?" "Yes, officer," Yi Feng began. But Guasisi interrupted coldly. "This is an arrest warrant issued by the Hong City People's Court. Please cooperate with our investigation. Considering your physical condition, you will be under our supervision for the next 24 hours. We will need to take your statement during our upcoming interrogation. Please comply. No. I want to speak to my father." "There's no need to struggle. Your father has also been taken into custody." "What? That's impossible." Ding. The task has been completed. The host has been rewarded with an optimized Lamborghini Centenario. The optimized Lamborghini Centenario is parked in the parking lot to the right of Tianhong Mall across from Xizhang University. The keys and relevant documents have been placed in the folder beneath your pillow. Please check. Lin Lei drowsily heard the system's voice and gradually awakened. As he processed the information, his face lit up with surprise. Wow, that was quick. He promptly reached beneath his pillow and felt a folder, pulling it out. Upon opening it, he found the keys and legal documents for the optimized Lamborghini Centenario presented before him. Holy cow! Lin Lei marveled at the keys, his eyes wide with delight. He had never anticipated that upon awakening, the system's task would be completed automatically. However, Lin Lei knew who had assisted him in this achievement. He quickly retrieved his phone, eager to commend his subordinate for their efficiency. As he unlocked his phone, a notification from his agricultural bank account immediately caught his attention. Your savings account ending in 6687 has received a transfer of 100 million on September 13th. Current account balance, 100 million and 32.00 Huaxia coins. Lin Lei stared at the notification, unable to restrain himself from checking it multiple times. He even pinched his leg a few times, the sharp pain confirming the reality of the situation. He had become a billionaire overnight. Lin Lei could hardly believe that one day he would find 100 million in his bank account. Old Lei, hurry and get out of bed. What are you dawdling for? Class is about to start. Oh, all right, he replied, hastily tidying up his belongings. He drew back the curtains and swiftly descended from the bed. After a brief arrangement, he grabbed his books and followed his roommate out the door. Chapter 13. Pay no mind to them. Lin Lei accompanied his roommate to class. Upon entering the large classroom, Lin Lei immediately spotted his ex-girlfriend, Su Ku-ting. Of course, Lu Peng, who had entered with Lin Lei and was aware of their breakup, also noticed Su Ku-ting seated in the second row from the entrance, on the left side, in a position towards the back. His eyes were filled with unabashed disdain, completely unmasked. As for Lin Lei's other two roommates, Su and Hao and Miao Mu, they were oblivious to the fact that Lin Lei and Su Ku-ting had parted ways. They saw Lin Lei's ex-girlfriend, Su Ku-ting, and smiled. However, their smiles turned somewhat perplexed when they noticed the expressionless demeanor on Su Ku-ting's face. This was not how she used to be. She would always smile at their group. What had changed? The two of them cast their gazes in that direction. Lin Lei's expression was remarkably indifferent, akin to that of a stranger. In stark contrast, Lu Peng's disdain was unmistakable. Su and Hao and Miao Mu were not fools. They quickly realized that something significant had transpired between the two. On the other side, When Lin Lei caught sight of her, she noticed him as well. Their eyes briefly collided in the air. Lin Lei quickly averted his gaze, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, utterly composed. For Lin Lei, the girlfriend he once longed for and imagined of forever with had transformed into someone who no longer held his heart. Just as she had said when they broke up, treat it as if they had never known each other. As if they were strangers. Lin Lei and Lu Peng exchanged glances at Su Ku-ting before making their way to the last row of the classroom. Meanwhile, Su and Hao and Miao Mu, after a brief exchange of looks, did not follow Lin Lei's lead but instead approached Su Ku-ting, their eyes brimming with curiosity and a hint of other emotions. Lin Lei and Lu Peng settled into their seats, only to observe Miao Mu and Su and Hao occupying the empty spots beside Su Ku-ting. They remained silent. Lu Peng, noticing Miao Mu and Su and Hao sitting beside her at this moment, felt a surge of irritation bubbling within him. He turned to Lin Lei and whispered in his ear, "Old Lei, look at Miao Mu and Wen Hao. Pay them no mind. It's none of our concern." Lin Lei replied, "Fine." Lu Peng responded, somewhat disgruntled, before watching Lin Lei pull out his phone and glance down at it. He caught sight of a middle-aged woman who had just entered the classroom and, following suit, began to fiddle with his own phone, stealing glances at Miao Mu and Su Wen Hao while also checking other directions, composing messages to an unknown recipient. As for the middle-aged woman teaching the course on employment and entrepreneurship, they were somewhat familiar with her. She was a decent instructor. As long as students showed up, remained quiet, and attended to their own affairs, she would not interfere or deduct credits. Thus, Lin Lei and his companions chose to sit at the back, allowing her to teach while they attended to their own matters in a harmonious coexistence. Lin Lei, with his head lowered, played with his phone, browsing through his WeChat. He took a moment to search for information on the Lamborghini Centenario he had just acquired, curious about its luxury, price, and performance. Although this particular Lamborghini Centenario was a system-optimized version, distinctly different from those available in the market, Lin Lei was eager to learn about the specifications of the standard model. To his astonishment, he discovered that this Lamborghini Centenario was produced to commemorate the centenary of its founder, with only 40 units made globally, split evenly between hardtop and convertible, each with a staggering pre-sale price of approximately 13.6 million Huaxia yuan. 13.6 million. Lin Lei could hardly fathom such an exorbitant price. Moreover, he was aware that his Lamborghini Centenario was a system-optimized version. Earlier, when his roommate had called him to class, he had hastily gathered his scattered documents from the bed, leaving him without the chance to thoroughly examine the manual. However, he recalled flipping through it and catching a glimpse of something regarding a potential weapon system in his vehicle. It seemed that his optimized Lamborghini Centenario was worth well above 13.6 million Huaxia yuan, though he was uncertain of the exact amount. Lin Lei perused online resources detailing the Lamborghini Centenario. After absorbing the information, he found himself bored, idly passing time. This course was dreadfully tedious. Had it not been for the credit, he would have undoubtedly skipped it given his current jaded attitude. On the other hand, Su Ku-ting appeared oblivious to whether her actions were intended to irk Lin Lei or not. As she engaged in light-hearted conversation with Miao Mu and Su Wen Hao, their laughter occasionally punctuated by slight physical contact. This sight filled Lu Peng, who was occasionally glancing in their direction, with a sense of loathing. Time slipped by unnoticed, like a gentle breeze or a soft spring rain, until the bell signaling the end of class rang out. Lu Peng glanced at Lin Lei, then at Su Ku-ting, scanning the classroom before pondering briefly. He rose from his seat, opting not to approach Su Ku-ting, but rather making his way toward the exit. Just as Lu Peng departed, a girl stealthily approached Lin Lei's side, asking no questions, and directly seated herself in the spot Lu Peng had vacated. Lin Lei sensed a presence beside him and looked up to see who it was. "Oh, it's you," he exclaimed, shutting off his phone and focusing his gaze on her. The newcomer was Lu An'an, the class representative, an unremarkable yet pleasantly appealing girl. "Yes, it's me," she replied. "You guys," she began, only to lean slightly closer, glancing at Su Ku-ting not far away, who was still seated alongside Miao Mu and Su Wen Hao. The unspoken inquiry in her eyes was evident. Lin Lei understood her implication and had no intention of concealing the truth. "We broke up. Just last night, no wonder. I thought it odd that you were usually inseparable, yet today you're not together. It makes sense now. You seem to be in good spirits. How about this evening? My friends and I are free. Let us go out for a drink, my treat. What do you say?" Lu An'an proposed enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Lei felt a bittersweet smile tug at his lips upon hearing her invitation. He wasn't naive. He had understood her intentions long ago. However, he merely regarded her as a good friend and nothing more. It seemed she was aware of this too, yet still held on to a lingering attachment. The age-old adage rang true. What one cannot acquire will forever stir desire. She had not pressed him further, yet here she was, inviting him so publicly so soon after his breakup. Lin Lei was uncertain of Lu Lina's thoughts, although he didn't comprehend how she had pieced it together. Her reasoning seemed somewhat flimsy, given that he often attended large classes without sitting next to his girlfriend. Perhaps Lu Peng had mentioned something, as he thought he had caught a glimpse of him chatting with someone out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 14. The catalyst of events, however, Lin Lei reconsidered. The very audacity Lu Lina displayed in inviting him, coupled with the volume of her voice that was just loud enough for everyone to hear, made him feel that refusing her would reflect poorly on him and embarrass her. Furthermore, she might have wished to help him regain his composure in light of Su Ku Ting's actions. Ordinarily, she would only invite him through WeChat, phone calls, or during rare encounters, yet here she was, boldly proposing in front of the entire class. This was a departure from her usual demeanor. She must have mustered considerable courage to act this way. Moreover, Lin Lei realized he had intended to go shopping that evening. With newfound wealth and uncertain ways to spend it, Lu Lina's kind nature and her constant consideration for him weighed heavily on his mind. Refusing her invitation would seem quite ungrateful. Sensing Lu Lina's hopeful gaze and the subtle scrutiny from those around them, Lin Lei pondered for a moment before smiling and replying, "All right, let us go out then. After shopping, I'll treat you to a meal. As for drinks tonight, let us skip that." Upon hearing Lin Lei's agreement, Lu Lina's face lit up with joy. "Great. It's settled," she declared, rising from her seat without waiting for Lin Lei's further input. It seems as though she is fearful that Lin Lei might suddenly change his mind. Lin Lei gazed at her, a faint, helpless smile playing at the corners of his lips. He then lowered his head once more to engage with his phone. She could distinctly feel her heart racing, compounded by the stares of those around her, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Although Lin Lei had not proposed an outing in the evening nor mentioned alcohol, thus diminishing the likelihood of any potential opportunities, merely dining together, strolling through the streets, and shopping with him was an immensely joyful prospect. As for her earlier assertion about her friends being available tonight, it was all a fabrication. She had no knowledge of her friends' schedules. Even if they were free, should she successfully arrange a meeting with Lin Lei, she would certainly not involve her friends in the outing. She would dismiss the matter entirely, claiming that her friends had encountered unforeseen circumstances and could not join. Now that Lin Lei had readily agreed, even inviting her to accompany him shopping, this further distanced her from her friends. This was an extraordinary opportunity that she simply could not let slip away. Simultaneously, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lu Peng for relaying this information to her. Without his insight, she would have merely harbored doubts upon witnessing the day's events. His encouragement had emboldened her to act with such audacity. As the class bell rang, Lin Lei, upon entering, deliberately glanced at Lu Lina's seat, and then at Su Keating's. A gentle smile graced his face as he softly inquired, "How's it going?" Lin Lei, taken aback by the question, blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lu Peng shot him a disdainful look. "Oh, never mind. Your feigned ignorance is quite impressive. Regardless, I'm the one reaping the benefits here, and no need to thank me. Just ensure someone treats me to a drink later." Realizing his suspicions were correct, that Lu Lina's actions were indeed linked to him, Lin Lei pressed on, "What did you say?" Lu Peng mimicked Lin Lei's earlier display of confusion. "What did I say?" "Don't play dumb. I know." Lin Lei chuckled. "Ah, old Lei, still so clever. Are you not moved? Shouldn't you treat me to a meal as a token of gratitude?" Lu Peng feigned fear at Lin Lei's gesture, shaking his head. "You, my friend, are a tough nut to crack, and I find you unappetizing. Then how about some zongzi? Zongzi?" Lin Lei's hand emitted a faint crackle as he pressed down with force. Observing this, Lu Peng quickly shook his head. "That's even harder. I dislike that even more." Just then, a middle-aged woman entered, prompting Lin Lei and his companions to quiet down and resume their studies. Meanwhile, the situation regarding Yimingchen had not yet reached its conclusion. Thanks to the efforts of Lin An'an Security Company and the support of the Jianghe Group, Yimingchen's department store trading company had collapsed almost instantaneously, with no chance to recover. Moreover, the company's previous unsavory dealings hastened its downfall, leading to the incarceration of many senior executives. Even those not imprisoned were summoned by the Public Security Bureau for questioning. Among them was Qin Chongzhou, the second-largest shareholder of Yimingchen's company. Currently, he was cooperating with the authorities, having provided information regarding numerous matters. Though he held a significant stake in the company, he had not been involved in its operations. Neither the whistleblower's claims nor the investigation had yielded any substantial evidence of Qin Chengzhou's wrongdoing. Being a shrewd and cautious individual, he had skillfully distanced himself from any incriminating connections, ensuring he had sufficient alibis to prove his innocence and eliminating any evidence left behind. He possessed no particular penchant for collecting items related to illegal activities for personal enjoyment. Furthermore, he had swiftly contacted Yi Mingchen upon sensing trouble, aware that something was amiss. However, he was perplexed as to why a longtime partner like Zhanghe Group would take such drastic measures against a small company like theirs. He could not fathom the notion that Yi Mingchen had antagonized someone from Zhanghe Group. It seemed improbable. Although aware of Zhanghe Group's involvement, he found it difficult to comprehend their motives, as their actions had only involved terminating partnerships and minor commercial blockades, rather than any overtly aggressive maneuvers. Nevertheless, Yi Mingchen and the higher-ups of the department store trading company had been apprehended by the authorities, indicating a clear intent to annihilate Yi Mingchen. Qin Chengzhou understood that he too was under scrutiny and that any misstep could lead to his own downfall. He resolved to let the situation unfold for now, but he was determined to uncover the true instigator behind these events. After a moment of contemplation, he retreated to his study, retrieving a substantial book. Inside, he discovered a black card featuring 11 crimson codes and a blood-red letter, S. The card's bottom corner housed a pure black chip akin to a SIM card. Studying the card, Qin Chengzhou hesitated once more, ensuring no one was watching, before cautiously retrieving a specialized phone from his desk drawer. He removed the black chip from the card and inserted it into the phone's SIM slot. After powering it on and dialing the number inscribed on the card, he spoke, "Hello. I am Qin Chengzhou, the owner of Ronghe Real Estate. Yes, I require your organization to investigate the true reasons behind the collapse of the department store trading company. Who is the mastermind behind this?" "Yes, precisely that. Although it may be trivial for you, their recent attitude has left me quite displeased. I will not allow my authority to be challenged." "Yes, 10 million? That is acceptable, as long as you can identify the mastermind. Furthermore, should you manage to apprehend or eliminate them, I would be willing to increase the reward to 20 million. However, I want to see footage of their demise." Let us have a pleasant collaboration." After ending the call, Qin Chengzhou's expression remained inscrutable. His willingness to invest such a significant amount stemmed from another crucial reason. Yi Feng was his illegitimate son, born of an affair with Yi Mingchen's wife. This incident seemed to target both Yi Mingchen and, more critically, Yi Feng, as many of Yi Feng's past actions had surfaced in the investigation, threatening to ensnare him as well. On another front, time passed silently, and soon 45 minutes had elapsed. The class bell finally rang, prompting Lin Lei to set aside his phone and tidy up his belongings before exiting the classroom with his close friend Lu Peng. Meanwhile, Miao Mu, Su Wenhao, and Su Keating had also finished packing and made their way outside. Additionally, the class monitor Lu Lina and her roommate Wang Jiaqing, who sat in the front, stood up to greet Lin Lei and Lu Peng as they passed by. Engaging in cheerful conversation as they exited together, Su Keating watched them with a sense of dissatisfaction and resentment, harboring contempt for the study committee member Lu Lina, whom she labeled as a vixen and a homewrecker. Despite her grievances, she maintained her pride and temperament. Deep down, she believed that Lin Lei had once loved her dearly. His current camaraderie with Lu Lina was merely an attempt to provoke her. She was certain he would seek her out later that evening, viewing him as nothing more than a desperate suitor. The more she pondered, the more plausible this seemed. After all, when she had suggested breaking up, he had relentlessly pursued reconciliation, shamelessly apologizing on numerous occasions. Her kindness had led her to forgive him, but this time, she resolved not to grant him a second chance. Lin Lei, oblivious to her thoughts, would undoubtedly find her musings laughable, thinking to himself how she was adding drama to her own story. Indeed, he had once possessed genuine affection for her, but that was before he had discovered her betrayal. Now, having been wronged, he would not consider returning to her. His current standing afforded him the luxury of choosing not to engage with her at all. Lin Lei walked out of the classroom at a leisurely pace alongside them. Shortly after, Lu Peng and Wang Jiaqing simultaneously claimed to have matters to attend to. Before Lin Lei could consent, they departed, and in their exit, both kindly took the books from their hands, leaving Lin Lei and Lu Lina amidst the chaotic throng of students after class. The blatant provocation was unmistakable, and their lack of subtlety was rather astounding. Lin Lei couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within. These two were meddling far too much. Meanwhile, Lu Lina was filled with sweetness, even unable to resist giving those two a thumbs up. However, Lin Lei quickly adjusted his mindset. He truly harbored no romantic intentions towards Lu Lina. Had he, their relationship would be entirely different by now. Yet, being good friends with her was genuinely delightful. He resolved to maintain a positive outlook. "Let's take a walk," he suggested. Yes, Lu Lina agreed, enjoying the sensation of being with Lin Lei. Rather than heading outside the school, they meandered towards the ecological garden of the university. The ecological garden of Xizjiang University of Science and Technology was undeniably a beautiful haven, nestled between mountains and water, with willow trees gracefully leaning over a serene lake. It boasted expansive lawns, verdant shade, fruit trees, pine trees, and swans gliding across the water. In the midst of the lake stood a quaint pavilion. Truly, it was a picturesque setting, a beloved rendezvous point for students of Xizjiang University of Science and Technology. As Lin Lei and Lu Lina strolled along the pathway, they admired the stunning scenery while engaging in lighthearted conversation. Their topics ranged from studies and graduation theses to future aspirations and the dynamics of relationships between men and women. Their dialogue flowed rather smoothly, perhaps aided by Lu Lina's thoughtful nature. Lin Lei relished this relaxed atmosphere. Before they knew it, nearly an hour had passed. Considering his upcoming plans, he remembered he needed to buy a house. Lin Lei intended to lead Lu Lina outside the campus, but after taking just a few steps, he abruptly halted. After all, purchasing a house required an identification card, which he had left in his dormitory. "The ID card?" Lu Lina murmured, her cheeks suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Why would one need an ID for shopping and dining out? Did he perhaps mean? As thoughts raced through Lu Lina's mind, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Was this all happening too quickly? Yes, the ID card. Without waiting for Lu Lina's agreement, Lin Lei turned and made his way toward the male dormitory. Lu Lina watched Lin Lei's retreating figure, her slender hands instinctively clenching. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Was he perhaps too eager? If he wanted to share a room with her, should she agree? Or should she pretend to be coy before consenting? She had heard that the first time could be painful. Would she be able to endure it? How skilled was he in that regard? Had he been intimate with his ex-girlfriend? Lu Lina, what are you even thinking? She felt exasperated with herself. Perhaps he only needed the ID card for something else entirely. Was it really necessary to spiral into such wild imaginations? Lu Lina firmly reminded herself not to misconstrue things. However, thoughts of Lin Lei's recent breakup, his invitation to accompany him, his treating her to shopping and meals, sent her mind spiraling out of control. What if he truly intended to? And if he did, should she not, or should she? Chapter 16. Is this car really yours? She had made up her mind to adapt as circumstances unfolded. To go with the flow. Lin Lei observed the slight flush on Lu Lina's face, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze. Lu Lina caught Lin Lei's gaze. Her heart, which had just settled, began to race anew. "Why is your face so red?" he inquired. "Is it?" Lu Lina stammered, flustered, as though her secret had been unveiled. Indeed, she felt as red as a ripe tomato. She exclaimed, covering her cheeks in confusion. Lin Lei chuckled heartily. "You look rather cute like this. I won't tease you anymore. Let us go and explore the shops." With that, Lin Lei led the way towards the exit of the school. Lu Lina gazed at Lin Lei's tall and sturdy figure, captivated. She couldn't help but ponder. If he truly desired something tonight, would it be acceptable? After all, graduation was approaching, and he was the only one she had cherished over the past few years. Before long, they exited the school gates and headed towards Tianhong, directly across the street. Lu Lina walked alongside Lin Lei, mirroring his steps as if she were his girlfriend, her eyes occasionally glancing at him, unable to contain her smile. Walking beside someone she admired filled her heart with inexplicable joy. Given that it was daytime, the square in front of Tianhong was relatively empty, with only a few scattered individuals. Lin Lei guided Lu Lina across the intersection in front of the school, arriving at the square in front of Tianhong. However, he did not lead her into the mall, but rather towards the right side of Tianhong. "Lin Lei, aren't we going shopping?" "Why aren't we going into Tianhong?" Lu Lina inquired. "Did I say we were going inside?" Lin Lei replied. Lu Lina shook her head. "No, then there you have it. Just follow me, and you'll find out where we're headed soon. Right? Today you don't need to be polite with me. If you want something, just tell me directly. Be bold in expressing your thoughts. I trust that as the class representative, you won't disappoint me. Oh. Lulina was somewhat bewildered. She struggled to comprehend Lin Lei's statement. If his words meant she could freely indulge in shopping, then she was aware of Lin Lei's financial situation as the class representative and doubted he had the means for such extravagance. Yet, if that wasn't the case, what could his statement possibly imply? Following Lin Lei, they swiftly crossed the square in front of Tianhong and headed right. That direction evidently led to the parking lot of Tianhong. Lulina felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What was Lin Lei doing at the parking lot? Nevertheless, despite her curiosity, she chose not to question him and continued to walk beside him toward the parking area. At this moment, a group of young men and women had gathered in one part of the parking lot. Captivated by a sports car, taking photos. Wow, that car is simply stunning. I saw a friend post on social media today about a top-tier Lamborghini Centenario at the Tianhong Z1 parking lot. I thought it was a joke. But it's real. Yeah, I heard about it too and rushed over it. It's absolutely magnificent. And did you know that there are only 40 units of the Lamborghini Centenario worldwide, with 20 hardtops and 20 convertibles? You can't just buy one even if you have the money. Who would have thought one would be right here in Hong City, Zhejiang Province? Indeed, I checked, and this Lamborghini Centenario goes from 0 to 100 kilometers h in just 2.8 seconds, and it only takes 23.5 seconds to reach 300 kilometers h. The speed is truly impressive. Moreover, it boasts exceptional braking performance, coming to a complete stop from 100 kilometers h in just 30 meters. If only it were mine. And look at that license plate. It's amazing. Gone A0000. Truly, an impressive car deserves an impressive plate. Excited voices of admiration permeated the air, filled with envy. They all wished for a life where they could own such a top-tier sports car. Or at least something similar. Lin Lei led Lulina into the Z1 parking lot, quickly scanning the area. Soon enough, he spotted the top-tier sports car he had been rewarded with by the system, the optimized Lamborghini Centenario. Although the throng of young men and women obstructed his view, he could still catch glimpses of his striking and imposing Lamborghini Centenario through the gaps. Even though he had prepared himself, Lin Lei couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the sight of his real top-tier luxury car. System, I adore you. Lulina, following Lin Lei's gaze, soon noticed the elite sports car as well. As Lin Lei approached it, she trailed behind. Aware that every boy harbored a dream of owning a sports car, of course, she had one too, but she understood that realizing that dream would be exceedingly difficult. After all, even the most ordinary sports car would cost over $1 million. Presently, her entire net worth barely exceeded $10,000. While she acknowledged the challenge of achieving her own sports car dream, merely witnessing such a top-tier vehicle was exhilarating. Lin Lei and Lulina soon found themselves at the edge of the crowd, and Lin Lei stood on his toes to catch a better view of the luxury car. His heart racing with excitement. It's so stunning. Truly breathtaking. Beside him, Lulina also attempted to rise on her toes for a glimpse, but the crowd was simply too dense. Yet, the full grandeur of the Lamborghini Centenario remained elusive to behold. What do you think? Are you eager to catch a glimpse? Indeed. Lulina nodded, her eyes brimming with hope. Very well, I shall take you to see it, Lin Lei declared, suddenly grasping Lulina's delicate hand. The latter was momentarily taken aback, a soft blush gracing her cheeks once more. Lin Lei gently pulled Lulina forward, while his other hand delved into his pocket, retrieving the key to the Lamborghini Centenario. Everyone, please make way, he called out. Who are you, brother? Why are you squeezing through? Do you think you're the owner? Someone retorted. Exactly. And that's a Lamborghini Centenario, a top-tier supercar. If you accidentally scratch it, can you afford the damages? Besides, if you wish to admire and photograph the car, so do others. Understand the principle of first come, first served? Lin Lei found himself at a loss for words. There was nothing wrong with having a passion for cars, especially luxury vehicles, yet one must not obstruct the owner. He waved the key in his hand, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. Actually, I am the owner of this car. As he spoke, Lin Lei pressed the unlock button on the key fob. Instantly, the previously motionless Lamborghini Centenario illuminated its headlights, and the doors began to open slowly. Oh my, you truly are the owner? All eyes turned to Lin Lei, their gazes a mixture of envy, skepticism, jealousy, confusion, and astonishment unabashedly displayed. They could not fathom that among the mere 20 hardtop Lamborghini Centenarios in existence worldwide, the owner was a university student. How could this be? Although many remained doubtful, those blocking Lin Lei's path instinctively parted ways, for the key in his hand gleamed with undeniable allure. Yet, even as they stepped aside, their eyes continued to flit between the Lamborghini Centenario and Lin Lei, unable to believe that this vehicle belonged to a young man dressed in ordinary attire. "Would I need to deceive you?" Lin Lei chuckled wryly, then took Lu Lina's hand, intending to move forward. However, he found himself unable to pull her along. Turning in confusion, he was met with Lu Lina's astonished expression, frozen in place, gazing at him. "Shall we go?" Lin Lei urged. Lina, still in a daze, stammered due to her excitement. "Lin Lei, is this car truly yours?" Chapter 17. The revelation indeed, it is mine. Lin Lei did not conceal the truth, for to him, there was no purpose in doing so. If he truly wished to hide it, he would never have brought Lu Lina along in the first place and would have resolutely declined her invitation. Yet here he was, increasing the odds of scrutiny about how he came to possess such a prestigious supercar as the Lamborghini Centenario. His family background could hardly sustain such an extravagant expenditure. Moreover, he had just heard that only 20 hardtop Lamborghini Centenarios existed globally. Lina's mind raced, unable to comprehend how Lin Lei could own such a top-tier vehicle. She understood deeply that not only was purchasing such a car an impossibility, even the wealthiest individuals would find it nearly unattainable. Renting it? An absurd notion. "Come on, don't just stand there. There are some matters I cannot clarify for you at this moment," Lin Lei urged, pulling Lu Lina gently. She realized the current predicament. With so many onlookers, it was indeed inappropriate for Lin Lei to explain everything. She refrained from questioning further. Lin Lei, ever the gentleman, held open the passenger door. "Please, have a seat." "Oh," Lu Lina, feeling the weight of envious gazes surrounding her, cautiously climbed into the car. Lin Lei closed the door and moved to the other side, preparing to open the driver's side door when a sweet-faced girl hurried over. "Hey handsome, are you a student at Xizang University of Science and Technology?" "Yes," Lin Lei nodded as he opened the driver's door and settled inside. "I'm a student too. I'm from the Finance and Management Department. Can we exchange WeChat contacts?" As she spoke, several other attractive girls approached, asking for Lin Lei's WeChat information. Seated in the passenger seat, Lu Lina observed the unfolding scene with a renewed sense of unease. Yet she understood that now was not the time to speak up. She feared that her words might provoke Lin Lei's displeasure. Despite her silence, her gaze remained tense and somewhat hostile towards the flamboyant girls outside. Her hands clenched tightly, palms beginning to sweat. Lin Lei, oblivious to Lu Lina's turmoil, smiled faintly at the girls outside, his expression shifting to one of regret. "I apologize, ladies, but I don't have WeChat." "Then how about your phone number?" "I'm truly sorry, but I don't have a phone either." The beautiful girls were left utterly perplexed. "Handsome, is this really how you want to play it? No WeChat, no phone? It's the 21st century, darling. Are you joking? All right, we have things to attend to, so we must take our leave," Lin Lei said as he closed the car door and started the engine. The deep rumble of the engine roared to life, akin to a beast awakening. The youthful and vibrant girls watched, eyes filled with reluctance and envy, wanting to inquire further but hesitating to approach, fearing they might accidentally scratch his luxury vehicle. They could only watch wistfully as the Lamborghini Centenario exited the parking lot, merging onto the road and eventually disappearing from sight. Unbeknownst to Lin Lei, the image of him assisting Lu Lina into the car, along with related videos, quickly circulated among students on social media. Previously, when the car had been parked, photos had already been shared. However, this time was different, as the owner had made an appearance. Shock! The owner of the world-class Lamborghini Centenario is a student at Xizang University of Science and Technology. Oh my, today I finally learned what low-key truly means. This is what it looks like. Accompanying the text were photos of a young man dressed in ordinary attire, helping a striking girl into a luxury car, along with screenshots of the Lamborghini Centenario's original price and current market valuation. With only 20 hardtop Lamborghini Centenarios in existence worldwide, one was astonishingly located at Xizang University. Goodness, if only I had a boyfriend like that. I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Luxury car, handsome guy. I want them both. Who has this brother's WeChat? Seeking online. Various posts echoed the same sentiment. Before long, this incident made its way to the Xizang University campus forum. Subsequently, some online media outlets also took notice. After all, the Lamborghini Centenario is a premier luxury vehicle, originally priced at 13.6 million Huaxia coins, a supercar that money or connections might not even secure, suddenly appeared at a national key university, leaving everyone astounded. Most astonishing of all, the owner turned out to be a university student, an ordinary-looking young man. Moreover, a network investigation revealed that there were only 40 Lamborghini Centenarios globally, including both hardtop and convertible models, with just 2 residing in Asia. One in the underground garage of a top-tier billionaire in Kuwait, and one in Huaxia, now in the hands of a national university student. This was indeed hard to believe. Lin Lei paid no mind to the commotion. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. At that moment, he drove Lu Lina along Xiang Avenue, his car so luxurious and striking that it captivated the attention of all passers-by. He noticed that vehicles on the road dared not approach too closely, maintaining a respectful distance, wary of inadvertently causing an accident or scrape. As Lin Lei drove, he noticed the traffic light ahead had turned red and gradually came to a stop. Lu Lina in the passenger's seat gazed intently at him, as if trying to unravel his thoughts. "Oh, you Lina, you've been staring at me this entire time without uttering a word. I'm shy and might blush." He teased, then shifted the conversation. "Is this car truly yours?" "Yes, absolutely genuine, more real than gold." "Where did this car come from?" "Well," Lin Lei pondered for a moment before asking Lu Lina in return, "Are you so eager to know?" "Yes, I'm incredibly curious." "Very well." Lin Lei's expression turned serious. "Since you are so keen to know, I shall reveal the truth. However, you must not share this with anyone without my consent, of course." Lu Lina nodded vigorously, her face alight with anticipation. Lin Lei regarded her earnestly. "I shall lay my cards on the table. In truth, I am a rich second-generation heir." "A rich heir?" Lu Lina's face was a mask of skepticism. She had perused Lin Lei's family information more than once. He had a grandfather, parents, and a younger sister. Lin Lei was the eldest son in a family of farmers, not impoverished, but certainly not wealthy either. "You're likely doubting it." "Yes, I questioned it too, but the reality is as it stands. My parents have gone to great lengths to ensure we become independent and self-reliant. Initially, I, too, harbored disbelief akin to yours." Lu Lina gazed at Lin Lei, his expression undeniably sincere, and gradually began to entertain the possibility of his truthfulness. Furthermore, in her recollection, Lin Lei had never deceived her. After all, he was the person she cherished, and she was inclined to believe him, even if it meant accepting his evasive remarks or the notion that he might be deceiving himself. She was willing to extend her faith to him, for he undoubtedly faced his own struggles. Chapter 18. Absolutely not. If Lin Lei were privy to Lu Lina's thoughts, he would surely harbor a sentiment of quiet derision. It is a common truth that a girl enamored with you will, regardless of your fabrications, concoct myriad excuses to support you and continue to believe in you. Conversely, a girl who does not harbor feelings for you may remain impervious to your earnestness, offering not even a fraction of a smile. This was reminiscent of his past. Despite his relentless efforts and genuine concern for her feelings, the only reward he received was the cold dismissal of breakup. Yet, Lin Lei remained oblivious to Lu Lina's inner turmoil. His light-hearted banter was merely jest, devoid of any expectation that she would truly believe him. "How could you not believe it? I really have no need to deceive you," he continued, maintaining an earnest demeanor while his gaze was fixed ahead. The traffic light, unbeknownst to him, had transitioned from red to green. Yet no one honked to alert him. The glance outside revealed someone had rolled down their window to photograph their luxury vehicle. While other cars maintained a considerable distance, wary of a potential collision. Indeed, the treatment afforded to luxury cars is unparalleled. Had he been driving an ordinary vehicle, he would likely have been inundated with honks and curses by now. Lin Lei had initially intended to assess the performance of the Lamborghini Centenario, optimized by the system, as well as the so-called weapon system he had fortuitously encountered. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. Recognizing that revealing certain elements could attract unwelcome attention from those with ulterior motives. As he drove, Lin Lei engaged Lu Lina in casual conversation, unaware that they had left the Yao Lake University area and were now heading towards Hongqing Hongutan. Meanwhile, in Tianhu Garden, Su Ketian, a local resident of Hongqing and an accounting student at Xizang University, found herself contemplating her current situation. Typically, on a night devoid of classes, she would have taken the time to groom herself and arrange a romantic rendezvous with her new boyfriend. However, after merely 2 months together, he had become incapacitated. Yet, Su Ketian had not solely relied on Yifeng. She had a multitude of suitors. Yet, following the dramatic events of the previous night, Yifeng's tragic accident that rendered him unable to walk, she felt it unwise to pursue other romantic interests, particularly with Yifeng's irritable friends lurking about. Dressed in her nightgown, Su Katian lay on her bed, idly scrolling through her phone, perusing her social media feed and watching videos. Initially, she paid little attention to what she presumed was just another ordinary luxury car video. Yet, upon realizing that the protagonist was her ex-boyfriend Lin Lei, she thought she must be mistaken. After watching the video multiple times and scrutinizing its accompanying text, disbelief washed over her. The owner of the world-renowned Lamborghini Centenario was, astonishingly, a student at Xizang University. Her mind raced with confusion and disbelief. As Lin Lei's former girlfriend, she was well aware of his background. His parents were farmers, and he hailed from humble beginnings. How could he possibly own such an extravagant vehicle? Was it a rental? However, the plethora of comments on the video provided Su Katian with a resounding answer. It was improbable. The world-class Lamborghini Centenario was not something one could simply rent. Moreover, her memories of him painted a picture of financial struggle. Su Katian's expression shifted from lethargy to seriousness as she sat upright, hastily searching for information and images of the Lamborghini Centenario. The pictures of the hardtop supercar were strikingly similar to Lin Lei's vehicle. Her heart raced with a mix of emotions. Exiting the search engine, she navigated to the forum of Xizang University, where threads concerning Lin Lei's luxury car dominated the discussions. The comments were abundant, some exceeding 3,000. Su Katian delved into the threads, encountering reactions ranging from admiration to skepticism. The owner truly is handsome as he appears. One user mused, while another speculated about the nature of Lin Lei's relationship with a female classmate named Lu Lina, described as a studious individual from a more affluent background. As she absorbed the comments, Su Katian's complexion darkened further. If this car indeed belonged to Lin Lei, then he had been deceiving her throughout their year-long relationship, concealing his true identity as a wealthy individual rather than the impoverished country boy she believed him to be. Reflecting on Lin Lei's nonchalant demeanor around his dormitory peers, she felt a surge of anger. Lin Lei, you scoundrel, you wretched turtle. Su Katian's frustration boiled over. Regret enveloped her. Lin Lei had deliberately concealed his true self from her, and she could not allow Lu Lina to ensnare him. Chapter 19. Su Katian's desperation. With her thoughts racing, Su Katian wasted no time in taking action. She attempted to call Lin Lei, only to discover that his number had been deleted. She then tried messaging him through various platforms, only to find herself having blocked him everywhere. She exclaimed in exasperation, lamenting her own foolishness and the resolute decisions she had made. After a moment's contemplation, she promptly called Lin Lei's roommate, Miao Mu, seeking his contact information. Miao Mu, along with Lu Wenhao, had always regarded Lin Lei as just a friend and classmate, their relationship not extending beyond that. Thus, when they had speculated about Lin Lei's potential involvement with Su Katian, they had continued to engage with her casually, oblivious to Lin Lei's feelings. Is that car really Lin Lei's? Lu Wenhao asked, staring at the photos on his phone, skepticism lacing his voice. Despite his doubts, the substantial evidence in the comments had begun to sway his belief. Who would have thought Lin Lei could hide such a secret? Miao Mu mused. As they pondered the implications of their actions, Lu Wenhao's phone rang, prompting Miao Mu to inquire about the caller. It's Su Katian. Lu Wenhao replied, his expression shifting as he recognized the name. Did she also learn of his affairs? I am uncertain, perhaps so. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called at this moment. Indeed, but if she knows, why doesn't she take the initiative to reach out to him? What does she want from us? How would I know? Perhaps she seeks to verify the truth of this matter. Never mind, I shall answer the call and find out. With that, Lu Wenhao accepted the call. Hello, Keating. I just found out as well. I cannot ascertain the truth, but I suspect it is false. You are well aware of his family's circumstances. Do you truly believe that if he were as wealthy as claimed, he would still need to take on part-time jobs? Moreover, it is unlikely he would be dressed in such inexpensive clothing. The Lamborghini Centenario is a top-tier sports car. Can he really afford it? He might be deliberately trying to attract attention, hoping to provoke jealousy in you. As for the hotel room, that is hard to say. Our class representative has liked him for quite some time, and I believe you are aware of this too. Furthermore, now that you have quarreled and broken up, they may have already booked a room tonight. Or perhaps even at this very moment. Su Wenhao spoke with intent. He harbored feelings for Su Keating as well. Now that they had parted ways, he felt that his chance had finally arrived. Naturally, he aimed to subtly tarnish Lin Lei's reputation, leaving Su Keating despondent. I do not have his phone number, but I can provide you with his WeChat. Would that suffice? All right. Goodbye. Su Wenhao hung up, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Indeed, she was aware of the situation and had called me seeking Lin Lei's contact information. How could I possibly give her Lin Lei's number? If I wished to avoid her growing disdain for me, I wouldn't even want to share his WeChat. She perhaps regretting her decision. Miao Mu inquired softly. Perhaps, considering she just broke up and then discovers that her ex-boyfriend is a billionaire. Who wouldn't feel regret? It is akin to realizing that the ex-girlfriend you once dismissed has transformed into a stunning beauty, wealthy and prosperous, perhaps even a beneficiary of urban redevelopment. Wouldn't you feel a twinge of regret? That is true, Life is so arduous. If I had such a miraculous tool, would I need to go through all this trouble to win over a girl? A mere gesture could yield a throng of admirers, indeed. Meanwhile, Su Keating, having failed to acquire Lin Lei's phone number, felt a tinge of disappointment. Although she harbored doubts about Su Wenhao's claim of not having Lin Lei's number, she ultimately reconciled with the reality of their not-so-close relationship. Forget it. I'll call his good friend Lu Peng. He must have it. She opened WeChat and located Lu Peng, tapping on voice call. However, the page displayed a prompt. Peng has enabled friend verification. You are not his friend yet. Please send a friend request first. Only after approval can you chat. Sending friend request, Su Keating saw this and cursed under her breath. Damn you, Lu Peng. How dare you delete me from WeChat? To hell with you. Su Keating erupted in a flurry of expletives, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Clearly, she was genuinely infuriated. She possessed her own pride. In her subconscious, she believed that only she could block or delete others, never allowing anyone to do the same to her. Such actions were perceived as a blatant disregard for her, an affront to her dignity, unforgivable. Moreover, Lu Peng was neither a handsome man nor a wealthy one, which rendered this even more intolerable. However, despite her simmering frustration, Su Keating understood why Lu Peng had removed her. It was due to her breakup with Lin Lei, during which she had blocked everything related to him. Thus, Lu Peng, as Lin Lei's close friend, would undoubtedly side with him. Calming herself, Su Keating clicked to send a friend verification request, filling in the application content as Lin Lei's girlfriend. Sending it off, ding, filled with anticipation, Su Keating picked up her phone and clicked to check. Green TBTCH, truly shameless. Upon seeing those 3 words, she could not help but unleash another round of curses. Damn Lu Peng, may you meet a terrible fate. Yet after venting, Su Keating needed to adjust her mindset and continue her quest. She must inquire about Lin Lei's phone number today. Lin Lei? Of course, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, this moment. He had been driving for over 40 minutes, finally arriving outside the Red Valley Tan Marriott Real Estate sales office with Lu Lina. Marriott Real Estate is a nationally renowned commercial real estate group, ranking among the top in total assets within the domestic property sector. With a plethora of developments under its belt, it stands as the foremost real estate company in Xizang province. Its strength undeniable. Lin Lei chose this firm not only for its impressive capabilities, but also because it boasts a development located by Aishi Lake, an expensive, beautifully crafted ecological villa district, a well-known area for the affluent. With exceptional security measures, the environment, which Lin Lei had researched during class, was picturesque, nestled between mountains and water. He found it quite appealing. Moreover, the price range of 10 to 20 million was within Lin Lei's reach. Chapter 20. System Reward. Lu Lina glanced at the car parked outside the Marriott sales office, her curiosity piqued. Nevertheless, she inquired, Lin Lei, what are we doing here? Lin Lei cast a glance at Lu Lina and smiled slightly. We are here to buy a house. What else could it be? Let us get out with that. Lin Lei unbuckled Lu Lina's seatbelt. She contemplated doing it herself, but thinking it would bring her closer to Lin Lei, she silently acquiesced. Once he unfastened his own seatbelt, they were approached by the sales staff, who had gathered at the sight of Lin Lei's luxury vehicle. Their faces lit up with smiles. Initially, they had assumed the driver would be a middle-aged man. For such a top-tier Lamborghini is an extravagant vehicle, its price certainly steep. Generally, young people cannot afford such luxury unless they hail from wealthy families. In their experience, those who drove luxury cars to buy houses were predominantly middle-aged, with very few exceptions. However, as they approached, they were taken aback to find a young man dressed in ordinary attire alongside a similarly dressed young woman, both appearing remarkably youthful, almost still in university. There was a certain innocence about them. The 2 sales representatives exchanged surprised glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, trained professionals that they were, they quickly regained their composure. As Lu Lina opened the door, the two saleswomen stood to either side, their demeanor exceptionally gentle. One of the saleswomen, Li Sini, subtly leaned closer to Lin Lei, revealing her cleavage eye in her mind. These naive young souls were the easiest to entice. Sir, miss, are you here to purchase a property? Yes, Lin Lei replied. Are you considering an apartment, a duplex, or perhaps a villa? We have a selection of premium listings available at a villa. Upon hearing Lin Lei mention a villa, the saleswoman's eyes brightened. The least expensive villa cost 8 million. If she could secure this deal, her commission could sustain her for half a year. However, upon glancing at a colleague, doubts crept in. If she clinched the sale, she would have to share the commission. No, she needed to distract her. Shiyu, hurry inside and prepare tea for this gentleman and lady. Wu Shiyu smiled wryly to herself. This was not the first time she had encountered such a situation. Being new for just a month and still finding her footing, she couldn't oppose the request. She could only hope for a small share of the commission afterward, as her family needed the funds. Offering an apologetic smile to Lin Lei and Lu Lina, Wu Shiyu turned and jogged inside. Ding! New task activated. Detecting that top-tier beauty Wu Shiyu is in distress, please assist her in overcoming her challenges while simultaneously winning her over. Complete the task to reward the host with divine driving skills, the ability to remain sober after 1,000 drinks, and intermediate water-related abilities. Failure to complete will result in no rewards or penalties. Suddenly hearing the system's task, Lin Lei was genuinely startled. He had not expected the system to issue a task at this moment, and such a task at that, requiring him to help her while also winning her affection. Lin Lei found this utterly incomprehensible. He began to question whether the system was a luxury wealth system or a dating system. Moreover, it seemed to automatically assess the beauty of the target. It claimed to help someone in need while also suggesting to win her over. If this was help, he felt embarrassed to acknowledge it. This was merely a thinly veiled pursuit of her body. System, you are rather unprincipled. Are you going to have me chase after every pretty girl I encounter? My reputation will be irreparably tarnished, and I will be labeled a scoundrel. Furthermore, Lin Lei recalled his encounter with Qin Yan, the night he unintentionally got drunk and lost his virginity, an event orchestrated by the system. In retrospect, he felt it was utterly shameless. Had it not been for the fact that the other party was a beauty, he would have firmly rejected the idea. Yet, Lin Lei pondered for a moment, and the thought of successfully completing this task and reaping the rewards stirred his emotions. Divine driving skills, if he possessed such abilities, there would have been no need to drive so slowly before. What should have been a journey of merely half an hour had been stretched to over 50 minutes due to his cautiousness. With divine driving skills at his disposal, all these issues would be effortlessly resolved. Moreover, the skill of being impervious to intoxication, if it were his, the question of whether he could get drunk in the future would depend solely on his own desires. No one would be able to exploit his inebriation for nefarious purposes. The ability to steal a tower would entirely hinge on his own willingness. Most importantly, once he chose to, he could profoundly sense the warmth of others. Unlike the first time when he was muddled and oblivious to everything, of course, what thrilled Lin Lei the most was the intermediate water-based supernatural ability. Although the system did not elaborate on this power, Lin Lei had read enough novels to understand just how formidable water-based abilities could be. He could already envision a life filled with fantastical adventures after acquiring such powers. Sir? Li Sini called softly. Beside her, Lu Lina observed the mischievous smile on Lin Lei's face, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Although she was unaware of Lin Lei's thoughts, she was certain they were not innocent. Otherwise, such a lewd smile would not grace his features. However, as Li Sini called out to Lin Lei, Lu Lina cautiously tugged at the corner of his shirt. I was just thinking of something amusing. Amusing? I find it rather sleazy, Lu Lina muttered to herself. Realizing that the top-tier beauty the system had mentioned was undoubtedly the girl Li Sini had just dismissed. There was no one else it could be. Lin Lei's subtlety, of course, did not escape Li Sini's notice. He deliberately puffed out his chest, exuding confidence. Lu Lina, who was always attentive to Lin Lei, also caught onto his supposed subtlety. She glanced at Li Sini's ample bosom and then at her own, feeling a pang of self-doubt. Indeed, boys seem to prefer the voluptuous. She thought, I must devise a strategy. Lin Lei disregarded their inner musings and, after speaking, strolled towards the sales hall. Naturally, Li Sini followed closely. her serpentine waist swaying as she occasionally leaned closer to Lin Lei, exuding her allure. From time to time, her gaze would meet Lu Lina's, laden with provocative intent. Lina felt the weight of Li Xinyi's seductive aura and the incessant provocations, a spark of irritation igniting within her. However, considering she was not Lin Lei's girlfriend, she refrained from voicing her discontent, reluctantly trailing alongside Lin Lei in silence. Chapter 21. A spectacle awaits. Upon entering the sales hall. Lin Lei was greeted by a bright and orderly environment adorned in European style, which left a lasting impression on him. Not far off, others were being guided by sales representatives, eagerly examining the models of various properties. "Sir, the villa you wish to see is this way," Li Xinyi said, slightly bowing to reveal her cleavage, her voice soft and enticing. "Tio her. Is it not true that all men relish such sights?" Furthermore, in her eyes, Lin Lei was merely an inexperienced youth, an unsuspecting lamb awaiting slaughter. Scanning the sales hall, Lin Lei noticed the absence of the previous sales representative and glanced at the somewhat silent Lu Lina beside him. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "Miss Xinyi, perhaps we should have that previous sales representative assist us. You can attend to other matters." "Huh?" Li Xinyi was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Lei would make such a request. Beside her, Lu Lina, still harboring jealousy, was equally surprised. However, once she regained her composure, a sense of joy welled up within her. Compared to Li Xinyi, she preferred the earlier sales representative, who appeared more demure and certainly more beautiful than Li Xinyi. Most importantly, her demeanor was far more proper, lacking the lewdness displayed by Li Xinyi. "You need not be startled. Here's the deal. If a transaction is completed, I will ensure she receives 30% of the commission. I believe that is quite a substantial sum." Lin Lei did not intend to cut off Li Xinyi's source of income. To him, her services had been quite satisfactory, and she had not erred in her approach thus far. His sudden request did seem a tad excessive. Moreover, as a man, he genuinely appreciated women like Li Xinyi, adventurous and daring. The thrill of covertly indulging in mischief in public was undeniably exhilarating. However, since the system had issued a task, even though no deadline was specified, Lin Lei realized this was the perfect opportunity to gain insight into Li Xinyi and assess the system's judgment. "Did I do something wrong in my service?" Li Xinyi asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into her tone. Sensing the shift in Lin Lei's demeanor, it dawned on her that her earlier actions might have displeased Lu Lina, causing her silence. Lin Lei's attention to Lu Lina was evident, and she surmised that her attractiveness paled in comparison to Wu Shiyu. Perhaps that vixen had ensnared the unsuspecting lamb before her. After all, a recently wealthy suitor had been lured away by her. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Li Xinyi couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. "You did nothing wrong. However, I believe we would be better served by another sales representative." Li Xinyi, being perceptive, recognized the underlying tension. Though discomfort lingered in her heart, she understood the need to relent. Lingering any longer might provoke the young man before her. "Very well, sir. Please wait here. I shall fetch her for you," Li Xinyi responded gently, though her tone lacked its previous allure. She then turned and walked towards the reception area. Before long, Li Xinyi returned with Wu Shiyu, who appeared somewhat anxious and uneasy. She had never expected that Li Xinyi had dismissed her for this potential big deal. Why was she now being asked to take over? She had heard firsthand that the young man before her, clad in ordinary attire yet driving a luxurious car, was interested in purchasing a villa. Upon escorting Wu Shiyu to Lin Lei, Li Xinyi exchanged a few words before departing. However, she cast a lingering glance back at Wu Shiyu, which only heightened the latter's unease. Lin Lei noticed her gesture but chose to remain silent, discreetly appraising Wu Shiyu. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's judgment. Indeed, a top-tier beauty would never disappoint. In his earlier distraction with Li Xinyi, he had overlooked Wu Shiyu's allure. With a serious demeanor, Lin Lei slowly stated, "Let us proceed to view the models of the Legion Garden villas. Please guide us through, highlighting those that may pique my interest. If all is satisfactory, we shall proceed to sign the purchase contract." "Yes, of course." Wu Shiyu responded eagerly, taken aback by the young man's decisiveness. She had not anticipated such straightforwardness. Usually, villa purchases entailed prolonged deliberation. Yet, this young man seemed poised to finalize matters swiftly. Moreover, he had expressed interest in Legion Garden, one of the most prestigious villa neighborhoods, renowned for its picturesque scenery and tranquil waters. The least expensive villa there exceeded 11 million. "Sir, miss, please follow me." Wu Shiyu welcomed them warmly, maintaining a composed demeanor without flaunting her figure. Lin Lei and Lu Lina replied in unison, following Wu Shiyu towards the Lijiang Garden Villa models. Upon reaching the model display, Lin Lei scrutinized the layout, pointing to various villas and inquiring about them. He occasionally solicited Lu Lina's opinion on which villa was more appealing. Each time, Wu Shiyu provided comprehensive insights. Is it true that even elementary students can visit such places now? Has Wanhua real estate fallen so low? No, that's not it. Seems Wanhua real estate service is simply too accommodating, welcoming even those less fortunate to peruse their properties. Quite the absurdity, indeed. A somewhat grating voice interrupted from the entrance. Upon hearing those words, Lin Lei, who had already made up his mind, felt a slight frown form. Lu Lina, too, exhibited signs of displeasure, as it was evident the comment was directed at them. Wu Shiyu's expression soured as well, yet a flicker of resignation crossed her features, suggesting familiarity with the voice's owner. The trio turned their gaze towards the entrance, where a portly middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a woman with a figure as serpentine as her name suggested. Lin Lei recognized this woman, Li Xin, whom Lu Lina also knew, and Wu Shiyu understood all too well. Lin Lei was perplexed by Li Xin's motives for this encounter. Had I not already conveyed to her that should I strike a deal with Wu Shiyu, I would allocate 30% of the commission to her, based on the price I might potentially pay. This commission is undoubtedly substantial. However, Lin Lei's thoughts soon shifted, and he began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, human greed knows no bounds. She desires it all. Yet, since it is unattainable, does she plan to destroy him? It is no wonder that when she departed moments ago, she cast a glance at Wu Shiyu laden with ulterior motives. The words of the middle-aged man were unrestrained. Consequently, nearby house hunters swiftly directed their attention towards this scene. I must say, look at his attire. It must all be from a street stall. Moreover, the model displayed is that of villas, specifically from the prestigious Lijiang Garden Complex, a renowned affluent district in Hongqing. One wonders what that salesgirl was thinking, bringing a child into such a place. Perhaps she is new and unfamiliar with the market? I had my suspicions. However, it is curious that when the young man entered earlier, Miss Li treated him with such courtesy. You mean Miss Li? Li Xin? Yes, precisely, the one beside the middle-aged man. You know Miss Li? She is all about profit and holds grudges. There might be more to this than meets the eye. Ha ha ha, given your words, it seems there may be quite the spectacle to behold. It is indeed possible. And I also noticed that it was that young man who requested a change of personnel, clearly dissatisfied, intentionally calling the middle-aged man over. It is quite plausible. Yet just looking at her figure, one wonders what it would feel like to embrace her. Hee, I've had the pleasure of doing so. Really? Chapter 22. Conflict whispers surrounded them, varying in volume. All gazes were fixed upon Lin Lei and his companions, filled with confusion, disbelief, and above all, an eager anticipation of the unfolding drama. Lin Lei paid little heed to the onlookers. If he were here merely to flaunt wealth, he might have been concerned about their opinions. But with no guilt weighing on his conscience, he felt no trepidation. Indeed, wealth has a way of instilling confidence and banishing fear. After casting a glance at the crowd, Lin Lei turned his attention to Wu Shiyu. Miss Shiyu, based on your earlier description, I find myself quite intrigued by Villa number 3. Would you have the time to take me and my friend to view it now? If all goes well, we could sign the contract immediately. Upon hearing Lin Lei's words, Wu Shiyu's expressive eyes widened in disbelief. Villa number 3 is valued at a staggering 93 million Huaxia currency. She had clearly articulated this earlier, never expecting the young man before her to make such a swift decision. Wu Shiyu swallowed hard. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Realizing her inquiry was ill-conceived, she attempted to retract her words, but Lin Lei smiled gently. Of course, I seldom jest. Let us proceed. Just as Wu Shiyu was about to agree, the middle-aged man's mocking voice interjected once more. Oh, Villa number 3. I must say, you little pauper, that villa is worth 93 million. Not 930. I doubt you could even scrape together 930, let alone 93 million. With a hearty laugh, the middle-aged man approached the Lijiang Garden Villa model, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing Wu Shiyu. He continued, Miss Shiyu, I understand your desire for performance and financial gain, but one must not be overly hasty. Beware of being deceived by those with ulterior motives. Should you fall victim, you'll find yourself lamenting your misfortune. Do you truly believe he can afford that property? Furthermore, I know your manager. If you bring unruly individuals to Villa number 3 for a viewing, and should anything be damaged, can you afford the repairs? Xiaozong, you? Wu Shiyu's lips tightened, her expression betraying her anger as she turned to Lin Lei. A look of apology on her face. Mr. Lin, did I say something wrong? Xia Ting's expression darkened, his tone growing heavier. He had coveted the newly arrived Wu Shiyu for quite some time, and was eager to see what it would be like to toy with this inexperienced girl. He had also investigated her family situation, knowing they were in dire need of money for debts and medical expenses. Xia Ting had previously attempted to court her, offering to support her financially in exchange for a clandestine relationship. But the girl had stubbornly refused. He had planned to take his time, confident that once the pressure mounted, she would inevitably succumb to reality and submit to him. However, he had not anticipated that a brash young man would openly demand her services today. Such insolence could not be tolerated, especially since he was a well-known figure in the area. The audacity of that impoverished youth to disregard him only fueled Xia Ting's rage. Li Sini remained at a distance, observing coldly. Xia Ting's swift arrival was prompted by a call from her, though she had not mentioned that Lin Lei had arrived in a top-tier Lamborghini Centenario. She had merely noted that a student-like young man was seeking Wu Shiyu for a house viewing. If he did not come soon, she feared that her little Shiyu might be snatched away. Thus, Xia Ting hurried over, and upon Li Sini's guidance, arrived at the model hall, leading to the current situation. However, after entering with Xia Ting, Li Sini felt a pang of regret, realizing her jealousy had clouded her judgment. She should have feigned ignorance and approached discreetly to gauge the situation, perhaps even regaining the young man's favor. Yet, upon meeting Lin Lei's scrutinizing gaze, she felt a sense of resignation. The prospect of a 93 million property piqued her interest. If this young man indeed made a purchase through her, it would alleviate her financial worries for an entire year. As Lin Lei turned to face the stern Xia Ting, his displeasure was palpable. Tell me, sir, did you have something unpleasant for lunch today? Your words reek of distaste. Did you perhaps leave kindergarten too early? Or have you never attended school? Could it be your dear mother neglected to teach you the meaning of politeness? Is that why you are utterly devoid of manners? Lin Lei's tone was chilling, his disdain evident. What the hell do you mean? Are you calling me uncultured? Xia Ting seethed, glaring at Lin Lei. I did not say that. You inferred it yourself. Lin Lei shrugged nonchalantly. It seems you have a keen self-awareness, which is commendable. How dare you? Xia Ting's fury ignited. He had never been spoken to in such a manner. Scanning the vicinity for a weapon, he charged at Lin Lei, fists raised. Standing beside Lin Lei, Lu Lina's face was etched with concern, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she subtly positioned herself in front of Lin Lei. A protective stance. Wu Shiyu, taken aback, had not anticipated such an altercation over a mere property viewing. A wave of bitterness washed over her, knowing this chaos stemmed from her actions. Fearful and anxious, her bright eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xia Ting, stop this at once, Wu Shiyu urgently called out, rushing forward to intervene. Lin Lei observed the two women and then the enraged middle-aged man approaching, along with the security personnel hastening over. He calmly grasped Wu Shiyu's hand, gently pushing aside Lu Lina, and then lifted his foot to deliver a swift kick to the oncoming Xia Ting. Is that all you can do? Insult people? Chapter 23. Self-evident. Lin Lei's kick landed squarely in Xia Ting's abdomen, causing the latter to stagger backward, losing his balance and collapsing onto the ground with a thud, his rotund belly pressing against his short thighs. The countenance of Xia Ting contorted in pain from a merciless kick delivered by Lin Lei, eliciting a grimace that was both amusing and somewhat picturesque. In stark contrast, Lin Lei staggered back a few steps due to the force of Xia Ting's momentum, but was swiftly steadied by Wu Shiyu and Lu Lina. Onlookers were taken aback to witness a prominent boss being unceremoniously knocked to the ground by a mere youth. Laughter erupted around them. Snickers and chuckles permeated the air. Those seasoned by the trials of society, with no significant connections, dared not laugh loudly in such a setting, though subdued giggles managed to escape from between their fingers, reaching Xia Ting's ears. Meanwhile, those with a bit of influence laughed openly, albeit with an effort to maintain their composure. Xia Ting's face flushed with embarrassment, as if he had endured a profound humiliation. His eyes ablaze with fury, seemingly intent on dismembering Lin Lei on the spot. You dare kick me? If you manage to leave here today, I'll change my surname to yours. Lin Lei, having regained his footing, coldly responded to the enraged Xia Ting. Heh, I have no son like you. laughter finally erupted from the crowd, many of whom were also prospective buyers. One man's laughter sparked a chain reaction, and soon, the air was filled with mirth. This young man possesses quite the audacity, claiming I have no son. Ha ha ha. A nearby woman, Li Xin, furrowed her brow, sensing that the situation was veering away from her expectations. Xia Ting, hearing the surrounding murmurs, was beside himself with rage, bellowing from the ground, "How dare you laugh? Do you believe I won't ensure you all remain trapped here?" Upon hearing this, the laughter around him gradually faded. Noticing the silence, Xia Ting, once assisted to his feet by the security, pointed a finger at Lin Lei with indignation. "I am a friend of your manager. This brat is causing a scene. Subdue him. Break a leg or two. I'll take responsibility," Xia Ting shouted, but the security personnel remained unmoved. They knew of Xia Ting's connection to their manager, Chunhua, and understood that their relationship seemed cordial. However, the seemingly ordinary youth before them exuded an aura that hinted at a more complex background. After all, who could drive a Lamborghini Centenario without some significant connections? They had witnessed the youth's prowess firsthand, and were reluctant to offend a low-key but powerful individual. Xia Ting's face darkened further as the security remained inactive. He pointed accusingly at them. "What? Just because old Qian isn't here, you think you can ignore my orders? If you don't want to work, then get out." Just as Xia Ting's tirade continued, a commanding voice cut through the commotion from the back of the crowd. "Enough. Disperse. Do you think our Wanhao real estate is a marketplace?" A middle-aged man in a tailored suit, accompanied by 4 others, emerged from the throng. His expression was grave as he glanced at Xia Ting, then bypassed him entirely, his gaze settling on Lin Lei, who stood there with an unremarkable demeanor. The middle-aged man scrutinized Lin Lei from head to toe, while Lin Lei, undeterred, returned the scrutiny. The man radiated authority, a stark contrast to Xia Ting, whose demeanor suggested he was prone to explosive outbursts. Around them, Wu Shiyu, Li Xin, and other sales personnel quickly arranged themselves in neat lines beside the middle-aged man, respectfully murmuring, "Director He, you have arrived." Indeed, this man was He Qingsheng, a member of the board of directors at Wanhao Real Estate, holding a remarkable 29.7% stake in the company, a veritable billionaire, or more accurately, a multi-billionaire. Among the 4 accompanying him, one middle-aged man shot Xia Ting a fierce glare, prompting the latter to lower his head in discontent. This man was Chen Hua, the manager of the sales office, who had been fixated on Lin Lei. Lin Lei felt uneasy under Chen Hua's scrutiny, his previously placid expression gradually shifting to one of displeasure. Lu Lina, standing nearby, appeared anxious and apprehensive, inching closer to Lin Lei while discreetly reaching into her pocket, ready to call for help if necessary. "I heard that the Lamborghini Centenario parked outside is yours. Is that correct?" He Qingsheng bypassed the earlier incident and directly addressed the matter of the vehicle. "Yes, that car is indeed mine. However, that has nothing to do with the current situation. I came to your esteemed company today to purchase a property." After Ms. Shiyu's detailed explanation, "I have taken a liking to your villa number 3. However, I must express my disappointment regarding the conduct of your associates. Not only did they insult and provoke your own employees, but they also threatened to have security detain me and break my legs. This has left me feeling quite unsettled," Lin Lei stated in a calm tone, as if recounting a trivial matter. Yet, there was an undeniable chill in his demeanor. The crowd, upon hearing Lin Lei's words, exchanged bewildered glances. Who would believe he was afraid? His face had shown no signs of fear during the altercation, especially as he had retaliated with a kick that sent Xia Ting reeling. The force of his strike was undoubtedly substantial. Observing a person of status deliver such a blow while claiming to be frightened seemed implausible. Hence, no one believed him when he claimed to feel uneasy. Upon hearing Director He's inquiry regarding the Lamborghini Centenario, the onlookers recognized that this seemingly unassuming youth must possess an extraordinary background. While many were unfamiliar with the exact status of the Lamborghini Centenario, they all understood that Lamborghini was a premier luxury sports car brand, with prices starting in the millions. The fact that Director He took the time to inquire about the vehicle suggested that it was indeed exceptional. As they processed this revelation, expressions of astonishment, curiosity, and intrigue swept through the crowd, intensifying their anticipation of the unfolding drama. It seemed that this young man, arriving in a top-tier sports car, might genuinely be a prospective buyer capable of affording the lavish Villa No. 3, valued at an astonishing $93 million. The The spectacle promised to escalate even further. As for He Qingxing's suspicion that Lin Lei's Lamborghini Centenario is rented, he has never entertained such thoughts. Haha, this is a top-tier supercar? The Lamborghini Centenario, and aside from its inherent significance, its price exceeds 13 million. Which company would be audacious enough to rent out such a vehicle? Moreover, its intrinsic collectible value and meaning far outweigh its practical use. Consequently, car enthusiasts tend to keep this car in their collection, occasionally taking it out for a drive. Thus, when faced with Lin Lei's almost mocking tone, He Qingsheng felt no anger whatsoever. Rather, his demeanor softened considerably. Young man, we have indeed erred in this matter, and here, I sincerely express our apologies to you. Furthermore, I will ensure he offers you an apology as well. And since you have a fondness for Villeneuve 3, how about this? I will give you a 50% discount. What do you say? This way, we can be friends. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Moreover, through He Dong's attitude, they became even more convinced that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed an extraordinary identity. He Dong, the second in command of Wanhao Real Estate with personal assets in the billions. Such a person displayed a softened attitude towards this young man. The implications were obvious. Most importantly, a luxury mansion valued at 93 million was being offered at half price. This was practically akin to a giveaway. Standing beside Lin Lei, Lu Lina was genuinely astonished. She suddenly found herself perplexed by the mindset of the wealthy. To make a friend and directly concede 46.5 million. That was quite extravagant. Not far off, Li Xini and Wu Shiyu also wore expressions of incredulity, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. The one most shocked and somewhat apprehensive was Xia Ting. He stood frozen in place, his expression akin to one who had just swallowed something unpleasant. How could this be possible? How could this be? Then, Xia Ting seemed to have a realization as his gaze fell upon Li Xini, anger flashing in his eyes. He felt as if he had been toyed with. Damn it! You wait and see. Li Xini seemed to sense Xia Ting's gaze, her body trembling involuntarily, a look of fear and regret crossing her face. However, at that moment, they dared not make a single move. Lin Lei regarded He Qingsheng, noting his conciliatory demeanor. If he continued to press the issue, it would be unreasonable. Furthermore, he had not once treated him with disdain or presented him with a menu. Rather, he had offered the proper attitude. Lin Lei truly had no retort. He waved his hand. All right, since He Dong has said so, it would be unreasonable for me to persist. I will accept you as a friend. As for the discount, let's leave it be. Business is business, and personal matters are personal. I can distinguish between the two. If apologies are to be made, let him apologize to Shiyu, the security guards, and the guests present. I don't require one for myself. Lin Lei waved his hand dismissively. He came to consume and to utilize the cashback multiplier card. If you're offering a discount, I would still need to think of ways to spend. Therefore, accepting a discount is out of the question. Lin Lei understood this, yet the others were perplexed. Upon hearing Lin Lei's refusal, everyone, including He Qingsheng, was momentarily stunned. For him, 46.5 million Huaxia coins might indeed be an astronomical figure for an average family. But for the elite, it might merely represent a fraction of their wealth. The ability to afford a Lamborghini Centenario undoubtedly suggested an affluent background and influence, allowing one to overlook such an amount. Naturally, Lin Lei's response only heightened He Qingsheng's regard for him. Coupled with Lin Lei's words, he affirmed Lin Lei's standing in his mind. The others, however, were still processing the situation. They had assumed Lin Lei would accept the offer, especially given it represented a saving of 46.5 million Huaxia coins. He had rejected it without a moment's thought, without the slightest hesitation. Wow, I truly cannot comprehend the mindset of the wealthy. Indeed, poverty not only restricts the imagination but also constrains cognitive capabilities. Moreover, did you hear? He doesn't need an apology. Instead, he insists that the troublemaker apologize to their employees and to us. That I wish for a boyfriend like that. Haha, you're a guy. All right. Isn't it said that the wealthy have peculiar preferences? Perhaps he likes guys like me. Get lost. Belulina gazed at Lin Lei with starry eyes, realizing that at this moment, he appeared utterly charming. His every word and action mirrored her ideal Prince Charming perfectly. No, Lin Lei was indeed her Prince Charming. Not far off, Wu Shiyu looked on in astonishment, her gaze filled with gratitude as she regarded Lin Lei. This young man, who seemed to be around her age with a slight tan, radiated an aura that felt distinctly different at this moment. He began to linger in her mind, especially as Lin Lei had mentioned her multiple times, subtly enhancing her presence in Hedong's eyes. This would undoubtedly benefit her future career. Meanwhile, Li Xin could only harbor resentment, jealousy, and fear, knowing she had offended the formidable Xia Ting. Tonight, she would have to exert all her effort to quell his anger. With this thought, Li Xin felt a twinge of pain. Chapter 25. As you wished, He Qingsheng was not one to dawdle. Once he decided on a course of action, he would not delay in the least. He turned his gaze to Xia Ting, who stood a short distance away, his belly protruding as he slightly bowed his head. His voice turned icy as he spoke. Xia Ting, you heard my conversation with this young brother, correct? I trust you know what to do. Yes? Xia Ting lowered his head even further, his body trembling slightly, whether from anger or fear was unclear. Hedong, I understand. Understanding is good. Had it not been for this young brother's magnanimity in overlooking your disrespect today, it would have been of no use, even if you shed a few layers of skin. Furthermore, I do not wish for such incidents to occur on my turf again. If there is a next time, I am sure you will regret it. He Qingsheng's tone was exceedingly grave, the authority of a superior unmistakable. Xia Ting bowed his head lower still. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Hedong.it will not happen again. Go apologize. Yes, Xia Ting replied, and then proceeded to offer his apologies. With He Qingsheng present, and perhaps due to Xia Ting's own demeanor, the crowd accepted his apologies, even if they still bore some lingering resentment towards his earlier arrogance. However, they all waved it off, saying it was no trouble. Wu Shiyu, too, wanted to voice her displeasure, wishing he would not disturb her in private in the future. But upon reflection, she realized that if she spoke out, once Lin Lei or Hedong had departed, her troubles would begin. She had heard of Xia Ting's reputation. He was greedy for beauty, feared the strong, held grudges, and would retaliate without hesitation. Thus, when Xia Ting apologized to her, Wu Shiyu merely smiled faintly, waving her hand to dismiss it. Well, that's all right. Thank you, Hedong, for upholding justice. Haha, not at all, not at all. Also, calling me Hedong is too formal. You see, I am older than you. If you don't mind, why not call me Uncle He? All right, Lin Lei replied without hesitation. Since such an esteemed figure was so cordial, it would be unreasonable for him to remain aloof. Moreover, Lin Lei held a very favorable impression of this middle-aged man, He Qingsheng. Thus, addressing him as Uncle He was entirely agreeable. Uncle He Qingsheng's face beamed with a smile, a stark contrast to his earlier sternness. Oh, by the way, I still do not know your name. Young brother, my name is Lin Lei. Lin from the Doublewoods, Lei from Thunderstorm. Lin Lei, He Qingsheng repeated, mentally noting the name in that brief moment. He scanned his memory for prominent families with the surname Lin that he knew. Apart from the Lin family in the capital, no other candidates came to mind. Could it be that this young man before him was from the Lin family in the capital? He Qingsheng was uncertain. Yes. After a brief exchange and exchanging contact information, He Qingsheng, having heard Lin Lei's request to have Wu Shiyu continue assisting him with the house purchase, excused himself as he had an important meeting to attend at. As He Qingsheng departed, the crowd began to disperse, with customers continuing to choose their ideal homes. As for Xia Ting, he stormed away in anger, casting a deep glare at Li Xin as he left it. That moment, Li Xin's mood was equally grim. Shortly after Xia Ting's departure, she received a phone call. After hanging up, a bitter smile crossed her face as she requested leave from her supervisor. Having departed, as for their destination, the omniscient reader may well be aware. They even witnessed the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Lin Lei and Lu Lina, under the guidance of Wu Shiyu, arrived at Villa No. 3 in the Legion Garden Villa district. Mr. Lin, Miss Lu, this is the Villa No. 3 previously showcased in the Sand Table Hall, Wu Shiyu announced. The villa's decor is of European style, and I am certain that upon your inspection, you will find it to your liking. As Wu Shiyu led the way, she provided commentary for Lin Lei and the others, her voice gentle and soothing, akin to the caress of a spring breeze. It was particularly pleasant to the ears. Wu Shiyu ushered Lin Lei and Lu Lina through the grand entrance of the villa, showcasing the front and back gardens, the living room, bedrooms, an indoor private cinema, a private KTV, a private swimming pool, and a private gym, culminating in their arrival at the second-floor terrace, where they could behold half of the scenic Aishi Lake. Standing on the terrace, Lin Lei closed his eyes, savoring the refreshing breeze from Aishi Lake. It was exceptionally invigorating. To his right, Lu Lina leaned against the railing, gazing excitedly at the nearby lake, her eyes brimming with delight. This was, without a doubt, her first encounter with such a luxurious villa, and she was experiencing a tour of this pinnacle of opulence for the very first time. Many elements were novel to her, each revelation continually expanding her understanding of luxury. She finally grasped the truth behind the adage that poverty restricts one's imagination. It was indeed no mere platitude. Meanwhile, standing to Lin Lei's left, Wu Shiyu appeared remarkably at ease. This was undoubtedly the most relaxed occasion for her while showing someone a property, as Lin Lei had scarcely posed any inquiries, instead nodding in satisfaction at her every introduction. This lack of pressure allowed Wu Shiyu to exude even greater confidence. Furthermore, with Lin Lei's previous demeanor in mind, she felt no apprehension that he would act inappropriately, unlike those unsavory characters. Thus, Wu Shiyu felt entirely at ease. Coupled with Lin Lei's prior support of her, and the potential lucrative commission from this high-stakes deal, she felt a sense of gratitude towards him, as this possible commission could serve as a financial lifeline for her family. Hence, after completing the tour, she did not hasten to pressure Lin Lei for a decision, but instead, alongside him, slowly closed her eyes to relish the breeze from Aishi Lake. This gentle lake wind offered a rare moment of tranquility. Just then, Lin Lei's phone rang, the melody being his favorite, chasing dreams with a heart of innocence. However, at this moment, he found the interruption displeasing, as the harmonious atmosphere was disrupted. Lin Lei opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. An unfamiliar number from Hong City, Zhejiang Province, flashed on the screen. The more he scrutinized the number, the more familiar it became, until he realized with certainty that it belonged to his ex-girlfriend. Upon this realization, Lin Lei decisively hung up. "Whose call was that?" Lu Lina inquired, her expression slightly shifting with curiosity. "My ex-girlfriend," Lin Lei replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal the truth. "You mean Sue Keating?" "Yes, who else could it be?" Lin Lei said, exuding a sense of resignation. The thought of her pretending to be innocent in front of him while being flirtatious with others was particularly nauseating. He was relieved he hadn't pursued her further. Otherwise, it would have felt quite bizarre, as though he were wearing someone else's shoes. As Lin Lei spoke, his phone rang again. Looking at the caller ID, he didn't hesitate to block the number. He had nothing worthwhile to say to his ex-girlfriend. All the tenderness, consideration, and care he had once afforded her could be likened to kindness bestowed upon a dog. On the other side, Sue Keating, hearing the busy tone once more, was consumed by frustration. "Lin Lei, how dare you hang up on me? You were never like this before," she exclaimed. "This must be a test." "Yes, it has to be," she set aside her belongings, regarding her sister with bewilderment. "Keating, what's wrong?" "Sister, I'm fine," Sue Keating replied, regaining her composure before dialing again. "Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is busy now. Please redial later." Sue Keating's expression darkened as frustration mingled with anger. After attempting to call twice more, each time met with the same mechanical response, she felt on the verge of throwing her phone against the wall. She thought to herself that Lin Lei had never treated her this way. He had always cherished her. How could he now have blocked her number? "Lin Lei, you bastard. You're such a jerk. After all this time together, you still deceived me." "Sister, lend me your phone," Sue Keating demanded. Her eyes filled with urgency and agitation. Her sister, Su Xinting, hesitated to hand over her phone. She was well acquainted with Lin Lei, her sister's former boyfriend, who she knew to be quite impoverished. Yet, she was puzzled. Hadn't they just broken up? Why did her sister seem to regret the separation? "Keating, are you all right? What on earth happened?" "I'm fine, sis. Just give me your phone. I need to make a call." Sue Keating insisted, reaching for her sister's phone. In no time, she had it in her possession. Su Xinting, still concerned, prodded, "Keating, who are you calling in such a hurry?" "Lin Lei, sis. He's a total jerk, a big jerk. He deceived me," Sue Keating lamented, her sense of injustice palpable as she began to punch in Lin Lei's number. Having been together for so long, Sue Keating had never taken the time to memorize Lin Lei's details, including his phone number. Consequently, after their breakup, when he had blocked and deleted her contact, she had forgotten it. Thus, upon discovering that Lin Lei might be a top-tier invisible millionaire, she had sought out his number once more. Su Xinting was utterly bewildered. "Keating, slow down, you're making me dizzy." "What is going on?" Sue Keating, having dialed the number, retrieved a video featuring Lin Lei driving an exquisite luxury car from her collection and handed the phone to her sister. "Sister, watch this. It will explain everything. As she pressed the call button, she hopped off the bed and headed towards the terrace of her room. Su Xinting accepted the phone and opened the video, which depicted Lin Lei holding Lin An'an's hand as they exited a supercar with undeniable flair. Initially, skepticism crossed Su Xinting's delicate features, followed by disbelief as she scrutinized the comments. She then accessed the university's forum and conducted a search on Baidu. Gradually, her incredulity morphed into shock, culminating in regret and indignation. As she glanced up at her sister stepping onto the terrace, her expression revealed a myriad of emotions. The top-tier Lamborghini Centenario hardtop supercar, of which only 20 existed globally, merely 2 in Asia, 1 in Kuwait and the other in Lin Lei's possession, was a vehicle that even the wealthy might struggle to acquire. The implications of this revelation were clear without need for further elaboration. Lin Lei, you've hidden yourself well. It seems I truly underestimated you. Who would have thought you possessed such a background? After blocking his ex-girlfriend's number, Lin Lei's phone remained silent for a brief moment. Turning to Wu Shiyu, he calmly declared, I have inspected this villa and am thoroughly satisfied. I have decided to purchase it. What? Wait, have you prepared the contract? If it's ready, we can sign it now. I will pay in full. Wu Shiyu's eyes sparkled, her heart brimming with emotion, for she knew that upon signing, the funds would suffice for her mother's surgery. Yet, she felt compelled to confirm, as this sudden proposal was overwhelming. This was a property valued at 93 million, not merely a candy from a vendor. Moreover, Lin Lei had stated that upon signing, he would pay in full, which was astonishingly swift, almost to the point of instilling doubt in Wu Shiyu. Perhaps you might find something even more appealing. Lin Lei chuckled, shaking his head and no need. I am thoroughly content with this one. Seeing Lin Lei's resolute stance, Wu Shiyu ceased to hesitate. Very well, she nodded, clearly in agreement with his decision. At that moment, Lin Lei's phone rang again, displaying another unfamiliar number, this one also from Hong City, Xizang Province. Lin Lei raised an eyebrow, instinctively suspecting it might be his ex-girlfriend. Yet, he quickly pondered whether he was being overly sensitive. This unfamiliar call could potentially be from a friend. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Lei answered, Hello? Hello, Lin Lei. My dear, you finally answered. Before Lin Lei could let her finish her sentence over the phone, he laid down the device, hung up, and blocked her number with a fluid motion. Is it your ex-girlfriend again? Lu Lina inquired. Indeed, Lin Lei replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Could it be that she needs something from you? Lu Lina pondered, continuing her line of questioning. Though she was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Lin Lei's breakup with his girlfriend, she reasoned that under normal circumstances, he should feel relieved about their separation, especially since she harbored feelings for him. Now that they had parted ways, her chances of being with him seemed to brighten. Yet, witnessing Lin Lei repeatedly hang up on his girlfriend, with whom he had spent nearly 2 years, stirred a sense of discomfort within her. A profound contradiction. Thus, she could not help but speak up on behalf of Su Keting. Lin Lei cast a glance at Lu Lina, then turned his attention to Wu Shiyu, who appeared to share a similar expression. Clearly, both women believed that Lin Lei's ex-girlfriend's persistent calls must indicate an urgent matter. With a bitter smile, Lin Lei sighed. What could she possibly want from me? And even if she did, it has nothing to do with me now. We have broken up, as she put it. From this moment forth, we are mere strangers. Moreover, it was she who initiated this separation. I pleaded with her multiple times, yet she was adamant about leaving. I even resorted to desperate measures, but she warned me that if I tried to contact her again, she would leave this city immediately upon her graduation, ensuring that I would never see her again. The most infuriating part is that right after our breakup, she started dating another man and even informed me that they had become intimate. What was I supposed to do? Chapter 27. A plaything in hand. As Lin Lei recounted his turmoil, his voice brimmed with melancholy, culminating in a sense of helpless anger. He felt no ounce of affection for his ex-girlfriend. The depths of his past investment in her had transformed into profound disdain. Reflecting on their relationship now made him feel somewhat nauseated. He cursed himself for having been blind and infatuated, allowing himself to become a mere pawn in her game, a plaything. Even when she was with him, she was busy flirting with others, and he had been oblivious to it all. Lina's expression hardened with rage as she listened to Lin Lei's words. Typically poised and graceful, she found herself cursing for the first time. Damn. I can't believe Su Keting is such a woman. She is truly despicable. People like her deserve what they get. Lin Lei, from now on, every time I see someone like her, I will spit on them. Damn, it's infuriating. Meanwhile, Wu Shiyu, who had been silently absorbing Lin Lei's account, spoke up to offer consolation. Mr. Lin, since this is all in the past, you should not dwell on it. Just maintain your distance from such women in the future. Yes, Lin Lei nodded. I truly have no desire for any connection with her anymore. She can do as she pleases. It no longer concerns me. Indeed, Wu Shiyu affirmed with a smile. Just then, her phone began to ring from her pocket. Upon checking the caller ID, she saw it was Dr. Chen. Her smile vanished instantly, for a call at such a time could only spell trouble, likely concerning her mother's health or a need for hospital payments. However, upholding her professional integrity, Wu Shiyu refrained from answering immediately. Instead, she offered an apologetic smile to Lin Lei and Lu Lina. Mr. Lin, Miss Lu, I need to take this call. Noticing the sudden change in Wu Shiyu's demeanor, Lin Lei felt a sense of foreboding. Something must have happened. Yet, he did not protest, merely nodding. Go ahead. We can wait. Thank you, she replied gratefully before answering the call and turning to walk away. Hello, Dr. Chen. Yes, it's me, Wu Yumei's daughter. However, just a few steps in, she halted, her hand trembling as she held the phone. What? You say my mother's condition is critical and she needs immediate surgery? The success rate is only 30%? Wu Shiyu's complexion paled, and she staggered slightly. A 30% chance. That meant there was a possibility that she could lose the only mother she had in this world. If the surgery failed, would she be left all alone? The thought consumed her, but she knew she could not succumb to despair. Even if the odds were slim, she had to fight for her mother's life. All right, I will proceed with the surgery. 300,000, I will ensure the fees are paid in full. Okay, I will be there immediately. Dr. Chen. She is my only family. Please do everything you can to save my mother. Thank you, thank you. After hanging up, panic washed over Wu Shiyu, replacing her previous smile with an expression filled with worry and fear. Her once bright eyes were now red-rimmed, tears threatening to spill. She had thought that once she signed the contract and received her commission, she would be able to arrange her mother's surgery without delay. Yet, she never anticipated that her mother's condition would take such a drastic turn at this moment. However, she was a remarkably resilient young woman. After a brief moment of disorientation, she quickly regained her composure. She realized that if she did not remain steady, who would be her support? Furthermore, her mother was waiting for her at the hospital, and she needed to hurry to Hongqing People's Hospital to be by her side. With that thought in mind, Wu Shiyu turned on her heels and swiftly approached Lin Lei, her eyes filled with a plea. Sir, could you do me a favor? Could you take me to Hongqing People's Hospital? And could you lend me 300,000 yuan? My mother, she is in critical condition and needs immediate surgery. Before Wu Shiyu could finish her sentence, Lin Lei's serious voice interrupted her. Enough with the chatter, let's go. Saving a life is the priority. Without waiting for Wu Shiyu to respond, he took her hand and dashed down the stairs, followed closely by a now alert Lu Lina. The trio quickly arrived at the villa's entrance. Lin Lei promptly opened the car door, and they all climbed in. Once they were seated, he started the engine and, after a moment's contemplation, addressed the upgraded Lamborghini Centenario. Lin, activate emergency autopilot. Set destination to Hongqing People's Hospital. This functionality was something Lin Lei had discovered while driving slowly with Lu Lina. The name Lin was his own designation for this feature. Once activated, the upgraded Lamborghini Centenario would unleash 5 miniature high-precision tracking cameras from the framework of its 4 wheels, dispersing them around the vehicle at intervals of 10, 20, 50, 100, and 200 meters to continuously gather and provide road data. The car's advanced onboard computer system would then process this information swiftly to ensure safe autonomous driving. Beep. Scanning owner information. Confirming owner identity. Emergency autopilot activated. The gentle voice of the Lamborghini Centenario chimed in, completing the scanning and confirmation in mere seconds. With the announcement of the emergency autopilot being engaged, the wheels of the Lamborghini opened 5 small compartments, from which the miniature cameras swiftly emerged, each darting off to their designated zones as per the car's sophisticated computer system. Meanwhile, the vehicle itself surged forward like an enraged beast, roaring out of the gates of the Lijiang Garden Villa area with an impressive speed that left one astounded. Lin Lei had not anticipated that the Lamborghini Centenario's acceleration would be so rapid. The forceful push against his back was somewhat unsettling. Both Lu Lina and Wu Shiyu were equally taken aback, their faces paling slightly from the sudden burst of speed. Old Lei, is this speed a bit excessive? Lu Lina asked, glancing at the rapidly retreating scenery on either side. It's manageable, Lin Lei replied, although he felt the speed was somewhat brisk. Gradually, he began to relish this exhilarating sensation. As for the safety of the autopilot, he was entirely confident, given that this was the system's awarded upgraded Lamborghini Centenario. With such an impressive system, how could there be any issues? Chapter 28. I'm sorry. On the other end, Sue Ketting, upon realizing her call had once again been disconnected, felt her complexion grow pale. She dialed her sister's number once more, only to encounter the same frustrating message as before. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. The subscriber you have dialed is currently unavailable. Kindly redial later. Apologies, but Lou Zitting, in a fit of anger, hurled her phone to the ground. With a resounding crack, the device shattered, its screen resembling a spider web, intricately fractured across its surface. Kai, how could you have thrown my phone? Sue Zitting hurriedly rose to retrieve her phone from the floor, her expression filled with anguish as she beheld the ruined device. Are you out of your mind? Do you realize this phone cost over $5,000? If you must throw something, why not your own phone? I could easily replace it. It's just a broken phone. Can you really not afford to replace it? Kai retorted. What do you mean, Kai? You shattered my phone, and yet you act so brazenly. Indeed, I am brazen. If it weren't for your meddling, would I have ended things with him? It's all your fault. Everything is on you. I despise you. At these words, Sue Zitting's complexion darkened. Kai, have you no shame? Yes, I did say some harsh things during your relationship. But think for a moment. Did you truly love him when you got together? If you were certain of your feelings, then who are those precious ones in your phone? And what about those fish in your WeChat? Damn it, think about it. Kai seemed to be stripped of her defenses, her face alternating between shades of green and red. You're no better. You urged me to seduce Yifeng, so you could get closer to Zhou Xian. You're hardly a saint. You vile creature. No, you are the vile one. Your entire family is despicable. Lin Lei's car swiftly navigated several turns, approaching the entrance of the Lijiang Garden Villa area in mere moments. The security guard at the entrance, alerted by the roar of the sports car, instinctively recognized that yet another wealthy young heir was about to depart. However, when they turned to look, their faces paled in shock. They had not anticipated the car's speed, as if it were racing against fate. After a brief moment of astonishment, the guard sprang into action. Quick, raise the barrier. Lin Lei observed that his vehicle showed no signs of slowing down. Rather, it continued to accelerate, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. Could it be? Am I mistaken? Beside him, Lu Lina and Wu Shiyu also turned pale, watching the approaching barrier and the scattering guards with growing trepidation. Were they truly destined to meet their end here? Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, the Lamborghini Centenario suddenly lowered its body, slipping effortlessly beneath the raised barrier. A gust of wind erupted, sending the guards' hats flying in all directions as the lavish vehicle vanished in the blink of an eye. The guards, now outside, could only mutter, "Damn, driving a luxury car makes one so arrogant. Indeed, driving like that will surely lead to disaster." Just as they grumbled, a miniature high-definition tracking camera appeared 3 meters above their heads, activating its speaker. Yes, it is indeed impressive. It then transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the now invisible Lamborghini Centenario. The guards gazed up in bewilderment at the fleeting glimmer. What just spoke? The speed of Lin Lei's Lamborghini Centenario was astonishing. So much so that the surveillance cameras positioned at the intersection failed to capture the vehicle. Recording only a blurred silhouette. It barreled through several red lights before finally coming to a halt in a parking space outside Hongqing People's Hospital. The journey from Lijiang Garden to the hospital, which typically required at least 20 minutes, had been completed in a mere 3, leaving the 3 occupants of the car visibly pale. Surrounding patients and their families were startled by the sudden appearance of the luxury vehicle. Are they racing to the afterlife? Damn it, do the wealthy think they can disregard life? However, before they could finish their complaints, the Centenario's tires automatically retracted, returning to their natural position. What kind of car is this? So remarkable? Indeed, I can't believe it even has auxiliary flying capabilities, and the wheels can retract automatically. Damn, that startled me. But the design is truly stunning. If only I could have won. Unsure of which affluent heir owned the car, many were compelled to take out their phones to capture the moment, their eyes filled with envy. For city dwellers, luxury cars were a rare sight, but witnessing a Lamborghini Centenario, with its dazzling design and advanced features, was an unprecedented experience. Yet amid the admiration, there were also those consumed by jealousy and resentment towards the wealthy. The fact that such an extravagant vehicle could speed through a crowded area near a hospital was seen as a blatant disregard for life, prompting some to photograph Lin Lei's license plate and report him to the authorities. Lin Lei, however, paid no mind to the opinions of those around him. After briefly regaining his composure, he opened the car door and stepped out, marveling at how the tires showed no signs of wear despite the high-speed drive. The system is incredible. After a moment of recovery, Lu Lina and Wu Shiyu exited the vehicle, albeit with unsteady steps and pale faces, clearly shaken by the Centenario's emergency driving capabilities. "Let us go. We need to check on your mother," Lin Lei urged, disregarding the whispers of the crowd as he spoke to Wu Shiyu. Nodding, she forced herself to steady her nerves as they quickly made their way into the hospital. Upon reaching the emergency department, they swiftly learned of Wu Yumei's condition. Her health had deteriorated, and she had just been taken into operating room number 3. The chances of a successful surgery were only 30%, and that estimation was overly optimistic. The true likelihood was closer to 20%, with a significant risk of death on the operating table. Wu Shiyu staggered upon hearing this, and Lin Lei instinctively caught her. "Shiyu, are you all right?" Lu Lina rushed over to support her as well. "Shiyu, your mother is blessed. She will be fine." Overcome with guilt, Wu Shiyu's tears flowed like a broken string of pearls. "Mom, it's all my fault. I should have arranged your surgery sooner. Mom, you must hold on. Without you, I truly have no family left in this world. Mom, if you pull through, I promise to always listen to you." The doctor observed Wu Shiyu's distress with a gentle sigh. Having witnessed life and death countless times, they had developed a certain acceptance of mortality, yet human compassion remained. After a moment of contemplation, the doctor exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Lei. Understanding, Lin Lei guided Lu Lina to help Wu Shiyu into a nearby chair before approaching the doctor. Chapter 29. Boyfriend. Upon reaching the physician, the doctor glanced at Wu Shiyu, still weeping nearby, before speaking. "Sir, you must be Wu Shiyu's boyfriend." Lin Lei offered a noncommittal smile, neither confirming nor denying the statement. According to the system's task, he was meant to pursue Wu Shiyu to receive various rewards. Thus, he felt that even if they were not officially in a relationship at that moment, it was still prudent to maintain ambiguity. Seeing Lin Lei's silence, the doctor assumed his agreement and continued, "Given her circumstances, as her boyfriend, you should be aware of the situation. I won't elaborate further. However, the surgical consent form has not yet been signed. Additionally, there are outstanding medical fees, nursing costs, and the current surgical fee that need to be settled. Would you be able to assist with this?" Lin Lei smiled slightly, understanding her implication. "Of course, I will cover all her expenses. Now, let us proceed to settle the payment. And I will also sign the consent form on her behalf." "Excellent, that would be ideal." The doctor wore a beaming smile as he handed the surgical consent form to Lin Lei for his signature. He then escorted Lin Lei to settle the fees. Logically, this consent form should have, and must have, been signed by Wu Shiyu, for she is the biological daughter of Wu Yumei, her only kin. Moreover, this document pertained to a life-threatening situation, carrying an immense legal burden that many are reluctant to bear. The hospital was fully aware of this. Naturally, they could feign ignorance, especially since the doctor had initially inquired, "You are Wu Shiyu's boyfriend, correct?" Lin Lei remained silent. This silence, in another sense, indicated that Lin Lei had, through Wu Shiyu, established a certain connection with Wu Yumei. Furthermore, Lin Lei was willing to cover all expenses for Wu Yumei, which amounted to over 200,000. Thus, apart from Wu Shiyu, Lin Lei seemed to be the most qualified individual to sign the contract. Lin Lei was fully cognizant of this fact. Yet, precisely because he understood the implications, he signed without hesitation. A few minutes later, he had settled all the fees. Upon returning to the area outside the operating room, he found Wu Shiyu still seated on a bench in the corridor, weeping. Beside her, Lu Lina sat quietly in silent support. Just as Lin Lei prepared to approach them, his phone suddenly rang from his pocket. He initially thought it might be a call from his ex-girlfriend. However, upon checking the caller ID, he was startled to see it was a landline number. With the last digits reading 110. Lin Lei's heart sank. It seemed that his earlier use of the Lamborghini Centenario's emergency autopilot feature had been reported. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such a call to reach him. He considered himself a law-abiding citizen, never engaging in illegal activities. Cursing under his breath, he wondered who had reported him. Reluctantly, he answered the call. "Hello. Is this Lin Lei, Mr. Lin?" A stern female voice inquired. "Yes, what is it?" "We are from the Hongsheng Public Security Bureau. We have received numerous reports from the public stating that you were racing on Qinghe Road and nearly hit someone outside Hongqing People's Hospital. You were reportedly driving recklessly. We are currently by your car outside the hospital and request that you come out to cooperate with our investigation. Is that agreeable? Lin Lei glanced over at Wu Shiyu and Lu Lina, hesitating momentarily before responding. I can cooperate with your investigation, but I did not drive the car. You did not drive? No, the car was driving itself. The car was driving itself? Are you implying it has an autopilot feature? Indeed. Are you joking with me? Does the Lamborghini Centenario have an autopilot feature? I was unaware. It does. If you don't believe me, ask the discerning crowd nearby. They will confirm it. Lin Lei, I give you 5 minutes to come out. Regardless of your reasons or whether you were driving, if you do not comply, we will impound your vehicle. Please don't. All right, just wait a moment. I'll be out in 3 minutes. After hanging up, Lin Lei felt utterly speechless. What was this madness? Speaking the truth led to disbelief. It seemed he would have to resort to lies in the future, as honesty yielded no faith. With a silent complaint, he turned to look at Wu Shiyu and Lu Lina. Once she nodded, he stepped outside BY this time. A crowd had gathered around Lin Lei's Lamborghini Centenario, with 3 police officers standing by. A police car was present, led by a female officer, Guo Sisi, who had previously apprehended Yi Mingchen. Her expression was serious, her gaze sharp. Prior to calling Lin Lei, she had already conducted a preliminary investigation into the incident and reviewed surveillance footage from along the route. Upon glancing at the relevant videos, she noted that Lin Lei's Lamborghini Centenario was barely discernible, appearing only as a fleeting blur, accompanied by the thunderous roar of its engine. The speed was beyond her imagination. It was astonishingly fast. The reason for Guo Sisi's personal involvement in this matter was due to the sheer volume of reports received. Over 130 within a mere 3 minutes, detailing claims of a sports car racing at high speeds on Qinghe Road during daylight hours, with an unspecified license plate due to the excessive speed. This method of reporting was unprecedented. As to why she suspected Lin Lei's vehicle, it was because multiple reports had identified his car. And based on Guo Sisi's rough assessment, the moment the blur decelerated at the next intersection coincided with the appearance of Lin Lei's Lamborghini Centenario. Although still unable to make out the license plate, the direction and general shape strongly indicated that it was indeed the Lamborghini Centenario before her. Lin Lei soon emerged, standing at the hospital entrance, where he noticed a throng of people gathered around his parked car. He could only manage a bitter smile and shook his head as he walked over. Through license plate inquiries, Guo Sisi had learned that the owner was a young man. Using the police network, she also obtained Lin Lei's basic information. However, when Guo Sisi attempted to access more detailed information about Lin Lei, she found herself without the necessary clearance. The fact that even a police officer of her rank could not access such information hinted at deeper connections and a more profound background surrounding Lin Lei. Thus, her tone had been relatively courteous during the call. Had Lin Lei not tried to play coy, she would not have resorted to such assertiveness. As Lin Lei stepped outside the hospital, Guo Sisi had already spotted him. Yet, she refrained from making any moves, instead scrutinizing the young man in ordinary clothing who drove a top-tier luxury car. She was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Lin Lei chose to act in such a contradictory manner. If he was indeed trying to be low-key, he succeeded. His attire was unremarkable. Conversely, if he aimed for ostentation, he was achieving it with a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini Centenario, racing at breakneck speeds in broad daylight. Lin Lei remained oblivious to Guo Sisi's thoughts. Had he known, he would have assured her, "Sister, you are overthinking it. I simply haven't had the chance to buy new clothes. It is not as complicated as you imagine. Besides, I never intended to be ostentatious or discreet. I just do what is convenient." Chapter 30. Intelligence. Lin Lei approached them swiftly, maintaining a neutral expression in the presence of the composed female officer and the surrounding policemen. In the past, even if he had committed no wrongdoing, being scrutinized by so many officers would have inevitably made him uneasy, prompting him to question whether he had inadvertently broken any laws. However, with the system within him and the unique power he possessed, along with his wealth, Lin Lei found himself standing tall, devoid of any trepidation. "Officer, you called me out to cooperate with your investigation, correct?" "Yes. This car belongs to you, does it not?" "Indeed, earlier, you mentioned that this car has an autopilot feature. Is that true?" "No, I was joking," Lin Lei replied, shaking his head to refute the claim. "However, may I call my girlfriend? Her mother is undergoing emergency surgery, and I worry that if she does not see me, she will become anxious." She has already endured a lot with her mother's condition, and if I were to leave without notice, she would be devastated. She has lost weight due to the stress. Your girlfriend? Yes. The reason I was driving so fast is that my girlfriend's mother has been issued a critical condition notice by the hospital, requiring a family member's signature for the surgery to proceed. Thus, I had no choice but to hurry. Saving a life is more valuable than building a pagoda. Furthermore, it concerns my girlfriend's mother, my future mother-in-law. I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Lin Lei began to spin a tale, half-truths mixed with fiction. Guasisi regarded him with a skeptical gaze, yet considering the circumstances, it was plausible if it were otherwise. Why would he be at the hospital? Moreover, the urgency in his driving suggested that something significant had transpired. After all, who races during the day unless there is an emergency? After a moment's contemplation, Guasisi continued her inquiry. What is your girlfriend's name? And what is her mother's name? My girlfriend's name is Wu Shiyu, and her mother is Wu Yumei. Guasisi signaled to one of the nearby officers, who immediately understood and dashed off toward the hospital. Lin Lei watched the officer leave without showing any change in his expression. You better not be lying to me. Otherwise, I won't hold back. All right, Lin Lei responded nonchalantly. He then began to examine his car seriously. To be honest, despite having owned it for some time, he had never taken the opportunity to appreciate his luxurious vehicle closely. He caressed his precious possession, deliberately ignoring the onlookers nearby, especially those who had reported him and distorted the facts. He regarded himself as above others, almost colliding with a pedestrian. He certainly did not expect to be summoned here. Guasisi observed Lin Lei's actions without addressing him, yet her gaze frequently assessed his movements, her mind continuously analyzing and calculating. He swiftly approached Guasisi, nodding at her while adding, the medical expenses amounting to 296,000 were all borne by Lin Lei. Upon hearing this, Guasisi's expression softened slightly, yet her face remained stern. However, you must come to the Hongqing Public Security Bureau to find me tomorrow morning at 10. I am Guasisi, Officer Gua. If you fail to meet me then, do not blame me for being impolite. All right. Thank you, Officer Gua. Lin Lei hurriedly replied, a smile adorning his face. To be honest, he was somewhat taken aback by Guasisi's handling of the situation. Logically, she should have brought him to the station immediately for questioning, yet she did not. Lin Lei was baffled by her thoughts. Nevertheless, not having to go was undoubtedly the best outcome. He had no desire to be stuck in that place sipping tea. He believed that such a minor incident could be resolved smoothly. After Guasisi finished speaking, she paid no further attention to Lin Lei, turning to board the police vehicle with her officers and departing. Lin Lei rested his hand on his car, watching as their vehicle gradually receded, eyeing his gaze. A hint of contemplation emerged. Meanwhile, Guasisi, seated in the passenger seat, kept her eyes on Lin Lei through the rearview mirror. Her own eyes filled with deep thought in her mind. She rapidly reviewed the information she currently possessed. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Although some seemed dissatisfied with the handling of the matter, they had overheard Lin Lei's conversation, which revealed that his girlfriend's mother was undergoing surgery in the hospital and had been issued a critical illness notice. A critical illness notice, as most people understand, implies a precarious situation, an operation where one might not emerge alive. Thus, they seemed to comprehend the reason behind Lin Lei's reckless driving. However, understanding did not equate to endorsement. Once the crowd had mostly cleared, Lin Lei glanced at the hospital and then at his beloved car, pondering for a moment before dialing his subordinate, Li Mingyan. Hello? Yes, it's me. Tomorrow, please go to the Hongqing Public Security Bureau to find someone named Guasisi and assist me with the situation. What? Guasisi is your classmate and best friend? Aren't you a Special Forces soldier? What? She is also a Special Forces soldier. Fine, just help me handle today's incident on Qinghe Road. I won't have time tomorrow. Sure, bye. After hanging up, Lin Lei wore a wry smile, bemused by the coincidence that his subordinate Li Mingyan was friends with Officer Guasisi. However, on second thought, it seemed fitting. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Both women exuded a sense of valor that came from their military backgrounds. Lin Lei shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and turned toward the hospital. On the other hand, President Qin Chongzhou, after 2 hours of waiting, was first struck by suspicion. Please do not doubt our investigative capabilities. Furthermore, your illegitimate son's paralysis is indeed a result of a conflict with Lin Lei. Although we cannot yet ascertain why your son lost control and recklessly drove, we suspect he may have been drugged by Lin Lei. As for why Jianghe Group is providing cover, we have looked into that as well. The chairman, Qin Yuyan, has had interactions with Lin Lei. It is likely that something unusual transpired between them. I trust you understand. What? Qin Chongzhou was once again astounded. The chairman of Zhenghe Group, Qin Yuyan, was legendary for her icy beauty, and the thought that she had a history with a college student sent shockwaves through him. If this news were to leak, it would cause a major upheaval. First and foremost, Xiao Qinzhao from Rongli Group would undoubtedly be infuriated, as he is the most qualified to succeed as the executive president of Rongli Group. And among Qin Yuyan's many suitors, he is exceptionally formidable. If he were to discover that his goddess had been involved with a college student, he would undoubtedly erupt in rage, seeking to make Lin Lei pay dearly. Chapter 31. Thank you all today. Moreover, if this information were to reach the inner circle of Zhenghe Group, it would surely create significant ripples within the organization. Qin Chongzhou suddenly realized that if this intelligence were accurate, he had stumbled upon a great fortune. As for his illegitimate son and the businesses affected, they seemed less pressing at that moment. Are you certain of this news? Almost certain. However, we currently lack substantial evidence. So, what do you think? 1 million for this intel. Sounds reasonable, right? Qin Chongzhou chuckled heartily, as everything was left unsaid. All right, I'll transfer the funds immediately. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. After hanging up, Qin Chongzhou's smile was radiant, akin to a field of blooming flowers. Lin Lei, Qin Yuyan, he murmured, delight filling his heart. Truly, fortune favored him. If he could leverage this information wisely, his company could expand exponentially. Wu Shiyu had quieted down. Her tears ceased, yet her red and swollen eyes remained fixed on the tightly closed operating room door. Filled with a complex blend of worry, anticipation, hope, and fear, Lu Lina sat silently beside her, offering quiet companionship. Lin Lei approached them, exchanged a glance with Lu Lina, and then sat beside Wu Shiyu, sharing in the silence. Time moved at an agonizingly slow pace, reminiscent of a sloth's movements, driving one to madness. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, an hour and a half. Finally, after an hour and a half, the operating room remained brightly lit, leaving everyone on edge. Yet, it also inspired hope. As long as the surgery continued, it suggested that the worst had not yet occurred. Wu Yumei was still alive. However, if it ended, that would signal the most harrowing moment. Either success or failure. And with only those two outcomes, the fear was palpable. Moreover, the success rate of the surgery was stated to be less than 30%. The agony of waiting was unimaginable, especially for Wu Shiyu, who had kept her gaze fixed on the operating room throughout. Lin Lei, observing her distress, felt a surge of compassion and concern, silently praying, "Auntie, please be all right." Simultaneously, he called upon the system within him, "Great One, come forth and lend a hand. Wasn't it you who urged me to pursue Wu Shiyu? Wouldn't this be the perfect moment to act? It would surely win her heart." Yet, regardless of how Lin Lei implored, the system remained unresponsive, offering no sign of assistance. As for Lu Lina, her gaze was filled with sympathy, though impatience began to flicker in her eyes. People are inherently selfish, and so was she, originally looking forward to a private date with Lin Lei. The situation with Wu Shiyu had prolonged their wait indefinitely, leaving her uncertain of how much longer they would have to endure. She contemplated suggesting they leave, yet hesitated, fearing that doing so would seem callous given Wu Shiyu's plight. After all, Wu Shiyu was indeed quite unfortunate, having to fend for herself while also caring for her critically ill mother. She was remarkably resilient. Yet, if she remained silent, would they continue to wait indefinitely? Would there be any time left for her to be alone with Lin Lei? It was already past 7. How much longer would they have to wait? Lu Lina was at a loss. It was precisely this uncertainty that fueled her growing impatience and negative emotions. Truth be told, her relationship with Wu Shiyu was merely a fleeting acquaintance. That they had come this far already spoke volumes of their shared humanity. However, perhaps due to her own personality, Lu Lina refrained from expressing her frustrations, especially with the man she had feelings for sitting beside her. As time dragged on, Lu Lina's patience dwindled. Just as she felt she could no longer endure, her phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was their homeroom teacher calling, and a flicker of joy crossed her face. But upon glancing at Lin Lei, who was quietly accompanying Wu Shiyu, her expression turned conflicted. She desperately wanted to stay with Lin Lei, but she preferred to do so alone, rather than with an unwelcome third party. Hearing the ringtone, Lin Lei's attention shifted to Lu Lina, his eyes reflecting a mix of inquiry and apology. Because of herself, Lelina has also chosen to remain here. The moment she sensed Lin Lei's gaze, the negative emotions within her diminished significantly. She offered Lin Lei a sweet smile, pointed at her phone, turned the screen towards him for a clearer view, gestured outside, and said, "The homeroom teacher's call." Lin Lei nodded in acknowledgement. To be honest, he had already noticed the impatience that had briefly flickered across Lelina's face earlier, but he chose to remain silent. Now, seeing her smile at him made him aware of her thoughts. In truth, Lelina had no obligation to explain who had called her, nor did she need to show him. Even if it were a suitor calling her, Lin Lei would remain indifferent, even if they were openly affectionate in his presence. This was the most genuine sentiment residing in Lin Lei's heart. He truly regarded her merely as a friend. If he had harbored romantic feelings, he would have pursued her before his previous girlfriend, thus avoiding the complexities that followed. Of course, he would never voice this concern, fearing it might hurt her feelings. After all, to Lin Lei, Lelina was indeed a remarkable friend, one worthy of trust. Furthermore, he saw his own reflection in Lelina's actions. Her current demeanor was reminiscent of how he had once behaved in front of his ex-girlfriend, completely unguarded, revealing his thoughts and whereabouts without reservation. Sighing internally as he watched Lelina step away to take the call, Lin Lei mused that perhaps this was the very essence of unrequited affection. Much like his own past experiences, he suddenly felt it necessary to maintain some distance from her for her own good, until she found someone else to cherish. She glanced between Lin Lei and Wu Shiyu, a conflicted expression crossing her face. "What's wrong?" Lin Lei inquired, furrowing his brow. The Hongqing People's Hospital is situated in the Honggutan district, a fair distance from the Yao Lake district. Traveling by car would take at least 50 minutes, and it was already past 7. Yet, looking at Wu Shiyu, Lin Lei felt a pang of indecision. If he were to leave, what would happen to Wu Shiyu, especially with her mother undergoing surgery? What if complications arose? Wu Shiyu slowly rose, offering Lin Lei and Lelina a gentle smile. "I'm fine," she assured. However, Lin Lei perceived an undercurrent of sorrow behind her sweet smile. Reflecting on the system's task, he pondered briefly before turning to Lelina. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and called his subordinate, Li Mingyan. "Hello? Hello, Boss Lin. Are there any of our people near Hongqing People's Hospital?" "Yes, there are 4 subordinates discreetly ensuring your safety. Point 4 subordinates." Lin Lei was taken aback, clearly surprised that Li Mingyan had arranged for bodyguards to protect him at all times. He couldn't help but admire her competence as the general manager of Lin An'an Security Company. All 4 of them are quite capable. "Is there something you need, Boss Lin?" "Yes. Is there anything else?" "No, all right." Goodbye. As he hung up, both Lelina and Wu Shiyu exchanged astonished glances at Lin Lei, although they hadn't caught the finer details of the conversation. Snippets like "our people," "4 subordinates," and "Boss Lin" led them to surmise that Lin Lei was associated with a powerful organization, possibly even its leader. "Lelina, I've arranged for someone to escort you. I believe this will ease my mind a bit." Lelina looked at Wu Shiyu, then back at Lin Lei, and nodded. "Thank you." This marked the first time Lelina expressed gratitude to Lin Lei. In truth, she was no fool. She could tell that Lin Lei seemed particularly concerned about Wu Shiyu, evident in how long he had stayed and even covered her medical expenses. The implications were crystal clear, yet Lelina preferred not to dwell on them. Moreover, while Lin Lei willingly exposed his background, she chose to remain by Wu Shiyu's side, fully aware of what it suggested. If he truly liked and cared for her, he could have sent his subordinates to keep Wu Shiyu company. Yet he did not. A wave of melancholy washed over Lelina, accompanied by a sharp pang in her heart. Lin Lei was momentarily taken aback by Lelina's thanks, but quickly regained his composure. "Haha, I appreciate your feigned politeness." Lelina offered a wry smile, opting not to respond further. Shortly thereafter, a strikingly beautiful young woman approached. Lin Lei's heart raced in disbelief. "Isn't she one of my subordinates?" Indeed, this was Li Mingyan, the general manager of Lin An'an Security Company, the very person who had answered Lin Lei's call earlier. Approaching, Lin Lei managed a wry smile. "What brings you here?" Li Mingyan shot him an exasperated glance. "Am I not your subordinate?" Lin Lei was momentarily speechless. While that was technically true, the dynamic felt quite different. However, he noted that Li Mingyan seemed less stern and rigid than during their first encounter. Lelina was taken aback by Li Mingyan's commanding presence and striking beauty. Wu Shiyu, too, regarded Lin Lei and Li Mingyan with a mixture of surprise and confusion, her eyes reflecting a blend of emotions, headache, and turmoil, a sensation she couldn't quite place. leaving her feeling conflicted and uneasy. Lin Ming'an, however, paid no mind to their unspoken thoughts, quickly assessing the two women before her gaze settled on Lin. After receiving Lin Lei's nod of approval, Lin reluctantly turned to leave. Leaning closer to Lin Lei's ear, she whispered, "Boss, you should be cautious. I've discovered that the international mafia organization, Blood Knight, seems to be investigating you." "Blood Knight?" Lin Lei echoed. "Yes, and there's one more thing. You've gained notoriety." "Gained notoriety? How so?" Lin Lei's expression grew contemplative as he watched his subordinate gradually distance herself. Her warning suggested that the threat from Blood Knight was not immediate. Yet, Lin Lei was puzzled as to why they would be interested in him. Could it be due to Yi Mingxian or Yi Feng? But that didn't make sense. He had already dealt with them thoroughly. Furthermore, how had he become notorious? He was utterly baffled. It seemed that this subordinate had become quite playful in his absence, leaving him with cryptic remarks. Clearly, he would need to take the opportunity to train her properly, lest she present him with more perplexing problems in the future. Ultimately, Lin Lei decided to set aside his thoughts. After all, he possessed the system and was the protagonist of his story. Why should he worry? In fact, it was they who should be concerned. However, despite this mental reassurance, Lin Lei understood that reality was not a novel. Although he had the system's support and hidden bodyguards, he still needed to exercise caution. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences far beyond mere vehicle wreckage or loss of life. As Lin and Li Ming'an departed, the corridor was left with only Lin Lei and Wu Shiyu, alongside the brightly lit surgical room in the distance. Wu Shiyu cast a grateful glance at Lin Lei, unsure of why she felt that way, yet her heart conveyed sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Lei," she finally spoke, abandoning the more distant Mr. Lin for a more personal address. "It's nothing. We're friends, right? No need for thanks." Wu Shiyu earnestly regarded Lin Lei, nodding in agreement. The two stood together in the corridor for a while, Wu Shiyu's gaze frequently drifting towards the surgical room, her expression fraught with concern. Lin Lei remained silently by her side, offering unspoken support. As time trickled by, over 4 hours later, the previously closed surgical doors finally swung open. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Lei and Wu Shiyu sprang to their feet and hurried over. Wu Shiyu approached the doctor emerging from the room, her voice laced with urgency and worry. "Dr. Chun, how did my mother's surgery go?" Lin Lei followed closely beside her, his eyes reflecting his own concern. Dr. Chun Jingshan removed his gloves, glanced at Lin Lei, and then smiled gently at Wu Shiyu. "Shiyu, your mother's surgery was successful. However, she will need to be monitored for the next night. If no adverse reactions occur within the next 24 hours, we can consider the surgery a complete success." "Good. Thank you, Dr. Chen." "Thank you all." Wu Shiyu expressed her gratitude, relief flooding her features. "Thank you." Wu Shiyu, overwhelmed with joy, wept as she repeatedly bowed to the doctor who had emerged, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. The lengthy wait of over 6 hours felt like an eternity, akin to sitting on a bed of nails. Now, with such favorable news, Wu Shiyu felt that every moment of anguish was worthwhile, truly worth it. Chapter 33. Anxious blockage. "Doctor, may we see my mother now?" It would be best to wait until tomorrow, as your mother is still under anesthesia and has just undergone major surgery. She requires a sterile environment." "All right, I understand and I will defer to your judgment." "Thank you so much and no need for thanks. It is our duty. Oh, by the way, we have other matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." "Yes, Dr. Chen, please take care." With that, Dr. Chen departed down the corridor. Watching him fade from view, the once anxious Wu Shiyu felt an unexpected wave of relaxation wash over her, only to be followed by a sudden weakness that enveloped her entire being. Wu Shiyu's body went limp, and Lin Lei, quick to react, supported her with concern. "Are you all right?" Looking into Lin Lei's eyes, Wu Shiyu offered a faint smile, her pallid face betraying her fatigue. "I'm fine. I must have been too tense earlier. Now that I've relaxed, I feel a bit faint. Just help me sit on the nearby chair for a moment." "Okay." Lin Lei assisted Wu Shiyu to the adjacent chair. Once she was seated securely, he hurried off to fetch her some warm water and glucose. As Wu Shiyu watched Lin Lei's retreating figure, a gentle warmth flickered in her gaze, and an inexplicable sentiment began to blossom within her heart. In truth, this young man seemed rather admirable. This unexpected thought suddenly took root in Wu Shiyu's mind and began to proliferate. Meanwhile, Su Keating, after being hung up on multiple times by Lin Lei this afternoon and subsequently blocked, felt profoundly dejected. Following a quarrel with her sister Su Xinting, She stormed out, her mood further darkened. She had never before experienced such helplessness and despair, nor had she longed for someone as she did now. As she ran, she unwittingly found herself at the school gates. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, silent tears streamed down her delicate cheeks. Her hair, tousled by the wind, danced in the night breeze. Lin Lei, why did you hang up on me? Lin Lei, I miss you. Sue Keating's heart was filled with longing. At this moment, she seemed to harbor no other complicated thoughts. Just as she stood lost in reverie at the school gate, a luxurious Bentley quietly pulled up 2 meters away. The opulence of the car inevitably drew attention, especially given that this particular Bentley, a Mulsanne, was worth several million. Sue Keating, entranced by the vehicle, was suddenly startled when the front passenger door opened and a seemingly ordinary girl stepped out. Sue Keating was taken aback, internally lamenting, do the wealthy now prefer to hide their true selves? However, when the girl turned to close the door, Sue Keating froze in disbelief. Who else could it be but Lou Lena, the academic representative from the class next door, and the very vixen who had gone out with her boyfriend? In that instant, a flame of anger ignited within Sue Keating. Yet, upon reflection, if Lou Lena was here, Lin Lei might also be in the car. Although this vehicle was not the top-tier Lamborghini Centenario she had seen earlier that day, it still exuded an air of distinction. The emblem on the front, resembling wings, gleamed magnificently. With this thought, Sue Keating hastily suppressed her anger, striding toward the driver's side, calling out, Lin Lei, I know you're inside. I know I was wrong. Before Sue Keating could finish her plea, the driver's window slowly descended, revealing Li An'an, a strikingly beautiful woman with short hair and a confident demeanor. Upon seeing this unfamiliar face, Sue Keating was momentarily stunned. A glance into the back seat revealed it to be empty. Lin Lei was not there. Feeling awkward, she was at a loss for what to do as onlookers began to gather, whispering and pointing fingers at her. Who is this girl? Why is she calling Lin Lei? Did she just say she knows he's inside and that she was wrong? Could Lin Lei be her boyfriend? Lin Lei, that name sounds familiar. Oh, I remember now. He's the low-profile rich guy who drives that top-tier Lamborghini Centenario. It's been all over the school forum. Now that you mention it, it does ring a bell. So this girl is the one who dumped him. Ha ha ha, she actually looks quite decent, yet she's blind enough to let go of her Prince Charming. Don't be too harsh on her. I've heard she's a bit of a green tea bitch, juggling multiple boyfriends. What? Really? Does that mean Lin Lei is in a bit of a pickle? Ha ha ha, possibly. Love is a light, green is envy. The power of the internet is boundless. The saga of Lin Lei and his associates had nearly gone viral. Yet, opinions varied. Some praised Lin Lei, while others criticized him. Some claimed he had a masochistic streak, having been under Sue Keating's thumb for nearly 4 years, finally revealing his true identity. Others argued he was simply too low-key and adept at pretending. Of course, many speculated that Lin Lei might have a pact with his family, akin to a storyline from a web novel, perhaps a 3-year agreement or a 5-year term, and today marked his day of liberation. I am a billionaire. Listening to the murmurs surrounding her, Sue Keating's face shifted from pale to flushed, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Lou Lena, observing Sue Keating calling out, was taken aback, clearly not expecting to encounter Lin Lei's ex-girlfriend here. However, thoughts of Lin Lei made her secretly sigh. Perhaps he was currently with that girl named Wu Shiyu, Li An'an, seated in the driver's seat. Overheard the surrounding chatter but displayed no reaction. She scrutinized Sue Keating, Lin Lei's former girlfriend, and silently mused, when did my boss's eyesight become so poor? After musing, Lou Lena glanced at the car as it drove away, then looked back at Sue Keating, whose forlorn demeanor stirred her sympathy. She felt compelled to say something but ultimately remained silent, turning back toward the school. Truth be told, she felt a pang of sorrow, especially as her fantasies seemed to shatter that day, leaving her heart heavy with unfulfilled hopes. Chapter 34. Confession. Sue Keating stood, dazed, watching the car disappear into the night, her heart a tumult of emotions. Particularly, the disdainful gaze of that striking woman as she appraised her, then simply walked away without a word, felt akin to a bitter pill to swallow. Coupled with the whispers and pointed fingers from those around her, Sue Keating felt on the verge of emotional collapse after the events of the day. Ah, she exclaimed, before running off. The following morning, around 7, Lin Lei awoke in Wu Shiyu's rented room, finding her curled around him like an octopus, her delicate face resting on his chest, still peacefully asleep. Thankfully, Nothing had transpired between them that night. They had merely shared a tranquil evening. Lin Lei's clothes lay slightly wrinkled but otherwise intact, while Wu Shiyu's attire, including her dress, had shifted but remained in good condition. As for how they ended up sleeping in the same bed, it was simply that Lin Lei had accompanied Wu Shiyu at the hospital for an extended period, engaging in conversation, most of which he had led, coaxing her to share her experiences. Perhaps Wu Shiyu had felt lonely for far too long, carrying too many grievances within her heart. Coupled with the day's events, her emotional state was fragile, and Lin Lei was willing to be her listener, her emotional outlet. With no barriers between them, Wu Shiyu found herself opening up about the myriad of experiences that had shaped her journey thus far. She recounted the trials she faced after her adoptive father's departure and her adoptive mother's illness, detailing her relentless efforts to seek medical help and jobs amidst her bitterness and grievances. Wu Shiyu found herself weeping on Lin Lei's shoulder. The overwhelming sense of helplessness, solitude, and despair weighed heavily on her heart. Evoking profound sympathy from Lin Lei, he could hardly fathom the tribulations Wu Shiyu had endured along her journey, nor comprehend how she had managed to persevere while preserving her innate purity. As the beautiful Wu Shiyu lay weeping in his embrace, Lin Lei found not a trace of impure thoughts in his mind. Instead, he gently held her close, whispering words of comfort, "Oh, not fear. I will be here to protect you from now on." Upon hearing Lin Lei's soothing words, she seemed to find solace as she felt his warmth enveloping her. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her delicate face against his chest. Sensing his comforting presence, Wu Shiyu's emotions gradually stabilized, and before long, she succumbed to sleep in his arms. Lin Lei carefully lifted her to the bed, adjusting her slightly askew dress before attempting to loosen her grip around his waist, only to discover how tightly she clung to him, making it impossible to free himself as he tried to release her hold. Her lovely brow furrowed slightly, and her fingers tightened around the hem of his shirt. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Lin Lei lay down beside her, tucking her in beneath the covers before extinguishing the bedside lamp. That night, Lin Lei found it difficult to rest. Wu Shiyu, being a stunning beauty, occupied a significant portion of his space, and though he had been devoid of any lascivious thoughts earlier due to her story, the darkness and the passage of time began to stir feelings within him. Had it not been for Lin Lei's rationality and the exhaustion from the day's events, he might have succumbed to those burgeoning desires. Eventually, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he drifted off to sleep. When morning came, Lin Lei awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. Wu Shiyu still wore her work attire from the previous day, a fitted skirt that had shifted during the night, and a button from her blouse had inexplicably come undone, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite form. Lin Lei, though awake, dared not move, instead staring at the ceiling as a battle raged within his mind. Oh my, should I succumb to temptation or resist? What sins have I committed? Why must the heavens torment me so? I could very well endure hunger for a day instead of facing this scandalous predicament, he lamented internally. Nevertheless, Lin Lei endeavored to maintain his composure, taking deep breaths to steady himself. Just then, a notification from the system chimed softly in his ear. Ding! The host has not yet checked in today. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Check-in, Lin Lei replied. His spirits lifted as the sinful thoughts in his mind began to dissipate. Ding! The host has successfully checked in today. Reward, 100,000 yuan. Ding! The cash reward has been transferred to the host's bank account at the Rural Credit Cooperative, account number ending in 7748. Please check your account. The source of funds is legitimate and reliable, allowing for worry-free spending. Lin Lei quickly reached for his phone and opened the banking app, confirming the notification of a deposit of 100,000 yuan into his account. As he glanced down at the sleeping Wu Shiyu nestled against him, he sighed, acknowledging that this girl truly knew how to sleep. Yet, recalling her past struggles, his heart softened. This resilient and ambitious young woman deserved her rest. Let her sleep soundly, he thought, and his mindset gradually improved. While playing with his phone, he occasionally stole glances at her beauty, ensuring his movements were subtle enough not to disturb her slumber. Time passed unnoticed until it was a little past 8 o'clock when Wu Shiyu finally stirred, opening her eyes to find herself sprawled across Lin Lei. Unlike the dramatic scenes often portrayed in television dramas, she did not scream or slap him, but instead, her delicate, fair face flushed with a rosy hue as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, "You're awake?" Lin Lei noted, adjusting his position for comfort. "Thank you, Lin Lei," she murmured softly, sneaking a glance at him. Seeing her shy demeanor stirred something profound within Lin Lei, prompting him to speak. "What are you thanking me for? We are, after all, boyfriend and girlfriend, are we not?" "Ah, boyfriend and girlfriend? Is that too soon?" Wu Shiyu's head dropped even lower, her blush blooming like a rose in full bloom. Lin Lei recognized that if he did not seize the moment, the opportunity would slip away. He leaned slightly closer to her, gently lifting her chin to meet her gaze. "Look at me, and tell me, do you have feelings for me?" Wu Shiyu's eyes, filled with tenderness and shyness, fluttered shut. Lin Lei, no longer the inexperienced youth, understood the significance of the moment. He leaned in slowly, their lips finally meeting. In that instant, Wu Shiyu's body stiffened before melting into his embrace. Ding! The host has successfully completed the task, earning the rewards of supreme driving skills, the ability to remain sober after 1,000 drinks, and intermediate water manipulation abilities. The sound jolted Lin Lei, causing him to freeze mid-motion. The influx of overwhelming information flooding his mind, the wave of dizziness washed over him, compelling him to release Wu Shiyu. For her, who had never experienced love before, the tender moment had ignited a flicker of yearning. Yet Lin Lei's sudden withdrawal brought her burgeoning feelings back under the reign of reason. As she opened her eyes, the proximity between them was so intimate that they could feel each other's warm breaths brushing against their cheeks. Having never been this close to a male before, Wu Shiyu instinctively stepped back, her face flushed with embarrassment, reminiscent of a beautiful woman intoxicated. Lin Lei soon regained his composure, empowered by the 3 new skills. His senses sharpened remarkably, allowing him to perceive Wu Shiyu's subtle emotional shifts and even the flow of blood within her. This sensation was extraordinary, and he found himself eager to experiment with his newfound abilities, particularly the intermediate water manipulation. However, he recognized the inappropriateness of the moment and stifled his impulses, quickly recalibrating his mindset. Though he had not anticipated the system's declaration that he had successfully captured Wu Shiyu's heart, the brief hours they had spent together had firmly entrenched her in his thoughts. Had it not been for his genuine affection, Lin Lei would have acted on primal instincts last night. Yet, just as he had respected Su Keating in the past, he would not overstep his bounds without her consent. Looking into Wu Shiyu's eyes, he spoke softly, "Shiyu, would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Although we have only known each other for a short while, I have realized that I truly like you. This feeling is extraordinary, and I am at a loss for words. Perhaps it is your determination, your resilience, your gentleness, your earnestness. Each facet of you captivates me. Or maybe it is simply the comfort of wanting to be with you that stirs my heart, Wu Shiyu. I like you. I know this expression of my feelings may seem abrupt, and my confession may appear somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, I sincerely like you. I realize that I have not been part of your past joys and sorrows, but I earnestly hope to be there for every moment of your future. Let me accompany you on the path ahead, if you will." Lin Lei's voice was soft, his gaze earnest. Upon hearing his confession, Wu Shiyu slowly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with emotion as they met Lin Lei's gaze. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. One can perceive the most genuine thoughts residing within each individual. Wu Shiyu has witnessed this truth. She has observed the most profound emotions of Lin Lei. To speak candidly, Wu Shiyu harbors unique feelings for Lin Lei as well. Their heartfelt conversation that lasted throughout the night has already demonstrated that Wu Shiyu has, in her heart, accepted this young man who has unexpectedly entered her life. The suddenness of it all has stirred her emotions, causing them to fluctuate intensely. Moreover, after shedding tears in Lin Lei's embrace last night, she unknowingly fell asleep in his arms. The comfort of resting in the arms of someone of the opposite sex, a first for her, stems from the unparalleled sense of security she feels with Lin Lei. Later, when Lin Lei held her close, she was already awake, yet she pretended to be asleep. During the time Lin Lei carried her to bed, he astonishingly refrained from making any untoward advances towards this beautiful girl, instead preparing to leave. This further enhanced Wu Shiyu's fondness for him. Coupled with the peace of the night, she recognized that Lin Lei was indeed a remarkable young man, a gentleman, not a lecher. Thus, when faced with Lin Lei's sudden declarations of affection that morning, Wu Shiyu's heart fluttered once more. Finally, closing her eyes, she accepted Lin Lei's kiss. That moment, confronted with Lin Lei's confession, Wu Shiyu's heart truly stirred. She nodded and softly spoke. "Yes, I also hope that in your future world, my presence is felt every day. You agree?" "Yes," Wu Shiyu affirmed with a nod. Lin Lei, filled with joy, stepped forward and embraced Wu Shiyu, his face radiating happiness. In his heart, Lin Lei silently resolved to protect this girl, ensuring she would no longer face her challenges alone. Wu Shiyu, too, wrapped her arms around Lin Lei, pressing her body against his chest, greedily inhaling his unique scent, her face aglow with bliss. Moments later, they released each other and proceeded to freshen up. As Lin Lei had just arrived, he lacked his own toiletries in the bathroom, so Wu Shiyu offered him hers. They shared laughter and camaraderie, their surroundings imbued with a sense of beauty akin to that of a newlywed couple, filled with anticipation for the future. Naturally, after Wu Shiyu finished washing up and stepped out, Lin Lei, while attending to nature's call, intentionally filled the sink with water. He then concealed himself a meter away and began to manifest his intermediate water manipulation abilities granted by the system. He wished to observe his control over the water. Although it was his first attempt, the innate understanding he felt allowed him to wield it effortlessly. Watching the water in the sink respond to his thoughts, he conjured a stream that rose from the basin to the ceiling. Soon, 2, 3, and up to 9 streams emerged, resembling translucent rods, erecting a water barrier behind the bathroom door. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement, so much so that he momentarily forgot his primary task. Continuing to manipulate the water rods, he entwined them in pairs, akin to twisted dough, flowing and intertwining. Subsequently, he consolidated them into a sphere the size of a basketball. Suspended in midair, Lin Lei then transformed this water sphere into several smaller ones, resembling a school of fish, along with other whimsical shapes. His control over the water had become increasingly adept, as if he had practiced for centuries. In contemporary terms, one might call him a seasoned pro. Lin Lei, why are you taking so long? Unbeknownst to him, Wu Shiyu's gentle voice called out from outside the door, tinged with curiosity. Oh, I'll be out shortly. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Lei finally snapped back to reality. Glancing at his phone, he was taken aback. Nearly half an hour had elapsed, and indeed, he had lingered a bit too long. Moreover, he realized that in his excitement, he had left part of his task unfinished. As he attempted to shift positions, he discovered his legs had fallen asleep. Oh dear, Lin Lei muttered, suppressing the tingling sensation in his legs. After tending to his needs, he stood, bracing himself against the wall, and made his way out. The suspended water, under Lin Lei's command, seamlessly flowed away, carrying his waist with it. Chapter 36. My mouth is a bit numb. Lin Lei opened the bathroom door to find Wu Shiyu's concerned gaze awaiting him. Seeing him lean against the wall, she asked with worry, "Are you all right? Is your stomach bothering you?" "No, I just squatted too long. My legs fell asleep." Upon noticing Lin Lei's phone, Wu Shiyu instantly understood and shot him an exasperated glance. "Serves you right. Who told you to play on your phone while in the restroom? Now you realize your legs are numb," she teased. Yet she did not walk away. Instead, she stepped closer to support him. Knowing how uncomfortable it could be when one's legs felt that way, Lin Lei, observing Wu Shiyu's actions, smiled warmly. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he gently said, "Shiyu, it's wonderful to have you. Of course." The harmonious relationship, the success of her mother's surgery, and the heartfelt exchange with the young man she had developed feelings for had released the pent-up emotions she had carried for years. Wu Shiyu's mindset had shifted. His thoughtful demeanor had already captured her heart. "Oh dear, praise me just once, and you float away. That won't do." "What won't do?" "I am your little treasure," Wu Shiyu replied, tilting her head with a gentle smile. Lin Lei grinned at her. "Little treasure. Ha ha ha, little treasures deserve to be cherished. Come, give me a kiss." "No," she protested playfully. "That won't do with that." Lin Lei enveloped Wu Shiyu in his arms and planted a kiss on her forehead. "Ha ha ha, that won't do." Wu Shiyu tiptoed and lightly brushed her lips against his. "Wow." Then she pointed to his lips. "This spot now belongs to me." "All right, I want another." "No way." Wu Shiyu and Lin Lei playfully bantered before they composed themselves and headed to Hongcheng People's Hospital. On their way, Lin Lei made a special stop at a 5-star hotel, where he had the chef prepare nourishing congee for his future mother-in-law before arriving at the hospital. At this moment, Wu Yumei, after a night of rest, had awakened as the effects of the anesthesia wore off. In the special care unit, Wu Shiyu brought Lin Lei to her mother's bedside. Leaning slightly, Wu Shiyu took her mother's hand in hers and gently asked, "Mom, are you feeling better now?" Wu Yumei tilted her head slightly, looking at her daughter with deep affection. "Yes, I'm feeling much better." As she spoke, Wu Yumei raised her frail hand, trembling slightly, to caress her daughter's face. But this poor child has suffered. Look at you. You've lost weight again. It's all my fault. Mom. No. I won't allow you to say that. Wu Shiyu hurriedly interrupted her mother. Mom, you gave me this life. I believe that caring for you is the greatest happiness of my life. So, you must get better. I still want to receive your blessings. We will live together. Yes, yes, yes. Tears welled in Wu Yumei's eyes, filled with emotion. Perhaps she would never bear a child of her own, a lingering regret. However, to have such a lovely and considerate daughter was truly a stroke of fortune. Mom, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. As she spoke, Wu Shiyu turned slightly to point at Lin Lei. Lin Lei smiled and leaned closer. Auntie. Upon hearing her daughter had found a boyfriend, Wu Yumei's heart tightened. Yet, she also recognized her daughter had grown up and deserved to find a partner. However, despite this acceptance, she felt the need to keep a close watch. Her daughter had never been in a relationship before, remaining as innocent as a blank slate. She wished to protect her from the heartbreak that could arise from deceitful men in society. Thus, as Wu Shiyu moved aside, Wu Yumei's expression became significantly more serious. Upon hearing Lin Lei address her as auntie, Wu Yumei's gaze scrutinized him. He was of decent height, dressed appropriately, and his tan skin conveyed a sense of healthiness. With her wealth of experience, Wu Yumei's demeanor softened considerably upon meeting Lin Lei. She could discern that although the young man might not come from a wealthy background, his character appeared commendable, suggesting he would make a decent boyfriend. In truth, Wu Yumei's criteria for her daughter's partner were quite simple. First and foremost, her daughter must genuinely like him. Secondly, wealth was not essential, but he must sincerely care for her daughter. Having witnessed too many fleeting relationships among the youth today, where breakups occurred at the slightest provocation, leaving behind a trail of corruption in what should be pure and beautiful, she felt that such actions were devoid of meaning. As for Lin Lei, her initial impression was one of satisfaction. After Lin Lei called out Andy, Wu Yumei gently responded with a soft Wu Shiyu turned to Lin Lei and introduced him to her mother, saying, Mom, this is my boyfriend, Lin Lei, the Lin from Doubletrees, and Lei from Thunderstorm. Lin Lei, that's a fine name. Wu Yumei praised before continuing, Young man, while I have no other demands regarding my daughter, I insist that you treat her well. If I ever discover that she has shed tears of sorrow because of you, I shall not be lenient. As she spoke, Wu Yumei feigned a serious expression while looking at Lin Lei. Lin Lei assured her, Auntie, I would never allow such a thing to happen. Turning to Wu Shiyu, he added, Your daughter is so remarkable. I cherish her dearly. Remember your words, she replied, as their conversation unfolded. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was midday. Lin Lei accompanied Wu Shiyu in feeding Wu Yumei her lunch, and after allowing her some time to rest, he and Wu Shiyu departed from the hospital. Their destination was the sales office of Wanhao Real Estate. Lin Lei had intended to purchase Villa No. 3 the previous day, but the contract had yet to be signed. Today was the perfect opportunity to finalize that agreement. Together, Lin Lei and Wu Shiyu entered the Wanhao Real Estate sales hall. Due to the events of the previous day, the staff were already familiar with Lin Lei, the discreet billionaire. Naturally, as Lin Lei entered alongside Wu Shiyu, the attention of all present shifted to them, with each person casting a knowing glance toward Wu Shiyu. However, upon observing that she exhibited no signs of distress from the tumultuous events of the previous evening, their curiosity deepened. Had they misjudged the situation? Unlike their colleague, Li Sini, who had taken the morning off and returned in the afternoon with an odd gait, Wu Shiyu appeared completely unperturbed. Seated a short distance away, Li Sini glared at Lin Lei and Wu Shiyu. Her expression tinged with resentment. It was they who had subjected her to a night of discomfort and awkwardness, leaving her with lingering pain in her knees and a strange taste in her mouth. This couple shall not have an easy time, she vowed, filled with jealousy and anger, already plotting her revenge against them. Unbeknownst to Wu Shiyu, she entered the Wanhao Real Estate sales hall and clocked in for work. In private, Lin Lei had suggested that she resign and allow him to support her, enabling her to spend more time with her mother during her recovery. Wu Shiyu considered this, noting that she was not particularly fond of her job. However, she insisted on completing the month and securing the commission from her boyfriend's contract before resigning. She also mentioned that once her mother's condition stabilized and she was discharged, she would seek a more relaxed job. Lin Lei respected her decision, believing that no matter the circumstances, a woman should not entirely relinquish her independence or rely solely on her partner. As he settled into a seat to await Wu Shiyu, Lin Lei noticed a middle-aged man who had been in the company of director He Qingxing the previous day. "Mr. Lin, welcome. I am Zhou Hua, the sales manager here," he said, extending his hand. Lin Lei stood to shake Zhou Hua's hand, replying, "Please, just call me Lin Lei." Zhou Hua insisted, "That would not be proper, by the way. I heard from Xiao Wu that you are here specifically to sign the purchase contract for Villa No. 3. Indeed, Lin Lei affirmed with a nod. "Very well, Mr. Lin, please follow me to the VIP room where we can discuss matters more comfortably." After confirming with Wu Shiyu, Lin Lei agreed, and Zhou Hua, perceptive as he was, noticed the subtle exchange between them but chose not to comment. "This way, please," he gestured, leading Lin Lei while ensuring Wu Shiyu followed. An hour later, Lin Lei signed the purchase contract for Villa No. 3, paying the full sum of 93 million Huaxia dollars. During their discussions, Zhou Hua facilitated Wu Shiyu's immediate resignation, allowing her to collect her commission without waiting until the end of the month. Thanks to Lin Lei's influence, Zhou Hua secured approval from higher-ups to grant Wu Shiyu a commission of 3 on the entire sales amount, resulting in a remarkable 2.79 million Huaxia dollars for her. With her salary and a bonus of 30,000 from that month, Wu Shiyu's total earnings amounted to 2.834 million Huaxia dollars, a significant windfall for her. Hearing this news, she felt a surge of excitement. As a sales representative, she was acutely aware that commission rates for luxury properties typically hovered around 1 for cash transactions, making her 3 commission from Wanhao real estate exceptionally high. Wu Shiyu understood that such a generous rate was, of course, due to her boyfriend's involvement. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to attain such benefits. After expressing her gratitude to manager Zhou Hua, Wu Shiyu turned to Lin Lei with deep appreciation, silently resolving to reward him upon their return. Following the completion of the contract signing and exchanging contact information, Lin Lei departed the Wanhao real estate sales hall with Wu Shiyu, all the while under the envious gazes of those around them. As they climbed into Lin Lei's Lamborghini Centenario, Wu Shiyu felt exhilarated, experiencing a sense of liberation and ease she had never known before. Turning to Lin Lei, her eyes sparkled with affection, unable to conceal the warmth she felt for him, the one who had irrevocably transformed her life. Seated in the car, Lin Lei sensed Wu Shiyu's gaze upon him and feigned a shy demeanor. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm bashful and might get embarrassed." "Pfft, who would believe you're shy?" she retorted playfully. "Well then, am I to assume that my dashing good looks have left you utterly captivated?" Lin Lei turned to her, striking a pose he deemed handsome. Wu Shiyu rolled her eyes at him. "Humph, shameless." As their relationship deepened, Wu Shiyu grew more comfortable, revealing her endearing feminine side. Lin Lei regarded her with affection, recognizing that she was truly his beloved. After a light-hearted conversation, Lin Lei finally started the car, exiting the Wanhao real estate parking lot and heading toward the hospital. With his exceptional driving skills, he navigated the Lamborghini Centenario with both speed and stability. Upon arriving at the hospital, as they approached the ICU, Lin Lei's phone rang. It was a call from his subordinate, Li Mengan, which surprised him. He turned to Wu Shiyu. "Shiyu, I need to take this call. It's from my subordinate." Lin Lei was candid with her, as his feelings for her were sincere. "Go ahead," she replied. All right, with her consent, he answered the call. "Hello. You mentioned that the people from Blood Knight have already entered Huaxia. 2 level 5 assassins have arrived. Mengan, what is the strength of a level 5 assassin, and how is the power hierarchy within the assassin world classified?" "Well, I understand now. No, there's no need for that. I can manage myself. Just ensure that my girlfriend and her family are well protected. Also, my brother Lu Peng and Lu Lina. Right, my ex-girlfriend? She doesn't need protection. I have no ties with her whatsoever. All right then, please send 2 people to protect me. Okay, goodbye." Chapter 38. 15-fold. As for the assassin world, Lin Lei was utterly oblivious. It could be said that he was completely in the dark about those organizations that only existed in novels or on television. Lin Lei had no concrete concept of them because, in the realm of his previous understanding, such things were indeed far removed from the lives of ordinary people. Moreover, regarding those organizations, Lin Lei's evaluation was that they were cold and devoid of emotion. All other conceptual frameworks were built upon the constructs of those novels or dramas. However, upon hearing his subordinate Li Mengan's introduction over the phone, Lin Lei not only gained a comprehensive understanding of the names of most underground forces on this blue sky star, but also learned about their power hierarchy. In the assassin world, the ranking of assassins is determined by their overall strength. The hierarchy from highest to lowest is as follows: Throne, King of Assassins, Top Tier Assassin, Level 1 Assassin, Level 2 Assassin, Level 3 Assassin, Level 4 Assassin, and Level 5 Assassin. A Level 5 Assassin possesses combat strength equivalent to that of 5 adult men. Of course, this evaluation is rather vague, as the assessment of this level also takes into account various factors such as sharpness, explosiveness, success rate of missions, and the degree of danger, among others. However, it is certain that a high-level assassin will have a higher success rate in completing a mission compared to a lower-level one. This is a general principle. Now, the organization called Blood Knight has dispatched 2 Level 5 assassins to Huaxia to capture him, bringing nothing with them in the past. Perhaps this would have been too high an estimation of his worth. He was merely an ordinary person. However, for the current Lin Lei, their sending 2 people was indeed a sign of disdain towards him. He was no longer just an ordinary individual. Lin Lei scoffed inwardly a few times and gradually calmed his thoughts. Nevertheless, despite his contempt for them, he would not let his guard down. Thus, he instructed his subordinates to arrange protection for those around him, including himself. After hanging up the phone, Lin Lei pondered for a moment before stepping into the hospital room. With a beaming smile, he called out, "Auntie." After spending some time with Wu Yumei at the hospital, Lin Lei stepped out, allowing the mother and daughter to have some private time together. He went to the hospital park where patients could rest, sat on a bench, leaned back, closed his eyes, and basked in the gentle afternoon sunlight. Of course, Lin Lei was not truly closing his eyes to savor the moment. Instead, he entered his system to check his basic information. Host: Lin Lei. Appearance: 84 physical fitness, 89 intelligence, 83 emotional intelligence, 84 check-in, 3 days. Backpack: shopping multiplier cashback card 3, divine driving skills, skill of being impervious to intoxication, intermediate water-based ability. Looking at his basic information, Lin Lei was filled with amazement. It is often said that education can change one's destiny, and now Lin Lei wanted to add that a system could also transform one's fate. And it does so with remarkable speed. Reflecting on 3 days ago, he had been a struggling university student on the brink of graduation, utterly lost about his future. After experiencing a car accident and a breakup, he had hit rock bottom in life. The fact that he stumbled upon something so improbable in reality felt as if his ancestors were smiling down upon him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Lei realized that he could use the 93 million he spent on a property today with the shopping multiplier cashback card. Curious about his luck and how much he could get back, he activated the card in his backpack with his mind. Instantly, the shopping multiplier cashback card reacted. Beep. Does the host wish to use the shopping multiplier cashback card to settle today's total shopping expenditure? Lin Lei clicked yes. Beep. The host's total shopping expenditure for today is being calculated. Beep. The total shopping expenditure amounts to 93,723 yuan. Beep. The shopping multiplier cashback card is automatically reversing the multiplier. Beep. The shopping cashback multiplier, 15 times. Beep. The cashback amount is 1,395,010,845 yuan. Beep. Please indicate to which bank account the funds should be deposited. Beep. Construction bank ending in 8864, agricultural bank ending in 6687, rural credit cooperative ending in 7748, postal savings ending in 7246. Hearing the system's prompts and the text displayed on the virtual screen within him, Lin Lei's heart raced with excitement. It felt akin to winning a lottery or confessing to the girl of his dreams. A surge of adrenaline coursing through him. When the system indicated an automatic 15-fold increase and calculated the cashback amount to be 1,395,010,845 yuan, Lin Lei's heart momentarily skipped a beat, his face brimming with exhilaration. This was nearly 1.4 billion in cashback. After deducting the 1 billion that Li Ming had transferred to him, Lin Lei had earned almost 1.3 billion in less than a day. To be precise, he had only taken 1 second to earn 1.3 billion Huaxia currency. My goodness. This must be the fastest way to make money in the world. Having a system is indeed remarkable. After a while, Lin Lei finally managed to suppress his excitement. After some contemplation, he clicked on the agricultural bank card. Beep. The cashback reward has been transferred to the host's agricultural bank savings account ending in 6687. Please check. The source of funds is normal, reliable, and legal. Feel free to spend. Upon hearing this system notification, Lin Lei gradually opened his eyes. The gentle sunlight and the vast blue sky with white clouds greeted him. His mood was exceptionally serene. Beep. A notification from his phone sounded. Lin Lei glanced around before picking up his phone and unlocking it. immediately seeing the deposit information for his bank account. Your savings account ending in 6687 received an investment income of 395,010,845 yuan on September 14. Current account balance 1,402,012,845 yuan. Huaxia Agricultural Bank. Lin Lei looked at the deposit information and smiled faintly. After putting away his phone, he stretched out his arms, leaned back on the bench, and wore a gentle smile, reflecting on how wonderful it felt to have money. Time passed, and suddenly Lin Lei sensed someone approaching him. He slightly opened his eyes and saw Wu Shiyu cautiously walking over. What was she up to? Trying to scare him? Fine, then he wouldn't hesitate to turn the tables. Lin Lei closed his eyes again, maintaining a semblance of awareness. With his intermediate water-based ability, Lin Lei could easily sense the precise location of Wu Shiyu by detecting the water molecules in the air as well as those within his own body. At this moment, Wu Shiyu moved quietly, her gaze landing on Lin Lei, who was leisurely enjoying the sunshine with his eyes closed on the bench, her face lighting up with joy at the thought of surprising him. However, just as she was about to reach him, Lin Lei acted first. Before Wu Shiyu could react, he pulled her into his embrace. Wu Shiyu was startled, clearly not expecting Lin Lei's sudden action, especially in a public setting. Although there were not many people around, it was still a public place. Embracing in public? How inappropriate! Yet Lin Lei was unconcerned. He gazed at Wu Shiyu in his arms, grinning mischievously, then leaned closer, nearly face to face with her. What's this? Still dare to scare me? Not anymore, not anymore. Wu Shiyu quickly surrendered in such close proximity. Feeling the warmth of Lin Lei's words made Wu Shiyu blush furiously. She had never been this close to a male in public before. It was her first time. That's not enough. You must reward me. Wu Shiyu looked at Lin Lei, who was so near, pondered for a moment, and then initiated a kiss on his lips. Wow, is that sufficient? Lin Lei released her and allowed Wu Shiyu to sit beside him, starting a conversation. Chapter 39. Su Keating from Assassination on the Other Side. Su Keating had come to Lin Lei's dormitory building once again. After the events of the past couple of days, she had lost some weight. Already somewhat attractive, she now appeared somewhat pitiful. Having waited since morning until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, her emotions grew increasingly unstable with the passing time. She secretly asked herself if she liked Lin Lei. After much contemplation, she found herself unable to clarify the answer to that question. However, one thing was certain. She regretted it. She truly regretted it. Regretted breaking up with Lin Lei. Whose phone should she use? After making a call, Lin Lei was abruptly met with a disconnection the moment he spoke. When he tried again, he was greeted with the maddening voice of an automated system. His resentment towards Lin Lei grew immensely. He truly despised him. Yet, she was merely an ordinary person, powerless to change the situation. Now, she was even unaware of Lin Lei's whereabouts. Summoning her courage, she approached Lu Lina for answers. But Lu Lina remained tight-lipped, which only added to her frustration. Their conversation nearly escalated into an argument. Observing Lin Lei's dormitory and feeling the probing, curious gazes of passing students, along with the hushed whispers of gossip, filled Su Katian's heart with desolation. Another hour passed, and then another. Gradually, Su Katian left, her silhouette tinged with loneliness, reminiscent of Lin Lei's forlorn figure on the day of his breakup. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the deep despair etched on Su Katian's face. Meanwhile, Lin Lei and Wu Shiyu had been leisurely chatting in the park for quite some time. As twilight approached, they decided to dine together. After their meal, Lin Lei went to the bank to conduct some business, transferring 200 million to Lin An'an's company account. Once his tasks were complete, Lin Lei led Wu Shiyu to a quieter corner and, in her presence, dialed his subordinate, Li Mingyan. Hello, is everyone receiving over 1 million each? In my opinion, that is not excessive. Furthermore, inform those brothers that as long as they perform well, their year-end bonuses will undoubtedly surpass this amount, and no need for thanks. This is what they rightly deserve. I have great faith in you all. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, Lin Lei turned to Wu Shiyu, who was looking at him with disbelief. Pretending to touch his face, he asked, "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" No. Wu Shiyu quickly shook her head. I'm just a bit puzzled. Lin Lei laughed heartily and took her small hand, saying, I understand your confusion. You wonder why I would grant such generous rewards, 1 million for each person. You are concerned that this might incite greed among them. Moreover, this distribution method is quite inequitable within the company structure. Isn't it? Also, if my bonuses decrease in the future, will they harbor discontent towards me? Wu Shiyu nodded. That was precisely her concern. Human nature was indeed unpredictable. The allure of money could lead many to dangerous choices, and betrayal was all too common. While Lin Lei's intention to win hearts with money was not misguided, the scale of these rewards was undeniably high. If memory served her correctly, Lin Lei had mentioned that his company employed around 100 people, meaning this round of bonuses would total at least 100 million. Wu Shiyu did not particularly care about the money. Her worry stemmed from the fear that Lin Lei's expenditure might ultimately yield no benefit. Lin Lei chuckled, fully aware of the immense temptation money posed to individuals. He understood well that such matters could sever even the closest of bonds, let alone with others. Nevertheless, the system had clearly indicated that their loyalty to him was unwavering. The implication was crystal clear. With a mere command, they would not hesitate to lay down their lives for him. Lin Lei was the type of person who treated his own exceptionally well, especially those who remained unfailingly loyal. He had no intention of shortchanging them, especially given their efficiency, which pleased him greatly. However, regarding these matters, particularly the system, Lin Lei found it difficult to explain to his girlfriend. My dear, some things need not be overthought in time. You will come to understand my reasoning. Wu Shiyu nodded, trusting that Lin Lei had his own justifications for his actions. Afterward, Lin Lei took Wu Shiyu shopping. Just as they were engrossed in their outing, Lin Lei's phone suddenly rang. His brow furrowed slightly. In the past few days, his phone had rarely known silence for 4 consecutive hours, except for the late-night hours. The incessant calls had informed him through his brother Lu Peng about his newfound popularity at school. He had even taken a leave of absence from classes, which his homeroom teacher had approved without hesitation. Wu Shiyu noticed the phone ringing and the slight arch of Lin Lei's brow, wearing a smile on her face. She was aware of Lin Lei's situation and his rising fame at their school. Through this newfound notoriety, Wu Shiyu gained a comprehensive understanding of her boyfriend's character, his devotion, sensitivity, and individuality. She also learned about the breakup with his former girlfriend, Su Katian, recognizing it as a result of the latter's failure to cherish what they had. Deep down, Wu Shiyu felt gratitude towards Su Katian for stepping aside, allowing her the chance to meet this unique treasure of a man. Though they had only been together for 2 days, Lin Lei's sincerity and attentiveness had provided Wu Shiyu with an unprecedented sense of warmth and joy. Thus, seeing her boyfriend frown upon receiving a call, she smiled brightly. Lin Lei retrieved his phone, and the caller ID displayed a completely unfamiliar number. He chuckled wryly. The unknown calls he'd received lately had all been from that woman, and he was utterly exhausted by it. Curious about how she had acquired so many numbers, he contemplated whether to hang up. Suddenly, another call flashed on his screen. This time from his close friend, Lu Peng. Lin Lei bypassed the first call and answered the second, before he could utter a word. Lu Peng's anxious voice came through the line. Lin Lei, this is bad. I just received a call from Wenhao. Your ex-girlfriend Su Katian is planning to jump off the Yao Lake Bridge. She said she wants to see you, and that if you don't show up in half an hour, she will leap into the lake. You need to hurry. You're the only one who can save her. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei's expression darkened considerably. He glanced at the mall and quickly made his way to a secluded corner, suppressing his rage as he muttered coldly, Damn it, is she out of her mind? Jumping into the lake? Why not just jump off a building and get it over with? She was the one who insisted on breaking up, despite my pleas, and now she regrets it and wants to reconcile? Has she lost her mind? That green tea bitch. Calm down, Lin Lei. Just focus on saving her for now. I'm on my way to the Yao Lake Bridge to see if I can stabilize her emotions. You need to come quickly. Lin Lei begrudgingly suppressed his anger and replied, Fine, let us leave it at that. I'll see you there. After hanging up, Lin Lei turned to Wu Shiyu with a hint of apology in his gaze. Shiyu, I might not be able to continue shopping with you right now. My ex-girlfriend is attempting suicide. He did not conceal the truth. Lin Lei harbored genuine affection for his current girlfriend and knew Wu Shiyu was fully aware of the situation with his ex, so he felt no need to hide it. It's all right. I figured as much when I heard you on the phone, Wu Shiyu said, stepping closer and gazing at Lin Lei with understanding in her eyes. Despite their brief 2-day relationship, there was a profound understanding between them, akin to that of years spent together. Why don't you take me with you? After everything is settled, I can show you around Yao Lake. Sure, that sounds good. But I can't let my mom know. She has my brothers with her. Don't worry, your mom will be fine with it. All right, let us go then. We need to rescue your ex-girlfriend. However, I want to be the one to confront her. If you're not going to confront her, then why go at all? Didn't Tishi say she wanted to see you? Wu Shiyu asked, puzzled. Lin Lei feigned mystery, replying, you'll find out when we get there. As long as I arrive before she jumps, she won't die. But after this, I fear you might love me even more. Love you? Himph. You have quite the ego. As they chatted, Lin Lei and Wu Shiyu leisurely made their way to the underground parking lot, carrying their shopping bags. Upon reaching his car, Lin Lei opened the door for Wu Shiyu, ensuring she was settled before starting the engine. He then set the destination for the Yao Lake Bridge and drove at a steady pace. Truth be told, Lin Lei was reluctant to go. The depth of his past affection for his ex was now matched only by his disdain. He felt more estranged from her than he would from a complete stranger. Had it not been for his brother's urgent call, he would have pretended to remain oblivious to the situation. It wasn't that he undervalued life. Instead, I feel that this woman has done this for the first time. There will undoubtedly be a second time. If every time she attempts to jump off a building, or into a river or lake, she insists on making her presence known, then I must respond. But how can I continue to live a normal life? Furthermore, Lin Lei is quite repulsed by such behavior from a woman. You, who have abandoned others, now resort to tears and tantrums. What game are you playing? Moreover, someone who does not even cherish their own life, how can they expect others to value it? What is most detestable is that after this incident, my reputation may be tarnished. If she were to die, undoubtedly, all the blame and chaos would be heaped upon me. Just the thought of it gives Lin Lei a headache. On the other side, the Yao Lake Bridge features 6 lanes of traffic in both directions and spans an impressive 4 kilometers as a cable-stayed bridge. Ambulances, police cars, and fire trucks are all prepared and ready. 20 meters below the bridge lies a chaotic mixture of rocks and lake water. Near this tumultuous area, 3 kayaks are docked and 7 or 8 rescue personnel stand by, ever vigilant. However, due to the darkness, passers-by cannot discern the situation below the bridge. All they can see are the bright beams of flashlights and the glimmer of rescue personnel's reflective vests. She stands at the precipice, her feet dangling in the void. Her gaze, somewhat dazed, is fixed upon the distant lights on either shore. Her gaunt face appears pale, a gentle breeze caresses her cheek, causing her hair to dance in the night sky. Little sister, I am not angry with you anymore. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lost my temper. I realize my mistake. Little sister, can you forgive me? It's too dangerous for you to be sitting there. Do you understand how heartbroken Mom, Dad, and I would be if you fell? Please, don't move. Let the firefighters help you, all right? Having arrived at the scene, Su Xinting does not take a moment's respite. She speaks to the officers who have cordoned off the area, requesting to enter. Hastily, she leans over the railing and calls out to her sister, who is facing away from her. No need. I'm not angry. I just want Lin Lei. As she speaks, Su Xinting notices the rescue personnel on either side making their way closer and immediately issues a warning. If you come any closer, I will jump with that. She twists her body slightly. No. Don't. I'll call him right now. Just wait. Su Xinting immediately pulls out her newly purchased phone, dials Lin Lei's number, and after a single ring, she is met with the most infuriating automated response. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Frustrated, she repeatedly attempts to call, her expression darkening with each failed attempt. Damn it, Lin Lei. If anything happens to my sister, I will not let you off the hook. Su Xinting curses under her breath but knows she cannot afford to be angry now. She must contact Lin Lei as quickly as possible. Desperately, she borrows a phone from an officer nearby to reach Lin Lei. Just as she prepares to dial, a somewhat familiar voice calls from behind her. No need to call. Lin Lei is already on his way. Su Xinting is taken aback and turns to see Lu Peng, Lin Lei's close friend. Excitement surges within her as she rushes forward, grasping Lu Peng's arm. What did you say? Lin Lei is coming? Lu Peng, slightly annoyed, shakes off her grip. Yes, I called him on my way here. Lu Peng strides ahead, shouting towards Su Xinting's sister, Keating, I've already informed him he is on his way. So please, don't panic. Lu Peng speaks earnestly, though he himself is reluctant to be involved. However, having received a call from Wen Hao about a matter of life and death, he felt compelled to help. Hearing Lu Peng's words, Su Xinting's expression softens slightly. She looks at him with surprise. Are you serious? Of course, why would I lie to you? This is a matter of life and death. And think about it. In all the time we've known each other, have I ever deceived you? You know his temperament. If he sees you like this, he will be worried, saddened, and angry. Upon receiving my call, He is hurrying over. If you truly care for him, you wouldn't want him to drive recklessly out of anxiety. Would you? Lu Peng rambles on, his words a mix of reason and frustration. Su Xinting's heart stirs as she listens, caught between conflicting emotions. Truth be told, she doesn't genuinely wish to die. However, the relentless trials and tribulations she has faced have led to a temporary emotional upheaval, compounded by nostalgia for the good times with Lin Lei and the painful reality of his current distance. Most disheartening is the thought of Lin Lei's newfound wealth, a stark contrast to the man she once took for granted. It feels akin to winning the lottery only to tear up the ticket, an unbearable sensation. Thus, in desperate pursuit of seeing him, Su Xinting resorts to such extreme measures. If I cannot see him, I will end my life. Lu Peng's heart sinks at these words, bitterness etched on his face. Damn it, this woman must be out of her mind. Does she think everyone is waiting for her? If she wants to jump, then just do it. Why disrupt public order? Though filled with rage, Lu Peng knows he cannot provoke her further. All right, stay calm, I'll make another call. With that, he steps away. Due to the presence of traffic police and officers, the crowd is rather sparse. Many have been dispersed, and as the bridge is inherently less frequented by pedestrians, only a few curious onlookers linger, glancing briefly before moving on. Lu Peng, having distanced himself from the crowd, dials Lin Lei again. The call connects shortly thereafter. Hey, Lao Lei, are you on your way? Yes, I'm en route. You better hurry, she's about to jump. Damn it, I really don't want to deal with that foolish woman. Lu Peng curses under his breath, wishing to distance himself from the entire situation. Were it not for the faint ties of the past and the gravity of life and death, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved. Hey, don't let that foolish woman get to you. I should be there soon. Let us talk when I arrive. Okay, but tell that foolish woman I'll be there in 20 minutes. 20 minutes? All right then, goodbye. With deep contemplation in his eyes, Lin Lei has actually been nearby for several minutes. However, he refrains from driving his Lamborghini Centenario onto the bridge, instead opting for a secluded road adjacent to a nearby park. He has no intention of meeting Su Xinting. From the outset, he did not plan for her to see him. In truth, he wishes to leave her in despair, ensuring that she harbors no lingering thoughts of him. He wants her to remember him like this, even if she were to leap into the lake. Her life or death holds no significance for him, rendering her tactics ineffective. Wu Shiyu stands beside Lin Lei, gazing at the distant Yao Lake Bridge, her expression filled with confusion. Aren't you supposed to be saving Su Xinting? Why are you here instead? Are you here to admire the night or to rescue someone? However, recalling Lin Lei's earlier words about understanding later, she remains silent, though curiosity gnaws at her on their way. He had even stopped at a roadside clothing store to purchase an ordinary black hooded jacket, a black mask, and sunglasses. Wu Shiyu cannot fathom the purpose behind such purchases at night. If they were for robbery, that might make sense, but to think they would aid in a rescue, she finds that hard to believe. She longs to ask him directly about his intentions. What are you planning? Yet, her boyfriend, this infuriating man, remains tight-lipped, leaving her in suspense. As she observes Lin Lei donning the clothing, she becomes increasingly anxious. Where are you going? I feel a bit scared being here alone. I am going to save someone. If you feel a bit frightened, then you should stay in the CA or good. All right, Lin Lei tenderly said, embracing Wu Shiyu and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Wu Shiyu, feeling Lin Lei's warmth and gazing into his doting eyes, instantly became obedient. Yes, I will. All right, I will wait for you in the car. Lin Lei then donned his clothes, put on a mask and sunglasses, and switched off his phone. He then turned, not heading towards the roads on either side, but instead toward the inky surface of the lake. Wu Shiyu observed Lin Lei's actions and hurriedly grabbed his arm. Darling, what are you doing? The lake is right below. You don't plan to swim over, do you? The water is quite deep. Lin Lei turned to look at Wu Shiyu behind him and gently replied. I know that haven't you always been curious about how I would save her? Now, you will find out. As he spoke, Lin Lei casually raised his hand, causing the hidden waters beneath the night to ripple suddenly. A sound of flowing water followed. Hearing this, Wu Shiyu, illuminated by the car's headlights, curiously looked in the direction of Lin Lei's raised hand, where the sound originated. Confused, she saw nothing. However, in the next moment, dozens of water columns, each measuring about 3 to 4 centimeters, surged up from the dark lake surface, flowing toward them. Wu Shiyu's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with disbelief. She watched as those long streams of water twisted around them, freely swirling and continuously morphing into various shapes, accompanied by a melodious sound of flowing water. This, Wu Shiyu stammered, reaching out to touch the streams, which effortlessly parted as she did so. The icy sensation invigorated her immensely. She was at a loss for words to express her astonishment and confusion. She had never imagined that the knowledge Lin Lei had hinted at would manifest as such a miraculous ability. Water manipulation? Unbelievable. Wu Shiyu couldn't comprehend it. How could such a power exist in the real world? Could her boyfriend truly be one of those mutants hidden in the city, as depicted in movies? My goodness, it was simply unimaginable. Are you all right? I'm fine. Wu Shiyu's voice was still filled with incredulity. She was struggling to process this astonishing revelation. This news was akin to revealing to her that the extraordinary abilities she believed only existed in novels, dramas, or films were indeed real in this world. The power her boyfriend exhibited was the most compelling proof. Lin Lei smiled faintly, aware that it would take some time for his girlfriend to fully accept this extraordinary reality. Furthermore, he needed to rescue Su Keating. If he delayed, she might truly perish. All right, my dear, you stay in the car for a while. Remember, everything you see today is our little secret. Saying this, Lin Lei kissed Wu Shiyu's forehead once more before turning and walking toward the lake. Wu Shiyu nodded absently, her gaze following Lin Lei as he turned and moved. She watched as he prepared to step onto the lake's surface. Although she knew her boyfriend possessed that legendary ability, water manipulation, she couldn't help but worry, fearing he might step directly into the water. However, her concerns were clearly unwarranted, as Lin Lei, endowed with intermediate water manipulation abilities, stood steadily upon the water's surface as if it were solid ground. Watching her boyfriend truly standing on the water, as though walking on solid earth, Wu Shiyu felt a surge of excitement. Her eyes filled with astonishment as she watched him walk toward the center of the lake. Wu Shiyu called out, "Wait for me." Chapter 42. Missing without a trace on the Yahoo Bridge, Lu Peng had already conveyed Lin Lei's intentions to Su Keating. However, as 10 minutes passed, then 20, Lin Lei's figure remained absent. Lu Peng couldn't help but feel anxious. He wondered if Lin Lei might have encountered an accident on the way due to excessive speed. He certainly didn't consider the possibility of Lin Lei standing him up. Lu Peng knew Lin Lei too well. He would never do such a thing. If he promised to come, he would undoubtedly arrive. As for when he would show up, that was uncertain. Nevertheless, Lu Peng thought to himself that if Lin Lei hadn't arrived in a while, he would call him. Sitting on the railing, Su Keating's emotions became increasingly unstable as time passed. Initially, her expression had been hopeful after hearing Lu Peng's words, but as time dragged on, she began to sink into despair. She glanced at the electronic watch on her wrist repeatedly, her gaze growing more erratic. The police officers maintaining order around her wore grave expressions. They did not want to witness a young life extinguished before their eyes. Yet, the surrounding environment and Su Keating's reaction rendered them unable to conduct a rescue. Whenever the rescue teams approached, she threatened to jump, her emotions running high. The possibility of ambushing her from behind was slim, as there was nothing to support her footing. If they attempted to use a long ladder, she would have noticed long before they got close. If she were to leap in a moment of agitation, it would be disastrous. This was not what they wished to see. Therefore, all they could do now was hope for the young man named Lin Lei. Perhaps he was the only one capable of saving this girl. They had gleaned some information about the situation from Su Keating's friends, family, and Lu Peng, a classmate of Lin Lei's. Although the accounts varied slightly, the core message was simple. After being rejected by Su Keating, Lin Lei had turned and become a billionaire, refusing to meet or answer her calls, leading to the current crisis where she contemplated suicide. They were equally helpless. They had attempted to call Lin Lei, but he had blocked their numbers and refused to answer. All they could do was hope that Lu Peng was not lying and that Lin Lei would arrive within 20 minutes. Time ticked by, and soon 30 minutes had passed. Su Keating's expression grew increasingly desperate as she sat on the railing. Perhaps he truly doesn't care. If he did, he would have arrived by now. Su Keating thought to herself, her trembling hands supporting her as she stood up on the railing. The surrounding crowd tensed visibly at this sight. "Sister, please don't get agitated. Sit down," Su Keating exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety. "Keating, don't be impulsive. Lin Lei should be arriving soon. Just wait a little longer. I'll call him right now to see where he is. Please, don't do anything rash." Lu Peng's voice was filled with tension and concern as he hurriedly pulled out his phone, preparing to call. Despite having cursed this woman countless times in his mind, he still valued life above all else. The police and rescue personnel around them also grew tense, urging Sue Keating to calm down and think of her family. Meanwhile, below the Yahoo Bridge, the rescue team had set up inflatable mats and were anxiously listening to the urgent communications over the radio. They were acutely aware that the height was over 20 meters, with many exposed rocks and an uneven ground below. Jumping from such a height, even with inflatable mats set up, was exceedingly dangerous, with the potential for instant death looming. Just as the rescue team was filled with anxiety, they suddenly sensed a faint sound of flowing water around them. The sound grew clearer, and they noticed that the kayak they were in, which had been relatively stable, began to rock gently, then increasingly violently. All team members were filled with curiosity and instinctively shone their flashlights around. Upon seeing the scene behind them, several individuals stumbled backwards, falling onto the kayak, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Others stood frozen, mouths agape in disbelief. Not far from them, a massive water staircase, 2 meters wide, surged up from the lake's surface. Atop this water staircase stood a mysterious figure clad in a black coat, rising steadily as the water gathered beneath him. The people on the bridge, shrouded in darkness, remained unaware of the situation below. Sue Keating was no exception. As she stood on the railing, trembling, she turned slightly to face the crowd on the bridge. Offering a faint smile before slowly closing her eyes, in that moment, her body leaned backward. No. As everyone witnessed Sue Keating's actions, gasps of horror erupted from the crowd. Some instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear the thought of what was to come. Others began to weep. However, many of the rescuers wore expressions of regret and anger at their powerlessness. Damn it. Just as everyone lamented and cried out in despair, a crystal-clear sound of flowing water emanated from beneath the grand bridge, arriving suddenly and with remarkable swiftness. All gazes were momentarily stunned, perplexed by the unexpected and strange sound of water. Its volume was so pronounced that it felt as though one were standing beside a canal. Eyes closed, intently listening to the melodious rush of water. Just as the crowd stood bewildered, a colossal water serpent, as thick as an adult's thigh, surged forth from the inky darkness beneath the bridge. In a swift motion, it coiled around the waist of Sue Keating, lifting her upward and propelling her towards the bridge on the opposite side. Simultaneously, a mysterious figure cloaked in black, adorned with a mask and sunglasses, materialized at the very spot where Sue Keating had leapt into the lake. Beneath his feet flowed a torrent of water, the sound reminiscent of crashing ocean waves. Sue Keating sensed a peculiar wrapping around her body. Instead of plummeting downwards, she experienced an uplifting sensation. Upon opening her eyes, she was confronted with a scene that left her utterly astounded, and her gaze filled with despair. She fixated on the enigmatic figure not far away, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Had she perished? Why was there no pain, only a chilling sensation? Was this what it felt like to have one's soul depart after death? As Sue Keating's thoughts spiraled, the water serpent that had enveloped her burst into a cascade of cold water, drenching her and jolting her awake. Lin Lei, standing on the water ladder outside the bridge, glanced at the onlookers without uttering a word, then turned and vanished into the shadows. The entire episode unfolded in mere seconds. Lin Lei had disappeared into the night without a trace. Chapter 43. Worldview. What on earth did I just witness? Am I dreaming? Indeed. Could it be that cultivators truly exist in this world? My perception of reality feels as though it is crumbling. The incredibility of it all is overwhelming. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I yearn to cultivate alongside you. The chatter around them was incessant, as the crowd grappled with the fantastical scene they had just witnessed, struggling to accept its authenticity. It defied modern science and the established worldview of contemporary society, leaving them in a state of both belief and self-doubt. Some even leaned over the bridge, flashlight in hand, peering into the lake below, yet saw nothing. Others knelt in reverence, eager to pay homage to the mysterious savior, contemplating the possibility of witnessing such wonders themselves and perhaps achieving great fortunes. Sue Keating sat in stunned silence. The abrupt transformation of the water serpent into a basin of cold water had thoroughly awakened her. She realized she was not dead, for the refreshing chill and the surrounding gasps of astonishment served as constant reminders of her reality. She had been rescued by the mysterious stranger. Beside her, Sue Keating was equally astonished. The day's events had utterly upended her previous beliefs. She had never imagined that such extraordinary beings existed in this world. Could it be that the tales spun in dramas, ancient texts, or mythical legends were indeed rooted in truth? Meanwhile, Lu Peng, who was on the phone, wore an expression of sheer excitement. The mysterious individual had been nothing short of magnificent. If only he could experience such a moment himself. As for Su Keating, a few years less of her life would be a small price to pay. The official personnel present, tasked with maintaining order and conducting rescue operations, were likewise in a state of shock and disbelief. They had never anticipated that a routine rescue mission would attract such a supernatural occurrence. This was something they had never encountered in their years of service. What do we do now? Captain, control the scene and immediately contact higher-ups. She surveyed Lin Lei with concern. How is he? Lin Lei, with a gentle demeanor, began to remove his outer coat, responding, It's fine. I saved her, Dotto. By the way, why weren't you waiting in the car? Aren't you afraid of the dark? Wu Shiyu lifted her gaze slightly. Because I was more worried about you, I couldn't sit still in the car. I wanted to see you to feel at ease. Lin Lei regarded Wu Shiyu with tenderness. The sensation of being cared for was truly comforting. He reached out to gently tousle her hair, chiding playfully, Silly girl, there's nothing to worry about. Oh, come on. I was just concerned. All right, all right. They started the car and drove away from the lakeside garden, heading towards the bridge. However, just before ascending the bridge, Lin Lei pulled over to the side of the road and used his girlfriend's phone to call Lu Peng. Initially, he intended to use his own phone, but upon turning it on, he discovered numerous missed calls, one from Lu Peng. After a moment's hesitation, he powered down his phone again to maintain the illusion of a dead battery. The call connected quickly, and Lu Peng's puzzled voice came through. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Lin Lei. It's you, damn. It's taking you so long. Didn't you say you'd arrive in 20 minutes? It's been half an hour. Traffic was bad, and it was my first time driving here. I got a bit flustered and made a wrong turn. I see it. By the way, your ex-girlfriend is fine now. Do you know how she was saved? Lin Lei feigned ignorance. I wasn't there. How would I know? True. What a pity you missed it. If you'd seen it, it would have completely changed your worldview. It was utterly unbelievable. Lu Peng began recounting the astonishing events he had witnessed on the bridge. However, before he could finish, another voice interrupted the call. Sir, please hang up. We need to speak with you. Sure. Let me just talk to my friend for a moment. All right, bye. After ending the call, Lin Lei gazed at the distant bridge, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Just moments ago, while speaking with his good friend Lu Peng, he had noticed 4 police cars racing past him towards the bridge. He understood that these vehicles were likely not dispatched due to Su Keating, but rather in response to his own unexpected appearance. After a moment's reflection, Lin Lei decided against approaching. He wished to avoid unnecessary interactions with the authorities. After all, if he were to inadvertently become embroiled in this situation, it could lead to complications. He trusted that his friend would be fine. The police would likely only conduct routine inquiries, or perhaps caution him against spreading rumors about what he had witnessed. It was all quite straightforward. On the journey home, Lin Lei parked in the lot outside his school, accompanied by Wu Shiyu, and headed towards Xizang University of Science and Technology. 2 hours later, observing the 2 women chatting inside, Lin Lei discreetly settled himself in the corridor outside the hospital room. He took out his now powered-on phone, contemplating whether there would be any further developments at this late hour. Upon turning it on, he was greeted with several text notifications, all from unfamiliar numbers. He briefly scanned them before disregarding them. Opening WeChat, he found multiple messages concerning Su Keating from various contacts, including his homeroom teacher, dormmates Lu Wenhao and Miao Mu, as well as classmates. There was also a message from Lu Lina. For Lin Lei, however, the opinions of others held little significance, so he chose to ignore them. Lin Lei, where are you? Can I see you? Chapter 44. Safety Considerations. Lin Lei read this message with a mix of bemusement. It was past 11 at night, and she wanted to see him. What could she possibly want? If it were a beautiful girl he wasn't well acquainted with? And considering Lin Lei was currently single, he would undoubtedly have jumped at the chance. Such a late-night invitation could easily lead to something more intimate. But now that he had a girlfriend, despite declaring during their breakup that he would never easily become fond of another girl again, and even entertaining thoughts of being a playboy, nonchalant and uncommitted, when faced with Wu Shiyu and the familiar presence of Lu Lina, Lin Lei's innate sincerity resurfaced. He genuinely did not wish to hurt those he loved and who loved him back. Still accompanying her? Lin Lei gazed at the message, fully aware of whom she referred to as her. However, he did not wish to deceive her, for continuing to conceal the truth could inflict a more profound harm upon him. Indeed, I am with her, and we are now in a romantic relationship. Although the WeChat notification indicated that the other party was typing, after several moments of typing, a while later, a simple message appeared. "Oh, I wish you happiness." Following the words was a celebratory emoji. Lin Lei couldn't help but smile wryly at the screen. He understood that Lu Lina had likely composed many words, only to delete them repeatedly, uncertain of which phrases would be appropriate. Ultimately, only these few words remained. Much like his own previous hesitations, love approached with trepidation, a facade of calmness, and a semblance of happiness. Thank you, Di. In truth, he had always been acutely aware of her feelings towards him. Yet, the reality remained that he simply did not feel that spark. It was not that she lacked beauty or merit. Rather, she could not evoke that unique, exhilarating sensation within him. Had he been genuinely interested, he would have confessed long ago. He would not have allowed matters to linger to this point. However, he had not. Perhaps in life, there exists that one person who is only meant to be a friend. To pursue a deeper, more intimate relationship seemed ill-fated. Lin Lei glanced at his phone, preparing to put it away when, suddenly, it rang. Initially expecting it to be Lu Lina, he picked it up only to find it was his subordinate, Li Ming'an. Lin Lei raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was the first time Li Ming'an had called him. Especially at such a late hour, a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind as he answered. "Hello? Ming'an, what's the matter? You say they are already near the hospital? All right, I understand. Yes, you all take action. I will come over shortly." After hanging up, Lin Lei's expression turned serious. Initially, he had intended to confront the so-called fifth-tier assassin himself, but reconsidering the situation, the hospital was close by, and his girlfriend and her mother were still in the ward. He opted for the safety of allowing his subordinates to handle it. Stowing his phone, Lin Lei turned and walked toward the hospital room. Meanwhile, the events occurring at Yahoo Bridge swiftly reached the Westjiang Province's National Security Bureau. INA secret conference room within the bureau. 7 individuals, 2 women and 5 men, sat with grave expressions. They were positioned on either side, their eyes fixed intently on a large screen displaying footage captured by the body cameras of law enforcement personnel on site. The visuals were somewhat shaky and noisy, yet the moment the mysterious figure appeared to rescue Sue Keating before vanishing was captured relatively intact from multiple angles, including shots from above the bridge and below, as well as footage recorded by onlookers. After scanning the room, one of the men spoke in a deep voice. "You have all seen the video. What are your thoughts on this matter?" The group exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Although accustomed to extraordinary phenomena and aware of the existence of powerful individuals in this world, the sight of someone flying over water defied their scientific understanding and shook them profoundly. Upon finishing the video, their first instinct was to dismiss it as a fabrication, perhaps even a modern technological illusion. However, as the footage continued to play from various perspectives, they realized it was genuine, or at least not a product of contemporary technology. The mysterious figure had seemingly walked on water, ascending with ease. Most importantly, the surreal scene of a water serpent enveloping Sue Keating and transporting her to safety, followed by the serpent's explosion, was beyond anything modern science could achieve. They could speculate that the video had been edited, but their professional expertise allowed them to discern truth from illusion. Moreover, if it were false, the director would not have summoned them for such an urgent meeting, asking for their opinions. Qin Guobang, sensing the room's silence, sighed inwardly. He too felt deeply perplexed. Having viewed the video several times during the meeting, he found himself increasingly astonished and bewildered, struggling to comprehend the phenomenon. He couldn't help but wonder if this might be one of those supernatural beings from myths. If so, it would hold immense research value. Director Qin, it is truly difficult to ascertain anything from the video alone. Our only feeling is one of disbelief. This defies the principles of science and falls outside our understanding of inner strength. I have never witnessed anything like this, nor can I imagine who possesses such abilities. It is hard to fathom that such terrifying power exists in our world. A stern-looking middle-aged man seated beside Qin Guobang spoke gravely. Indeed, Director, the strength displayed by this individual in the video is extraordinarily formidable, likely surpassing the late stages of externalization of inner strength, if not more. The existence of such a powerful individual is indeed frightening, particularly if they reside in our Westjiang province and Hong City. I am uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Therefore, I believe we must ascertain their identity. At the very least, we should investigate further. we must send someone to meticulously examine the scene for any suspicious elements, as well as retrieve surveillance footage from all intersections surrounding Yahoo Bridge and everyone involved in this incident. Since this person appeared in human form and intervened to save someone, it is highly likely they are an ordinary person living in Hong City. Furthermore, I believe this mysterious individual may be acquainted with the girl who was rescued, as this is the first recorded instance of such an act in Hong City, indeed, a nationwide first. Hence, I suggest we begin our inquiries with this girl. Of course, we could also deploy people to investigate from multiple angles simultaneously. A young woman seated at the center on Qin Guobang's left interjected. Yes, I find Ouyang Shue's reasoning quite valid. From what we currently know, it is indeed essential to conduct a thorough on-site investigation to facilitate subsequent arrangements. Moreover, the mysterious individual's appearance is exceedingly peculiar. From the video, it seems he vanished directly into the lake, so we should also examine the underwater conditions of Yahoo. Qin Guibang nodded, scanning the room for further contributions. Does anyone else have anything to add? Very well, if that is the case, we shall proceed as Ouyang Shui suggested. It is imperative we clarify the situation. Yes, and if any discoveries are made, we must ensure not to alert the individual in question. Await further instructions. Understood. Now, let us disperse as the group began to leave. Qin Guobang's face bore a grave expression. For indeed, as his subordinate had just stated, the actions of this mysterious individual surpassed even those of the most formidable figures in their country. The existence of such an unknown variable left him uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane for their city and nation. Sighing, he resolved to escalate the matter and report it to higher authorities, seeking their guidance. Chapter 45. We speak. Lin Lei opened the door to find his girlfriend quietly sitting beside Zhou Yumei, who had already fallen asleep. Upon hearing the sound, Wu Shiyu looked up and her eyes lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Lei. However, remembering that her mother was asleep, she gestured for him to be quiet and glanced down at her mother, relieved that she had not woken. Rising, she indicated towards the door, whispering, "Let us step outside." Lin Lei nodded in agreement, and together they exited the ward, gently closing the door behind them. How is Andy's condition? Much better now? Yes, significantly improved. Thank you, Lin Lei. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Don't mention it is simply that Auntie has her own blessings. Moreover, we are now in a romantic relationship, so expressing thanks feels a bit distant. Understood. Lin Lei, you are the best. Ha ha ha, of course, who else could be your boyfriend? After about 10 minutes, Lin Lei escorted Wu Shiyu to her rental apartment. Watching her open the door and step inside, he lingered at the entrance, not following her, and Wu Shiyu, removing her shoes and placing them aside, noticed Lin Lei's reluctance to enter and asked with curiosity, "What's wrong? Aren't you coming in?" Lin Lei hesitated. "Shiyu, I won't be coming in. I have some matters to attend to shortly." A hint of disappointment flickered in Wu Shiyu's eyes. She had just begun to adapt to Lin Lei's company when he suddenly announced that he had to leave. Wu Shiyu felt a pang of discomfort. However, in the next moment, her expression brightened with a smile. "Well, do take care and make sure to rest. Don't overexert yourself, or I shall be worried." "I will," he replied. "I'll take my leave now." Wu Shiyu nodded. Lin Lei then turned and walked towards the nearby staircase. As Wu Shiyu watched him depart, she suddenly called out, "Lin Lei." He halted, turning his head to look back. With a hint of shyness, Wu Shiyu confessed, "I love you." Then, with a decisive slam, she shut the door. Lin Lei gazed at the closed door, his face illuminated by a smile as he softly murmured, "I love you too." He swiftly descended the stairs. While making his way down, Lin Lei took out his phone to discreetly arrange for his subordinates to continue protecting his girlfriend. He then arrived at the parking lot, where he drove off in his Lamborghini Centenario, swiftly heading towards the location sent by Li Ming. And an hour later, Lin Lei found himself outside an abandoned building on the outskirts. After meeting with Li Ming and others who were waiting there, Lin Lei followed them into the derelict structure. Initially, the place was in a state of disrepair. However, after navigating several corners and ascending a flight of stairs, Lin Lei discovered that the building was not as dilapidated as he had anticipated. It began to reveal an organized semblance. In the basement, he encountered a heavy iron door secured with a complex lock. Upon opening the formidable door, he entered with them. Soon, Lin Lei found himself in a basement cell where two assassins who had come to kill him were imprisoned. Their faces were pale, their frames gaunt. One bore a conspicuous scar across his face. Both were shackled by heavy iron chains, secured to the solid iron wall, rendering their struggles futile against the room, which was forged entirely from robust steel. Lin Lei entered and immediately noticed the chains cutting into their wrists and ankles, blood dripping steadily from the shackles, pooling beneath them as soon as he appeared. They became aware of his presence, their cold gazes assessing him in silence. Lin Lei, undeterred, approached them slowly and knelt down to inquire, "Speak, and tell me who wishes for my demise. Perhaps, if I am pleased, I might set you free." The scarred man spat a bloody phlegm directly at Lin Lei. Yet, before it could reach him, an unusual energy enveloped the spit, suspending it in midair between Lin Lei and the scarred man. The latter stared, momentarily dazed, before the grotesque mass of phlegm shot back towards his face, splattering upon impact like a crushed egg. Li Ming'an, standing behind Lin Lei, witnessed this scene unfold, her eyes widening in astonishment, quickly followed by a sense of inevitability. Her boss was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, he could never have established their security company, nor commanded respect from her former captain. The others behind her shared similar expressions of disbelief but, recognizing their boss's prowess, felt it was only fitting. Lin Lei paid no heed to their thoughts as he turned his icy gaze back to the scarred man after the latter's act of defiance. "I shall ask you one last time. Will you speak, or will you remain silent? If you choose silence, I assure you, I possess the means to render your existence a living hell." "Ha! Do you think we fear death? If we were afraid, we would not have taken on this task, nor would we be here to kill you," the scarred man retorted defiantly. Lin Lei nodded, rising slowly. "Very well. I admire your spirit. I will not cease until you can no longer speak." With that, he raised his hand slightly, and a palpable wave of energy surged through the AI. Li Ming'an's brow furrowed as she instinctively recoiled several steps, her heart racing in shock at her boss's power. Did such individuals with complete mastery of inner strength truly exist in the world? The others from the security company, too, were visibly shaken. They were all formidable warriors themselves, yet they had never witnessed anyone exuding such strength as Lin Lei. Especially at such a young age. It was incomprehensible. The two captives from the Blood Knight organization, kneeling on the ground, felt their faces drain of color as they beheld the translucent energy radiating from Lin Lei. Initially skeptical of his threats to eliminate their organization, they now realized the gravity of the situation. The displayed power of this youth instilled fear within them. To their horror, they sensed blood gushing from their wrists, ankles, and wounds, feeling their internal blood flow diverting away from their hearts towards their injuries. The intense pain and suffocating sensation began to overwhelm them, forcing shrill cries from their lips as their bodies collapsed to the ground. Convulsing uncontrollably, "Please, kill me. End my suffering." Lin Lei, however, did not hasten the process. Instead, he meticulously drained the moisture from their bodies. The members of the security company observed the agonizing screams of the two captives, chills running down their spines, their respect for Lin Lei growing exponentially. Time passed slowly, with their cries intensifying rather than diminishing. Despite their desperate struggles, they did not break into a cold sweat. Instead, a pulsating sphere of blood loomed ominously above them, swelling larger with each passing moment. Minutes later, they could no longer endure, pleading for mercy. "We'll speak. We'll tell you everything. Please, just stop." Chapter 46. A direct disablement. Meanwhile, Qin Chongzhou was at a private club in Hongcheng, engaging in jovial conversation with Lu Chun, the general manager of the South City Security Company. They were thoroughly enjoying each other's company, flanked by two attractive women who whispered sweet nothings into their ears, their hands casually resting on the women's waists. Qin Chongzhou remarked, "So, what do you think of this collaboration, Manager Lu? If we execute it well, soaring to great heights is certainly within reach." President Qin: "The other party is the Jianghe Group. We are merely a security company. How can we dare to oppose them? And you mentioned that the Rongley Group would also be involved. Are you jesting? We have been friends for years. What cards do you hold?" Lu Chun inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the woman beside him and giving her a firm squeeze. Qin Chongzhou, noticing Lu Chun's demeanor, felt a flicker of uncertainty. He knew he needed to solidify alliances. Otherwise, he risked being devoured by the greed of others when negotiating with the Rongley and Jianghe groups. Moreover, Lu Chen's South City Security Company was renowned in Hongcheng, and as its manager, he was a formidable character himself, broad-shouldered and fierce, lacking the refined air typically associated with a manager. Rumor had it that he had a cadre of ruthless individuals under his command. Their presence would certainly bolster Qin's confidence. However, would revealing his plans to Lu Qin backfire? Just as Qin Chongzhou wrestled with his thoughts, his phone suddenly rang, a confidential call. Startled, he glanced at the screen. A smile spreading across his face as he realized what it meant. It seemed their plans were on the verge of success. Liu Chun, engrossed in his conversation with the two women, did not look up as Qin spoke. Manager Liu, I need to take this urgent call. Liu Chun waved him off without a glance. Go ahead. Qin Chongzhou's eyes flashed with displeasure at Liu Qin's indifference, but he swallowed his irritation, reminding himself of the potential collaboration ahead. He took the phone and stepped outside. Once in a secluded area, he answered the call. Hello, have you caught them? Good. Then meet me at the abandoned building in the Westlake district. Understood. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, a look of joy spread across Qin Chongzhou's face. As long as I hold the fate of that scoundrel in my grasp, coupled with the hotel records I have already gathered, I cannot fathom why Qin Yuyan would not acquiesce. Should she remain obstinate, I shall resort to my second strategy. At that juncture, I will ensure they are left utterly helpless. Ha ha ha. The thought of the imminent success makes Qin Chongzhou unable to suppress his laughter. Once he has regained his composure, he strides towards the spacious private room from earlier. Shortly thereafter, he emerges, accompanied by his subordinates, and they depart without realizing that a middle-aged woman in a cleaning uniform, lurking in a nearby corner, casts a sly glance their way. She slowly drags her mop along the floor, observing their exit before quietly following them. On the other side, Lin Lei gazes at the two men sprawled on the ground. Utterly exhausted, resembling lifeless dogs, his expression devoid of emotion. Particularly upon hearing that they intended to hand him over to someone named Qin Chongzhou, who would slowly torture him to death, a frostiness envelopes Lin Lei's countenance. Simultaneously, a wave of confusion washes over him. He has no acquaintance with Qin Chongzhou, nor is he aware of what he looks like. Why would he want him dead? Lin Lei initially contemplated questioning the two fallen men. Yet regardless of how he inquired, they insisted they were utterly ignorant, merely knowing they were to deliver him to Qin Chongzhou upon completing their task. Observing their sincerity, Lin Lei refrained from further engagement. However, he was acutely aware that death awaited them. After leaving the iron cell with Li Mingyan, Lin Lei turned to her and inquired, Do you know this Qin Chongzhou? I do not know him personally, but I have heard of him. He seems to be involved in real estate. Real estate? Lin Lei shook his head, his gaze contemplative, and no need for that. We should soon meet him. I intend to confront him directly about the reason for wanting my life. All right. Half an hour later, under the watchful eyes of Li Mingyan's two subordinates, Lin Lei arrived at the prearranged location with Qin Chongzhou, the dilapidated building beyond Westlake. The reason for having Li Mingyan's subordinates masquerade as assassins from the Blood Red Knight organization was due to the information gleaned from the two men, who revealed that Qin Chongzhou was unaware of their appearances. Thus, two capable bodyguards from Lin An'an Security Company were assigned to apprehend Lin Lei while simultaneously safeguarding him. Not long after their arrival, the headlights of three vehicles pierced the darkness of the road ahead. Upon spotting the approaching cars, Lin Lei's group straightened their postures. Soon, the three vehicles halted beside their compact car, the glaring beams illuminating their faces. Among the trio, two were vans and one was a black BMW. As soon as the vehicles came to a stop, over a dozen youths clad in black suits emerged in succession, swiftly encircling Lin Lei and his two bodyguards. As they closed in, the door of the black BMW swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion and a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He approached Lin Lei, casting a disdainful glance before shifting his gaze to the two men in black, exuding a cold aura of death. You must be the assassins from Blood Red Knight. Your efforts tonight are much appreciated. As he spoke, Qin Chongzhou courteously extended his hand to shake theirs. However, just as he did, Lin Lei, whose hands had been secured behind his back, suddenly seized Qin Chongzhou's hand, coldly stating, It is not you who should be commended, but rather yourself who deserves the toil. Qin Chongzhou was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, and an expression of terror spread across his face. He also felt an overwhelming force emanating from the seemingly jovial young man before him. The sound of crunching bones prompted a cry of agony from Qin Chongzhou. The pain radiated through his fingers, forcing him to kneel. The scene unfolded so swiftly that the surrounding bodyguards were momentarily stunned. By the time they reacted and drew their weapons, it was already too late. Lin Lei surveyed the area, his voice cold and commanding, Do not approach. Should you dare to advance, I shall not hesitate to cripple your boss. With that, Lin Lei exerted pressure, eliciting a sickening crack and a scream from Qin Chongzhou. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Qin Chongzhou grimaced in pain, kneeling on the ground, his face slick with cold sweat. After reprimanding his subordinates, he pleaded, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I beg you, spare me." Upon hearing Qin Chongzhou's desperate pleas, the surrounding bodyguards hesitated, their eyes filled with wariness as they regarded Lin Lei and the two youths by his side. Lin Lei, observing their reluctance to act, wore a chilling smile. He lowered his head to regard the pleading and tormented Qin Chongzhou, patting his face mockingly. "The misunderstanding, you say? Who contracted the assassination? It was indeed you." Qin Chongzhou forced a bitter smile, internally cursing the blood-red night assassins, while feeling an overwhelming sense of regret for acting recklessly without proper investigation. Now, it seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. Nonetheless, he was unwilling to admit guilt. He understood that to do so would implicate him as the orchestrator of the crime. He feared the youth before him would subject him to unspeakable torment, perhaps even death. Despite the presence of his subordinates, the fact that two level 5 assassins had readily exposed their employer indicated the terrifying prowess of the young man before him. He was acutely aware that this individual possessed the capability to make him vanish without a trace. "Brother, I did not do it. I truly did not. This is all a misunderstanding. I am merely a subordinate to others, executing their orders." Lin Lei regarded his continued denial with a frosty glare. While he did not increase his grip, an eerie, translucent energy began to surge from within him. As this energy flowed outward, Qin Chongzhou's hand began to dry and wither beneath Lin Lei's grasp. The sensation was excruciating, akin to having his arm thrust into a furnace. However, Lin Lei's grip remained unyielding. With a sudden motion, the bones that had just shattered pierced through Qin Chongzhou's skin, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. "Brother, please let me go. I am merely a lackey. If you seek someone, look for the young master of Rongli Group. I am just a sycophant, executing his bidding." Qin Chongzhou lamented, his face a mask of agony. Lin Lei's gaze remained cold as he assessed the truth of the situation. The two level 5 assassins had only mentioned delivering him to Qin Chongzhou, leaving the true nature of the motives ambiguous. Seeing Lin Lei's expression shift slightly, Qin Chongzhou seized the opportunity to fabricate further. "Brother, do you recall the woman you were with? Her name is Qin Yuyan, is it not?" Lin Lei's eyes narrowed at the mention of her name, neither confirming nor denying it, his mind racing with surprise at how Qin Chongzhou knew of his connection to the woman he had lost that fateful night. Noticing the subtle change in Lin Lei's demeanor, Qin Chongzhou pressed on, enduring the pain in his hand. "I do not know if you are aware of her identity, but I must tell you. She is the chairperson of Jianghe Group, the most formidable woman in Hongsheng." Lin Lei's heart raced at the revelation. Jianghe Group was a renowned conglomerate, and he had never imagined that the woman who had taken his innocence while he was inebriated was none other than the chairperson of that corporation. Famously known as the most beautiful and powerful woman in Hongsheng. Continuing his deceit, Qin Chongzhou added, "Do you understand now why I arranged for your capture? I acted on the orders of the young master of Rongli Group. He instructed me to hire someone to seize you and use you as leverage against Qin Yuyan, compelling her to submit and become his clandestine lover. Otherwise, her secrets would be exposed for all to see." Qin Chongzhou spun a web of half-truths and fabrications, and Lin Lei's expression shifted as he processed the information. Unlike Qin Chongzhou, who was a seasoned manipulator, Lin Lei lacked the finesse to mask his emotions effectively. As Lin Lei began to entertain the possibility of Qin Chongzhou's words, a beautiful woman emerged from the shadows not far behind them. It was none other than Lin An'an, the general manager of Lin An'an Security Company. She approached Lin Lei, casting a cold glance at the kneeling Qin Chongzhou before turning to Lin Lei. "Boss, I have just investigated. Qin Chongzhou has business dealings with Yi Mingchun. The suppression and collapse of our previous endeavors included his shares. Moreover, our inquiries reveal that Qin Chongzhou has an unusual relationship with Yi Mingchun's son, Yi Feng, who, according to hospital records, is actually Qin Chongzhou's illegitimate child. Previously, your conflict with Yi Feng evidently had the potential to infringe upon his boundaries. Oh, by the way, Qin Chongzhou's recent call records and itineraries show no intersection with Rongli Group." When Qin Chongzhou noticed Li Ming'an's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to how this woman had arrived here. He was well aware of who Li Ming'an was. If Qin Yuyan could be deemed a formidable woman in the business realm, then the Li Ming'an before him was undoubtedly a powerhouse in the security industry. Her martial prowess was exceptionally strong, reportedly reaching the early stages of the second tier, making her a formidable adversary. Furthermore, the Lin An'an Security Company they were associated with, though not large in number, boasted elite personnel, each possessing military experience. Previously, in an effort to bolster their negotiating power with major conglomerates, Qin Chongzhou had contemplated involving Lin An'an Security Company in their dealings. However, recalling their prior collaboration with Jianghe Group and their own principles of conduct, he promptly dismissed that notion. Now, this strong woman surprisingly referred to a youth evidently younger than herself as boss. It was as if a thunderclap resounded within Qin Chongzhou's mind. Simultaneously, an unsettling feeling began to burgeon within him. He had never anticipated that his intentions to cripple his own hands and feet to avenge his illegitimate child, even contemplating using his life to coerce Qin Yuyan, the chairwoman of Jianghe Group, would lead him to discover that this impoverished youth was, in fact, the hidden proprietor of Lin An'an Security Company. His foreboding did not prove unfounded. Upon hearing Li Ming'an's report, Lin Lei's expression turned even more frigid. He had never envisioned that he would nearly become a pawn in someone else's game. Slowly lowering his gaze, he regarded the ashen-faced Qin Chongzhou. "You are quite impressive. You have truly succeeded in inciting my wrath." Qin Chongzhou, witnessing the deathly gaze Lin Lei cast upon him, crumbled under the pressure. "Brother Lin, I was wrong. I was wrong. Yes, all of this was my doing. Please, spare me this once. I assure you, it will never happen again. Brother Lin, allow me to serve you. Just let me go, and I will do anything you asked. I can offer you my entire fortune, my everything. I beg you, spare me. Please, I have an elderly mother to care for." Lin Lei, listening to his pleas, displayed no trace of emotion. Without waiting for Qin Chongzhou to finish, he raised a foot and kicked him squarely in the chest. "To hell with your elderly mother. Do you think I still believe your words? Qin Chongzhou, tonight, you are doomed." Chapter 48. Keeping promises. Upon hearing Lin Lei's words and realizing his hopelessness, Qin Chongzhou's demeanor shifted to one of malevolence. The moment Lin Lei's kick sent him sprawling, he hastily rolled backward, simultaneously shouting to Lin Lei, "Chao and Ma, do you think I truly fear you? Listen up, everyone, charge at them. Kill them. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. Also, kill that brat. There's a reward of 10 million. I mean what I say." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding crowd, initially eager for action, hesitated briefly before, like a surge of adrenaline, they swung their weapons and charged forward. "Ah, charge!" Lin Lei observed Qin Chongzhou retreating, as a dozen individuals brandished iron rods and surged from all directions. His brow furrowed, and a genuine fury ignited within him. "Very well, if that is the case. Let them all stay." Lin Lei mused. A potent wave of translucent energy erupted from within him, rapidly enveloping everything in the vicinity, including the retreating Qin Chongzhou, who had rolled to the side of his black BMW. Li Ming'an and her two subordinates remained unfazed, their expressions unchanged as they watched the bodyguards approach, as if those rushing toward them were merely delivering a meal, mere cannon fodder, and indeed, that was precisely the case. However, just as the attackers were about to reach them, an abrupt halt ensued, followed by a collective pallor across their faces. They cried out in pain, and their weapons clattered to the ground as they collapsed, clutching their hearts, their faces turning shades of blue and purple. Those who observed closely would discern that, at that pivotal moment, an invisible mist was being siphoned away by Lin Lei, dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, Lin Lei had seized control of the blood flow within all individuals, excluding Li Ming'an and her two subordinates, including a middle-aged woman who had been lurking in the shadows, silently reporting the situation. The entire sequence transpired with such rapidity that Li Ming'an and her two subordinates, poised to strike, were left dumbfounded, staring at the suddenly incapacitated crowd, all writhing in agony and clutching their hearts. Then, a realization struck them, and they turned to Lin Lei with expressions of sheer terror, unable to fathom how their boss had accomplished such a feat. Qin Chongzhou's face darkened as well. He had intended to simply get into his car and drive away. He had known from the outset that they could not contend with Lin Lei. Yet, he had not anticipated that within a mere second, all of his men would be rendered incapacitated. How had this transpired? Leaning against the car, he gradually slid to the ground, the pain in his heart rendering his face ashen. The cessation of blood flow within him caused his complexion to darken, and he was horrified to discover a wave of weakness surging through his arms, as if he were poisoned. Lin Lei paid no heed to the gazes or thoughts of those around him. Without so much as glancing at the fallen individuals, he approached Qin Chongzhou, crouching down before him. "I told you, you are doomed." Without acknowledging the ashen-faced Qin Chongzhou, Lin Lei ambled toward a nearby thicket, fully aware that even if he chose not to eliminate him now, Qin Chongzhou would soon suffocate to death as his blood gradually congealed. This method of demise would undoubtedly be far more agonizing than a swift execution. Lin Lei's heart grew increasingly cold towards those who sought his life. Li Mingyan, filled with confusion, wondered what Lin Lei was doing. Yet she refrained from asking, assuming he had simply stepped away for a moment. She was unaware of how to handle the fallen individuals. If they were all killed, it would complicate matters. While it wasn't insurmountable, it would certainly be troublesome. Conversely, if they were left unresolved, the events of the night could spread, which would be highly disadvantageous for their boss. Nonetheless, recalling her boss's capabilities, Li Mingyan felt a sense of relief wash over her. She resolved to wait for Lin Lei to conclude his business and observe his decision. If he truly intended to eliminate them, they would have no objections, ensuring that they were erased as if they had never existed in this world. As Li Mingyan pondered, she noticed Lin Lei dragging a middle-aged woman along. However, this woman was already deceased. Yes, after noticing Lin Lei's approach and enduring intense pain, she had taken the poison she always kept on hand. Leading to her demise, Li Mingyan was taken aback as she hurried to inspect the woman, only to furrow her brow upon seeing her face. Lin Lei noticed the change in Li Mingyan's expression. "Do you know her?" Li Mingyan regarded Lin Lei, nodding before shaking her head. "I know her, but we have no ties. Her name is Yang Ting. She is a solitary assassin. We crossed paths during a previous operation. However, she is no saint. For the right price, she would sell her services to anyone." Lin Lei nodded. "Yet, she chose to take her own life. I also discovered this discarded phone beside her. I wonder who she was in contact with." As he spoke, Lin Lei produced a specialized square device resembling a phone, emitting a faint wisp of smoke. Li Mingyan, upon seeing the device, understood immediately and shook her head. "There's no way to recover it. This is a specialized data transmission device used by assassins, designed solely for one-way communication. Moreover, it has clearly activated its self-destruct protocol, so even our most skilled computer whizzes wouldn't be able to retrieve any data from it." "Very well," Lin Lei replied, somewhat disheartened but aware of the device's purpose. He pondered who this woman had transmitted information to or whether she had sent anything from this location. After contemplating for a moment, he recognized the futility of his thoughts and chose to dismiss them. He then surveyed the incapacitated individuals lying on the ground, gradually ceasing their struggles before locking eyes with Li Mingyan. "Can you handle this many people effectively? I do not wish for the events here to leak out. Thus, ensuring their silence would be the best course of action." Li Mingyan nodded affirmatively. "I can manage." "Very well, I trust you both," Lin Lei replied, fully confident in Li Mingyan's capabilities and those of her two subordinates. They were rewards from the system, imbued with unwavering loyalty. Therefore, Lin Lei wholeheartedly believed in Li Mingyan's words. "The matters at hand shall be entrusted to your capable hands. By the way, do ensure to investigate the woman named Yang Ting and ascertain for whom she has been rendering her services of late." "Very well, boss, I have other matters to attend to tomorrow, so I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hard work." As he spoke, Lin Lei strode directly into the enveloping darkness, gradually vanishing from sight. Li Mingyan and the remaining two subordinates watched Lin Lei depart, their expressions etched with shock and disbelief that lingered for some time. The explosive power Lin Lei exhibited, coupled with its enigmatic nature, had surpassed their wildest imaginations. They could not fathom how he had achieved such prowess. Moreover, Li Mingyan and his two subordinates were acutely aware that the woman who had committed suicide by poison, Yang Ting, was a bona fide level 3 assassin. Chapter 49. Here comes another day. The following morning, Lin Lei was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone. Irritation welled within him. Who would dare call so early in the day? Groggily, he reached for the phone and answered, his voice tinged with annoyance. "Hello, who is this? Why are you calling so early?" "It's your father," a middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end. "If you were my father, I would still—" Lin Lei initially assumed it was a friend playing a prank. However, he quickly sensed the gravity of the situation and corrected himself. "Dad, why are you calling all of a sudden? Is it not permissible for me to call you? What time is it? You aren't still in bed, are you? Don't you have classes? Today, if memory serves, is Thursday. No weekends, correct? Dad, I'm nearing graduation. Hence, I have been seeking part-time work, that's why I woke up late today. Besides, I have no classes this morning. Lin Lei rolled over, propping himself up as he spoke, fabricating excuses. He certainly could not divulge that he had been engaged in dealing with matters of a more sinister nature the previous night. Not only would his father doubt his words, but Lin Lei was also certain he would receive a scolding. That was something he wished to avoid. Furthermore, his circumstances were exceptionally peculiar. Lin Lei hesitated to share with his parents that he possessed billions, yet he was at a loss for a plausible explanation for transferring such a sum to them. If he were to send money directly, they would undoubtedly inquire about the source of such wealth, suspecting illicit activities. How could he explain? A lottery win? Who would believe that? Many were aware that such claims were often fabrications, and his parents understood that their son had never engaged in such pursuits. Thus, that excuse would fall flat. Son, you are still of the age to pursue your studies diligently. Moreover, your mother asked me to remind you to eat well, dress warmly, and not to stay up late. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei felt a headache coming on. His mother had once been a teacher but had to relinquish that role due to various circumstances. Over 20 years had passed, and she was now merely an ordinary farmer. Her aspirations to return to teaching were no longer feasible, leading her to frequently urge him to obtain a teaching qualification. Lin Lei was weary of this persistent pressure, and it seemed that this was not the first time he had heard such sentiments. Indeed, it had become a repetitive cycle. Could we perhaps discuss this later? It is only 7:05 in the morning. Lin Lei felt overwhelmed. Dad, this topic has been broached countless times already. I really do not wish to become a teacher. Perhaps you could speak to my sister. She might be more amenable to the idea. This, he could hear his parents conversing in the background. See, I told you it wouldn't help to press him. Let us just let him be. He is old enough to have his own thoughts. If he regrets it later, he can't say we didn't warn him. After some time, Lin Lei heard his mother's voice resume. Son, since you dislike the idea so much, we shall let it go. You plan to work after graduation? Have you considered civil service? Not yet, Dad. I haven't graduated. All right, let us not dwell on this. You have your own ideas. Your father will not insist. However, I must remind you that you are about to graduate. If you are unprepared, as your mother said, if you wish to continue your studies, both your mother and I will fully support you. Our hopes rest on you and your sister. We certainly do not wish for you to graduate and remain without achievement. Understood, Dad. You need not worry. I assure you, I will not let you down. Very well, I must get to work now. Do not cause trouble while you're out, and take care of your health. If you run low on money, call me, and I will send you some. All right, goodbye. With that, without waiting for Lin Lei to respond, his father ended the call. Lin Lei listened to the dial tone, a sigh escaping his lips. His parents had labored tirelessly throughout their lives, all for the sake of their children. Many in their hometown had constructed or purchased homes in the county or city, while most of their family's funds had been devoted to his parents. They simply had no financial means to buy a house. Furthermore, his father had incurred significant medical expenses due to illness, leaving the family with an outstanding debt of approximately 50 to 60,000 yuan. This was only what Lin Lei was aware of. There could be more hidden from him. Lin Lei slowly sat up, leaning back against his soft bed, his gaze lost in contemplation. What excuse could he possibly concoct? After much deliberation, he found himself at a loss for the most fitting rationale. Nonetheless, he was determined not to let his parents continue to toil under such burdens, especially after receiving his father's call and hearing his mother's faint sigh. Lin Lei knew that some truths were simply unhideable. Moreover, what harm could come from his family knowing about his newfound wealth? If they chose to inquire, let them ask. Would it be better for them to question him or to persist in their frugal ways? Working tirelessly? An answer crystallized in Lin Lei's mind. Furthermore, the money he possessed had all been acquired through legitimate means. Should anyone notice a sudden influx of wealth in his family and report him, he would have no fear of inquiry. There was no need for worry. He could merely cite the investment returns as justification. With this thought, Lin Lei felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He then picked up his phone and, through online banking, transferred 1 million yuan to his mother's bank account. Subsequently, he called her. The phone rang for a while before being answered, and he heard his mother's familiar voice. Hello, Lei. Why the sudden call? Is there something you forgot to mention? Mom, there is something I've been meaning to discuss with you for several days, but I hesitated. However, that is not the main point. I just transferred 1 million yuan to your bank account. Please use this money to clear all the debts at home. Before Lin Lei could finish, his mother interrupted. What did you say? Transferred 1 million to my account. Xiao Lei, where did you get this money from? Please tell me you aren't involved in any illegal activities. Mom, this money was earned through legitimate means. I assure you, I have not engaged in any unlawful activities. Do you not trust your son's integrity? I promise, this money is clean. There was a moment of silence on the other end as his mother pondered, ultimately affirming her son's character. She trusted him not to engage in such deeds. But how did you come by this money? 1 million is no small amount. This is the profit from my investments. You know about stocks, right? Yes, I am aware. That is how I earned it. Completely legal and above board. So, Mom, rest assured. Use this money to pay off the debts and renovate our old house. No, better yet, tear it down and rebuild. Wait, you still have more? Yes, Mom, I have around 5 to 6 million left. If the funds are insufficient, I can provide more. However, that money is currently tied up in stocks, but I can access it once I sell. Upon hearing this, his mother fell silent for some time before responding. Son, you're not joking? Are you? Mom, I am your son. Why would I joke about this? If you don't believe me, you can check your agricultural bank card in town. All right, I believe you. I believe you. From now on, you and Dad need not wake up at the crack of dawn. Also, regarding the tea leaves from the northern mountain, I think it may be best to abandon that endeavor altogether. Perhaps let the neighbors take care of it instead. The green tea, alas, yields little profit and is quite laborious to harvest. How can one overlook the necessity of plucking tea leaves? We, the rural folk, cannot possibly afford idleness. Once you marry and take on the responsibility of raising children, I shall cast aside those tea leaves. My son, regarding your finances, I firmly believe it would be prudent to deposit that money in a bank. Although I am unfamiliar with the intricacies of the stock market, I am well aware that it carries inherent risks. I fear for you. Rest assured, you needn't worry. Very well, you have matured and developed your own perspectives. However, allow me to remind you to remain vigilant when you are out in the world. Moreover, do not flaunt your wealth indiscriminately. Understood? Yes, I understand. Good, that is reassuring. Now, I must hasten to the mountains to gather tea. I shall discontinue our conversation. Lin Lei listened to the busy signal on the phone, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Indeed, his mother was as obstinate as ever. She could not persuade him, nor could he sway her. He contemplated the conversation they had, where he urged her to utilize that 1 million to settle the family debts, followed by demolishing the old house and rebuilding anew. His mother, however, seemed to have absorbed none of it. As Lin Lei signed into the system, he scrolled through his phone for a while before responding to a message from his girlfriend, Wu Shiyu. After settling into his villa number 3, he finally rose to wash up. After a simple grooming, Lin Lei donned his attire and descended the stairs, heading straight for the entrance. He had no intention of driving the extravagant Lamborghini Centenario, for it attracted too much attention. Furthermore, he learned from his good friend Lu Peng that this very car had made him somewhat of a sensation at school. Coupled with the incident involving Su Keating, he found himself at the center of a storm. After perusing the specific manual for the Lamborghini Centenario, he planned to enjoy a meal with his friends Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and her close companion. He had initially intended to treat Lu Lina to a meal, but the affair with Wu Shiyu had thwarted those plans. As Lin Lei reached the entrance, he closed the door of his villa behind him and proceeded towards the community gate. At that moment, a striking white and red Ferrari emerged from villa number 7 directly across from his own. The car executed a smooth U-turn and headed towards Lin Lei. However, as it turned, a beautiful young woman inside the vehicle caught sight of Lin Lei, who was closing the door and walking towards the community's entrance. Unable to resist, she slammed on the brakes. Lin Lei heard the sudden screech of tires behind him, causing him to pause momentarily and turn his head slowly. Unbeknownst to him, his mere turn elicited a look of astonishment from the woman in the car. What was he doing here? Could it be that he resided in this area? Impossible. Villa number 3 had not yet been sold, had it? Perhaps he was from the sales department. But that didn't add up either. He had yet to graduate. So he couldn't possibly belong to the sales team. Yet, if he wasn't, how did he possess a key to villa number 3? Qin Yuyin watched as Lin Lei walked further away, her mind swirling with confusion. Did he know she lived here and was aware of her identity, prompting him to seek her out? Yet, if that were the case, he would have approached her when she braked just moments ago. Qin Yuyin pondered this, but it made no sense. With a board meeting scheduled for 10 o'clock, She shook her head to dispel the chaotic memories of that night. She did not dwell on the wildness of it, for she had little time to spare for such thoughts as for her encounter with Lin Lei. She was confident that she would forget it in due course. However, she had not anticipated running into him here. Restarting her vehicle, Qin Yuyan drove slowly, soon spotting Lin Lei leisurely strolling ahead. Nevertheless, she had no intention of approaching him and simply continued driving at a steady pace. As Lin Lei arrived at the community security post, he stated his intention to take a walk and perhaps grab a bite to eat. Mr. Lin, dining options nearby are rather limited. It will take a good 15 minutes to find a place to eat. The guard informed him. I am aware, it's quite all right, Lin Lei replied, nodding as he continued on his way. Shortly after Lin Lei departed, Qin Yuyan arrived, but she did not drive away immediately. Instead, she stopped beside the guard with whom she had just spoken, rolled down her window, and inquired, Wu Degu, do you know that young man? Wu Jun, recognizing Qin Yuyan, smiled broadly and nodded in the direction of Lin Lei. Yes, I know him. His name is Lin Lei, the owner of Villa Number 3, but Villa Number 3 has not been sold, has it? Qin Yuyan asked, perplexed. Well, our team leader mentioned that it was sold yesterday for over 90 million, and the payment was made in full. Quite extravagant. I also heard that there was quite a commotion during the purchase, and there was even a scuffle. In the end, the owner behind the scenes intervened. Curious, Qin Yuyan pressed for more details. What happened? Apparently, the owner sold it to Mr. Lin at half price, Wu Jun explained. Miss Qin, can you guess how Mr. Lin responded? Qin Yuyan shook her head. Unsure, he refused and insisted on paying the full price. It's quite baffling how he thinks, Wu Jun remarked. Listening to Wu Jun's words, Qin Yuyan was filled with astonishment. She struggled to comprehend why Lin Lei would refuse such a generous offer and how he could possibly afford a property worth over 90 million. If she recalled correctly, he had claimed to come from a rural background with farmer parents. How could someone like him afford such a lavish residence? Was he deceiving her from the beginning? But that didn't seem plausible. She was not an inexperienced girl. She hailed from the prominent Qin family in the capital, and her knowledge and experience were certainly not lacking. She was convinced that Lin Lei had spoken the truth that night, for otherwise, he could not have evoked such impulsive feelings within her. Qin Yuyan's mind was a whirlwind of questions. If he had not lied, then how could he possess such wealth? Unable to fathom the situation, she decided to cease her contemplation. She resolved to investigate Lin Lei further and leave other matters for another time. After bidding farewell to the guard, she continued driving, soon spotting Lin Lei again, strolling leisurely along the roadside. She did not stop but maintained a steady pace as she passed him. However, as she drove by, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Lei through her car window. At that moment, Lin Lei also turned to glance at the Ferrari. Their eyes met, and Qin Yuyan felt her heart skip a beat, an unfamiliar sensation coursing through her. Lin Lei remained oblivious to her feelings as he continued making phone calls, casually proceeding on his way. Meanwhile, Qin Yuyan did not linger, her car speeding away until it vanished at the end of the road. On the other side, early in the morning, Lu Lina was surprised to receive a call from Lin Lei. Simultaneously, she felt an uncontrollable surge of joy. Lin Lei rarely called her. Since they met, it had always been the case. Today, however, he had reached out to her shortly after 8 o'clock. Lu Lina was eager to answer the call. But then she recalled his words from yesterday, claiming he had a girlfriend, the saleswoman he had only met for a few hours. Had something transpired between them? This thought dimmed the excitement on her face as she gazed at the phone screen displaying the long-anticipated call, accompanied by the special ringtone she had set for him. In that moment, she hesitated. Two conflicting thoughts battled in her mind. Lu Lina, you should decline. You should let go. You ought to maintain your distance. He will not reciprocate your feelings. If he did, he would have been with you from the start. It's impossible for him to have waited until now, especially after just breaking up and immediately getting involved with someone he barely knows. The other voice chimed in. Lu Lina, you should answer. Perhaps he has already split with her? Maybe he is calling to seek you out. The early morning call could mean he has something important to discuss with you. Are you really going to give up so easily? You've liked him for so long. Perhaps if you try, it could work out. Lu Lina, it's rare to find someone you liked. If you don't act boldly, you will only regret it later in life. As the saying goes, only by being proactive can you create a story. If you don't take the initiative, how can there be a story between you two? You should express your feelings openly, quickly, answer it before he hangs up. Lu Lina gritted her teeth, unable to resist picking up her phone and answering the call. Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of nervousness and humility. Hello, Lin Lei, is that you? What are you doing? Why are you answering the phone so late? Oh, I was just getting ready for bed. What's up? Lin Lei continued. I wanted to invite you out for a meal. Also, I promised to buy you something. Just tell me what you like, and I'll get it for you. Since I have some free time today, I thought we could have dinner together, stroll around, and chat. Lina paused for a moment. Her heart longed to say that she didn't want just a meal, nor did she need him to buy her a gift. What she truly wished to express was that she would be more than willing if he desired the same. Yet, those words seemed lodged in her throat, unable to escape. Consequently, Lina could only politely decline to no, it's unnecessary. That matter is in the past. That won't do that I promised to treat you, and I must keep my word. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. You wouldn't want me to be seen as untrustworthy, would you? Stop with the is. Just prepare yourself. Let's meet at the main gate of the school at 10:30. If you don't come, I might get upset. With that, Lin Lei hung up the phone. Lina gazed at her phone with a wry smile, then shook her head helplessly. All right, I'll go at Lina. Have never been afraid of anyone. With that thought, she began to tidy herself up on the other end. After hanging up, Lin Lei contacted Lu Peng. The call connected immediately, and Lu Peng's voice came through, filled with frustration and annoyance. Old Lei, what's the matter? Why are you calling me so early? I was in the midst of a beautiful dream when you woke me up with this call. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for raiding your snack stash. What dream had you that made you so irate? You wouldn't understand. Let's just say it was a crucial moment, and you interrupted me. Damn it, Old Lei. You are truly despicable, you know that? Lin Lei was speechless. It turned out to be that kind of dream. Such dreams might occur once a month, each in a different scenario. But today, it was gone. Leaving him with a sense of loss, I wanted to treat you to a grand meal. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll invite someone else, like Judja or someone. Of course, I'll go. Why wouldn't I? Now that you have money, you should treat me well. But Old Lei, please don't invite Judja. Why not? I'm afraid that your wealth will charm her away. Get lost with your nonsense. Am I that kind of person? No, I mean she might be attracted to you. I've been pursuing her for so long, preparing for graduate school just for her, yet she remains indifferent. I don't know if pursuing her is right or wrong. Although she did say that if I get into the university she is preparing for, she would consider being with me. But she also mentioned I need to earn money. Otherwise, even if she agrees, her family won't. Isn't that ridiculous? Lu Peng sighed, revealing thoughts he had kept hidden from Lin Lei. Sometimes I wonder if I should continue liking her, but letting go is something I don't want to do. After all, I've put in so much effort. I don't want to give up halfway. Lin Lei listened to Lu Peng's words, feeling a pang of discomfort. Originally, it was a beautiful thing that his brother liked her so much and was willing to study hard for her. He hadn't realized it was just his own assumption. Old Lei, I know this sounds pessimistic, but I'm truly scared. The more I study, the more I find it hard to concentrate. The time for the entrance exam is drawing nearer. Yet I feel my motivation fading. Look, you called me while I was still in bed. Isn't that funny? The closer it gets, the more exhausted I feel, especially with this uncertain waiting. Lin Lei pondered for a moment before continuing. So, aren't you planning to pursue her anymore? Now, I'm almost afraid to see her. Seeing her only unsettles me. Just yesterday morning, I was in the library next to her, and I saw a guy ask for her WeChat. She gave it to him right in front of me, and they were laughing together. Although they were speaking softly, I realized I seldom received such treatment from her. Later, that guy sat right across from us, discussing things I wanted to join in on, but she ignored me. The questions I asked were dismissed, while she eagerly engaged with his. Old Lei, you have no idea how I felt at that moment. It was truly a mix of emotions. As Lin Lei listened, he gradually understood, and no wonder his brother was so resentful. It made sense that he was still in bed at this time. It seemed he was truly jealous. Hey, don't be too hard on yourself. Just like you comforted me before, women are like clothes. If one doesn't fit, then change it for another. Old Lei, I said that lightly back then, and unlike you, I haven't experienced it. You have, and I haven't. Not having experienced it, yet knowing it doesn't fit, do you know how heartbreaking that is? Lin Lei was at a loss for words, uncertain if his brother's analogy about clothes was meant in a shallow or profound sense. If shallow, then he had indeed experienced it, but if profound, he had never tried. He had once cherished it like a treasure, unwilling to wear it. Peng, stop speaking so philosophically. We are both in the same boat. If she truly is like that, then let it be, just give up. When one hesitates, it only leads to more chaos. You must be decisive. And as for her matters, don't dwell on them too much. I want to, and I'm trying hard. But it's just too difficult. Lu Peng's voice came through the phone, full of helplessness. Clearly, Jia had a significant impact on him. I understand it's hard. Make a solid plan. All right then, don't be so downcast. She's just one woman. Okay, I got it. After a few more exchanges, Lin Lei ended the call. With a pensive expression, he contemplated how to help his good friend escape from his predicament and regain his confidence. However, at that moment, Lin Lei found himself beside a store. After quickly purchasing a breakfast, he headed to the bus stop and hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to Xizang University of Science and Technology. Lin Lei continued making calls, this time to Wang Jiaqing, Lu Lin's close friend. When Wang Jiaqing saw Lin Lei's call, she was quite surprised, not expecting him to reach out to her. Once the call connected, Lin Lei swiftly conveyed his intentions. Wang Jiaqing was delighted to hear that Lin Lei wanted to treat her and Lu Lin to a meal. She had recently heard rumors that Lin Lei was a hidden billionaire. The prospect of dining with him, especially as she was about to graduate and felt lost about her future, filled her with excitement. She thought that perhaps knowing Lin Lei could open doors for her, providing better opportunities. With that thought, she quickly began to prepare herself, reaching out to Lu Lin. After contacting these individuals, Lin Lei decided against reaching out to anyone else. For him, these three were the only friends he could deeply connect with in college. Of course, he considered inviting their teacher, their homeroom teacher, but reflecting on Lu Peng's situation, he thought it better to postpone that idea. Captain Ouyang, do you think our Team S investigation will yield any results? I don't know. It might or it might not. By the way, Wanling, how is the investigation from Team 2 progressing? They examined the surveillance footage from the vicinity and found no anomalies. However, they did discover a supercar that was present in the area both when the incident occurred and when it concluded. It was parked for quite some time at the entrance of Yahoo Bridge. According to the footage we reviewed, this luxury vehicle is none other than the world-renowned Lamborghini Centenario. There are only two of these in Asia. One belongs to a top billionaire in Kuwait, while the other, astonishingly, is in the hands of a Chinese national. Subsequently, we investigated the vehicle's registration details and found that the owner is a young man named Lin Lei. The registration information indicates that the vehicle was acquired just recently, on September 12th. When we attempted to review the surveillance footage from that day, we discovered that the monitoring system at the Vehicle Management Office was undergoing a comprehensive upgrade, resulting in no recorded data. Currently, the value of the Lamborghini Centenario is estimated to be at least 80 million. Furthermore, Team 2's investigation revealed that Lin Lei hails from a farming household in Beiyang Village, Longtan Town, Dahua County, Denning City, in southeastern province. However, Lin Lei's personal bank account boasts a staggering deposit of 1.2 billion. He is associated with 7 companies, all of which are listed among the Fortune Global 500. Additionally, according to our findings, Lin Lei recently purchased a luxurious mansion worth 90 million near Aishi Lake. And Team 3 has also uncovered that the mastermind behind Lin An'an Security Company is, in fact, Lin Lei. Ouyang Shui listened intently to her subordinate's report, her previously calm demeanor gradually giving way to astonishment, particularly upon hearing that Lin An'an Security Company's enigmatic owner is Lin Lei. The surprise in her gaze deepened. As agents of the National Security Bureau, they were well aware of the caliber of individuals associated with Lin An'an Security Company. However, it was precisely this knowledge that rendered Ouyang Shui so astonished. Clearly, Lin Lei was no ordinary person. Moreover, based on their preliminary data investigation, they also learned that Lin Lei is the ex-boyfriend of the girl who jumped into the lake. Chapter 53. Unease Captain? Please take a look at the feedback from Team 2's investigation, one team member said, opening a tablet and handing it to Ouyang Shui, who was seated at the back. She accepted the tablet and began to scrutinize it intently while methodically swiping and tapping on the screen. After approximately 10 minutes, Ouyang Shui finally closed the tablet and returned it to the team member in front of her. I suddenly feel a strong desire to meet this young man. If everything truly points to him, we may have stumbled upon a significant discovery, Ouyang Shui remarked, her tone calm yet contemplative. Indeed, Captain, if all of this is indeed the doing of a young man named Lin Lei, we may have indeed uncovered a treasure. Moreover, he possesses numerous unresolved mysteries. For instance, the colossal sum in his bank account, while all transactions appear legitimate and traceable, raises even more questions due to its sheer legality. Furthermore, based on the feedback from Team 2, prior to the 12th, Lin Lei's accounts held little money, yet suddenly, after the 12th, His rural credit union account saw an influx of 100,000, along with the addition of those companies and investment entities. Ouyang Shui nodded, acknowledging the peculiarities she had noted in the data. These records were all above board, with complete and lawful documentation. Yet, it was precisely this very legality that rendered the situation exceedingly strange. Additionally, just prior to today, all circumstances regarding his parents remained unchanged. They were still farmers. In stark contrast, Lin Lei's personal wealth had skyrocketed to 1.2 billion. However, to ensure we proceed cautiously, let's start by reaching out to his acquaintances to gather further insights. Once we have compiled all the necessary information, we can arrange to meet Lin Lei. Right. Please inform Lin Xin from Team 2 to keep these findings on hold for the time being. We shall report to the director once we have a clearer understanding of the situation. Captain, as you say. Approximately an hour later, Lin Lei stepped into the familiar grand entrance. Although he had made a splash at school, the Lin Lei without a luxury car was not readily recognized by anyone. Moreover, today, he had chosen to dress in an exceptionally low-key manner, complete with a mask and a slightly lowered head, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone unfamiliar with him to identify him. Upon pushing open the slightly ajar dormitory door, Lin Lei could hear Lu Peng in the bathroom, belting out melancholic love songs while showering. Glancing around the dormitory, Lin Lei noticed the absence of his other roommates, Lu Wenhao and Miao Mu, but he paid it no mind. Their absence was, in fact, preferable to him. Although they were classmates and dorm mates, their relationships were not particularly deep. Thus, Lu Peng, lost in his own world, remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences, continuing to sing along with the sorrowful music. Watching Lu Peng indulge in his musical whims, Lin Lei couldn't help but reflect on his own enjoyment of singing while showering, though Lu Peng's off-key voice left much to be desired. After waiting for a while without seeing Lu Peng emerge, Lin Lei's gaze turned mischievous as he sensed an opportunity. Suddenly, a translucent energy emanated from Lin Lei's being, enveloping the bathroom. At that moment, Lu Peng, completely nude and with his eyes shut, was singing passionately under the shower, swaying slightly to the rhythm of the music. Once I was like a drifting reed, terrified of love's embrace, yet fate brought me to you. The moment I first beheld you amidst the crowd, you captivated me with your charm. In that instant, I was rendered speechless, and from then on, love became my bittersweet burden, no longer able to hide. Thus, you became the most beautiful memory of my existence. Sweet words, no matter how often expressed, never grow tiresome. My entire world has been wholly claimed by you. I believe I truly love you. I genuinely love you. I await your affirmation wholeheartedly. Perhaps I was too eager. Failing to notice the hesitation in your eyes, Lu Peng sang about hesitation. Just as he applied shower gel to his body, the water from the showerhead unexpectedly ceased. Slowly opening his eyes, Lu Peng realized that not a single drop was falling. He turned the shower on and off several times, confirming that there was indeed no water, before exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, of all times to have no water." Lu Peng, bewildered, wondered how the water could have stopped while he was showering so comfortably. He spotted a small faucet on the bathroom wall, bent down to turn it on, and water began to flow freely. Damn, there's no water shortage. Could it be the showerhead is broken? He pondered, moving to check the connection between the shower and the hose, but found no water flowing. Could the hose be clogged? He thought, picking up the hose to inspect it closely, shaking it in vain. Just as he believed there was no water at all, suddenly, water burst forth from the hose, catching Lu Peng completely off guard. Damn! Lu Peng cursed, tossing the hose aside and wiping the water from his face. He reattached the showerhead, turned it on, but to his dismay, still no water emerged. Lu Peng was left utterly perplexed. What the hell? Wasn't there just water? He hung the showerhead back on its holder and bent down to turn on the faucet below. At that moment, the showerhead and faucet gushed forth water once more. What the hell is going on? He turned off the faucet again, prepared to rinse the soap off his body with the showerhead, only for it to stop once more. Looking at the showerhead before him, Lu Peng began to question his very existence, a creeping fear of the unknown bubbling up from within him. Could it be that ghosts exist? The thought struck Lu Peng suddenly, and as it took root, it festered in his mind. No, I am an atheist. Yet, as he pondered this, he couldn't shake the memory of the mysterious figure who had saved Su Kuching when she jumped into the lake. Anxiety gripped his heart. If such beings existed, could it be that ghosts were real as well? And now, He was alone in the dormitory, with everyone else having gone out. Damn it, Lu Peng thought, growing increasingly uneasy. Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain a facade of calm, turning off the shower and grabbing a towel from the rack. He bent down to turn on the faucet below, intending to wet the towel and wipe his body. As a result, when the faucet connected to the switch below was turned on, water did not gush forth in a torrent as it had before. Instead, not a single drop emerged. Lu Peng felt an unsettling chill creep into his heart. Today was undeniably peculiar. Indeed, far too strange. He turned the faucet on and off several more times, yet still, not a trickle of water appeared. Just as Lu Peng's unease began to escalate, the switch controlling the showerhead suddenly activated on its own. With a loud pop, the shower unleashed a torrent of water that cascaded down onto Lu Peng's bare back. A ghost! Lu Peng screamed, completely unclothed, and bolted out of the bathroom. Chapter 54. Pleased to meet you, Lu Peng dashed out, entirely undraped. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shui had entered the dormitory building where Lin Lei and his companions resided, guided by their homeroom teacher towards their dormitory. Just as they approached the door, Lu Peng's piercing scream echoed through the air. Ah, a ghost! Followed by the sound of objects crashing to the ground. Both the homeroom teacher and Ouyang Shui were taken aback, sensing genuine fear emanating from that sound. It was evidently not a ruse. Lu Peng had encountered something alarming. Consequently, Ouyang Shui and Lin Lei's homeroom teacher rushed to push open the dormitory door with a loud bang and stormed inside. To their astonishment, they found Lu Peng, completely naked and covered in suds, emerging from the bathroom. Lu Peng, caught off guard, let out another startled yelp before he could finish his exclamation. A thunderous noise of a door slamming against the wall erupted behind him, startling him once more. Both the homeroom teacher and Ouyang Shui noted Lu Peng's state of undress, their brows furrowing in surprise. However, being aware that they were both women and inexperienced in such matters, they instinctively turned away, retreating from the scene. Lin Lei's homeroom teacher felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, uncomfortable in the situation. Having graduated just a year prior and serving as a homeroom teacher for the same duration, she was typically strict with herself and had rarely encountered such a scenario. This was her first experience witnessing something like this, especially involving one of her own students, leaving her with an odd sensation. As for Ouyang Shui, she appeared unfazed. Although she too was inexperienced, she had seen much more in her life. Lu Peng's state did not embarrass her in the slightest. The reason she turned away was merely out of consideration for Lu Peng's dignity, not wanting him to feel awkward. However, as Ouyang Shui averted her gaze, she caught sight of another figure in the dormitory. Though she could not discern who it was, a fleeting glance struck her with a strangely familiar sensation. Meanwhile, within the dormitory, Lu Peng hurriedly grabbed some recently changed clothes to shield his modesty, glancing over at Lin Lei, who was grinning broadly. You truly scared the life out of me. Although Lu Peng felt a twinge of embarrassment, Lin Lei continued to chuckle. That was terrifying. Lu Peng then directed his gaze toward the bathroom, muttering, I don't know what's wrong with the bathroom today. The shower is either on or off, and then it just turns on by itself. What a fright, Lu Peng complained, still apprehensive, as he wiped the suds off his body with the clothes in hand, casting wary glances toward the bathroom. Lin Lei's sense of guilt deepened, yet he knew he could not confess to Lu Peng that it was his doing. If Lu Peng found out, it would be disastrous. Lin Lei quickly reassured him it must be an issue with the water pressure. Otherwise, it wouldn't behave this way. Besides, we live in a scientific world, so how could there be ghosts? Don't you agree? Plus, our homeroom teacher brought a lovely lady with her. You wouldn't want her to catch a whiff of your shower gel, would you? Upon reflection, Lu Peng recognized the truth in Lin Lei's words. Their homeroom teacher was indeed outside, accompanied by a beautiful girl. Although he was puzzled as to why she had brought such a girl to their dormitory so early in the morning, it was clear that they were likely there to see him. His homeroom teacher was aware of his presence, so he needed to be mindful of his image. Moreover, Lin Lei's explanation regarding the water pressure seemed plausible, as it could certainly affect the flow in the pipes. Now that he realized he was not alone in the dormitory, Lu Peng's anxiety began to ease. All right then, I'll go rinse off, he stated, covering himself with his hands and clutching the fresh clothes, before stepping back into the bathroom. Lin Lei watched Lu Peng re-enter the bathroom and slowly made his way to the door. He was also curious as to why his homeroom teacher had brought a beautiful woman to their dormitory, something that had never happened before. Upon opening the door, Lin Lei immediately spotted two stunning figures leaning against the corridor railing. Hearing the door creak open, Ouyang Shui and Lin Lei's homeroom teacher, Yi Qinya, turned to face Lin Lei. "Teacher Yi," Lin Lei exclaimed, surprised to see her, considering he had taken a week off and was supposed to be away. Moreover, when he had glanced away earlier, he was aware that there were others in the room but had not seen clearly who they were, assuming it was either Lu Wenhao or Miao Mu. As they exchanged greetings, Ouyang Shui curiously appraised Lin Lei. Initially, she had not expected to see him during this visit, as their intel indicated that he had moved into his newly purchased Villa No. 3. Yet, here he was in the dormitory. While Ouyang Shui scrutinized Lin Lei, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her. Their eyes locked for a moment, and Ouyang Shui showed no sign of diverting her attention. Instead, a glimmer of interest flickered in her eyes. Lin Lei, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, averted his gaze, internally questioning who this woman was and why she was so intent on staring at him. It was peculiar for a girl to be so bold, and he couldn't shake the feeling that there was a military aura about her, reminiscent of when he first met his subordinate, Li Mingyan. Thus, Lin Lei thought to himself that this woman was certainly extraordinary. As Lin Lei pondered this, he shifted his focus back to the teacher. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Teacher, is there a specific reason for your visit today?" Ouyang Shui, sensing Yi Qinya's gaze upon her, offered a polite smile before turning to Lin Lei and extending her delicate hand. "I am Ouyang Shui. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lin Lei." Chapter 55. An examination. Lin Lei regarded Ouyang Shui's outstretched hand but made no move to reciprocate. Ouyang Shui appeared taken aback by Lin Lei's response, momentarily speechless. Yi Qinya beside her looked equally surprised. Though she was well aware of Ouyang Shui's esteemed identity, Lin Lei, what are you doing? You should call her Sister Ouyang." Ouyang Shui waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. Young people enjoy humor." As she spoke, Ouyang Shui's gaze settled on Lin Lei. Glancing behind him, "Are you not going to let us in?" Lin Lei looked at Yi Qinya, who was signaling him with her eyes. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, stepping aside. "All right, you may enter, teacher." "Very well," Yi Qinya responded, turning to Ouyang Shui. "Miss Ouyang, please, after you." Ouyang Shui, unreserved, stepped forward and began to survey the room's furnishings. Lin Lei hesitated before following her in, furrowing his brow slightly at her actions. That moment, Lu Peng had finished washing up, donned his clothes, and emerged from the bathroom. Upon spotting his homeroom teacher entering with a beautiful woman, he felt a wave of shyness washing over him and respectfully greeted, "Hello, teacher." "Hello?" Yi Qinya nodded, slightly trailing behind Ouyang Shui. After greeting, Lu Peng quickly joined Lin Lei at the door, inquiring with confusion, "Teacher, what brings you to our dormitory?" "How would I know?" Lin Lei shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Seeing Lin Lei's expression, Lu Peng chose not to press further. Understanding that his inquiries would yield no answers, Yi Qinya walked alongside Ouyang Shui, introducing her to the dormitory. She pointed out the various beds, stating, "This is Lu Wenhao's bed. Number 2 belongs to Lu Peng. Number 3 is Lin Lei's, and number 4 is Miao Mu's." As Ouyang Shui listened to Yi Qinya's introductions, she casually inspected the surroundings until she arrived at Lin Lei's bed. Her eyes swept over the cluttered bookshelf, the disorganized desk, and the unmade bed, raising an eyebrow in disapproval. She then turned to Lin Lei and asked, "Lin Lei, may I look through your drawer?" Lin Lei smiled slightly. "Am I allowed to say no?" Ouyang Shui returned his smile. "Of course you can. But your refusal won't matter." With that, she opened the drawer without hesitation. Creak. Ouyang Shui pulled open Lin Lei's drawer, and immediately, her eyes fell upon a small pile of Durex scattered within. Yi Qinya, standing nearby, also caught sight of it, her face flushing with discomfort. Lin Lei felt a sense of bewilderment as he wondered why his teacher was glaring at him. In his drawer, aside from a few trivial items, there was nothing of significance. However, in the next moment, Lin Lei seemed to recall something, and his expression shifted to one of discomfort. Goodness, could it be? How embarrassing. He must have left a poor impression on his teacher. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shui, observing the contents of the drawer, broke into a faint smile. She then reached in to rummage through Lin Lei's drawer but found nothing of note and closed it, seemingly unconcerned. Subsequently, she began to inspect the bookshelf. Noticing nothing unusual, her gaze finally settled on Lin Lei's bed. Lin Lei watched her actions, his heart racing. His Lamborghini Centenario's manual lay atop the bed. If she discovered it, the consequences would be dire. Realizing this, Lin Lei hurried to the side of the bed, standing beside the ladder without the slightest hint of courtesy. "Miss Ouyang Shui, Don't you think it's rather inappropriate to rummage through someone else's belongings? Ouyang Shui replied nonchalantly, is it? I find it perfectly normal. What are you afraid of something being uncovered? She spoke without reservation, her words laced with veiled insinuations. Lin Lei smirked, oh, what could I possibly fear? I have nothing to hide. I simply dislike you going through my things. His tone had grown increasingly blunt. Ouyang Shui's unexpected intrusion had left Lin Lei with an odd sensation, and her predatory gaze made him feel uneasy. Ouyang Shui showed no sign of discomfort and remarked coolly, oh, really? Then I find it quite enjoyable. Lin Lei felt a surge of anger as he regarded the striking woman before him, wondering how she could be so insufferable. What, do you want to hit me? He scoffed that I doubt you have the guts. Ouyang Shui retorted defiantly, her eyes brimming with provocation. Meanwhile, Yi Qinya's expression shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by the escalating tension between them. You both should calm down. It's a trivial matter. Why get so worked up? Indeed, Lao Lei, let us take a walk to cool off, Lu Peng chimed in, rushing over with an anxious look that he tugged at Lin Lei, attempting to pull him away, but Lin Lei remained as steadfast as a mountain, immovable. Ouyang Shui observed Lu Peng's futile efforts with surprise. After all, they were of similar stature. It was quite astonishing that Lu Peng could not budge Lin Lei. Ouyang Shui's heart leaped with excitement. Perhaps provoking Lin Lei would yield unexpected results. She suspected he was hiding something within his dormitory, perhaps even beneath his bed covers. After all, he had reacted swiftly when she had glanced at his bed. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Shui ceased her conversation with Lin Lei, pivoted, and on tiptoe, reached out to yank the covers off Lin Lei's bed. The instant Lin Lei perceived her intentions, his gaze darkened. As she grasped the blanket, he swiftly seized her wrist, a latent energy coursing through his hand, prepared to invade Ouyang Shui's very being. The entire exchange unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Lu Peng and Yi Qinya momentarily stunned. Ouyang Shui, initially unperturbed, now displayed a hint of astonishment on her otherwise impassive face, quickly replaced by a smile. At that moment, she felt a powerful surge of energy. Although she could not identify the source, she recognized that the young man named Lin Lei was far from ordinary. In that fleeting instant, she sensed a murderous intent emanating from him. Realizing this, Ouyang Shui instinctively released her grip on the blanket, yet Lin Lei held onto her hand, a smile gracing her face. Well, aren't you quite the charmer? Grabbing a girl's hand upon first meeting, do you pursue all your romantic interests this way? Chapter 56. Toxic. Lin Lei scrutinized Ouyang Shui earnestly but did not relinquish her hand. Instead, he turned and walked toward the door. Ouyang Shui followed suit without resistance. Yi Qinya and Lu Peng attempted to trail behind, but Lin Lei halted them. You both wait here. Don't follow. With that, he pulled Ouyang Shui out of the room. Though it was past 9 or 10 o'clock, the dormitory was relatively empty, as many lower-classmen had gone to class while seniors had moved off campus. Those who remained were either engrossed in their studies or still lost in slumber. Lin Lei led Ouyang Shui to a secluded corner of the dormitory before releasing her wrist. I don't understand your motives. But let me warn you, should this happen again, I will not hold back. Don't think your gender or beauty grants you immunity. I am not above striking a girl if pushed to anger. Do you understand? Ouyang Shui flicked her wrist dismissively, unfazed by his warning. Although she had felt his concealed murderous intent moments earlier, she showed no signs of fear. After all, numerous threats had come her way before, and those who had dared to pursue her had often met with untimely ends. Come now, Lin Lei, you needn't be so irate with me, she laughed. There's no need for threats. I'm not easily intimidated. And I believe you're quite the astute individual. You know perfectly well why I'm here. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ouyang Shui from the National Security Bureau. It's a pleasure to meet you. As she extended her hand, Lin Lei furrowed his brow at her words, refusing to shake her hand. I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not particularly pleased to make your acquaintance. With that, he turned and walked back toward his dormitory. Ouyang Shui watched his retreating figure, a smile playing on her lips. Young man, just you wait. I have a feeling we'll meet again very soon. Lin Lei, however, had no desire to see her again. Ever since acquiring the system, he had anticipated the government would come for him, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so swiftly, seeking him out at his school and dormitory. Sighing in frustration, Lin Lei recognized that overthinking wouldn't change anything. Escape was not an option. Upon returning to his dorm, Lin Lei observed his homeroom teacher Yi Qinya and his good friend Lu Peng were present. He then said, "Teacher, Ouyang Shui had some matters to attend to and left." Before Lin Lei could finish, he noticed the peculiar expressions on Yiqinya and Lu Peng's faces. That moment, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Lin Lei's countenance stiffened, and he fell silent, feeling quite awkward. Internally, he cursed, "That woman is toxic." Lu Peng glanced between Lin Lei and the entering Ouyang Shui, struggling to suppress a laugh. Despite their earlier confrontation, it was the first time he had seen Lin Lei, his good friend, display such a countenance. Why Yiqinya, usually quite articulate, found herself at a loss for words, unable to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. Ouyang Shui, seemingly unfazed, shot Lin Lei a glance before approaching Yiqinya. "Qinya, let us go. I've gathered all the information I needed." All right," Yiqinya replied, somewhat dazed. Lin Lei watched them leave, breathing a sigh of relief. "That woman is simply poison." Lu Peng leaned closer, a grin on his face, and playfully remarked, "Lao Lei, she is to your girlfriend. Is she? What happened last night?" Lin Lei interrupted vehemently, "If she were my girlfriend, I'd livestream myself eating feces. Associating with someone like her would surely shorten my lifespan. You shouldn't dismiss her so quickly. She is beautiful and has quite the personality. Didn't you just break up? Why not give it a shot?" The term frenemies aptly captures the paradox of our relationship. Yet, I must assert my disdain. Unless my mind were to be struck by a mule, I could never harbor affection for her. Such a notion is utterly absurd. We are not so much frenemies as we are adversaries. Enough of her, though. Since you no longer wish to pursue graduate studies, what are your plans moving forward? Personally, I intend to work for a year before embarking on my entrepreneurial journey. Entrepreneurship, indeed. While we both study accounting, my passion lies firmly within the realm of animation. Previously, in my pursuit of Jiajia and the entrance exams, my time for learning animation editing and special effects was severely limited. Now, however, I no longer feel compelled to chase after her. I shall let fate take its course. Thus, I plan to apply to an animation company upon graduation, to gain experience and further my studies. When the right moment arrives, I aspire to establish my own studio and create the animated films of my dreams. That sounds promising. However, if you are truly determined to become an entrepreneur and delve deeply into animation production, I believe you should pursue a systematic education post-graduation. How about this? I will finance your further studies, and you need not repay me. Once you return, having established your company, I shall invest in it, and we will split the profits 50-50. What do you think? That seems rather impractical, don't you think? What is impractical about it? If you are intent on pursuing this path, then you should follow my suggestion. Life is too short to ignore what you love and what piques your interest. Remember, passion is the most potent catalyst for success. Lu Peng pondered for a moment before resolutely meeting Lin Lei's gaze and stating, "Very well, it shall be as you say. However, let us agree that the profits will be divided in a 1-to-9 ratio, with me receiving 1 and you 9. Chapter 57. Evading responsibility. Lin Lei firmly rejected the proposal. "No, it will remain 50-50. Let us settle this once and for all. Do not attempt to deflect any further. You have certainly earned your share." Lu Peng felt a swell of gratitude towards Lin Lei. He was relieved he had chosen to study here. Otherwise, he would not have encountered such a remarkable friend. "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest." Lu Peng nodded, yet he secretly resolved to ensure that, when the time came to divide the profits, it would indeed remain a 1-to-9 split. Seeing Lu Peng's agreement, Lin Lei's face broke into a broad smile. He patted Lu Peng on the shoulder. "Now that is more like it. We are brothers, after all, yes. Now, I shall tidy up my belongings, and afterward, we can go out for lunch." "Sounds good. I'll take the clothes I've changed out of to wash as well." The two then busied themselves with their respective tasks. Lin Lei quickly organized his desk and bookshelf, then opened a drawer. Upon seeing a small stash of condoms within, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It was no wonder his homeroom teacher had displayed discomfort upon discovering the contents of his drawer. Of course, Lin Lei had initially brought them for personal use, fearing he might not have enough, and thus had taken a small pile. Yet, he had never used a single one. What a pity. With a gentle sigh, Lin Lei sorted them out and tossed them directly into the trash bin. After organizing the drawer to a more acceptable state, he climbed onto his bed, lifting the covers to reveal a stack of documents tucked beneath. Sitting at the edge of his bed, Lin Lei picked up the manual among those papers and began to read intently. Product name: Lamborghini Centenario. Appearance: Lamborghini Centenario. Weapon systems: ion cannon, energy machine gun, energy sword defensive systems, energy shield, star shatter gold steel, high-density alloy, power systems, 4 miniature stellar engines energy systems, light fusion, nuclear fusion life support systems. As Lin Lei absorbed the contents of this seemingly small textbook-like manual, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this vehicle would not only possess weapon systems but also defensive, power, energy, and life support systems, many of which were far beyond the current capabilities of human technology. Reading through the detailed descriptions of these functions, Lin Lei couldn't suppress a gasp of awe. His understanding of his luxurious vehicle deepened. The optimized Lamborghini Centenario granted as a reward was nothing short of a futuristic technological marvel. To gauge its worth in monetary terms would be utterly futile. After diligently studying for 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Lei realized he could not continue at this moment. He gathered the manual, organized his somewhat disheveled bedding, and placed the meticulously arranged documents into his backpack, alongside other useful items. With these tasks completed, Lin Lei settled into his chair, awaiting Lu Peng's return. Soon, they would join Lu Lina and Wang Jueqi for lunch. Meanwhile, in the absence of any news from his subordinates, Lu Chen's mood had soured since last night. He sat in his office at the security company, his robust physique and powerful arms contrasting with the dark cloud hanging over his typically stoic features. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he exhaled slowly, remaining silent for a considerable time before reaching for his phone to call one of his underlings. The phone rang once before being answered. "Hello, boss." "Yes, Xiaoyi, any updates from Qin's side today?" "The police have initiated an investigation, but it seems they have yet to uncover any leads. They are still attempting to make contact." Liu Chun contemplated this for a moment before responding. "Understood. Keep a close watch on them. And if there's any development, notify me immediately." "Yes." After ending the call, Lu Chen's expression darkened further. The involvement of state authorities without any results was troubling, yet he rationalized that it was only to be expected given that the individuals in question were affiliated with Lin An'an Security Company. If their efforts could yield quick results, then Lin An'an's company would have ceased to exist. Now, Lu Chen found himself grappling with whether to disseminate the information he possessed, if he chose to share it. How could he maximize his gains while avoiding entanglements? He was acutely aware of the unique prowess within Lin An'an Security Company and had no desire to confront them directly. Although his company was significantly larger, he recognized the disparity in talent between his firm and Lin An'an's. Engaging them head-on could lead to dire consequences, unless someone intervened on his behalf to mitigate the impact of their collective strength. But of course Liu Chun recalled the intel he had gathered concerning Qin Yuyin, the CEO of Jianghe Group, and how Lin Lei, the enigmatic figure behind Lin An'an Security, seemed to have connections with her. They were reportedly staying at the same hotel. Furthermore, he had heard that the heir of Rongli Group harbored feelings for Qin Yuyin, and their families were actively trying to forge alliances. Perhaps there was an opportunity here. With this thought, Lu Chen's mind began to race. "Aha!" he exclaimed, as a plan began to form. The shadow that had clouded his face lifted, and he promptly picked up the phone once more. Dialing another number. "Hello, is this Xing Ge? I am the general manager of Nandu Security Company." "Yes, indeed, I have an excellent project on hand. Are you interested? I assure you it will be highly profitable." "Why would I deceive you? I merely wish to leverage our relationship to pursue mutual gain, of course. "Very well." After hanging up, a broad smile spread across Lu Chen's face. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he extinguished the remaining half on his desk before standing up and walking towards the door. Chapter 58. I believe it all on the other side. Lin Lei had finished packing his belongings when Lu Peng did the same shortly thereafter. The two of them exited together, and as they walked, Lin Lei turned to Lu Peng and said, "Oh, Peng. I also invited Wang Jueqi and Lu Lina. Could you call them to see if they are ready?" "That might be a bit awkward for me. You should handle it yourself." Lu Peng decisively declined, fully aware of Lu Lina's feelings towards his brother. Yet, it seemed that despite her affection, the feelings were not reciprocated. A classic case of unrequited love. Of course, Lu Peng remained blissfully unaware of Lu Shiyu's existence. Lin Lei, oblivious to his brother's thoughts, was unfazed by the rejection. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his phone to check Wang Jueqi's and Lu Lina's contact numbers. After a brief pause, he ultimately decided to call Lu Lina. The phone rang once before being answered. "Hello, Lina." "Yes, Lin Lei. How are your preparations coming along?" "Almost done. Have you set off?" "Yes, we just left. Let us meet at the agreed school gate. We'll arrive shortly." "All right." Ending the call, Lin Lei put away his phone and turned to Lu Peng, asking, Peng Peng, do you have any plans to train in animation production? Well, I've thought about it. I intend to go to the National Animation Base in Tianheng City, Dongxijiang Province right after graduation. The animation industry there is quite advanced. All right, since you've made up your mind, I fully support you. Thank you, Lao Lei. Why thank me? We are brothers. Please refrain from saying thank you in the future. It sounds distant. Subsequently, Lin Lei and Lu Peng walked towards the school gate, continuing their casual conversation. Moments later, they arrived at the school gate, where they didn't have to wait long for Lu Lina and Wang Jiaqing to arrive. After greeting each other, they hailed a taxi and headed towards the city center. In the car, Lin Lei was seated in the back, flanked by Lu Lina and Wang Jiaqing, while Lu Peng occupied the front passenger seat. Lao Lei, why didn't you drive your car today? Afraid of being recognized? Wang Jiaqing asked curiously. Please don't tease me. Recently, due to that incident, I've been having the worst headaches. Haha, it's your fault for hiding so well? I was utterly astonished. Who would have thought you're a top-tier rich second generation, able to afford such an expensive car? Where's the top-tier rich second generation? Stop exaggerating, Lin Lei decisively denied. I'm merely the son of an ordinary farmer. Just as Lin Lei was about to finish his statement, the system suddenly chimed. Issuing a new task was triggered. Purchase a BMW M8 top configuration luxury car for each of your 3 close friends today. Completion reward, metal attribute superpowered, no penalty for non-completion. Gazing at the system's task, Lin Lei was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled bitterly. This system really knows how to strike at the right moment. Just as I claimed I wasn't a top-tier wealthy individual. It pops up to slap my face, demanding I buy each of them a BMW M8 top configuration luxury car. Giving them away for free solidifies my image as a top-tier rich individual with too much money to spend, doesn't it? However, thinking of the reward, Lin Lei felt it was worth it. Although he had no idea how much each top configuration BMW M8 costs, compared to the reward of the metal attribute superpower. Those 3 BMW M8s seemed trivial. Lin Lei believed that even if each BMW M8 were worth 100 million, he would still buy them without hesitation. Moreover, these individuals were his closest friends, and gifting them brought him joy. With this in mind, Lin Lei turned to look at the others, who were all staring at him with puzzled expressions. Do you really believe I am a top-tier rich second generation? Lin Lei glanced at Wang Jiaqing, then at Lu Peng in front. Lu Peng appraised him from head to toe and nodded. You look just like one. Seeing Lu Peng nod, Lin Lei then turned his gaze to Lu Lina on his right. How about you? Do you think I look like one? Lu Lina rolled her eyes at Lin Lei, not understanding why he was asking. If anyone knew how extravagant he truly was, it would be her. She had witnessed him pay in full for a mansion worth over 90 million with a single swipe of his card. Driving a Lamborghini Centenario worth over 10 million. Such a person was indeed wealthy beyond reason. Now, he was asking her if he resembled a top-tier rich second generation. Wasn't he that just pretending to be ignorant? However, noticing the earnestness in Lin Lei's eyes, Lu Lina still nodded. Well, if you say you're a top-tier rich second generation, I believe you. Chapter 59. No more fear, haha, you are all so clever. I've hidden so well, yet you found me out. All right, I won't keep it secret anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. I am indeed the top-tier rich second generation you speak of. Saying this, Lin Lei made an exaggerated expression. Lu Lina, Lu Peng, and Wang Jiaqing looked at him speechlessly, not anticipating Lin Lei would be so cheeky. Ignoring their expressions, Lin Lei continued, since you've all guessed it, there must be a reward. How about this? After we finish lunch, I'll take you to a place. What do you think? What place? Lu Peng was the first to ask, with Wang Jiaqing displaying a curious expression. Lu Lina also turned to look at Lin Lei, her eyes seemingly pondering. Don't ask where. Just decide if you're going or not. I'll go. Lu Peng was the first to raise his hand. I'll go too. Wang Jiaqing followed suit. Lu Lina, however, did not raise her hand. She thought to herself that Lin Lei's destination was probably that villa. Although she wanted to go, she was concerned that Wu Shiyu, the woman Lin Lei had acknowledged as his girlfriend, might also be there. Seeing them share affectionate glances and laughter, or even formally introducing her to them, made Lu Lina hesitant. She feared she might become jealous and uncomfortable, causing embarrassment or inconvenience for Lin Lei and Wu Shiyu. Unaware of Lu Lina's thoughts, Lu Peng and Wang Jiaqing looked at her with eager anticipation. Lin Lei also watched Lu Lina with some expectation. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Lu Lina couldn't help but think that if she didn't agree, it might seem inconsiderate and unsociable. Moreover, Lin Lei had been so generous inviting them to lunch and now to his villa. If she refused, wouldn't he that be ungrateful? Though she dreaded meeting Wu Shiyu and witnessing their affectionate interactions, hadn't she also seen Lin Lei with his ex-girlfriend, Wu Xinting, exchanging flirtatious glances? Why couldn't she accept Wu Shiyu? With this thought, Lu Lina raised her head to meet everyone's gaze and nodded. All right, I'll go too. Yes, that's more like it. Wang Jiaqing was the first to express approval, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Lina and Lin Lei. I thought you wouldn't go. That would be so boring. Lu Peng chimed in, his gaze mirroring Wang Jiaqing's, laden with unspoken implications directed at Lin Lei and Lu Lina. Lin Lei, sensing their looks, felt speechless, fully aware of their intentions to tease them. He had long understood Lu Lina's feelings. Their essay saying, too familiar makes it hard to speak, hard to act, and hard to let go. Moreover, Lin Lei himself was uncertain about his feelings for Lu Lina. It wouldn't be fair to be with her without clarity. As for Wu Shiyu, it could only be described as an accident, the task issued by the system. He simply sought the reward while inadvertently touching someone's heart. That was all there was to it. Even though this sounded somewhat callous, it was the most truthful situation. Nevertheless, Lin Lei was trying to develop feelings, especially since she was such a filial, excellent and understanding girl. Something rare and precious. Upon hearing Lu Lina's agreement, Lin Lei felt a sense of relief, echoing their sentiment. Exactly. If you didn't go, it would be so dull. Haha, Lina. Since Lin Lei has said so, don't you get it? Lu Lina shot a glance at Lin Lei and rolled her eyes at Wang Jiaqing. Don't say such things, I'm not saying anything wrong. Why is your face turning red, Lina? Haha. What? Are you? Shut up. As Lu Lina spoke, she leaned towards Wang Jiaqing, playfully pushing her, causing laughter to erupt as Lin Lei leaned back. Watching Lu Lina on his lap, feeling the sensation, his expression turning peculiar. Lu Peng wore a mischievous grin, as if to say, brother, you're quite fortunate. The driver glanced at the three from the rearview mirror, marveling at their youthful exuberance. Initially intending to intervene, he decided against it as their antics weren't overly vigorous. All right, Sister Lina, I'm scared. I won't say anything anymore. Let me go. Humph, let us see if you dare to speak out of turn again. I won't, I promise. Wang Jiaqing hastily assured. Seeing her response, Lu Lina finally placed her hands back on Lin Lei's lap and sat up again, stealing a glance at Lin Lei, noticing his face slightly flushed, which brought her secret delight. Chapter 60. Perhaps 100 million. Lin Lei noticed Lu Lina's expression and sighed helplessly within. If only he weren't so familiar with her. How wonderful it would be to just take action without concern. But the reality was, they were too close. Moreover, she had treated him so well in the past. If Lin Lei were to abandon her, his conscience would never forgive him. Curse it, what am I even thinking about? I can't be with her. Lin Lei scolded himself inwardly. As the journey continued, the group continued their casual chatter. A few minutes later, they finally arrived at the Vitesse Grand Hotel. They looked up at the hotel's magnificent golden sign. Once again, I gazed upon the magnificent European-style architecture, my heart fluttering with a sense of trepidation. They were all aware of the prestigious Vitesse Grand Hotel, renowned as a five-star establishment and a celebrated international chain. Initially, when boarding the vehicle, Lin Lei had suggested we visit the Vitesse Grand Hotel, which had sparked excitement among the three companions. However, upon arriving at the hotel entrance, an air of hesitation washed over them. The opulent decor and grandiosity of the place made it evident that it catered to a high-end clientele. Old Lei, perhaps we should consider an alternative venue, Lu Lina proposed first. While she recognized Lin Lei's wealth, she also understood the challenges of earning money. Although Lin Lei had offered to treat them to a meal, she was reluctant to spend his money and instead contemplated ways to save him some. Old Lei, everyone seems to be suggesting a change. Shall we find another place? Wang Jiaqing chimed in. Lin Lei waved his hand dismissively. Oh, what are you all worried about? Today, just follow my lead. Come on, let's go inside. With that, Lin Lei confidently strode towards the hotel entrance. Lu Peng, Wang Jiaqing, and Lu Lina exchanged glances, then looked at Lin Lei, who was already advancing. They had no choice but to follow suit. As Lin Lei approached the entrance, the receptionist noticed his ordinary attire but greeted him with a professional smile, slightly bowing as she said, "Welcome." Lin Lei nodded in acknowledgement and turned to see his companions had followed. He then proceeded into the hotel lobby. The lobby of the Vitesse Hotel was extraordinarily luxurious, dominated by an enormous crystal chandelier that sparkled beautifully, complemented by the lavish decor, reminiscent of a royal palace. As Lin Lei entered, a tall, elegant attendant approached with a professional smile, not dismissing him despite his unremarkable clothing. "Sir, may I ask if you are here for a meal?" she inquired. "Indeed. Do you happen to have a membership with the Vitesse Hotel?" At that moment, Lu Lina, Lu Peng, and Wang Jiaqing arrived, instinctively positioning themselves beside Lin Lei, their eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. The attendant scrutinized them briefly, feeling a surge of disdain. How could they, dressed in such ordinary garb, dare to patronize the Vitesse Grand Hotel? It was utterly laughable. Although the attendant's thoughts were dismissive, her face maintained a professional demeanor as she politely stated, "I apologize, sir, but our Vitesse Grand Hotel operates on a membership basis, and without a membership, you cannot dine here. Furthermore, our minimum spending starts at least at 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei did not retreat but continued to inquire, "That is not a problem. I simply wish to know how I can become a member of your hotel." The attendant's expression shifted, her curiosity piqued as she looked at the young man before her, pondering whether she had misjudged him. Surely, if he were not wealthy, he would have left upon hearing the minimum spending requirement. Yet, here he was, undeterred by the 10,000 yuan threshold. "Sir, becoming a member is quite simple. It requires a monetary deposit. We categorize our memberships into 3 tiers, and this system is consistent across all Vitesse hotels worldwide. As a member, you can enjoy corresponding discounts and services at any Vitesse hotel globally. The first tier, the Platinum membership, requires a deposit of 1 million yuan, with a corresponding discount of 2.1 million for a mere 2 discount." Lu Peng exclaimed incredulously. "That seems rather meager," Wang Jiaqing added, slightly taken aback. 0.1 million, just to be the lowest tier member? What about the other 2 levels? Lu Lin mused, grappling with the staggering amounts required for mere dining privileges. The attendant continued without acknowledging their astonishment. "The second tier? The Diamond membership requires a deposit of 3 million yuan, with a 5 discount. The highest tier demands a deposit of 6 million yuan, granting a 20 discount. How much do you intend to deposit, sir?" The attendant's smile, however, bore an underlying air of condescension. Lin Lei, unfazed, replied with a faint smile, "Then, please deposit 100 million for me." "What did you say? 100 million? The attendant, taken aback, sought clarification, her voice growing more serious. As her words echoed through the lobby, curious gazes from the front desk staff and the welcoming attendant at the entrance turned towards Lin Lei and his companions, their expressions shifting to one of bemusement. "Ha! Kids these days really have no grasp of reality, thinking 100 million is as simple as a buck," one of the nearby staff members whispered, chuckling. "Perhaps he truly has 100 million. Another mused, amusement dancing in their eyes. "Surely, you meant a Zimbabwean dollar, right?" They laughed, anticipating a joke at Lin Lei's expense. The murmurs were hushed, yet Lin Lei, Lu Lina, Lu Peng, and Wang Jiaqing could sense the mockery directed at them. As Lin Lei casually declared his intent to deposit 100 million, Lu Lina, Lu Peng, and Wang Jiaqing's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 million was not a trivial amount. It was an astronomical figure, capable of purchasing a luxurious mansion or multiple high-end vehicles. The thought that an ordinary individual could casually mention such a sum was unfathomable. Feeling the weight of the onlookers' ridicule, Lu Peng stepped forward, tugging at Lin Lei's sleeve. "Old Lei, perhaps we should leave." Wang Jiaqing, too anxious to speak, simply fixed her gaze on Lin Lei. Among the 3, only Lu Lina maintained her composure. After the initial shock, she steadied herself, believing in Lin Lei's capabilities. After all, he had once effortlessly purchased a luxury residence worth 90 million yuan, even turning down a half-off discount worth over 40 million without batting an eyelid. Now, 100 million seemed merely a reflection of his previous refusals, not a grand surprise. Observing Lin Lei's confident demeanor, Lu Lina couldn't help but wish to be his girlfriend. Lin Lei, unaware of Lu Lina's thoughts, turned to reassure Lu Peng and Wang Jiaqing, "It's all right, don't worry." Then, noticing the attendant's disdainful expression, Lin Lei raised his voice slightly, "Yes, I indeed intend to deposit 100 million." Upon hearing Lin Lei's confirmation, the attendant's demeanor shifted, her cold smile betraying her disbelief. "If you're here to make a joke, I won't hesitate to call security to escort you out." Lin Lei's expression darkened in response. "What, do you look down on us?" He surveyed the lobby, continuing, It seems the service at the Vitesse International Hotel is rather lackluster, permitting staff to threaten customers. What's the matter? You're not pleased? With your shabby appearance, you dare to speak of deposits? The attendant's disdain lingered in the air when suddenly, a booming voice interrupted that moment. A portly middle-aged man entered, arm wrapped around a stunning woman. Upon hearing the man's call, he turned, catching sight of Lin Lei among familiar faces. His expression shifted from casual to alarmed as he stammered. What is he doing here? The attendant, equally taken aback, followed the man's gaze towards Lin Lei and his companions. Mr. Xia, do you know them? Lin Lei recognized the man and couldn't help but smirk. What a coincidence to encounter him here. Without acknowledging the attendant, Mr. Xia hastily approached Lin Lei, a respectful tone replacing his earlier bravado. Mr. Lin, are you here for a meal as well? Chapter 62. Apology, however. He was utterly astonished when he witnessed Lin Lei unhesitatingly decline the 50% discount offered by He Qingxing of Wanhao Real Estate, opting instead to pay the full price of over 93 million for a luxurious mansion in one lump sum. Moreover, Xia Ting was acutely aware that the young man he had previously underestimated was indeed the owner of the globally limited edition Lamborghini Centenario, which had been parked at the entrance of Wanhao Real Estate. He was well aware of the car's esteemed reputation. Who does not admire luxury vehicles? Xia Ting certainly did, especially those of such elite, limited editions. However, he was painfully aware that such extravagant automobiles were beyond the reach of someone of his financial standing. Despite his economic capabilities, the connections required to obtain such a vehicle were not yet within his grasp. In the entirety of Huaxia, there was but a single one from that moment on. Xia Ting realized that Lin Lei was not someone he could afford to provoke. Subsequently, after discreetly investigating Lin Lei's background, he was astounded to discover that the young man's connections extended to several Fortune 500 companies. Just as he was contemplating further inquiries, he received a stern warning, which only deepened his understanding that Lin Lei was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, upon seeing Lin Lei again, he displayed an utmost respect towards him. The surrounding staff observed Xia Ting's deference towards Lin Lei, which could even be described as sycophantic, and were taken aback. Chen Lulu was also cognizant of Xia Ting's reputation. As a platinum member of the Hongqing Vitesse International Hotel, the service staff at such an upscale establishment were undoubtedly aware of their patrons' backgrounds. Therefore, witnessing Xia Ting's extraordinary respect left Chen Lulu momentarily stunned, her heart racing in trepidation. Could it be that this young man before her was indeed a top-tier heir? Was he genuinely planning to recharge 100 million? Chen Lulu felt a surge of anxiety. She understood that even if Lin Lei did not intend to deposit such an amount, it was clear that he was no ordinary individual, let alone someone she could afford to offend. Lin Lei, observing Xia Ting before him, chuckled heartily. Oh, come now, this place is far too lavish for me. I cannot possibly indulge in such luxury. Upon hearing Lin Lei's words, Chen Lulu nearly burst into tears. Mr. Lin, please, Lin Lei hastily interrupted. I cannot accept such honor. Xia Ting, being a sharp individual, quickly grasped the situation and furrowed his brow, speaking in a low tone. What do you mean? You dare to look down on Mr. Lin? Do you wish to jeopardize your position? Damn it. How are Qin Jun and Lu Feng managing their staff? How could such short-sighted individuals, devoid of service awareness and possessing inflated egos, be hired? As he spoke, Xia Ting turned to Lin Lei, continuing, Mr. Lin, please do not be upset. I will contact their boss immediately. He promptly retrieved his phone to call Lu Feng. Chen Lulu and the nearby staff immediately sensed trouble. Some began to silently mourn for her. Chen Lulu, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt utterly panicked. She had endured numerous trials to secure her position and had only been employed for a mere 6 months. The salary here was significantly higher than elsewhere, and the occasional generous tips from affluent patrons constituted a substantial sum. If she were to lose her job over this, how would she survive? The thought of losing her position filled her with dread. In a moment of desperation, Chen Lulu knelt before Lin Lei, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, I realize my mistake. I truly understand my error. I should not have looked down on you. Please forgive me. As long as you spare me, I am willing to do anything you ask. Lin Lei, witnessing her kneel, subtly furrowed his brow. Lu Peng, Wang Juqi, and Lu Lina, observing this scene, also frowned. However, they turned their gazes towards Lin Lei. Remaining silent, they had heard and seen the arrogance of this young woman, and now, realizing Lin Lei's true identity, she was begging for mercy. Some felt disdain Lu Lina, while somewhat understanding the enmity between Lin Lei and Xia Ting, could not fathom why Xia Ting had become so respectful and compliant after being publicly reprimanded by Lin Lei. Lu Peng and Wang Jieqi, while looking at Lin Lei, were filled with a burgeoning curiosity and astonishment. It seemed evident that Lin Lei's status was indeed formidable. Xia Ting, a seasoned veteran, would not soften his stance merely because a woman had knelt before him. Nevertheless, he recognized that this situation was less than ideal. Seeing Chen Lulu, a woman he had previously taken advantage of, kneeling before him, he discreetly assessed Lin Lei with a slight frown and said in a low voice, now you realize your mistake. Yes, please ask Xia to intercede on my behalf. Please, I beg of you. Xia Ting glared at her, commanding her to lower her head, before turning to Lin Lei and saying, Mr. Lin, you need not be angered by this. How about this? I shall treat you all to a meal. Chapter 63. Ordering Lin Lei glanced at his companions and then at Xia Ting, shaking his head. There is no need for an apology or a meal. I have simply come to dine with friends, nothing more. Since she realizes her mistake, let it be. Upon hearing Lin Lei's response, Chen Lulu hurriedly bowed her head in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Lin. Your magnanimity is greatly appreciated. Rise yes, thank you, Mr. Lin, thank you, Mr. Xia. Chen Lulu quickly stood, her face awash with respect. Lin Lei waved his hand, contemplating that it was already past 11 o'clock, and there were no other hotels of comparable quality nearby. Thus, there was no need to seek alternatives, do not mention it. Now, how does one go about recharging the membership? Recharge the membership? Chen Lulu was evidently taken aback by Lin Lei's request. She was filled with disbelief. Logically, after her previous display of disdain, he had already forgiven her. She felt fortunate. Now, she was surprised that he would still seek her assistance with the membership. Chen Lulu momentarily faltered, realizing that indeed, the hearts of significant figures were, after all, expansive. Hello? Lin Lei called softly, frowning. Oh, please, this way. With that, Chen Lulu hastily bowed and led the way, continuing, Mr. Lin, you can recharge your membership through facial recognition, fingerprint identification, or bank card payment. You will also need to provide your identification. Of course, if you do not have your ID with you, you may simply provide your ID number, and we can register you as a member in the future, at any Vitesse International Hotel worldwide. You will receive the heartfelt service of an equivalent member. All right, understood. How much would you like to recharge? Perhaps 100 million? Chen Lulu asked, her face filled with respect and devoid of any hint of condescension this time. Yes, Lin Lei nodded. However, within that 100 million, could you issue one main card and then 3 supplementary cards? All would be members, and the expenses incurred by those 3 supplementary cards would be deducted from my primary card. Mr. Lin, this is something we have never done before. However, I can certainly consult with our manager. Thank you for your assistance. No, Mr. Lin, you are too kind, and this is our duty. At that moment, Chen Lulu had already escorted Lin Lei, Lu Lina, Lu Peng, and Wang Jieqi to the VIP room. After pouring them tea, she stepped out to make a call. Mr. Lin, the manager has agreed to your request and will be coming shortly to assist you. However, considering it is lunchtime, our manager suggested that we arrange for you to dine at Tianwan Pavilion first. Would you like to have a meal to tide you over? That sounds good, thank you. This is our responsibility, Mr. Lin. You need not be polite. Come, Mr. Lin, please follow me. All right. With that, Lin Lei guided the other 3, following Chen Lulu as they departed the VIP meeting room. They took an elevator that swiftly ascended to the 5th floor. Arriving at Tianwan Pavilion, Chen Lulu promptly led them to their seats and respectfully stated, Mr. Lin, this is the Tianwan Pavilion of Vitesse International Hotel. Here is our menu. Please take a look and let us know what you would like to order. I will ensure the kitchen prepares it. Very well, Lin Lei smiled as he accepted the menu from Chen Lulu. He merely glanced at it before passing it to Lu Lina, seated at his right. Lina, Jieqi, please feel free to order whatever you desire. Today, I am treating Lu Lina took the menu from Lin Lei and opened it, only to gasp in shock upon seeing the prices listed. How exorbitant! Wang Jieqi, leaning in to catch a glimpse of the menu, couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the lavish dishes. However, upon noticing the prices, she too gasped in astonishment. The cheapest dish was an outrageous $500, and some seafood dishes were horrifically priced, with some even costing tens of thousands for a mere bowl the size of a palm. They were left utterly intimidated, ultimately flipping through the menu without placing an order. Lin Lei, Perhaps you should take the lead on the ordering, they suggested. What shall we eat? Anything is fine, she said, handing the menu back to Lin Lei. Do not be concerned about the cost, Lina. You are aware of my circumstances? So please order whatever you fancy without hesitation, as long as you enjoy it. The money is no object. Lina observed Lin Lei's resolute expression, bit her lip, and nodded. All right. She then reopened the menu and promptly placed her order. I would like a serving of longting huyue and shrimp and crab warriors. Without further hesitation, Lina ordered 7 dishes and then handed the menu to Wang Juqi. Wang Juqi glanced at Lina, then at Lin Lei, and upon seeing their nods, she perused the menu once more. She scrutinized it carefully but only selected 2 dishes. Next was Lu Peng. Noticing that Lina was unreserved, he too followed suit and ordered 3 dishes. Lin Lei reviewed their selections and added 8 or 9 more extravagant items of his own. He then inquired if they needed to order anything else. After they shook their heads in response, he handed the menu to the waitress, Chen Lulu. That will be all for now. Very well, Mr. Lin, Chen Lulu replied, before exiting the room. Once she left, everyone turned their attention to Lin Lei. Lu Peng pondered for a moment before asking, Old Lei, I didn't want to ask this outside, but it has been weighing on my mind. Is it true that you mentioned planning to charge 1 billion? Indeed, Lin Lei nodded affirmatively. Wow, Old Lei. I had no idea you were such a tycoon. 1 billion. That's an incredible sum. You've hidden your wealth well, Lu Peng remarked. I always thought you were just an ordinary person like us. Yes, I too was unaware. If it weren't for the photos of your luxury car circulating in the school forum and class group, we would have remained oblivious to your status, Wang Juqi added. Lin Lei has always been like that, low-key, someone chuckled. Lin Lei laughed heartily. You are jesting. Not at all. Oh, by the way, Old Lei, are you one of those elite second-generation rich kids? Just like in the novels, where after 4 years, the vault is unlocked. Indeed, you wish. All right, stop speculating. Some matters are best left for another time. Understood, Lu Peng chuckled. Although curious, Lu Peng recognized that some things should not be pried into too deeply. After all, everyone has their secrets. Moreover, Lin Lei stated that they would discuss it later, suggesting that the truth would come to light when the time was right. Meanwhile, Wang Juqi and Lina were genuinely pleased to learn of Lin Lei's capabilities, as it boded well for them. Lin Lei, with graduation approaching, what are your plans for the future? Wang Juqi inquired after a moment of contemplation. Lin Lei had not given much thought to his future path. Initially, he had intended to remain in Hong City and strive alongside his girlfriend. However, with their recent breakup, that notion had dissipated entirely. Despite now having a new girlfriend, Wu Shiyu, who was also a local, Lin Lei did not plan to develop his career in Hong City. Instead, he considered leveraging his system to invest in the economy or infrastructure of his hometown. This was his most genuine aspiration, to return to life in his province. Yet, he chose not to disclose these thoughts, as there was still over 6 months until graduation. Lina, observing Lin Lei, asked, What about your girlfriend? Upon hearing this question, Lu Peng and Wang Juqi exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly in confusion over why Lina would bring up this topic now. Did she not know that Lin Lei had just broken up with his girlfriend, Wu Xinting? Lin Lei was aware of whom Lina referred to. Her? I'm uncertain, but I'll do my best to persuade her to join me back in the province. Of course, if she prefers not to, I will respect her decision. Oh. Lina nodded, understanding in her heart that Lin Lei was no longer revolving his life around a girlfriend. However, thinking of his ex, Wu Xinting, she realized that it was this woman who had brought about his transformation. Yet, Lina felt a sense of joy regarding Lin Lei's change. After all, feelings can be selfish, and she believed that if his current girlfriend did not wish to join him, it would likely lead to their breakup. Granting her an opportunity, Lu Peng and Wang Juqi listened to their conversation, perplexed but refraining from interjecting. They were acutely aware of Lina's genuine affection for Lin Lei, while he remained oblivious to her feelings. Noticing the glances exchanged between Lu Peng and Wang Juqi, Lin Lei sighed, choosing not to confront the matter directly. At that moment, a crisp knock echoed from outside the room, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged man dressed impeccably in a suit. He wore a broad smile, accompanied by a waiter holding a bottle of high-end liquor. The man was none other than Qian Jun, the manager of the Vitesse International Hotel. Upon his arrival, Chen Lulu had already briefed him on the situation. Even though he was skeptical upon hearing that Lin Lei intended to charge 1 billion, he recognized the power of Xia Ting, which instilled both fear and a desire to curry favor with this young man. Thus, Qian Jun entered with utmost courtesy, his gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Lin Lei, who was seated amongst them. Approaching with a warm smile, he extended his hand. You must be the young, charming, and poised Mr. Lin that our staff have spoken so highly of. Lin Lei rose and quickly assessed the smiling, middle-aged man before him. He reciprocated the handshake politely before releasing it. You flatter me. Manager Qian, I've heard your name long before this meeting, and now I can see that you truly live up to the reputation. Dashing and charismatic. Ah, indeed, Qian Jun replied, turning to the waiter with a knowing glance. The waiter promptly understood and presented the bottle of liquor. I've brought this bottle of Mao Dai to apologize for the earlier misunderstanding caused by my staff. Lin Lei glanced at the bottle and waved his hand with a smile. Manager Qian, you are too kind. We had no intention of drinking today, but we appreciate your gesture. That simply will not do. This is a token of our sincerity, Qian Jun insisted. Truly, you are far too courteous. Lin Lei replied, contemplating for a moment. He then stood up, turning to his friends. Peng Peng, Lina, Juchi, I'll step out for a moment. After receiving their nods, he turned back to Qian Jun, smiling as he led him out of the private room. Once outside, Lin Lei released Qian Jun's hand and said, We really do not want the alcohol. I assure you of that, Dado. And regarding the membership at your esteemed hotel, I believe the previous staff member must have mentioned it. I intend to charge 1 billion to acquire a primary card and 3 supplementary cards. Is that acceptable? Qian Jun was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Lei to bring up the subject so directly. However, he was not one to be easily flustered. Of course, that is absolutely feasible. Excellent, Lin Lei replied. Let us proceed to recharge while the dishes have yet to arrive. Haha, Mr. Lin, you are quite eager. I admire that. Qian Jun responded, leading Lin Lei to handle the membership cards. When Qian Jun and the nearby waitstaff witnessed Lin Lei indeed recharging 1 billion, their expressions were filled with disbelief. Qian Jun's face radiated with joy, while Chun Lulu, seeing this seemingly ordinary young man casually transfer such a sum, felt a pang of regret for not having recognized his potential earlier. The other waitstaff were equally astonished and envious. Wishing they could seize the opportunity, Lin Lei, unfazed by the transaction, appeared as though he was merely spending a trivial amount. How long will it take to process the membership card? He inquired of the nearby waiter and Qian Jun. Mr. Lin, it will be ready shortly, Qian Jun replied with a beaming smile. Lin Lei pondered for a moment before simply stating, Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Manager Qian. After exchanging a few polite words in the private room, Qian Jun exited to finalize the arrangements. Not long after, the dishes that Lin Lei and the others had previously ordered arrived one by one in succession. Naturally, the card that Lin Lei had arranged was also presented by Qian Jun. Mr. Lin, this is the membership card you requested. Lin Lei extended his hand to accept the card that Qian Jun handed over. The 4 cards felt somewhat weighty in his hand, accompanied by a pleasantly cool sensation. Well, thank you, Manager Qian, he said. Haha, it is our duty, Qian Jun replied. Chapter 66. Reconciliation. After exchanging pleasantries with Manager Qian, he departed with the waiter. Lin Lei sat back down, not immediately distributing the cards he held. Instead, he temporarily set them aside and called everyone to begin the meal. They indulged in their feast for more than 2 hours, during which Lin Lei and his 3 companions shared many amusing anecdotes, reminiscing about the most unforgettable moments of the past 3 years. Once they finished eating, Lin Lei, Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Juchi, under Manager Qian's courteous escort, exited the Vitesse International Hotel. The 4 of them strolled along the roadside, chatting and laughing merrily. After a few steps, Lu Peng turned to Lin Lei and inquired, Old Lei, what was that activity you mentioned at the dinner table? It wouldn't be a karaoke outing, would it? Indeed, though going to karaoke wouldn't be bad either. After all, we have no classes today, so what is there to fear? Besides, it has been quite a while since we last sang together. Since we all have some free time, why don't we go sing? Wang Juchi exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. Upon learning that Lin Lei had indeed recharged 100 million at the Vitesse International Hotel, she silently resolved to maintain her relationship with him, believing it might benefit her future. Lina wore a bright smile, feeling relieved when she realized it was just the 4 of them dining together. Moreover, she was aware that although Lin Lei now had a girlfriend, their acquaintance was still too brief. Lina preferred to believe that Lin Lei was merely trying to escape the pain caused by his ex-girlfriend, Wu Xinting, and thus was not as meticulous in seeking a new partner. She felt that perhaps she still had a chance. Hearing her best friend suggest singing later, Lina was equally thrilled. I think Juchi is right, Lin Lei. Why don't we go sing later? Lin Lei looked at them thoughtfully before nodding. All right, but let us first head to the activity location. After we arrive, we can find a good karaoke spot to sing. How does that sound? Lu Peng, Wang Jieqi, and Lu Lina were curious about the location Lin Lei mentioned, but they had no objections to his proposed order and all nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Let us head to the bus stop up ahead and catch a ride. With that, they made their way toward the nearby bus station. Before long, they arrived. Just as they reached the bus stop, a large bus pulled in. Lin Lei glanced at the 23 route bus. Not paying it much mind, Lu Lina stood to Lin Lei's left, Lu Peng to his right, and Wang Jieqi beside Lu Peng. They were in no rush, occasionally chatting and laughing. The doors of the 23 bus opened, and 7 or 8 people disembarked. Lin Lei, Lu Peng, Wang Jieqi, and Lu Lina did not notice that amongst those who had just alighted was Wu Xinting. At that moment, Wu Xinting's eyes brimmed with tears. Originally, she had not intended to get off at this stop. However, as the bus approached, she spotted Lin Lei and his companions in the distance, her emotions a tumultuous mix. After experiencing Lin Lei's coldness following their breakup and the incident at the lake, she had thought she could forget him. Yet, seeing him laughing with Lu Lina and Wang Jieqi reignited her pain. It felt as if she had consumed something foul. Naturally, she harbored resentment towards Lin Lei. Had it not been for him, she would not have ended up in such a disgraceful state, one that made her reluctant to return to school. Moreover, reflecting on their time together, she felt betrayed that he had concealed his true identity from her. This angered Wu Xinting even more, but she knew she could not afford to show her fury or her profound hatred for Lin Lei. Instead, she needed to work hard to earn his forgiveness and regain his affection, for only then would she be able to enjoy the terrifying allure of wealth and power. With this in mind, Wu Xinting suppressed her anger and quickly composed herself. When the bus came to a halt, she decisively stepped off and walked towards Lin Lei. Lu Peng and Wang Jieqi, who had been chatting with Lin Lei, sensed something amiss from the corner of their eyes. Upon turning to see who was approaching, their brows furrowed involuntarily, and the words they had intended to say were abruptly silenced, their friendly expressions vanishing. Lin Lei, surprised by the reactions of Lu Peng and Wang Jieqi, glanced to his left. Spotting the newcomer, his brow also furrowed in response. Lu Lina, noticing their demeanor, turned to see who it was, her expression darkening as she too felt displeased. Ignoring the tension in the air, Wu Xinting approached Lin Lei with a pitiful look, saying, "Lin Lei, let us reconcile." Chapter 67. Ignorance. Lin Lei's expression remained impassive. He did not respond but turned his head away, as if she were invisible. Lu Peng, Wang Jieqi, and Lu Lina observed Lin Lei's actions, secretly smirking. However, seeing Lin Lei ignore her, they too pretended not to notice Wu Xinting, well aware of how much he had once cherished her. To put it plainly, Wu Xinting had been the apple of Lin Lei's eye. They had witnessed Lin Lei's desperation to reconcile with her during their breakup, having seen him swallow his pride to reach out to her. Yet, Wu Xinting had remained ungrateful, insisting on the breakup. Now that they were no longer together and Lin Lei had come into wealth, even leading to a dramatic incident involving a near drowning, their disdain for Wu Xinting only intensified. Now, she was feigning vulnerability, asking for reconciliation. They felt a surge of contempt and wanted to confront Wu Xinting on the spot. Yet, with Lin Lei ignoring her, treating her as if she were nothing, they saw no need to waste their breath on her. Wu Xinting, upon realizing Lin Lei had turned away and was ignoring her, felt a flicker of resentment. However, she quickly composed herself. She slowly approached Lin Lei, her eyes filled with a frail desperation. "Lin Lei, I know you're upset and feel wronged. I sincerely apologize. Will you forgive me? Lin Lei, I truly care for you. I know deep inside, you still have feelings for me." Just as Wu Xinting was about to continue, Lin Lei's icy voice interrupted her. "Be quiet." Wu Xinting froze, her fragile figure trembling as her eyes gradually filled with tears. She had never seen Lin Lei raise his voice at her like this, nor had she ever encountered such a cold gaze that it filled her with apprehension. Previously, their conversations had occurred over the phone. This was the first time she witnessed such an expression from him. Wu Xinting felt a wave of fear wash over her. Lin Lei regarded her coldly, a sneer escaping his lips. "Ha ha, Wu Xinting, don't you find your words amusing? You were the one who initiated the breakup, and now you're the one asking for reconciliation. Who do you think you are? Yes, I admit, I once cared for you deeply. This is something I believe you, my friends, and even my family know. But what did I receive in return? My heartfelt devotion was met with your gradual arrogance, rudeness, indifference, and even shamelessness. There are things I no longer wish to discuss. I still vividly recall your words during that last desperate attempt to salvage our relationship. To be honest, the sight of you now disgusts me. Therefore, I do not wish to see you again after today. Please, do yourself a favor and keep your distance. Lin Lei's voice was frigid, laced with anger. He felt no affection for Wu Xinting anymore. He could hardly believe how he had once overlooked her true nature and allowed himself to be involved with such a person. Lu Peng, Wang Zheqi, and Lu Lina exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by Lin Lei's fury. Yet, upon reflection, it all made sense. The intensity of Lin Lei's previous affection for Wu Xinting was now mirrored by his aversion to her. They all remained silent, sharing a knowing look. Wu Xinting stood there, stunned, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. Nevertheless, she was determined to salvage the situation. Although Lin Lei's harsh rebuke had stripped her of her dignity, she believed that if she could win his forgiveness, it would all be worth it. Moreover, her ambitions extended far beyond mere reconciliation. She hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Lin Lei's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Lei, yes, I was in the wrong from the start. I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me, and I promise to do anything you ask. You directed me eastward, and I shall steadfastly refuse to venture west. I am entirely at your command, if you would be so kind. Lin Lei abruptly shook off her hand, unwilling to engage in further futile conversation with this woman. Wu Xinting, however, was undeterred, intent on continuing her pursuit, only to be intercepted by Lu Peng, Wang Zheqi, and Lu Lina, who stood nearby. Lu Peng frowned and remarked, Wu Xinting, for heaven's sake, can't you take a hint? Don't you understand what old Lei has said? You have no hope left. Wang Zheqi echoed, indeed, Wu Xinting, what's the point? Your behavior will only serve to deepen Lin Lei's disdain for you. Chapter 68. The short-haired woman Lu Lina cast a cold gaze upon Wu Xinting. If I were in your position, I would feel utterly ashamed to face Lin Lei right now. If you possess any sense of shame, you ought to know how to conduct yourself. Do not allow me, your old classmate, to look down upon you, nor should you give others cause to do so. Wu Xinting's face flushed with anger. Lu Lina showed no signs of backing down, her eyes icy. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Heh, I believe you are fully aware of the truth in your heart, so why deceive yourself? As Wu Xinting absorbed the condescending critiques from Lu Lina and the others, her fury boiled over. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Lina, Wang Zheqi, and Lu Peng, she shouted, I don't need your interference, get lost. At that moment, Lin Lei had already hailed a taxi. He called out to Lu Lina, Lu Peng, and Wang Zheqi, get in the car quickly, ignore that lunatic. The trio cast one last cold glance at Wu Xinting before entering the taxi. The vehicle, cloaked in mystery, sped away in an instant, vanishing from sight. Wu Xinting watched this scene unfold with a heart full of sorrow. Her resentment towards the three had swelled to an unbearable degree. She had initially intended to confront them, but recalling their words and noticing the peculiar stares from onlookers, she ultimately refrained from doing so. She stood there in a daze, her expression gradually turning frigid. At that moment, a young woman reached out to pat Wu Xinting on the shoulder. Glancing back, she saw a poised woman with short hair, clad in a well-fitted casual suit. Wu Xinting was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back. Who are you? She inquired. The short-haired woman smiled slightly, observing the dwindling crowd of onlookers around them. Leaning closer to Wu Xinting, she whispered playfully, you need not inquire about my identity. Instead, let me ask you this. Do you harbor any resentment towards your boyfriend, Lin Lei? Wu Xinting's brows furrowed, her expression shifting subtly. She instinctively took a step back, a twinge of unease creeping into her heart. While she indeed felt animosity towards Lin Lei, hearing it articulated so bluntly by a stranger unsettled her. Most importantly, the unknown nature of this woman compounded her anxiety. The short-haired woman seemed to read Wu Xinting's thoughts clearly, maintaining a relaxed smile. Noticing Wu Xinting's non-committal response, she concluded she had her answer. Haha, Ms. Wu Xinting, you needn't be afraid. Here, take my contact information. As she spoke, the short-haired woman retrieved a card with just a phone number from her pocket and handed it to Wu Xinting. Wu Xinting looked at the card and then back at the woman's warm smile, hesitating to accept it. The woman chuckled, stepping closer to gently place the card in Wu Xinting's palm, urging her to close her fingers around it. Hold on to this. When you've made up your mind, feel free to reach out. I can assist you, even in winning Lin Lei back. Of course, you are free to discard it once I leave. With that, The short-haired woman released Wu Xinting's hand, patted her shoulder, and turned to depart. After taking several steps, she glanced back at Wu Xinting, making a gesture as if to answer a phone call, then crossed the street towards the Vitesse International Hotel, ultimately disappearing inside. Observing her enter the hotel, Wu Xinting lowered her gaze to the card in her hand. She then glanced back toward the direction in which Lin Lei's taxi had vanished, gradually tightening her grip around the card. Unbeknownst to Lin Lei, as he departed, a significant encounter had just transpired for Wu Xinting. Seated comfortably in the taxi, Lin Lei appeared untroubled, while Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Jieqi observed his demeanor, relieved that he showed no signs of distress from the earlier incident. Lu Peng glanced out the window before turning to Lin Lei in the front seat. "Old Lei, where are we headed?" "You seem to be steering towards Chongming District," Lu Lina remarked, puzzled by Lin Lei's earlier comments. "Yes, Lin Lei. What's your plan for us?" Chapter 69. Blunt and direct. Chongming District doesn't seem to hold much allure. Lin Lei remained silent. Before he could respond, the taxi driver interjected, "We're not going anywhere special, just to the BMW dealership." "The BMW dealership?" Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Jieqi exchanged surprised glances, clearly not anticipating a visit to the dealership. They were aware that the BMW dealership was a significant automotive marketplace, housing not only BMW but also Audi and Chevrolet dealerships, a central hub for automobile sales. But why were they going there? Was Lin Lei considering purchasing a vehicle? Given the ostentatious display of the Lamborghini Centenario he had previously driven, it seemed plausible. However, if that were the case, it conflicted with Lin Lei's earlier claim of providing them with a surprise. Lin Lei remained oblivious to their thoughts, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the driver for prematurely revealing their destination. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he might be overthinking. After all, he had never explicitly instructed the driver to keep it a secret, and passengers naturally desired to know their next stop. Having settled his thoughts, Lin Lei openly stated, "Yes, we're heading to the BMW dealership." The BMW dealership? "Old Lei, are you planning to buy a new car?" Lu Peng pondered aloud, echoing his earlier thoughts. Indeed, Lin Lei confirmed, recognizing that withholding this information was futile since they would eventually find out. Wang Jieqi chimed in, "I suspected as much. Why else would we suddenly be going to a dealership?" "Lin Lei, are you considering a BMW?" Lin Lei did not deny it. "Yes, otherwise we wouldn't be going to the BMW dealership." The group continued their conversation until they arrived at the dealership, at which point they ceased their chatter. After paying the fare, they stepped out, gazing at the dealership's exterior before entering. Lin Lei had conducted prior research on the BMW M8 during their meal break, so he felt well prepared, confident that despite this being his first venture into purchasing a luxury car, he would navigate the process without hesitation. As they entered the dealership, the sales staff noticed the group. Despite their rigorous training, upon seeing Lin Lei and his friends, their expressions soured with disdain, recognizing that their casual attire and youthful appearance indicated they likely could not afford the luxury vehicles, which started at over $1 million. Nevertheless, their training mandated that they provide excellent service to all customers. Thus, a stylishly dressed young woman approached the front desk and gently nudged a colleague who was organizing paperwork. As he looked up, she gestured towards Lin Lei's group. "Look, Xiao Luo, your customers have arrived." Luo Yin glanced at the four young individuals entering, then back at her senior with a smile. "All right, Sister Qin, I'll attend to them right away." Quickly tidying her documents and stowing them away, she hastened towards Lin Lei and his companions. Upon reaching them, Luo Yin greeted them warmly. "Hello? Are you here to look at cars?" Lin Lei smiled slightly. "Yes, we are here to purchase a vehicle. Oh, by the way, do you have the BMW M8 in stock?" Lin Lei did not shy away from the question, recognizing that there was no need for concealment. He had observed the sales staff's earlier actions as they entered. Apart from the salespeople who were preoccupied with introducing other customers, and the one before us, the rest seemed to regard the group of four with disdain, clearly perceiving them as mere sightseers. Without hesitation, they expressed their intent to purchase a vehicle, specifically, a high-end model, the BMW M8. The base price of the BMW M8 starts at several $100,000, while the top-tier version exceeds $2 million. Even if this young man before them opts for the most basic model, the commission from the sale would still yield several thousand in income. This thought brought a flicker of joy to Luo Yan's heart as she hurriedly said, "Sir, we have the BMW M8 available." "Then let us go see it," came the response. "All right, please follow me," Luo Yan replied respectfully, gesturing for them to proceed. With that, Lin Lei stepped forward, followed closely by Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Jiaqi, their curious eyes scanning the surroundings. Their conversation was not particularly hushed, and several nearby salespeople overheard them. However, they displayed no sign of surprise. Instead, they exchanged disdainful whispers. How shameless to boast about wanting to buy a BMW M8. Just look at their shabby appearance. They couldn't even afford a single nut for the car. Exactly. I wonder what Luo Yin was thinking, smiling like that despite everything. It's ridiculous, don't forget. She's been here for almost 2 months and hasn't he made a single sale. She's just trying to seize every opportunity. Unlike you, who aim too high and look down on these smaller models. Haha, what Sister Qin said is true. Sister Qin, as a senior and the top salesperson in the company, you must have many unique insights. Please, enlighten me. Qin Yu glanced at the flattering girl before her, feeling a swell of pride within, yet she maintained a facade of humility, waving her hand dismissively. Oh, please, I've walked this path step by step. As long as you all put in the effort and time to meet customer needs, you will surely reap rewards. All right, I'm feeling a bit parched now. Sister Qin, please wait a moment. I'll fetch you a glass of water. As Qin Yu watched the waitress walk away, a cold smile crept across her face. She then glanced at Luo Yin, who was leading Lin Lei and the others toward the BMW M8 display area, her disdain growing even stronger. Luo Yin soon arrived at the display of the BMW M8, saying, Mr. Lin, this is the BMW M8. The BMW M8 is the pinnacle of BMW S sports cars, featuring a 4.4L V8 twin-turbocharged engine specially crafted by the M division, delivering a maximum power of 625 horsepower and a peak torque of 750 Nm. This engine allows the hefty 1.9-ton vehicle to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.2 seconds, showcasing its impressive power and stable performance. Moreover, Mr. Lin, the MIN BMW signifies top-tier performance, and the M8 represents BMW's strongest sports car. As a GT car, achieving 3.2 seconds is already quite remarkable. The German tuning company Manhart has even released a version with 823 horsepower, capable of reaching 100 km/h in just 2.9 seconds and a terrifying top speed of 311 km/h. The M8 promises to be a practical yet speedy sports car. Lin Lei nodded, already aware of the car's capabilities before arriving. There was no denying its excellence, and he trusted that since the system had assigned him the task of purchasing 3 top-tier models, special edition BMW M8s for his 3 friends, there was a reason behind it. He didn't need to ponder the rationale. He simply needed to fulfill the task. Looking at his 3 friends, who were all joyfully admiring the sleek black BMW M8, Lin Lei turned to Peng and asked, Peng, if I were to buy one for you, what color would you prefer? Lu Peng was taken aback, unsure why Lin Lei was suddenly directing this question at him. Lina and Wang Jiaqi, who were also inspecting the car, paused to listen. Well, I like this black color. It appears very understated and profound. I can't quite articulate why, but it simply looks fantastic. Indeed, Lin Lei agreed, noting that he too favored black cars for their striking elegance. He then turned to Lina and inquired, And you, Lina? What color do you like? After a moment's thought, Lina replied, I prefer white. And you, Jiaqi? Well, if it were for me, I would also choose black. It's just so incredibly stylish. However, I know this car is exceedingly expensive. I just saw the price tag next to it. It starts at over 1.9 million. Honestly, I can't even imagine affording it. After hearing their color preferences, Lin Lei disregarded their comments and addressed Luo Yin. Miss Luo Yin? Yes? She looked at him, puzzled. You heard the colors they mentioned, right? Here's what I want. Please prepare 3 special edition BMW M8s. In the colors they just specified. Go ahead and draft the purchase contracts. I can pay in full right now. And when can I pick up the cars? Lin Lei's words were calm and unhurried, neither too loud nor too soft. However, Luo Yin stood in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. She had not anticipated such a response, let alone that he would buy 3 cars outright and inquire about the pickup date. Sir, what did you just say? You mean you want to purchase 3 special edition BMW M8s? Wang Jiaqi, standing nearby, was equally astonished. She had heard Lin Lei clearly but struggled to grasp the implications. Was he really considering buying 3 special edition BMW M8s for them? The base price was over 1.96 million for a top-tier sports car, and she had just seen the price of the special edition listed at over 2.5 million. Was he truly willing to spend over 7 million to gift them these vehicles? The thought seemed utterly unbelievable. Lina and Lu Peng shared similar sentiments. unable to fathom Lin Lei's intentions. Was this the surprise he had mentioned earlier? It felt more like a shock than a surprise. However, none of them spoke, simply standing there, gazing curiously at Lin Lei. Lin Lei remained oblivious to their thoughts. Noticing Luo Yan's expression of disbelief mixed with excitement, he smiled and nodded. Hearing Lin Lei's confirmation left Luo Yan both astonished and elated. Yes, however, Mr. Lin, as far as I know, we currently have exactly 4 special edition BMW M8s in stock. I'll check their colors to see if we have 2 black and 1 white, and if not, I'll coordinate a transfer. They should be here by the day after tomorrow at the latest. That's fine if they aren't available, it's no rush. While you check, please also draft the purchase contracts for the 3 cars. And make sure to have my friend sign them. I'm buying them as gifts for them. I can make the payment immediately. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan was once again taken aback. Lu Peng, Wang Juqi, and Lu Lina were equally stunned. Although they had guessed Lin Lei's intentions from his earlier remarks, hearing him state outright that he was purchasing the 3 special edition BMW M8s for them was overwhelming. Lu Peng, who had already felt immense gratitude for Lin Lei's earlier offer to support his dreams, was now left in shock at the prospect of receiving such an extravagant gift. He understood that it was far too lavish. Lin Lei, I can't accept this, it's too expensive. Wang Juqi quickly chimed in. Yes, Lin Lei, this is far too precious, I can't accept it either. Though they shared a close friendship, they all recognized the magnitude of Lin Lei's gesture. However, this car is far too expensive. Even if she were Lin Lei's girlfriend, she would still refuse such an extravagant gift. Lina concurred. Indeed, Lin Lei, we cannot accept this. It is far too valuable. Lin Lei gazed at them with a broad smile. Do not shirk from my offer. My mind is made up. Whether you wish to or not, you shall accept it. He then pointed to the BMW M8, asking, tell me, do you like this car? Lu Peng, Wang Juqi, and Lu Lina, feeling Lin Lei's gaze upon them, looked at the striking BMW M8 and nodded in agreement. We like it. That's all I needed to hear. Now, let us dispense with further discussion. With that, Lin Lei ignored the 3, turning to the still dazed Luo Yan and said, let us proceed to finalize the payment and sign the contract. All right, Mr. Lin, please follow me, Luo Yan responded, leading the way. Lin Lei followed, chuckling softly as he noticed the trio still in a state of disbelief. Lu Peng, Lina, Juqi, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up. Oh, right. Soon, Luo Yan guided Lin Lei and his companions to a nearby table. She quickly approached the front desk to check the inventory. After confirming the details, her expression brightened. They had exactly the 2 colors available, and they even had an additional burgundy option. After verifying everything, Luo Yan hastily opened the contract template, made some modifications, and printed it out, her face showing a hint of disdain. Clearly annoyed. However, the next moment, seeing Luo Yan's actions and the printed purchase contract, Qin Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and inquire, Xiao Yin, why are you printing the purchase contract? Chapter 72. Surprised upon hearing this, Luo Yan's heart skipped a beat, but she dared not conceal anything from Qin Yu. After a moment's contemplation, she replied honestly, Sister Tan, it's because Mr. Lin intends to purchase a car. Mr. Lin? Which Mr. Lin? Qin Yu's mind raced. The number of bosses with the surname Lin that she knew was quite limited, and she had never heard of any of them wishing to buy a car. Moreover, Luo Yan had not interacted with anyone noteworthy recently. As she pondered, she suddenly recalled the 4 young individuals from earlier and her brow furrowed slightly. Surely, she couldn't be referring to them. But that didn't make sense. They appeared far too young to afford such a luxury. The cheapest cars here cost at least several $100,000. Yet, Qin Yu was also acutely aware that although Luo Yan was relatively new to the sales team, she was not naive. If the group truly intended to purchase a vehicle, she would have a good sense of it. And since Luo Yan had begun printing the purchase contract, it was evident that their intent was quite serious. Qin Yu felt astonished. Though she suspected that the young people might only be considering the most basic BMW model, that still amounted to a significant sum. Furthermore, if they were to finance the purchase, that would yield another revenue stream. Although the commission from such a sale would not be substantial, every little bit counted. As these thoughts raced through her mind, a smile spread across her face. Xiao Yin, are you certain they wish to buy a car? Yes, Luo Yan nodded. Then let me take a look at the contract you printed. I'll review it for you. As she spoke, Qin Yu reached for the freshly printed contract. Luo Yan instinctively moved her hand to press down on it, feeling uncomfortable. Although she had negotiated a few contracts since joining, each time she was about to finalize a deal, Qin Yu would swoop in ahead of her, This feeling was quite disconcerting. However, given the immense value of this particular order, she was reluctant to share it with Qin Yu. When Qin Yu reached for the contract, Luo Yin remained silent, instinctively pressing her hand down on the paper and shifting it slightly closer to herself. Qin Yu frowned, looking at Luo Yin with displeasure. Xiao Yin, what do you mean by this? Are you afraid I will steal your contract? I am your senior. How can you treat me like a thief? Luo Yan's heart raced, and she quickly released her grip. Sister Tan, that's not it at all. I simply feel that the contract isn't finalized yet. I want to review it thoroughly before you see it. You are my senior, and your assistance is appreciated. How could I harbor any ill intent? Qin Yu's expression remained cold despite Luo Yan's words. She did not reach for the contract again but crossed her arms, coolly observing Luo Yan. For her, the commission from this contract would be minimal, and Luo Yan's actions were a direct challenge to her authority, something she could not tolerate. Luo Yan, witnessing Qin Yu's demeanor, felt her heart race. Thoughts swirled in her mind, filled with helplessness, regret, anger, and fear. She had heard tales of Qin Yu's methods. It was said that she had gone to great lengths to secure lucrative deals, even compromising her integrity. Moreover, those who opposed her often faced dire consequences. Gritting her teeth, Luo Yin chose to concede. Sister Qin, please be magnanimous and forgive me. To be honest, this contract pertains to the purchase of 3 special edition BMW M8s. Given the car's high value, I was concerned that my draft might contain errors, so I hesitated to show it to you. I intended to ensure it was flawless before presenting it for your review. You are my senior. How could I ever think ill of you? Before Luo Yin could finish, Qin Yu interrupted, her expression shifting from anger to astonishment. Xiao Yin, what did you say? They wish to purchase 3 special edition BMW M8s. Luo Yin, meeting Qin Yu's gaze, offered a bittersweet smile. However, understanding the ramifications of her admission, she forced a smile and affirmed, yes, and they intend to pay in full. What? Full payment? Qin Yu scrutinized the contract, her heart racing with disbelief. Chapter 73. Helpless. The purchase contract comprised 3 identical copies, each detailing the special edition black BMW M8. Qin Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. The contracts were comprehensive, with detailed information and complete terms, representing a legitimate transaction. Upon reviewing the contract, a glimmer of excitement flickered across Qin Yu's face as she turned to Luo Yin, smiling faintly. Xiao Yin, you did exceptionally well. I didn't expect that by asking you to assist with my clients, you would close such a significant deal. Thank you. With that, Qin Yu effortlessly gathered the 3 contracts into her embrace. Luo Yin seethed with anger but felt powerless. Qin Yu's position in the company was well established, and she understood the stakes involved. She could only lament her misfortune and begrudge Qin Yu's shamelessness in claiming the deal as her own. Despite countless curses swirling in her mind, Luo Yin could only force a smile. Thank you, Sister Qin. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I have other matters to attend to, Qin Yu said, clutching the 3 contracts, swaying her hips gracefully as she made her way to the meeting room where Lin Lei and the others awaited. Luo Yin, watching Qin Yu's retreating figure, felt a surge of resentment as she sank into her seat. Overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, at that moment, Lin Lei, Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Jueqi were seated in the meeting room, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Jueqi still struggled to comprehend why Lin Lei intended to gift each of them a BMW M8 worth over 2.5 million. To them, this was an astronomical sum, far beyond the realm of ordinary financial comprehension. If they were to drive such a car, how would they explain its origin? Lu Peng found himself at a loss for words, as for Lu Lina and Wang Jueqi. The 2 young women pondered how it would look if they were not involved with Lin Imo in some special way. After all, who could fathom receiving such a lavish gift without a deeper connection? Even claiming they had purchased the vehicles themselves seemed implausible, given their modest financial circumstances. Having just graduated from university, their total assets barely amounted to 20 to 30,000 yuan, a far cry from the car's price. Moreover, their families could never afford such a luxury. The allure of the car was undeniable, and with the revelation of Lin Lei's wealth, they felt a mix of excitement and disbelief, especially since he had previously expressed that his motivation for gifting such luxury cars stemmed from the strong bond they shared. As Lin Lei and his companions engaged in conversation, a woman of striking beauty approached them, her face adorned with a radiant smile. As she drew near, she slightly bowed and greeted, "Good day, sir and madam." May I inquire if you are looking to purchase 3 special edition BMW M8 sports cars outright? Lin Lei turned his head slightly to regard the woman, noting that she was not the previously demure Luo Yan. His brow furrowed involuntarily. May I ask, are you the aforementioned Luo Yan? Qin Yu smiled faintly, feeling a slight disconnect towards Lin Lei. Who the hell are you? She thought to herself. Yet, she was unaware of who among them intended to purchase the vehicle. Scanning the 4 individuals, she concluded that one of them likely lacked the means to buy a car. After a brief appraisal, she discerned that Lin Lei appeared the least affluent, as he was dressed far more modestly compared to the others, whose garments seemed quite new. Nevertheless, recognizing that Lin Lei accompanied the trio and witnessing their laughter, she surmised that their camaraderie was quite strong, thus suppressing her irritation. I am Qin Yu, she stated. The lady you spoke to earlier is my colleague. She is currently busy with other matters. With that, Qin Yu disregarded Lin Lei and shifted her gaze to Lu Peng. Seated beside him, in a gentle tone, she continued, Sir, here is the purchase contract you requested. The relevant terms and conditions are outlined within. Please take a look. She presented the 3 contracts before Lu Peng, believing he was the most likely candidate among the 2 young men to be the buyer, given his attire seemed the most fashionable. Internally, Lin Lei scoffed but remained silent. Lu Peng, somewhat bewildered by Qin Yu's actions, did not reach for the contract, instead turning to Lin Lei for guidance. Lu Lina, observing this familiar scenario, furrowed her brow but remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Lei. Wang Jueqi, equally perplexed, ultimately found her attention drawn to Lin Lei's sardonic expression. Chapter 74. Brazen Facade. As Qin Yu noticed Lu Peng's reluctance to accept the contract, she felt a pang of anxiety upon sensing their collective scrutiny. Could it be that this purchase contract originated from the cold-faced youth? She mused, a bitter smile flickering in her eyes. However, she understood that showing such feelings was ill-advised. Realizing her mistake, she swiftly redirected the contract towards Lin Lei, her demeanor brightening to that of a freshly bloomed peony. Sir, please have a look at this contract and let me know if anything seems amiss. Lin Lei did not extend his hand to accept it. Rather, he reclined against the sofa, casting a disinterested glance at the contract, his expression devoid of emotion. Qin Yu's countenance darkened at his lack of response. How arrogant, to disregard my courtesy, she thought bitterly. Yet, she maintained her professional smile, deliberately lowering her posture to subtly accentuate her assets. Lin Lei, unflinchingly evaluating her, could not help but acknowledge her cunning. She adeptly utilized her physical allure and managed her emotions. Despite his dismissive attitude, she maintained her composure and continued to smile. Lin Lei felt a wave of aversion towards her, particularly recalling the disdain he had perceived in her eyes when he entered earlier, as well as the derisive whispers exchanged among them. Now that Luo Yan had secured the contract, it was inexplicably seized by Qin Yu. Lin Lei's thoughts became tumultuous. He firmly believed Luo Yan would not simply relinquish the opportunity unless she had completely lost her senses. However, he then pondered the adage, do not strike a smiling face. Qin Yu's actions were consistently met with a smile, and since Luo Yan had chosen silence, it was evident she had not resisted. Why should he intervene on her behalf? If he aided her this time, what would happen in the future? Who would come to her aid then? Lin Lei perceived himself as neither a hero nor a villain. He would assist those who understood the value of resistance. His sole purpose for being there was to purchase 3 special edition BMW M8s and fulfill a task assigned by the system. Nothing more, nothing less. As these thoughts crystallized in his mind, the door suddenly swung open. A middle-aged man, his face glistening and adorned with ostentatious gold chains, swaggered into the room. He surveyed Lin Lei and his companions, his eyes filled with disdain upon noting their humble attire. Ignoring Lin Lei completely, his gaze fixated on Qin Yu, unabashedly appraising her figure before striding toward her. Miss Qin Yu, I heard from your colleague that you were here. I thought it was a jest. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with contempt at the sight of the man, yet she donned a mask of disbelief. Oh, Mr. Qin, what a surprise to see you here. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Qin Buzhou laughed heartily, shamelessly remarking, Miss Qin Yu, I adore your eloquence and cherish the delightful moments we share together. Qin Yu's countenance shifted, her eyes discreetly scanning Lin Lei and the others. Noticing their bemused expressions, even her thick skin felt the heat of embarrassment at his words. Unfazed, Qin Buzhou approached her, his gaze filled with possessiveness as he assessed her attire. Miss Qin Yu, I never expected that after just a few days, you would become even more enchanting. Chapter 75. Awkwardness, Mr. Qin. Your compliments leave me blushing, Qin Yu replied, her demeanor somewhat awkward. Internally, she chastised Qin Buzhou for his lack of decorum, especially considering the presence of others. His words, laden with suggestiveness, were impossible to misinterpret. Although she had, in private, utilized her allure to secure business deals, Qin Buzhou's brazen display was entirely inappropriate for the setting. You may have no shame, but I still possess some dignity, she thought to herself. Despite her inner turmoil, she refrained from expressing anger, maintaining a facade of friendliness. Meanwhile, Lin Lei, Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Juqi felt increasingly uncomfortable, acutely aware of the tension in the air. They were adults, and from the moment Qin Buzhou entered and spoke, they could sense his intentions. Inwardly, they each acknowledged the absurdity of the situation. Lin Lei exchanged glances with Lu Peng and Wang Juqi, silently agreeing that remaining in the room was no longer appropriate. Although the middle-aged man's disregard for them was disconcerting, they felt that the impending awkwardness far outweighed any prior grievances. A gentleman should assist in the betterment of others, they thought, collectively deciding to extract themselves from the increasingly uncomfortable scenario. Observing Qin Yu's demeanor as she held the contract, Lin Lei noted her apparent reluctance to oppose the middle-aged man's advances. His earlier misgivings about not standing up for Luo Yin dissipated, as he considered the opportunity to unsettle Qin Yu instead. With a contemplative pause, Lin Lei rose, first offering a polite smile to Qin Buzhou before naturally taking the contract from Qin Yu's grasp. Sister Qin, since you appear preoccupied, why don't we step outside to fill out this contract? Once you're free, we can return it to you. As he spoke, Lin Lei smiled politely at Qin Yu, then turned to the middle-aged man with another smile before making his way outside. Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Juqi watched this scene, momentarily taken aback. Clearly, they were somewhat perplexed by Lin Lei's actions. However, as they observed him stepping outside, they hastily rose, exchanged smiles with the two of them, and followed Lin Lei's lead. They also took the liberty of closing the door behind them. Qin Buzhou looked at Lin Lei and his companion's perceptive actions with great satisfaction, thinking to himself that these young ones were quite astute and even knew to close the door. Qin Yu, upon hearing Lin Lei's words, was similarly taken aback, as she let go of the car purchase contract in her hand. She watched Lin Lei take it and stride towards the exit. She contemplated calling him back but, recalling Qin Buzhou's presence, felt a surge of resentment. Yet, she felt helpless as many alluring photos and scandalous videos of her with him were stored on his phone. What would it mean if she asked Lin Lei to stay? It might even provoke Qin Buzhou's ire. Not only was he lecherous, but he also held himself in high regard and possessed an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. If she were to openly engage with another man in front of him, seeking his car purchase contract, it could very well sour his mood. He had warned her before that when she came to the store. She must set aside her customers and devote herself solely to him. Otherwise, the photos and videos would find their way into the hands of his colleagues. Thus, she dared not defy him. Qin Buzhou, seeing the door close, approached and locked it, then turned back, his gaze brazenly settling on Qin Yu. He stepped forward slowly, confidently placing his hands on her. Xiao Qin, now that we are alone, why not be a little more proactive and indulge my interests? Qin Yu felt his large hand on her and inwardly scorned him, yet she could only maintain a charming facade. Mr. Qin, what instructions do you have? I assure you, I will meet your expectations. However, it seems a bit inappropriate to do this in the company's reception room. What is inappropriate? I've already made arrangements outside. Qin Yu inwardly chuckled bitterly. This brutish man was utterly shameless. However, she soon considered that perhaps they were all aware of her situation. They simply chose not to speak of it. She fell silent, standing there, allowing fate to take its course as Lin Lei, Lu Peng, Wang Juqi, and Lu Lina exited the room. The wave of disgust washed over her. Chapter 76. Common knowledge. They all knew what would transpire in the room next. Yet they merely felt a sense of revulsion. After all, a man in his 40s with a young, beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 20s. Such occurrences were hardly unknown. Their audacity was somewhat remarkable. Upon leaving the room, Lin Lei and his companions swiftly sought out Luo Yin, where they cheerfully signed the contract and settled the payment in full. They then waited as Luo Yin went to process the necessary paperwork. Approximately half an hour later, she returned with all the formalities completed. bringing 3 specially editioned BMW M8s to the entrance and handing the keys and related documents to Lin Lei. Mr. Lin, the cars and all the necessary paperwork are ready for you. If you require any further assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Luo Yan's face was alight with a smile, and her heart brimmed with joy. Lin Lei examined the 3 exquisite BMW M8s, feeling quite satisfied. Excellent. No further needs at the moment. If anything arises in the future, I will reach out to you. As he spoke, Lin Lei turned to Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Juqi, distributing the car keys and relevant purchase documents among them. Here, these vehicles are a gift for you. Choose according to your preferred colors. Lao Lei. Lu Peng began to speak, but Lin Lei interrupted him. No need for words. You must accept these gifts today, whether you want to or not. I prefer not to prolong this conversation. We've talked enough already. If you keep on, I might genuinely get upset. Upon hearing Lin Lei's words, Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Juqi felt no anger but rather warmth and gratitude. They understood that Lin Lei genuinely valued their relationship. Otherwise, he would not have spent such a significant sum. They had witnessed Lin Lei spend nearly 8 million to make this purchase, true, hard cash. Now, he was generously handing over vehicles worth 2 million each. Lin Lei saw that they had ceased their chatter, feeling a sigh of relief. That moment, a notification from his internal system chimed in. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the random task. Reward, 1 random gift package. The package has automatically opened. Reward, 100 million Huaxia coins. The cash reward has been transferred to your account at the Rural Credit Cooperative. Ending in 7769. Please check your balance. The source of funds is normal, reliable, and legal. As the notification sound echoed from his phone, Lin Lei unlocked it to see the incoming funds. Your savings account ending in 7769 received an investment income of 100,000,000 on September 12. Current balance 100,000,000. Rural Credit Cooperative. Indeed, the system's rewards were astonishing. Lin Lei couldn't help but marvel at the windfall. Additionally, he discovered that this bank account was not the one he had been using daily but another one that previously had no funds. Although he was unsure why this was the case, he felt elated. This was a fortune. With the additional billions from Agricultural Bank, his assets had significantly increased. Lin Lei glanced at his friends, who were still animatedly admiring the car keys and contracts. He found their excitement amusing yet heartwarming. Meanwhile, Luo Yan and the accompanying staff regarded Lu Peng and his friends with envious eyes, astonished that this seemingly ordinary youth had so extravagantly purchased 3 special edition BMW M8s and gifted them to his friends. What generosity! What a display of wealth! This was nearly 8 million, not just 800. They could only shake their heads in resignation, realizing the capriciousness of the wealthy was beyond their comprehension. Lin Lei paid no mind to their thoughts and continued. All right, Lu Peng, Juqi, Lina, don't be in a daze. Looking at these brand new BMW M8s, consider that I've held my driver's license for over a year and have only driven a handful of times, and it has nearly been a year since then. My skills are rather lacking. What about you? Lin Lei nodded and then looked at Wang Juqi and Lu Lina. They nodded in unison. We are in the same boat as Lu Peng. Chapter 77. The boss all right? Lin Lei nodded, pondering for a moment before taking out his phone and stepping aside to call Li Mingyan, the general manager of his security company. Looking at Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Juqi, Lin Lei smiled. I've already called my subordinate. Lin Lei saw no need to conceal his connections. After all, casually giving away nearly 8 million was not unusual for him. Lu Peng, hearing Lin Lei's words, considered the luxurious mansion outside and wondered if it was uncomfortable to sleep there. Lu Lina remained silent. Where else could she go? Thinking of her new boyfriend, her earlier joy over the car gift from Lin Lei faded. Her gaze turned hopeful yet filled with unspoken thoughts directed at Lin Lei. Lin Lei sensed the shift in Lu Lina's gaze and smiled wryly to himself, thinking, why bother? If I had liked her, I would have been with her from the start, without the complications of my ex-girlfriend, Wu Xinting. Still, he did not wish to lose Lu Lina as a friend, so he continued to feign ignorance. Well, since you've said that, I won't hold you back. Thank you very much for treating us today, and for this generous gift. I have always dreamed of owning a car, and today, it has truly come to fruition, especially such a fine vehicle. Lu Peng was genuinely touched, as a man who wouldn't cherish a car, especially a luxury one. Never had he imagined that his good brother would gift him a BMW M8 worth over 2 million. His heart brimmed with gratitude. Wang Jiechi chimed in, "Indeed, Lin Lei, your gift today is incredibly generous. Although you've mentioned it countless times." Lin Lei waved his hand, a wry smile on his face. "I have reiterated countless times that if you continue to express gratitude or engage in any form of pleasantries, I may find myself quite irked. We are indeed good brothers and friends, and such formality is unnecessary." "Very well, I shall refrain from further remarks." Lu Peng and Wang Jiechi hurriedly chimed in, their hearts brimming with joy. When Lin Lei told them to cease their expressions of thanks, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Subsequently, Lin Lei and the others, Xiao Dong and Xiao Shi, engaged in conversation for quite some time. Before long, an Audi swiftly pulled up in front of the BMW dealership. The vehicle came to a halt. Four robust men with crew cuts, each towering over 1.8 meters, emerged from the car. Upon stepping out, they cast a quick glance around, and their eyes soon settled on Lin Lei. Without a moment's hesitation, they strode purposefully toward him. The onlookers felt a tightening in their chests at the sight. The air around them seemed to grow significantly colder the moment these imposing figures alighted. As the four muscular men approached Lin Lei, it was as if four lions were advancing. Everyone, save for Lin Lei, instinctively took a step back. They understood that the aura emanating from these men was not merely that of common thugs. It was the cold-blooded essence of those who had shed blood and taken lives. Lin Lei regarded the quartet with a bitter smile, pondering what Li Mingyan could have been thinking to dispatch such formidable figures. Did she not fear alarming her friends? Nonetheless, he chose not to delve further into the matter. Fully aware that everyone at Lin An'an Security Company was loyal to him. To those who are loyal, Lin Lei has never imposed overly stringent expectations. The four strongmen came to a halt 2 meters from Lin Lei. They silently bowed and addressed him. "Boss." Chapter 78. The phone call. The surrounding crowd collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Lin Lei. Initially, they had presumed that Lin Lei's subordinates might be ordinary youths. But now, confronted with these four brawny men, they recognized the gravity of the situation. It was evident that these men were not to be trifled with. Any one of them could easily overpower the entire group. Lin Lei paid no heed to their thoughts. Acknowledging their bow and the title of boss, he nodded in response. "Yes, you have arrived. You know why you are here, correct?" "Yes, boss." "Good, that's settled." As he spoke, Lin Lei turned to the still dumbfounded Lu Peng, Wang Jiechi, and Lu Lina. The trio exchanged glances, then looked toward the quartet of formidable figures beside Lin Lei. With a smile, Lin Lei shook his head. "No, as I mentioned earlier." "All right," Lu Peng conceded, understanding that he merely sought confirmation. However, Lu Lina, observing Lin Lei's refusal once more, recognized that further discussion would be futile and remained silent. "Well then, I shan't waste any more of your time." "All right, goodbye then, goodbye." After this exchange, Lu Peng, Lu Lina, and Wang Jiechi handed over their car keys to Lin Lei's three subordinates before boarding the black special edition BMW M8 belonging to Lu Peng. As they drove away, Lin Lei ambled to the recently arrived Audi. Departing from the BMW dealership, he instructed his subordinate to drive to the hospital to visit Wu Shiyu's mother, engaging in casual conversation with her. And they enjoyed dinner together. After escorting Wu Shiyu back to the hospital, Lin Lei returned to Villa number 3. After a brief and refreshing wash, he took some freshly prepared fruit to the small balcony on the 3rd floor of the villa. Reclining comfortably on a lounge chair, he gazed at the nearby lake and the distant, twinkling lights, feeling quite content. After a while, Lin Lei reflected on how long it had been since he last called his sister. With that thought in mind, he decided to give her a call. He retrieved his phone, dialed his sister's number, and set it to speaker mode. Placing it on the table beside him, he savored the fruit while admiring the scenic view and enjoying the gentle breeze. The phone rang a few times before connecting. His sister's familiar, playful voice came through the line. "Hey, big brother, what brings you to call your little sister out of the blue? I thought you might have forgotten about me." Lin Lei felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. Although their relationship was quite strong, filled with lively banter at home, he had to admit that he rarely called her unless there was something urgent to discuss. More often than not, it was his sister who initiated contact. However, Lin Lei was reluctant to concede, responding somewhat defensively. "Well, just because there's nothing pressing doesn't mean I can't call you. I'm your big brother. After all, I can call whenever I please." "Hee, big brother, are you hiding something? Are you in need of money again because of a girlfriend? I must inform you, dear sister, that I'm completely out of funds this time." Hearing this, Lin Lei felt a mix of emotions, touched yet somewhat awkward. He realized he had not been the most responsible big brother, as it seemed his sister associated his calls with requests for financial assistance. Over the past 3 years, he had indeed borrowed money from her numerous times without ever returning it, ranging from 100 to 900 at most, but she had always done her best to accommodate his requests. Chapter 79. The 20,000 transfer yet. Here he was, feeling guilty for not having contributed anything in return. This call isn't about asking for money. Not asking me for money, brother, that's unlike you. Lin Lei took a bite of fruit and continued, do you doubt your brother? I simply wanted to call and check in on how your studies are progressing. Brother, are you sure you're not in trouble? Of course not. I'm not that kind of person. Really? No trouble at all? Lin Lei found himself at a loss for words, fully aware of the image he had cultivated in his sister's mind. It's all good. I thought you, the one who never calls without cause, might have some urgent matter to discuss. By the way, brother, you must be graduating soon, right? Have you found an internship? Yes, graduation is approaching, but I haven't secured an internship yet. Brother, you're not a child anymore. You can't keep going on like this. You know our family situation, so both of us need to put in the effort. And about your girlfriend, my future sister-in-law, you know buying a house and a car will require money, right? If you don't work hard, you might lose her. Lin Lei couldn't help but smile at his sister's candidness. I know, but strangely enough, you've hit the nail on the head. I actually broke up with her. What, brother? I thought you two were doing well. What happened? We only just ended things a few days ago. Oh, that makes sense. I've heard that graduation season is also breakup season. Don't be sad, brother. The next one will surely appreciate you. Ah, little sister, I called to inquire about your life at school, and now you're asking about me. Well, you're in your second year now, right? I heard from young Chin that you recently started dating someone. Oh, don't blame him. But brother, I must say, it's normal for you to date at your age, but please remember to maintain your boundaries. Try not to spend the night out, and when dating, avoid letting the boy pay for everything. Even if he comes from a wealthy family, it's best to split the costs, understand? Of course, I get it. Before Lin Lei could finish his advice, his sister's voice came through, somewhat impatient. Oh brother, why are you suddenly lecturing me? I know what I'm doing. There's no need for your unsolicited guidance. Well, as long as you understand, if you ever need money, you can always ask me. I'm your steadfast support. Oh brother, don't joke around. If you're not asking me for money, then you must be up to something. You really don't trust your brother, do you? What, me? You must be mistaken. Lin Lei and his sister, Lin Qingya, continued their light-hearted banter for nearly an hour before finally ending the call, a broad smile adorning Lin Lei's face. After savoring yet another bite of fruit, he finally picked up his phone from the side, opened WeChat, and navigated to his younger sister's account. He initiated a transfer and entered the sum of 1 million yuan. Upon clicking transfer, a pop-up appeared on the screen, informing him that the maximum daily transfer limit was 200.00 yuan. Lin Lei chuckled disdainfully, finding the limit rather paltry. Nevertheless, he clicked got it and re-entered the maximum allowable amount of 200.000. Without hesitation, Lin Lei clicked transfer again and entered his password. The page spun momentarily before displaying a message confirming the successful transfer. He then placed his phone on the table. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Rongqing Normal University in the southeastern province of Rongqing, as soon as he set his phone down, a notification chimed. Lin Qingya glanced down to see that her unreliable older brother had indeed sent her a transfer. To her astonishment, it seemed her brother was not joking after all. He really had sent her money. It felt like the sun had risen in the west. Lin Qingya picked up her phone, unlocked the screen, eager to discover how much her brother had transferred. Upon entering WeChat, she immediately spotted the transfer amount. Your brother has transferred 200,000.00 yuan. Lin Qingya was left speechless, the toiletries she had been holding slipping from her grip and scattering across the floor with a crash. She paid no mind to the mess, nor did she rush to accept the substantial sum. Instead, she hurriedly called her brother via WeChat video call. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Chapter 80. A sugar daddy. Where on earth did you get this money from, brother? Lin Qingya began, but Lin Lei interrupted her with a hearty laugh. Haha, little sister, this is your living allowance. Why the fuss? Brother, I was joking. Seriously, where did this money come from? How did you suddenly acquire so much wealth? Lin Lei anticipated this question from his sister and chose not to explain right away. Instead, he stood up from his chair and shifted the camera to show his surroundings. Look, do you see where I am now? Lin Qingya stared at the video, astonished by the opulence around her. As the camera panned inside the house, revealing a bedroom, guest room, swimming pool, study, private cinema, and billiards room. Her disbelief deepened. Brother, are you living in a villa? You haven't been taken in by a wealthy woman, have you? Ha ha ha, do you really look down on your brother that much? I spent a fortune on this place. Just look, the property deed is in my name. Lin Qingya examined the deed, confirming it bore her brother's name. Yet confusion swirled in her mind. She had no idea how much this villa had cost. But the lavish decor she had just witnessed made it hard to believe. Heidi felt surreal, as if she were dreaming. Her roommates, who had gathered around after hearing her exclamation, were equally speechless, having also seen the video call. Despite knowing each other's family backgrounds, the stark contrast between their knowledge of Lin Qingya's modest upbringing and the lavish display before them was shocking. Brother, I'm still quite bewildered. What on earth have you done? Lin Lei realized he had unintentionally revealed too much. However, he dismissed his concerns, thinking that his sister would eventually find out anyway. So, he decided to be candid. Haha, it's only natural for you to be confused. But don't worry, my finances are sound. Trust me, I do trust you, brother, but I still can't wrap my head around it. You just said that villa belongs to you, but how did you suddenly become so wealthy? Ha ha ha, it's normal to be puzzled, no rush. Just take that 200,000 and spend it however you like. When you run out, just ask your brother for more, alright? Brother, that 200,000 seems excessive. Excessive? How can it be? I was actually planning to send you 1,000,000. 1,000,000? Brother, don't scare me like that. I'm serious, by the way. If you're free this weekend, come visit me, and I'll show you the villa. Sure, I'll come. Oh, by the way, does Mom know about your newfound wealth? She does, but she is unaware of the extent. Just yesterday, I transferred her 1,000,000. A million? Brother, how much money do you really have? Can you give me a hint? A few hundred million. I suppose that a few hundred million? Brother, don't joke with me. I'm not kidding. I'm an honest person, after all. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Lei ended the call and laid back on the couch, a smile gracing his face. From now on, his sister would no longer think he was calling solely to borrow money. Not far from Lin Lei's villa, a stunning woman clad in a delicate silk nightgown stood by a large floor-to-ceiling window, daintily holding a wine glass filled halfway with red wine. Her mind was a whirlpool of thoughts as she gazed at villa number 3 in the distance, recalling the security guard's explanation from earlier that morning. A flicker of confusion crossed her beautiful face. Lin Lei? Could it be he was deceiving me from the start? Yet, upon closer reflection, it seemed that the young man named Lin Lei hadn't lied at all. She trusted her instincts, but she couldn't fathom how he could so freely spend over 90 million to purchase such a magnificent property. Chapter 81. News. Qin Yuyin gazed at the brightly lit villa, her mind swirling with unresolved thoughts, her brows knitted in concentration. After a lengthy contemplation, she decided to put it aside, downing her glass of wine in one swift motion, sighing to herself that everything would unfold in its own time. The next day, Lin Lei checked in with his system and reviewed his information. Host: Lin Lei. Appearance: 84 physical ability, 89 intelligence, 83 emotional intelligence, 84 days signed in, 5 to backpack. Shopping cashback card X2. God level driving skills, immune to alcohol skill, intermediate water elemental ability. After reviewing the details, he drove his Lamborghini to the hospital to visit his girlfriend Wu Shiyu's mother, Wu Yumei. They chatted casually before he liaised with her attending physician, after which he took Wu Shiyu out of the hospital. They enjoyed a casual meal at a hotel, chatting for a while. Lin Lei spent 2 hours at the hospital before leaving in the following days. Lin Lei's life settled into a routine, marked by the absence of sudden system tasks. Were it not for the daily sign-in reward of 100,000 yuan and the ability to view his system's basic information, he might have thought the godly system within him had vanished. Instead, he remained inseparable from Wu Shiyu, their relationship blossoming into a genuine romance. Lin Lei's affection for her transcended the initial tasks set by the system. He had truly fallen for this optimistic young woman. Today, Lin Lei accompanied Wu Shiyu to the hospital to visit her foster mother. Just as they were about to enter Wu Shiyu's hospital room, his phone rang unexpectedly from his pocket. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his security company's manager. Lin Lei gestured for Wu Shiyu to go ahead while he answered the call. Stepping into the corridor. Hello, Manager Li. Why are you calling me so early, boss? According to our investigation, the general manager of Nandu Security, Lu Chun, has informed Rongli Group's young master, Xiao Qinjiao, about your affair with Jianghe Group's general manager. Qin. He is quite displeased with you due to this matter and is preparing to take action. Should we act immediately to show them your capabilities? Listening to Manager Li's report, Lin Lei was deep in thought. He hadn't expected the night he spent with Qin Yuyan would come to light. There were risks involved, but Nandu Security was manageable. Rongli Group, however, posed a challenge. All right, handle Nandu Security. I'll take care of Rongli Group myself. Understood, boss. I'm eager to see how this unfolds. Certainly, boss. Lin Lei had a brief conversation with Li Ming'an before hanging up the phone. He paused for a moment in the corridor, gathering his thoughts before heading towards the hospital room where his girlfriend's foster mother was. Chapter 82. A sudden call from my sister. After spending half an hour in the room with his girlfriend's foster mother, Lin Lei parted ways with Wu Shiyu and her mother. Upon exiting the hospital, he settled into his Lamborghini Centenario and retrieved his phone to review the information Li Ming'an had sent him regarding the internal equity structure of the Rongli Group and the basic details of Xiao Qinjiao, the young master of the group. Lin Lei scrutinized the details with utmost seriousness, his brow furrowing involuntarily. It was undeniable that the Rongli Group possessed formidable strength, boasting total assets exceeding 800 billion Huaxia coins. As the son of the chairman, Xiao Qinjiao was not merely a wealthy heir. He was cunning and ambitious at the age of 21. With a capital of 300 million provided by his father, he had transformed that sum into a company valued at 221 billion, which continued to expand. Lin Lei examined some in-depth materials on Xiao Qinjiao and meticulously reviewed information about his father, Xiao Feng. After all, in comparison to Xiao Qinjiao, his father was an extraordinary figure who had built the Rongli Group from the ground up. Even after the company went public, he retained absolute control, holding over 60% of the shares. Moreover, the data indicated that the bodyguards surrounding him possessed considerable strength, classified as second-tier assassins according to the rankings provided by Li Ming'an, corresponding to a D-grade peak level of power. This was indeed a formidable force, and there were no fewer than 10 such individuals by his side. It was rumored that one of them even reached the level of a top-tier assassin, equivalent to a C-grade peak. It appeared that this adversary was not to be underestimated. In a wonder, Li Ming'an had mentioned that dealing with the Rongli Group would be quite challenging. However, as Lin Lei contemplated their potential move against him, he could not help but recall the previous instance when someone had dispatched assassins to eliminate him. His gaze turned cold. Damn it, he could not afford to be passive. The best defense was a good offense. With that thought, Lin Lei started the car, intending to head to the Lin An'an Security Company and switch to a more inconspicuous vehicle for better stealth later that evening. After all, his current Lamborghini Centenario was far too conspicuous. If he were to stake out in this car, it would be all too easy for anyone to recognize him without even needing to look closely. Just as Lin Lei was about to drive off, his phone unexpectedly rang from his pocket. He pulled it out to see it was his sister. After a moment's hesitation, he quickly answered. Hello, little sister. What is the sudden call about? Missing your brother, are you? Yes, brother. Please come pick me up at Hongqing South Station in 3 hours. I'm already on the train. You're coming to Hongqing. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Brother, today is Saturday. Have you forgotten? Plus, I took a leave on Monday, so I plan to spend an extra day with you. Of course, you're more than welcome. Haha, absolutely. By the way, are you coming alone? Well, not quite. There will be 3 of us if you count me. Point 3? Are the other 2 your classmates? Haha, I won't say. You'll find out when we arrive. Remember, 3 hours from now at Hongqing South Station. Without waiting for Lin Lei to ask further, she hung up. Lin Lei couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet, the next moment, his brow furrowed again. Why did his sister choose this time to come to Hongqing? He still had unresolved risks to deal with. However, if he rejected their visit, she would likely overthink it and might even suspect something was amiss. It should be manageable. Restarting the car, Lin Lei turned the vehicle towards the direction of the Lin An'an Security Company. It was worth noting that since acquiring the system, he had never visited his own security company. After more than half an hour, Lin Lei's car soon arrived at the entrance of the Lin An'an Security Company. Upon opening the door and stepping out, the security personnel at the entrance recognized him and promptly saluted respectfully. Director Lin. Although it was Lin Lei's first visit to the company, all the employees were aware of his presence and recognized his appearance, allowing him to enter the Lin An'an Security Company smoothly. Shortly after he walked into the company, Li Ming'an, donned in a professional skirt suit, emerged from a dedicated elevator, greeting Lin Lei with a standard military salute. Boss. Chapter 83. Understanding. The two then began to walk and discuss matters. During this time, Lin Lei also took the opportunity to survey everything about his company, as it was his first visit, and he was not very familiar with the internal layout, staffing, and departmental functions. This was a perfect opportunity for him to gain a comprehensive understanding. Meanwhile, on the train, Lin Xingya looked at her parents sitting across from her, her face full of anticipation and excitement about seeing the luxurious villa. "Mom, Dad, my brother doesn't even know you are coming to see him. When you see him at the train station, his expression is bound to be priceless. Haha, you clever girl. But little sister, did your brother really buy a large villa in Hongqing? I still find it hard to believe." The taciturn middle-aged man beside her also turned towards his daughter. A few days prior, after their daughter had spoken with their son, she had called them. Upon hearing that their son had purchased a large villa in Hongqing, complete with a study, swimming pool, private cinema, and all the necessary facilities, they were utterly shocked and subsequently incredulous. When their son had called, he had merely mentioned earning some money and sent them a remittance of 1 million, without ever mentioning the villa purchase. A villa of that size must be worth at least several tens of millions. Surely, their son could not afford it. However, their daughter then revealed that their son now had personal savings amounting to several hundred million, which left them utterly flabbergasted and at a loss for words. After all, several hundred million was not a trivial sum. It was beyond their comprehension. They were just ordinary citizens, and encountering tens of thousands was a rarity for them. The revelation that their son had several hundred million and a grand mansion was something they found difficult to accept. Having already lost sleep over their son's remittance of 1 million the previous night, they were now facing another sleepless night, their minds racing with thoughts. They even began to suspect their son might be involved in illegal activities, as it seemed impossible for someone to amass such wealth so quickly. If not for their daughter's subsequent explanations and suggestions, they might have even considered rushing to their son's school that very night. Lin Xingya sighed helplessly. "Yes, Mom, you've asked several times already, and 3 hours. You'll find out true. There is nothing else we can do," she spoke. She gazed out at the swiftly retreating scenery outside the train, her face still etched with worry, as she genuinely could not fathom how her brother suddenly became so wealthy. Time passed minute by minute, and before they knew it, Lin Lei, under Li Ming'an's guidance, had swiftly toured his company. He now had a more comprehensive and objective understanding of his organization. Led by Li Ming'an, Lin Lei arrived at the top-floor office. "Boss, this office is designated for you. Although you have never been here, we have always kept it reserved for you, with someone coming in daily to clean it." Lin Lei scanned the office layout and could summarize it in a few words. Spacious, bright, elegant yet not ostentatious. Everything was just right. If he were to work here, it would surely be a delightful experience, especially since there was a comfortable bed next door for when he felt fatigued. Along with all the necessary equipment, Lin Lei nodded. Quite nice. However, as you mentioned, I probably won't be working here much in the future. In fact, I might not come at all. With you managing things, I feel very reassured. So, you should move your office here instead. This is your domain." "Boss, that won't do. This office," Lin Lei interrupted. "It's decided." Seeing the seriousness in Lin Lei's eyes, Li Ming'an could only acquiesce. "All right, thank you, boss." "What is there to thank? This is all yours. Oh, by the way, Ming'an, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you during this visit." "What is the matter? Is it regarding the security at Nandu?" "No, it pertains to matters at home." "Matters at home? Indeed, I had intended to come to you to exchange for a vehicle for later use this evening. However, I received a call from my sister. That girl, without any prior notice, has brought 2 friends to Hongqing to find me." "Well, boss, that is not an issue. By the way, at what time do you plan to pick up your sister, and where will you be meeting her?" Lin Lei glanced at his phone. "There is still an hour left. They should be arriving at Hongqing South Station shortly." "Oh, perfect. I happen to be free at the moment." "Theo, better organize future work." "Boss, why don't I accompany you to pick up your sister?" "That would be splendid." "Well then, boss, have you arranged a place for dinner?" "If not, I can have someone make arrangements immediately." All right, you go ahead and arrange it." With that, Li Ming'an picked up her phone and made a call, subsequently beginning the arrangements. Once completed, she checked her phone and said, "All right, let us set off." Thereafter, Lin Lei drove his Lamborghini Centenario, accompanied by Li Ming'an, towards Hongqing South Station. Of course, trailing behind them was also a Bentley belonging to Li Ming'an. Chapter 84. You are truly beautiful. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Zijin Group, a somewhat handsome young man stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant scenery, his expression cold and detached. Behind him, A slender young man in a suit slightly bowed and spoke in a low voice. Young master, based on our observations, this morning Lin Lei went to the hospital and then proceeded to Lin Security Company. He remained there for nearly 2 hours before emerging, at which point the general manager of Lin Security Company departed with Lin Lei in a Lamborghini Centenario, heading towards Hongqing South Station. The specific purpose remains unknown at this time. Continue observing. I want their latest movements, and also, do everything possible to investigate what Lin Lei was engaged in at Lin Security for those 2 hours. Yes, young master. Moreover, what news do we have from Director Qin? Young master, there has been little activity on that front. Everything is as usual. However, based on our deeper investigation, Lin Lei's recently acquired Villa Number 3 is not far from Director Qin's villa. I suspect Lin Lei may have ulterior motives. Shall we send someone to discreetly enter his villa and eliminate him? Not for the time being. I believe it is not that simple. If he could be so easily dispatched by you, he would hardly qualify as the mastermind behind Lin Security Company. That is a valid point. Young master, we have been too presumptuous. You continue monitoring. Should there be any new discoveries, make sure to inform me immediately. Yes, young master. As his subordinate exited the room, Xiao Qinzhu's face remained cold. Lin Lei, he thought with a smirk, I hope you are not an ordinary opponent. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. On the other side, Lin Lei and Li Mingyan finally arrived at Hongqing South Station. They parked the Lamborghini Centenario near the eastern exit of the station. Both the Lamborghini Centenario and the Bentley were top-tier sports cars. And as soon as they parked, they attracted the attention of nearby travelers and passers-by, who began to take photos and videos, captivated by the spectacle. Wow, isn't that the Lamborghini Centenario that was all over the internet before? Indeed. I can't believe I am witnessing such a stunning supercar in person. The Bentley beside it is equally impressive. If only I could own one. That seems unlikely. It appears this lifetime, I may never achieve that. But that guy is so young and handsome, even in ordinary attire. He exudes charm that if only I were his girlfriend. Dream on. Do you think you can compare with that girl beside him in terms of beauty or grace? Lin Lei and Li Mingyan remained unfazed by the surrounding admiration and scrutiny, having grown accustomed to it over the past few days. However, upon hearing others suggest that Li Mingyan was his girlfriend, Lin Lei felt a twinge of curiosity. He glanced at Li Mingyan, who remained composed, and chose not to correct their misunderstanding, as it seemed futile. Lin Lei did not exit the car immediately. Instead, he checked his phone and noted that his sister's train would arrive in about 7 or 8 minutes. He then dialed his sister's number. After a single ring, the call connected. Hello, little sister. You are about to arrive at Hongqing South Station, correct? Yes, brother. Have you arrived yet? I am already here. When you disembark, please head to the eastern exit. I will be waiting for you at the entrance. All right, see you shortly. See you soon. After hanging up, Lin Lei turned to Li Mingyan. Mingyan, will you wait here or accompany me to the exit? I will accompany you to the exit. Very well. Lin Lei opened the car door and stepped out, followed by Li Mingyan. He instructed the employees from Lin Security who were waiting nearby to keep an eye on the vehicles. The two then walked leisurely toward the exit, engaging in casual conversation as they awaited their arrival. After about 8 or 9 minutes, the previously empty underground exit began to teem with people. Lin Lei's gaze swept through the bustling crowd, searching for his sister's figure. Li Mingyan did the same. Although she had never seen her boss's family, due to the nature of their work, she had investigated Lin Lei's background upon learning his identity and was astounded to discover that his parents were humble farmers. Li Mingyan couldn't help but wonder if this information was a fabrication by her boss to obscure his true identity. However, as her boss was personally here to greet them, it seemed that her findings were indeed accurate. The reasons behind this seemingly ordinary Lin Lei, who was once a powerful figure, remained beyond her investigative reach, much like the previous owner of Lin Security. Lin Lei was, of course, unaware of Li Mingyan's thoughts. Even if he did, he would not be overly concerned, for the loyalty demonstrated by his subordinates was unwavering. Lin Lei continued scanning the exit, and soon, he spotted his sister among the crowd. However, when he noticed 2 familiar figures beside her, he was taken aback. Why were his parents also here? Then he recalled the phone call from his sister, realizing that she had schemed to bring them along. Without greeting Li Mingyan, Lin Lei hurried down the steps. Weaving through the crowd towards his parents, Li Mingyan silently followed behind. Upon reaching his parents, Lin Lei exclaimed with excitement, Mom, Dad, what brings you here? Why didn't you inform me about your arrival? Haha, it was your sister's idea. But you know, your father and I were also worried about you. Without her, We might have gotten lost at the train station just now. After speaking, Lin Lei's mother turned to Li Mingyan, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Xiao Lei, who is this young lady? This must be my future sister-in-law, Lin Lei's sister chimed in, rushing over to Li Mingyan with a smile. Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. Chapter 85. Do not speak out of turn. Lin Lei awkwardly smiled at Li Mingyan and quickly pulled his sister aside. Little sister, do not speak out of turn. He then turned to his parents, smiling as he said, Haha, Mom, Dad, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Li Mingyan. You can call her Mingyan. Mingyan. These are my parents. Haha, Mingyan, what a lovely name. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. Uncle, I was unaware of your visit today, so I haven't had the chance to prepare any gifts. Oh, there is no need for gifts. My son is here, and we are grateful for the help of friends like you. Look, my little sister misunderstood. Please forgive her. Haha, Auntie, there is no need to worry. Children speak without thought. Lin Xingya stood nearby, her beautiful eyes flitting between Li Mingyan and her brother, her heart quietly pondering. She felt certain that her brother's relationship with this stunning young lady was anything but ordinary. Lin Lei observed that they were about to engage in conversation without leaving, so he hurriedly reached out to take the bags from his parents' hands. Mom, Dad, this isn't the appropriate place for a discussion. Let's move on. We can chat leisurely once we reach the dining venue. Indeed, was the response. Subsequently, Li Mingyan and Lin Lei guided Lin Lei's parents and sister toward the parking lot. After a short walk, they arrived at the parking area, still unaware of where the car was located. Lin Xingya and her parents then noticed a young man in a suit swiftly approach Lin Lei to take the bag from his hands, his face filled with reverence. Lin Xingya, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. Boss? Nzong? It was evident that boss referred to her brother, Lin Lei, while Nzong was a title for Li Mingyan. When had her brother become a boss? Moreover, this individual had just come from beside an extravagant vehicle not far away, implying that one of those luxury cars belonged to her brother. Goodness. What else has my older brother kept hidden from me? Meanwhile, Lin Lei's parents wore expressions of utter astonishment, having also discerned the underlying issues. It seemed their son was not as simple as he had led them to believe. Previously, he had mentioned earning millions from stocks, and just the day before, they heard their daughter say he had purchased a luxurious villa in Hongqing and had savings amounting to several hundred million. Now, they were face to face with the reality of their son being a boss, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful young woman known as Nzong. Unbeknownst to Lin Lei, his sister and parents were lost in their thoughts. After finishing his greetings with his subordinates, he turned to lead his parents and sister toward the luxury car nearby. Soon, they arrived beside the opulent vehicles. Lin Xingya gazed at the two luxury cars before her, particularly captivated by the sleek and striking Lamborghini Centenario. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she took out her phone to snap pictures. After all, this car was undeniably stunning, and she had never seen anything like it before. Lin Lei paid no mind to his sister's enthusiasm and instead smiled, asking, Mom, Dad, which car do you wish to take? After glancing around, Lin Lei's father's gaze settled on the Lamborghini Centenario, while his mother's attention was drawn to the Bentley beside it. Noticing his mother's preference for the Bentley, Lin Lei's father shifted his gaze to it as well. Lin Lei observed this change and inquired, What about you, little sister? Which car do you want to ride in, brother? I want to sit in this one, Lin Xingya declared, pointing at the Lamborghini Centenario. All right then, you can take that one. Lin Lei then turned to Li Mingyan. Mingyan, here are the keys. I entrust my sister to you. Handing over the keys to Li Mingyan, she received them with a laugh. To be honest, I've been eager to drive your car, boss. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingya's delight intensified, and disbelief washed over her face. Had Mingyan just referred to her brother as boss? Did that mean Mingyan was also under her brother's command? My goodness. After receiving the car keys, Li Mingyan approached the Lamborghini Centenario and pressed the unlock button. The butterfly doors gracefully opened, and she elegantly made her way to the driver's side. Noticing Lin Xingya still in a daze beside her, Li Mingyan walked over and said, Little sister, why are you still in a trance? Get in the car. Ah, right. Lin Xingya stammered, and with Li Mingyan's assistance, she settled into the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Centenario. After fastening her seatbelt and shutting the door, Li Mingyan then entered the driver's side, closing her door and turning to the visibly nervous and excited Lin Xingya. So, how does it feel? Is this your first time in such a car? Yes, it is, sister. Haha, no need to be nervous. This car belongs to your brother. Once you have your driver's license and learn to drive, you can take your brother's car out. He might even buy you a similar one without any issue, sister. Is my brother really that wealthy? Lin Qingya asked, turning to look at the smiling Li Mingyan. Li Mingyan nodded. Indeed. I am one of your brother's subordinates. What do you think? Ah, sister, are you joking? Not at all. I'm being serious. However, little sister, what kind of person was your brother when he was young? He is a really nice person, Lin Qingya replied. Sister, why do you ask? You don't have feelings for him, do you? Ridiculous. You silly child. Don't say such things. Hee. Sister, don't deny it. I remember when I called you sister-in-law. Your face turned a bit red. Plus, I noticed how gently you looked at my brother. I did not. Haha, sister, we are both girls. I understand. Dio, you want me to help set you two up? My brother is very fond of me and listens to me. However, with how beautiful you are, as long as my brother isn't blind, he will notice you sooner or later. I doubt there will be any issues even without my help. Chapter 86. A resounding slap. Meanwhile, at the Zijin Group's top-floor office, the boss remarked, we have learned of Lin Lei's purpose for visiting the train station. He went to pick up his parents and sister from outside the province. Boss, here are the profiles of his parents and family for your review. A young man received the documents from his subordinate. After flipping through, he furrowed his brow deeply. Their parents are farmers and still live in a remote area? Yes, boss, I found it quite unusual when I obtained this information. We attempted to investigate further, but it proved impossible to obtain more details. Boss, I believe that their seemingly ordinary background does not align with the strength and identity he has now revealed. Could it be that he is deliberately presenting this facade to mislead us? The young man nodded. How could someone like Lin Lei, who is part of one of the most powerful real estate groups in Huaxia, be an ordinary person? Yet, his parents live in a rural area and make a living through farming. It simply does not add up. However, just a few days ago, according to information from our contacts at the bank, Lin Lei transferred 1 million to his so-called mother. I wonder if that could be some form of remuneration. That is indeed a possibility. Where do they plan to go next? They will be heading to Hongdu Xinfang. They have reserved a dining table there. Hongdu Xinfang? Excellent. Send someone to keep an eye on them if possible. We can test the waters. Yes, boss. On the other side, Lin Lei and Li Mingyan's car soon arrived at Hongdu Xinfang, the premier members-only hotel in Hongqing. Without a membership, entry was impossible. As the general manager of Lin An'an Security Company, Li Mingyan undoubtedly had membership privileges at this hotel. Although Lin Lei did not possess a membership, given his status as the behind-the-scenes owner of Lin An'an Security, he could easily obtain one if he desired. After parking the car, Lin Lei and Li Mingyan, along with Lin Lei's parents and Lin Qingya, quickly exited. A nearby attendant rushed over to assist in opening the door. Once their identities were confirmed, they were escorted into the hotel and subsequently led to a private room labeled Tian. Upon entering Hongdu Xinfang, Lin Qingya's eyes roamed around, dazzled by the opulence that surrounded her. If there hadn't been anyone nearby, she might have exclaimed in a it was simply too luxurious, resembling a palace with its resplendent golden decor and extravagant furnishings. Lin Lei, though somewhat astonished by the layout, had been briefed by Li Mingyan prior to their arrival. In contrast, Lin Lei's parents were visibly reserved, their eyes wide with astonishment as they cautiously navigated the lavish environment. Mom, Dad, relax. It's fine. There's no need to be so tense, Lin Lei reassured them. Indeed, Uncle, Aunt, it's perfectly all right, Li Mingyan added. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit, with a prominent belly, entered, accompanied by a tall woman. Noticing Lin Lei and the others in the distance, he approached. Overhearing their conversation, he sneered, "Oh, when did Hongdu Xinfang allow any stray cats and dogs or beggars to enter? I suppose I need to reevaluate whether it's worth being a high-level member here." The woman in his arms gently caressed his chest, commenting, "Yes, it seems Hongdu Xinfang is going downhill. Darling, shall we switch to another place?" Upon hearing this, Lin Lei's expression turned frigid, and Li Mingyan's countenance instantly became icy. Lin Lei's parents displayed awkwardness, feeling out of place, while Lin Qingya's previously excited demeanor plummeted to an icy silence. With a gaze tinged with trepidation, he looked towards the middle-aged man not far away, whose face was adorned with a mocking expression as he observed them. The attendant who had originally escorted Li Mingyan wore an equally displeased countenance. After all, they took great pride in working at the Hongdu Xinfang Hotel, much like many flight attendants took pride in their own profession. Furthermore, during their interactions with outside staff, they were treated with utmost respect, indicating that they could hardly be considered ordinary individuals. Naturally, as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the eyes of others nearby began to converge upon them, followed by whispered conversations. Some gazes were filled with disdain, while others sparkled with amusement, as if anticipating a spectacle. This was because some among them had already recognized the origins of both parties. While the individuals being mocked were unfamiliar to most, the woman among them was quite well known. Her beauty and prowess were undeniable. The company she represented was formidable, recognized as the leading force in the security industry within Hongqing. Conversely, although the middle-aged man was somewhat less powerful, he maintained deep-seated ties with the Hongqing Ronglei group. As onlookers watched with keen interest, Lin Lei had already taken action. His figure moved like a specter, swiftly advancing, and before the middle-aged man could react, Lin Lei delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed sharply. Another slap followed, rendering the man's cheeks red and swollen, causing two of his teeth to dislodge. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, illustrating the tremendous force behind Lin Lei's blows. The middle-aged man, caught off guard by the suddenness and speed of Lin Lei's assault, was momentarily oblivious to the pain on his face. However, as the searing agony set in, his corpulent body trembled involuntarily. He struggled to suppress a scream, the excruciating pain in his mouth causing him to draw in sharp breaths, his face glistening with cold sweat. The middle-aged man could no longer muster the strength to curse. However, the alluring woman who had accompanied him became alarmed at the sight of her benefactor's swollen visage. She rushed forward to support the staggering man, her face etched with concern. "Darling, are you all right?" she exclaimed, turning to glare at Lin Lei with indignation. "Security! Where are the guards? Someone is going to get killed." Despite her frantic calls, the hotel security, stationed not far away, did not rush to intervene but continued with their duties, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. This scene stirred unease within the alluring woman, yet the spectators began to grasp the situation. For as Lin Lei chose to strike, Li Mingyan had already retrieved her phone to make a call, her expression as frigid as ice. Lin Lei paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd, fixating instead on the terror-stricken face of the alluring woman and the malevolent glare of the middle-aged man beside her. Gradually, he advanced, an imposing aura radiating from him, provoking a sense of dread in both the woman and the man, causing them to instinctively step backward. After retreating several paces, they found themselves cornered against the reception desk, with no escape. Lin Lei pressed forward, and as the middle-aged man attempted to threaten him by revealing his identity, the pain in his mouth proved too great for him to articulate. Lin Lei, undeterred, stepped closer, and in the presence of the terrified glances from the middle-aged man and the alluring woman, he seized the man's suit collar and effortlessly pulled him down onto the floor. The woman was left dumbfounded by the spectacle, while the onlookers wore expressions of disbelief. After all, the middle-aged man weighed over 200 pounds. Could one hand truly lift him from the ground? The crowd, initially eager for entertainment, now bore solemn expressions, realizing that this seemingly ordinary young man was anything but. Lin Lei's parents and his sister, Lin Qingya, watched in astonishment, unable to fathom how their familiar family member could possess such strength to effortlessly lift a hefty individual. In contrast, Li Mingyan appeared unfazed, as if handling a mere bag of potatoes, having dealt with multiple adversaries before. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Hongdu Xinfeng Hotel, a woman with short hair, strikingly similar to Li Mingyan, observed the live feed from the lobby's security cameras, her face alight with interest. She fixated on the video, where the young man, expression cold, lifted the middle-aged man as if he were a mere sack. Her lips curled into a sly smile. "Is this the boss my sister spoke of? He seems rather young. But that's even better. I have a penchant for youth." The middle-aged man, astonished at being so effortlessly hoisted, wore a look of incredulity, his fear palpable as his face flushed. "Little brother," he stammered. This is all a misunderstanding. I never intended to offend you. I was coerced. Please, I beg you." Struggling against the suffocating grip and the relentless pain in his mouth, he spoke with great difficulty. He realized that if he failed to appease this cold young man, he might indeed face dire consequences. Lin Lei's demeanor remained icy. Having reviewed the materials provided by Li Mingyan earlier, he already knew the affiliations of the man before him. Understanding that success in eliminating an adversary necessitated knowledge of both oneself and one's opponent, Lin Lei had familiarized himself with the man's background. Thus, when the man spoke ill, Lin Lei saw no need for further discourse. He acted decisively. Some individuals required a firm hand to learn the meaning of mortality. However, Lin Lei was also aware that he could not take a life in front of his family. Sensing the man gasping for breath, he leaned in and whispered, "You needn't waste your breath. I know whose dog you are with that." He discarded the man like refuse, leaving him crumpled on the floor. After concluding these actions, Lin Lei surveyed the onlookers, noting their averted gazes. He then approached his parents, his icy demeanor melting away like the tide, revealing his customary gentle expression. "Mom, Dad, little sister, I didn't frighten you. Did I? No, we're all right, it's just son. Are you really okay? They won't come back to cause trouble, will they?" "Rest assured, Mom," Lin Lei replied confidently. Seeing their son's unwavering assurance, Lin Lei's parents felt a wave of relief wash over them. Following Lin Lei's lead, they found comfort in each other's presence as they made their way to the private dining room. Meanwhile, at the Zijin group, the boss listened intently. It appears Lin Lei is quite similar to what I anticipated, hiding his true strength. What shall we do next? We'll continue to observe. Once we find the opportunity, we'll invite his family for tea. I'd like to treat them to a proper gathering. Understood, boss. I hope you won't be disappointed. After this, a rare tranquility enveloped Lin Lei and his family, who encountered no deliberate obstructions. As a result, they enjoyed their meal in harmonious spirits for a full 2 hours. During this time, Lin Lei made every effort to address his parents' concerns and confusion. Although he chose to withhold certain truths or weave fabrications, he did not wish for them to be aware of the potential dangers lurking in his current situation. After dinner, as Lin Lei prepared to escort his family out of the private room, a sharp knock echoed from the door, followed by the entrance of a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Lin An'an, accompanied by a graceful companion. A bright smile adorned her delicate features, exuding allure. "Ah, Mr. Lin, what an honor to have you here. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Lin Lei was momentarily taken aback by the newcomer, instinctively glancing at Lin An'an, for the woman who had just entered was nearly identical to her. Had Lin An'an not been present, he might have mistaken her for his companion. Lin Lei had initially thought that the elegantly dressed woman entering was none other than Lin An'an. Beside him, his parents and Lin Qingyao wore expressions of astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated encountering two women so strikingly similar, as if they had emerged from the same mold. They glanced between Lin An'an and the enchanting. Their expressions were peculiar. Only Lin An'an appeared at ease, albeit with a hint of a headache. Lin Lei observed the expression on Lin An'an's face as he turned to the woman who had stepped closer, extending her hand. With a smile, Lin Lei reached out and grasped the delicate, almost fragile hand. He intended to release it swiftly, but to his surprise, the soft hand clasped his in return. "Where are you from? You seem quite surprised," she said, her tone tinged with awkwardness. Lin Lei could only nod sheepishly, acknowledging his surprise. Lin An'an, watching the scene unfold, involuntarily. Li Mingqian naturally withdrew her hand, her expression devoid of any discomfort. Lin Lei exhaled in relief as the woman released his hand. Although it seemed clear that this woman was no ordinary individual. Moreover, in the presence of his parents, his sister, and his subordinates, it would be inappropriate to remain holding a woman's hand. It might lead one to assume he was a rogue. Li Mingqian maintained her radiant smile as she addressed Lin Lei and his family with enthusiasm. "Oh, by the way, Auntie, Uncle, Little Lin, and Boss Lin. My name is Li Mingqian. You can call me Mingqian from now on. Just make sure not to confuse me with my sister here," she added, gesturing towards Li Mingqian. "I'm even more beautiful than she is." Li Mingqian merely shot an irritated glance at her sister without uttering a word. Lin Lei, his parents, and Lin Qingyao exchanged glances between the two sisters, unable to suppress their murmurs about their remarkably similar names. They couldn't help but sense some underlying tension between the two. Unfazed by their expressions, Li Mingqian continued, "Oh, and here is our hotel's premium membership card. Please accept it." She took the platinum diamond card from the elegant woman beside her and distributed it to Lin Lei, his parents, and Lin Qingyao. Initially, Lin Lei and his family intended to refuse, but Li Mingqian, who had remained silent until then, encouraged them to accept it. Consequently, they complied. Under Li Mingqian's warm guidance, they departed from Hongdu Xinfang. Once they left, Lin Lei and his family promptly headed towards their villa as previously arranged. Seated in the car, Lin Lei engaged in casual conversation with his parents while his mind replayed the earlier encounter. For For the first time, he sensed that Li Ming'an, the woman he knew, must come from an extraordinary background. After all, her sister, at such a young age, could not possibly be the owner of a top-tier hotel like Hongdu Xinfang. The delicate softness of her hand seemed to conceal immense strength. Indeed, it was also improbable that Li Ming'an could have risen to the position of general manager of Lin An'an Security Company at such a young age. Upon returning to their villa, Lin Lei guided his parents and sister on a tour. Li Ming'an joined them, exploring the villa alongside Lin Lei's family. After visiting several rooms, Lin Lei noticed that his parents were beginning to show signs of fatigue, prompting him to suggest they rest. After a day of travel, they were indeed wearied. In contrast, Lin Lei's sister, Lin Qingya, exhibited no signs of exhaustion. Instead, she was brimming with excitement, wandering about the expansive villa before eventually settling into the private cinema to watch a movie. Lin Lei paid her no mind, allowing her to indulge in her amusement. "The security here is in your hands," he instructed his subordinates. "Boss, it is our duty," they replied. "Well, in any case, I appreciate your hard work. Oh, by the way, why not stay here tonight? There are plenty of rooms." "Sure, but I worry it might be inconvenient." "Haha, where's the inconvenience? After all, we are family." Lin Ming'an found it puzzling that Lin Lei would suddenly broach such a topic. If the boss intends to acquire or short sell their stocks, it would be quite challenging, and the required capital is substantial. At least our Lin An'an Security Company cannot muster such an amount. However, I can reach out to my close friend, the chairwoman of Jianghe Group. She may provide you with a more authoritative answer regarding stocks. The chairwoman of Jianghe Group? Lin Lei was taken aback. It seemed that Li Ming'an's connections were indeed remarkable. Jianghe Group was a comprehensive conglomerate, and the fact that its chairwoman was Li Ming'an's close friend hinted at her being a formidable woman. Yet, could she be trusted? After all, targeting Rongli Group was no trivial matter. "That is not an issue. Boss, to be candid, Rongli Group's current progressive development has begun to conflict with the interests of the once preeminent Jianghe Group. As time passes, the clashes between the two groups have intensified. This is quite natural. The previous leadership of Jianghe Group nearly led it to ruin due to a critical decision-making error. Fortunately, my friend took over Jianghe Group and, through 5 years of unwavering determination, managed to restore it to stability. Today, it stands as one of the two dominant groups in Hong City, even in the entire Xizang province. Therefore, if you intend to deal with Rongli Group, I believe that as long as you can present a feasible plan, Jianghe Group may not offer full support but will definitely refrain from sabotaging you. Of course, confidentiality is paramount, as both our companies undoubtedly have spies within each other." "Understood. Good. And Ming'an, you mentioned you could mobilize billions in funding within a short time frame, correct?" "Yes, boss." The following day, after a brief chat with his parents, Lin Lei allowed them to rest at home before heading out with Li Ming'an. Prior to their departure, Lin Lei had ensured that security measures were in place at the villa to safeguard his family. Today, he drove his Lamborghini Centenario, while Li Ming'an took her Bentley as they left Lin Lei's villa. Shortly after exiting the community, they parted ways. Lin Lei drove his Lamborghini Centenario to pick up Wu Shiyu, then headed to the hospital to visit her adoptive mother, Wu Yumei. After spending half an hour at the hospital, Lin Lei exited and directed his Lamborghini Centenario towards the bustling commercial street of Hong City, New Rising Street. He was set to meet a middle-aged woman to negotiate the acquisition of a property on New Rising Street. Arriving at New Rising Street, Lin Lei soon located the CAF where he had arranged to meet the middle-aged woman, named Dream Cafe. He parked in front of the CAF and stepped out of his car. Making his way towards the entrance, the sight of Lin Lei's top-tier Lamborghini Centenario drew the attention of passers-by, as well as the young patrons inside the CAF with its transparent tempered glass walls. Many were astonished, particularly when they noticed that the young man stepping out of such a luxurious vehicle was indeed just a youth. Several young women were starstruck. "Wow, that's a Lamborghini Centenario. I can't believe such a young guy owns it. And he's so handsome. If only he were my boyfriend. Right? I wonder which wealthy family's child he is. He must be incredibly fortunate." "Yeah, why don't you ask him for his WeChat? With your looks, you could easily get it." "Forget it. I can't handle a guy like that. Who knows how many girlfriends he has?" "True." Lin Lei paid no mind to the murmurs around him. He had gradually grown accustomed to such attention. As he entered the CAF, he surveyed the surroundings. The CAF was spacious, covering roughly 100 square meters. To the right, a vintage bookshelf complemented the retro decor, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and elegance. Perhaps due to the early hour, around 10 o'clock, there were only a handful of customers, 5 in total, each absorbed in their coffee, some working on their laptops while others quietly read books or newspapers. The ambience exuded harmony. Lin Lei wondered why the middle-aged woman had chosen this CAF for their discussion, but since it was her preference, he would not question it. He selected a relatively secluded spot and settled in. Subsequently, he took out his phone and sent a message to the owner of the number. "I've arrived. I'll be there shortly." As Lin Lei was reading the message, a girl mustered her courage and approached him. "Hey handsome, could you add me on WeChat?" Lin Lei looked at the tall girl before him, who appeared both shy and hopeful, and gently shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I don't use WeChat." The girl, somewhat dissatisfied, pressed on, "Could you at least give me your phone number?" Lin Lei smiled and replied, "I don't have a phone number either." The girl glared at Lin Lei, feeling frustrated at his blatant dishonesty. However, upon noticing the Lamborghini Centenario parked outside, she suppressed her anger and sweetly asked, "Then how do you usually keep in touch with your friends?" Lin Lei raised his hand, smiling, and said, "I use my mobile phone." The girl's expression shifted as she struggled to contain her frustration. She felt a strong urge to punch him in the face. Ultimately, she restrained herself, choosing not to say another word to Lin Lei, and stormed off in a huff, clearly displeased with him. Lin Lei sighed inwardly, fully aware of his own principles. In the past, he would have eagerly accepted the advances of any girl who approached him. However, now that he had a girlfriend and unresolved enemies, he wished to avoid entangling himself with others, especially girls like her. Lin Lei waited patiently for quite a while. Although the middle-aged woman had claimed she would arrive shortly, he found himself waiting for over 20 minutes. At last, a luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up outside. The crowd around him was momentarily stunned by the sight. What was going on? This CAF seemed rather extraordinary today. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, an elegant lady, escorted by bodyguards, gracefully alighted from the car and strolled into the CAF. However, Lin Lei discerned that after this middle-aged woman exited the vehicle, he perceived the presence of another individual inside the sleek black Rolls-Royce, exuding a subtle yet palpable sense of danger. This faint sense of peril heightened Lin Lei's vigilance. It appeared that the middle-aged woman was not the true mastermind behind this transaction. The person seated in the car was the real authority. Although Lin Lei sensed this, he maintained his composure. As the middle-aged woman entered the CAF, Lin Lei stood up and waved to her. "Madam Yang, over here." Yang Tong noticed Lin Lei beckoning her. Although she had heard his youthful voice during their phone call the previous night, she was taken aback by his remarkably youthful appearance. Her eyes brightened, but remembering that she was not alone on this visit, she quickly adopted a serious demeanor, offering Lin Lei a slight smile before walking toward him. Nearby, the girl whom Lin Lei had rejected wore a disdainful expression. "Ha, so this guy is a kept man. Perhaps that expensive car outside is just borrowed from some rich woman." Moments ago, he had been pretending to be oblivious, and now it seemed he was indeed on a date with a wealthy lady. How charming! Another girl nearby glanced at Lin Lei, equally unimpressed. "Come on, Xiaoxin, stop complaining. You sound so bitter." "Shut up, Xiaojing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gone at all. And look, I ended up with nothing. You owe me lunch today, or I'll ignore you." All right. I'll treat you, my dear Xiaoxin. That's more like it." The middle-aged woman took a seat in front of Lin Lei, exuding an air of regal elegance. However, Lin Lei was acutely aware that this was merely a facade. Acknowledging this, he nonetheless maintained a warm demeanor. "Madam Yang, what would you like to drink?" "Anything is fine. I'm easygoing." "Very well," Lin Lei replied. Rising to approach the counter, he warmly addressed a young barista with a simple ponytail. "Boss, I'll have 2 sweetened lattes, please." "Sure. That'll be 30 each, 60 total." "All right." Lin Lei retrieved his phone to complete the payment. "Could you bring them to that table over there once they're ready?" he asked, gesturing toward a window-side table. "Thank you." With that, Lin Lei returned to his seat. The barista observed Lin Lei's retreating figure and then glanced at the distinguished lady nearby. A flicker of intrigue crossing her features, she sighed softly. Such attractive young men are always taken. With a whisper, she resumed her work. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to the matter at hand. "Madam Yang, as a woman of your stature, I imagine your time is quite precious. Therefore, I shall not beat around the bush. Let us get straight to the point." "Of course," the lady replied. "You're quite direct. I like that. You will surely be a person of importance in the future." "Thank you, Madam Yang." Lin Lei chuckled. "As you likely gathered from our phone call last night, I have a specific purpose for my visit." "I understand," Madam Yang said, signaling to her subordinate. A middle-aged man in a suit quickly retrieved 4 red folders from his briefcase and placed them on the table. Madame Yang picked up the folders and slid them toward Lin Lei with a smile. These are the property ownership certificates for 4 office buildings under my name. Please take a look and see which one you prefer. All right, Lin Lei said, accepting the 4 red folders and examining them intently. Unfazed by the potential for mockery from the affluent woman across from him, he even took out his phone to conduct further research. The 2 girls nearby overheard their conversation and watched in disbelief as the wealthy woman casually presented 4 red folders. Particularly astonished to hear that these folders corresponded to 4 office buildings. As Lin Lei contemplated his options, they could hardly believe their eyes. This young man was impressive. He had managed to engage a wealthy woman to make such a significant offer. A nearby young man typing on his computer felt a tremor of envy. Bro, you're amazing. I toil away just to meet my basic needs, and here you are, effortlessly courting a rich lady. Lin Lei paid no mind to the reactions of those around him. His focus unwavering on the 4 red folders in his hands. As he flipped through them, the barista returned with the freshly brewed coffee. Hello, here are your coffees. Enjoy, Lin Lei smiled at the barista. Responding, thank you, the affluent woman also offered a pleasant smile. Much appreciated. The barista, wearing a courteous expression, replied, it's my pleasure. Enjoy your drinks. As she turned to return to her station, she was startled to hear the young man behind her speak. Madame Yang, I've looked over the 4 office buildings, and I find them all quite appealing. Could you provide details regarding the pricing? The barista froze in surprise. What was happening? Had she misjudged the situation? Was this handsome young man not a kept man, but rather a wealthy heir? Had he invited the affluent woman here not for a date, but to negotiate a real estate deal? Good heavens! What kind of extraordinary tycoon was this? On the other side, the 2 girls who had initially felt indignant toward Lin Lei were now left slack-jawed. What? He's not a kept man but is actually looking to buy property. How is that even possible? The young man closest to Lin Lei paused his typing, realizing the implications of Lin Lei's statement. Understanding this only deepened his admiration. Clearly, birthright was a skill in itself. Not only was this man handsome, but he was also born with a golden key. Meanwhile, he himself, despite his efforts, could barely establish a foothold in society. Life was indeed unfair. Madame Yang observed Lin Lei. Chuckling, well, since you are so keen, let me elaborate. She picked up the top red folder, opened it, glanced inside, and stated, this 42-story building is priced at 23 billion. The 56-story one is 40 billion. This one here is 80 billion. And the last one is 108 billion. If you're interested in all 4, the total comes to 251 billion. 251 billion, Lin Lei murmured softly. All right, I'll take them. However, I will need 10 days to arrange the funds and transfer the total amount to your account. Madame Yang was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that this young man would genuinely wish to purchase all 4 office buildings. That's impressive, but 10 days is rather lengthy. We cannot grant you that much time. Additionally, we require cash, not company or group equity as collateral. Lin Lei's expression remained unchanged, still warm and smiling as he spoke. Well, that is only natural. However, you mentioned that 10 days is too long. So how many days do you think is appropriate, Mrs. Yang? Without a moment's hesitation, Mrs. Yang replied, 3 days. 3 days? Lin Lei's brow furrowed slightly. According to Li Mingyan's earlier assessment, it would take 10 days to amass 200 billion. Now, the other party was compressing the timeline to such an extent? Only 3 days. That was utterly impossible to gather such a sum. Mrs. Yang, is this your lowest requirement? Yes. Mrs. Yang stated earnestly, this is my final deadline. Of course, if you cannot meet it, that's perfectly fine. I believe other groups would covet the 4 office buildings I possess. I could negotiate with them instead. Lin Lei narrowed his eyes, observing the assertive Mrs. Yang with a hint of disquiet at her pressing tone. Nonetheless, he understood that if he wished to elevate himself to the status of a top-tier billionaire through the shopping cashback multiplier card, he would have to endure this moment. While he could reach out to others for assistance, Lin Lei was reluctant to continue searching. With this thought in mind, he felt compelled to settle for a compromise. Just then, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! Random task triggered. The host must complete the purchasing task within 2 days to receive a reward package and a water-based ability upgrade crystal, along with a monetary reward of 100 billion RMB. Failure to complete the task incurs no penalties, nor rewards. Ding! During this period, the host may not utilize the shopping cashback multiplier card to gather funds. Please act according to the rules. The countdown began. 47, 59, 59, 47, 59, 58. However, a grave expression gradually settled upon his face. This was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. In 2 days, he needed to raise 251 billion, not merely 251. Presently, he had around 14 billion on hand, leaving a staggering deficit of 237 billion. If Li Ming'an could gather 50 billion in these 2 days, they would still be short by 187 billion, a terrifying gap. Yet, gazing at this task and the enticing rewards, Lin Lei realized that regardless of success, he had to make the attempt. With this resolve, he looked at Mrs. Yang and smiled, saying, "Since you are so eager for the funds, let's set the deadline for the day after tomorrow. I will certainly have 251 billion ready for you by then." Upon hearing Lin Lei's words, Mrs. Yang was taken aback. "Did you say that only 2 days?" "Yes, only 2 days." "Very well, Mrs. Yang, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I still need to mobilize the funds." With that, he stepped out of the CAF. Watching Lin Lei exit, Mrs. Yang stood there in stunned silence, speechless for a considerable time. After Lin Lei left the CAF, he discreetly cast a glance at the Rolls-Royce parked nearby before turning to his own Lamborghini Centenario. He started the engine and drove away with determination. Chapter 93. Everyone must be quite wealthy. As Lin Lei drove off, the astonishment on Mrs. Yang's face began to fade. Then, a thought struck her. She instructed her attendant to collect the 4 booklets from the table before hastening out of the CAF's main entrance and swiftly approaching the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. At that moment, the window of the luxury vehicle slowly descended, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman with a cool demeanor seated inside. Mrs. Yang shed her earlier haughty air, adopting a tone of utmost respect as she addressed the young lady. "Miss, he has left. Let him come up," was the reply. "Understood." With that, she opened the car door and took a seat. The window gradually rose again. The cool woman regarded her childhood nurse and asked, "So, what did he say?" "Did he agree?" "Miss, he agreed, but he requested 1 day less than your minimum requirement. At this, the cool woman raised an eyebrow, surprised. Logically, based on the information she had gathered through her investigations, it was implausible for him to possess such vast wealth. Even if he liquidated his stake in the Lin An'an Security Company, it would not suffice. As for the tens of billions earned from dividends, those shares were also under scrutiny, and he could not alter them for now. The cool woman found herself perplexed but chose not to dwell on it. Regarding the 4 office buildings, they were inconsequential to her. Their value merely lay in Lin Lei's interest, and she was merely baiting him. Once the deal was finalized, she could raise the stakes. She was eager to see if he was indeed as she had envisioned, for it was hard to believe that someone who could take over the Lin An'an Security Company would be an ordinary individual. Lin Lei, of course, remained oblivious to the schemes against him. Even if he were aware, it mattered little. His goal was simply to complete the transaction and secure the system's rewards, leaving other concerns aside for the time being. After settling into the car, Lin Lei paused momentarily before pulling out his phone to call Li Ming'an. The call connected after a single ring, and her gentle voice came through. "Boss?" "Yes, Ming'an, I have a matter I wish to consult you about." "Of course, boss, go ahead." "Are you in urgent need of funds at the moment?" Just in these 2 days. Can you gather that much money?" "Regarding the exorbitant interest, we shall set aside for now. 1-to-1 or even 1-to-2 ratios are acceptable." "Of course, Ming'an, do you wish to earn some money?" "Absolutely, but, boss, do you have a solid project?" "One could say that. I can assure you that this venture will be risk-free, with a 99 chance of doubling your investment." "Risk-free? Indeed, and should the returns exceed what you invested privately, I will match the multiplier for you. As for any other losses, I will cover them 1 for 1. This applies to all our employees. Boss, such opportunities are rare. However, I trust you. I personally have 4 billion, and I can also mobilize at least 20 billion from my sister and family in a short period. I can seek additional loans as well. However, boss, with such compensation, isn't at a significant loss for you. That's not for you to worry about. By the time I profit, there will be plenty of money." "Ha ha ha. Well, although I find this almost impossible, I trust you. Boss, I will spread the word to all our team members. I believe they can manage." "Thank you for your efforts, Ming'an. No problem, boss. That is my duty. Is there anything else apart from this matter?" "Not for now." "Very well, then I will leave you to your promotions. Go ahead. Goodbye, goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Lin Lei could not help but marvel at how wealthy his subordinate was. 4 billion in personal funds was simply unimaginable. Furthermore, she could summon at least 20 billion from her family in a short time. seemed that his subordinate was indeed extraordinary. Most touching was her unwavering trust in him. Such faith brought Lin Lei immense comfort. Yet, soon after, a wave of curiosity and confusion swept over him. If Li Mingyan was so affluent, why would she choose to follow him, to work for him, and to toil for a fixed salary? Was it merely because of his charm? Lin Lei doubted that Li Mingyan was the type of woman swayed by superficiality. But if not that, then what could it possibly be? It seemed he did not truly understand his subordinate. Suddenly, another astonishing thought struck him. Could it be that everyone in the Lin An'an Security Company was exceedingly wealthy? Chapter 94. A chance encounter again. After finishing the call, Li Mingyan's expression shifted slightly. Though she was unclear why her new boss urgently needed to gather over 200 billion, the assurance of a risk-free investment and the promise of returns matching his own earnings left her somewhat bewildered. Even now, the notion felt surreal. However, recalling the mysterious power of the company's previous owner as described by her former team leader, Li Mingyan decided to place her trust in him. She then picked up the phone on her desk and dialed her personal secretary. Xiao AI, please come to my office. Understood. Li zoned out. A minute later, a poised and capable young woman with short hair entered. Li Zong, you called for me? Yes, please notify everyone to assemble in the 15th floor conference hall in 1 hour for a company meeting. Ensure everyone is present. Yes, Li Zong. The capable young woman's demeanor instantly turned serious, knowing that such a company-wide meeting signified significant developments. Yet, as a subordinate, she had no right to inquire further and could only follow orders. Very well, that is all. There was nothing more to discuss, so you may go about your business now. Yes, as Emird Li said this, Qin Xiaoai turned and exited the room. Li Mingyan watched her subordinate leave, then picked up her phone to call her sister. The phone rang a few times before being answered. A charming voice floated through the line. Oh, how rare, sister. What brings you to call your little sister out of the blue? Are you coming to dine at my shop again? Li Mingyan replied tersely. Can't you tone down your allure a bit? Don't you want to make money? Make money? Oh, sister, how generous of you today to personally invite me. I'm quite flattered. Do or do you not wish to earn some profit? Not interested. I'm hanging up. Wait, sister, why this sudden anger? Of course, I want to make money. Speak then, what project is it? I can't disclose the details of the project, but I assure you, you can at least double your returns. How much can you muster? Sister, you're not revealing any details yet expect me to believe I can double my investment. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? In asking how many billions, my money has been painstakingly earned. Are you investing or not? Li Mingyan felt her patience waning. Her sister was truly a siren. Her voice was soft and seductive, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Sister, don't rush me. Just one last question. Whose idea is this? Is it your boss's? That charming young man from yesterday? Li Mingyan suppressed her rising irritation and asked one last time. Yes or no, will you invest? Ha ha ha, it's that charming young man. I'll invest. But how much should I invest? Let us start with 10 billion. What do you think? 10 billion? Mengchen, it seems you've made quite a fortune these past few years to be able to part with such an amount so readily. Of course, but sister, if you could persuade your boss to speak with me earnestly, I might consider investing even more. Forget it. If I discuss this with you, who knows, you might end up seducing him to bed. All right, enough of this banter. If you're serious about the 10 billion, transfer it over. I expect it to arrive within a day. I'll send you my bank details shortly. With that, Li Mingyan abruptly ended the call. After a moment's contemplation, she dialed her father. Meanwhile, Li Mingchen, listening to the beeping sound of the call disconnecting, revealed a cunning smile. Double your returns? Huh? Is the new boss about to showcase their prowess? I'm rather intrigued. Lin Lei, unaware of this unfolding drama, found himself smiling wryly after hanging up with Li Mingyan, realizing he had no one to turn to for a loan. How dismal indeed. Driving aimlessly along the road, he pondered how to quickly gather 251 billion. Before he knew it, Lin Lei had arrived at the road opposite the Jianghe Group. He glanced around, his eyes landing on 10 luxury cars parked outside the company. Flanked by well-dressed men in suits, was the big boss making an appearance? Quite an impressive sight. Having dealt with Qin Chongzhou previously, Lin Lei had heard of Jianghe Group during his studies in Hong City. Moreover, he gathered from Li Mingyan that if he intended to confront Rongli Group, collaborating with Jianghe Group was essential. Thus, he had a basic understanding of Jianghe Group, recognizing its substantial influence, akin to Rongli Group. Beyond that, he held no other judgments. Then he spotted a familiar figure, Qin Yuyan, the woman he had met at the bar. What is she doing here? Could she be a high-ranking official at Jianghe Group? Feeling suddenly fatigued, Lin Lei slowed down, his vehicle coming to a halt at the roadside. He watched her as she, under the spotlight, walked toward her own luxurious car. Just as she was about to enter, her gaze inadvertently fell in his direction. After all, Lin Lei's extravagant Lamborghini Centenario was quite eye-catching, especially parked near the pedestrian walkway, surrounded by curious onlookers. It was impossible for her not to notice. As their eyes met, she didn't recognize him, but she certainly recognized the car. The owner of Villa number 3 in her neighborhood, the man with whom she shared a fleeting night. How could his car be here? Did he already know her identity? If so, why had he never sought her out? She entered her vehicle, her expression betraying a moment of contemplation. Across the street, Lin Lei, endowed with water-based abilities, boasted exceptional physical faculties. He could distinctly observe the shifts in Qin Yuyan's expression, stirring a hint of confusion within him. Did she see him? However, after a moment of thought, he shook his head. Her gaze, while directed at him, seemed not to focus on him but rather on his car. Had she recognized it? Or had she seen it somewhere before? Lin Lei found himself perplexed, yet his eyes remained fixed on her as her car slowly pulled away from the Jianghe Group building, ultimately vanishing into the distance. Lin Lei then started his own vehicle and departed. Next, he had no particular destination in mind, opting instead to visit the hospital to check on Wu Yumei before heading towards his villa with Wu Shiyu. Glancing at the visibly anxious Wu Shiyu beside him, Lin Lei chuckled, "No need to be nervous, it's just meeting my parents and sister. They're quite easy to get along with." Wu Shiyu replied, "Still a bit tense, I know, but I can't help feeling anxious. Tell me, when I introduce you to my parents, what should I call them? Uncle and aunt?" "Yes, after all, you haven't officially entered the family yet. But if you were to call them mom and dad, I believe they'd be quite pleased." You're dreadful." As Lin Lei and Wu Shiyu exchanged playful banter, a black sedan trailed behind them at a distance. Inside, a young man observed the slowly cruising Lamborghini Centenario while conversing on his phone. "Hey, boss, we see that guy is taking his girlfriend towards his villa. Should we stage a traffic accident on the way? We have an 80 to 90% chance of success. Yes, we've done this before, so I don't foresee any issues. 1 million, understood." "Got it, boss." After ending the call, the young man wore a cold smirk, dialing another number from his phone. "Hello, Jan. I wasn't lying. Our boss has agreed. Are we ready to proceed? How are preparations on your end?" "Good, very good. Our boss said, once it's done, you'll receive 1 million. Yes, you'll get 500,000 up front and the remainder upon completion." "Agreed? Perfect. However, Jean, I've arranged a lucrative deal for you. 1 million for a life. Quite a high price." "Yes, quite sufficient." "All right, we're set.bye.as." He hung up. The young man's cold smile deepened as he gazed at the Lamborghini Centenario ahead. "How dare you oppose our boss? Your only fate is death." Unbeknownst to Lin Lei, he continued to leisurely drive his Lamborghini Centenario along the highway, engaging in casual conversation with Wu Shiyu. Minutes later, as Lin Lei approached an intersection and spotted a red light ahead, he smoothly stopped in the far left lane, waiting for the signal to change. To his right, a bus had come to a halt, while a medium-sized delivery truck remained behind him. Everything appeared normal as all vehicles awaited the traffic light's conclusion, observing the cars passing by. Just as Lin Lei thought the red light would soon end, a large delivery truck accelerated from the right, veering left towards him. As it approached the intersection, the truck unexpectedly swerved, speeding towards Lin Lei and the other vehicles. The scene unfolded too quickly for the drivers on Lin Lei's side to react. They could only stare in shock as the massive truck barreled toward them. Lin Lei, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to respond, but it was too late. The distance was simply too short, and the opposing vehicle was closing in at an alarming speed. Beside them stood a vehicle obstructing their path. Even with their car accelerating at an astonishing speed, it was utterly futile in the face of the impending danger. Retreat was simply out of the question. Wu Shiyu, beside him, appeared pale and horrified. Lin Lei's expression was one of grave concern. Simultaneously, an elusive force began to surge around him. At that moment, the Lamborghini Centenario emitted a system alert for the first time. Ding! The vehicle's safety system has detected an imminent deliberate collision. The safety system is now activating. The Lamborghini Centenario's entire framework is automatically reinforced, and an energy shield is deployed, covering a 3-meter radius to withstand any forthcoming impact. The Lamborghini Centenario's weapon system and biological eradication protocol are now operational. Commencing attack. As the mechanical sounds echoed, Lin Lei was taken aback. Wu Shiyu was equally stunned. The surrounding onlookers were rendered speechless, as was the driver of the massive box truck opposite them. His astonishment stemmed not from the Lamborghini Centenario's system alert, but from the terrifying sight of the car, previously stationary in the left lane, transforming at an alarming speed. Concurrently, a translucent energy shield materialized out of thin air, enveloping the Lamborghini Centenario. Most alarming of all, the hood of the Lamborghini Centenario split open, revealing an unfamiliar weapon resembling a cannon, pulsating with a ghostly blue light aimed directly at him. The eerie blue beam shot forth, piercing through the truck driver's windshield and striking his head in an instant. As the ethereal energy infiltrated his mind, the driver's gaze went blank, followed swiftly by a violent internal carbonization. While this tumult unfolded within the truck driver, the enormous box truck, propelled by its tremendous inertia, barreled toward Lin Lei and the Lamborghini Centenario. With a thunderous crash, the box truck collided with the energy shield surrounding the Lamborghini Centenario. Subsequently, it skidded along the smooth surface of the shield and toppled onto the right lane. Following this series of impacts and the subsequent rollover, the carbonized truck driver was reduced to a mere scattering of ash, leaving only his clothing strewn across the cab. Threat neutralized. Danger mode deactivated. Vehicle safety system disengaged. Biological eradication weapon disarmed. Lin Lei comprehended the gravity of the situation, had it not been for the vehicle's safety. Weapon and shield systems, even with his water-based abilities, he would have suffered immensely from such a rapid and forceful impact, potentially sustaining life-threatening injuries. The driver had clearly aimed to take his life. Beside him, Wu Shiyu remained in a state of shock. The preceding scene had been nothing short of terrifying, and for a moment, she had believed her own life was in jeopardy. Yet, she could scarcely fathom the advanced technology of her boyfriend's car, which boasted not only a safety system but also weaponry. It felt as if she had stepped into a cinematic spectacle. "Shiyu, are you all right?" Lin Lei turned to her, concern etched upon his face. "I'm fine," she replied, shaking her head. Relieved to hear that, Lin Lei exhaled, redirecting his gaze to the now smoking, severely deformed box truck outside. He refrained from exiting the vehicle, having clearly seen that the truck driver was beyond saving, reduced to mere remnants. Moreover, stepping out now might invite unnecessary complications, especially given the extraordinary transformation of his Lamborghini Centenario that had just transpired. His singular thought was to uncover who had sought his demise before dealing with the aftermath of the accident. With this in mind, Lin Lei noticed the traffic light had turned green and restarted the car, steering toward his villa while utilizing his Bluetooth headset to call Li Ming'an. The phone rang once before being answered. Before Lin Lei could speak, Li Ming'an's assertive voice came through. "Hello, Boss M. How is the progress on the matter I assigned you?" "Boss, we have currently raised $187 billion. However, I believe we can gather over $250 billion by tomorrow morning without issue." "Excellent. Very well done. Oh, and there is something I need you to handle. Of course, boss. What is it?" "Earlier, while my car was navigating the Qinghua intersection, a large box truck deliberately rammed into me. I need you to investigate who orchestrated this attempt on my life, or to suppress it. I want to avoid any unnecessary trouble." "Understood, but boss, regarding the traffic surveillance footage, we can only do our utmost. After all, it is official. If the impact isn't significant, we might be able to suppress it." "All right, do your best." Meanwhile, as Lin Lei conversed with his subordinate, videos and photographs of the incident began surfacing online, each captioned with sensational headlines. "Shocking. Accident at Qinghua intersection. Suspected Lamborghini Centenario employs futuristic technology for self-defense." This is what future technology should look like. A sci-fi scene at the Qinghua intersection. Futuristic weaponry, energy shields, and car transformation. The Lamborghini Centenario showcases its might at the Qinghua intersection. With each uploaded photo and video, the internet erupted in disbelief. Seriously? Is this a joke? How could the automotive industry possess such advanced technology? Shields? Blue light weapons? Ridiculous. Indeed, people will say anything for views. If this car has such advanced tech, I'll eat my hat live on stream. Whoever is upstairs, if this turns out to be true, please let me know your room number. Based on the footage and photographs, the lack of visible editing or special effects suggested that the video and images might indeed be authentic. Yet, skepticism lingered. Could human technology truly be so advanced? Considering the size and speed of the box truck, Its destructive force must have exceeded several tens of tons. The mere thought that such a collision failed to breach the shield was terrifying. If this were real, why not utilize such technology on warships rather than a mere vehicle? Furthermore, had Lamborghini ever claimed to possess such technology? This is real. I was there. It was astounding. Yes, I was on the bus right next to the Lamborghini Centenario. It left me utterly dumbfounded. I'm still in shock. It was beyond extraordinary. After that, the car just drove away. Could it be the one that appeared earlier at the entrance of Hongqing Technology University? Perhaps. Someone tagged Lamborghini flagship store. Lamborghini, does your car truly possess such technology? Tsinghua intersection accident Lamborghini flagship store. Lamborghini flagship store. Quick, take a look, come see. At Lamborghini headquarters, President Drakowski was going about his usual business when his desk phone rang abruptly. Setting down his pen, he answered the call. Hello. The next moment, his expression morphed into one of utter bewilderment and disbelief. What? How is this possible? When did we develop such technology? After hanging up, Drakowski swiftly instructed his secretary to summon the head of the research department to his office and to gather all relevant footage regarding the accident involving the commemorative Lamborghini Centenario that had occurred at Tsinghua intersection in Huaxia, Xizjiang province. Just as the secretary left, Drakowski's personal phone rang again. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed an unknown number displaying only a few words, Italian National Security Agency. His demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Tinged with confusion, as well as profound astonishment, he could hardly believe that his nation's security agency was contacting him, a first in his experience. However, he quickly recalled the previous call. If the situation described was indeed factual, it would make sense. Drakowski had no time to ponder any potential connections. He promptly answered the call. Hello? As soon as he greeted, a voice brimming with urgency resonated from the other end. May I inquire if you are Mr. Drakowski, the president of Lamborghini? Indeed, sir. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Drakowski felt a twinge of apprehension, yet he swiftly composed himself to respectfully inquire about the caller's identity. May I ask who you are? I am from the National Security Agency, and my specific position cannot be disclosed. The reason for my call is to ascertain whether your esteemed company produced and sold 40 units of the Lamborghini Centenario model in 2016. Yes, sir. Excellent. We now require all sales information pertaining to these 40 Lamborghini Centenarios, as well as the complete roster of the chief designer, supervisors, and all employees involved in the production of this model that year. Someone will take over immediately. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Lin Lei's vehicle had yet to reach his villa when his phone unexpectedly rang from his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his subordinate, Li Ming'an. Lin Lei felt a spark of curiosity. Could it be that his subordinate had already completed the task he had assigned? That would be remarkably efficient, considering only 7 or 8 minutes had elapsed. Despite his intrigue, Lin Lei hesitated not a moment and directly answered the call. Hello, Ming'an. Has the matter been resolved? No, boss. This situation is too significant. The news has gone viral, and the government is now aware of it. I'm struggling to maintain control. Currently, I have personnel from a special government department here. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei's brow involuntarily furrowed. He had not anticipated that agents from a special government department could locate his subordinates so swiftly. This was rather perplexing. Just then, a serious and icy voice came through the phone. Hello, Lin An'an Security Company's clandestine owner, Lin Mo, is it? I am Xian, the spokesperson for the National Special Department of the Xizjiang Division. May I ask if you are available for a meeting? Lin Lei pulled over to the roadside, contemplated for a moment, and then laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, a meeting sounds perfect. However, I am quite curious as to how you managed to appear at my company with such speed. I am rather astonished. Ha ha ha. Would you believe me if I said we were merely passing by your company? Well, I suppose I would. Lin Lei considered that quite plausible. Moreover, upon reflection, he realized that his earlier intervention to save Wu Xinting might have already raised suspicions. After all, none of the individuals in the National Special Department are ordinary. Coupled with his recent activities and the increasing assets at his disposal, particularly with the Lin An'an Security Company under his name, where each employee is an elite soldier or a retired military officer, fiercely loyal and significantly more capable than the average individual, he understood why this company would attract the attention of special departments. Furthermore, as a person of unremarkable origin, he knew that these governmental agencies could easily scrutinize his background. Although the system annotations indicated that all dealings were legitimate and traceable, Perhaps it was precisely because everything was so above board that it drew even more scrutiny. Adding to this, the events that transpired at the Tsinghua intersection were indeed extraordinary, with surveillance all around. Clearly, the peculiarities of his vehicle and the advanced technology it possessed had not gone unnoticed. Attempting to conceal such matters was evidently no longer feasible with this in mind. Lin Lei could not help but chuckle bitterly. Yet, he quickly found solace in the politeness of the other party. Cooperation with him could prove beneficial. While Lin Lei pondered these thoughts, the serious female voice on the other end resumed. So, Lin boss, where shall we meet? Your villa number 3, or within the company? Upon hearing this, the other side fell momentarily silent. Seemingly at a loss for words, is that really a valid reason? Nevertheless, considering the significance of the situation and the peculiarities of Lin An'an Security Company's previous owner, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, then. Let us meet at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I shall wait for you at your company. Agreed. Until then, goodbye, goodbye. Once the call was terminated, Lin Lei's gaze was filled with contemplation. Beside him, Wu Shiyu remained silent, refraining from interrupting her boyfriend's thoughts. Although she had not clearly heard the content of the phone call, the earlier events led her to surmise that her boyfriend had specifically contacted his subordinate for a reason. Watching Lin Lei restart the car, she finally expressed her concern. Darling, did something troublesome arise from what just happened? No, it's nothing. Well, that's a relief. Don't dwell on it too much. Everything will be fine. Indeed. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of Lin An'an Security Company, two composed women sat opposite each other on the sofa, scrutinizing one another. One of the long-haired, cool-headed women was Xian, who had just spoken with Lin Lei, while the short-haired woman opposite her was Li Ming'an, the general manager of Lin An'an Security Company. Xian gazed at Li Ming'an and teased. Ming'an, why do you always wear such a frosty demeanor, as if keeping others at bay? After all, we are old friends. Are we not? Xian, observing Li Ming'an's disposition, did not mind. She was well aware of her character. It's a rarity to encounter such behavior in your company. I promise that in a few days, I will return the principal along with a 50% interest. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Xian's eyes widened in surprise, laced with a hint of hidden confusion. A return of principal plus 50% interest in just a few days? That return is rather exorbitant. To put it plainly, if I were to lend you 10 billion, you would repay me with 15 billion in a matter of days. Such interest rates are unheard of, even for loan sharks. Nonetheless, she trusted her friend's integrity. Clearly, this was a legitimate proposition. Yet, Xian could not fathom how such a return was possible. Just how did one amass 50% interest in such a short time? Additionally, Xian recalled the sudden establishment of a dedicated account for tomorrow's funds within Lin An'an Security Company's accounts, which exhibited a rather alarming flow of capital. Over 100 billion flowing in from various personal and corporate accounts, with the influx showing no signs of abating. Evidently, Lin An'an Security Company was up to something significant. Contemplating the gravity of the situation, Xian suddenly recalled the astonishing scene on Tsinghua Road, where the Lamborghini Centenario revealed its incredible technological capabilities. Her understanding began to crystallize. It was clear that the substantial funds Lin An'an Security Company was accumulating had a direct connection to their owner, and even more so, to that remarkable vehicle. After a quick mental calculation, Xian felt a rush of excitement. She looked at Li Ming'an and readily agreed. Certainly, if there's money to be made, especially substantial amounts, I certainly cannot back out. However, Ming'an, could you divulge whether this money has anything to do with your boss's car? Li Ming'an rolled her eyes at her friend in exasperation. How would I know? She herself was uncertain as to why her boss suddenly required such a significant sum. Her only focus was on diligently fulfilling the tasks assigned by her superior. As for whether it was related to his car, she had no way of knowing. Nonetheless, Li Ming'an recalled the extraordinary display of her boss's Lamborghini Centenario at Tsinghua Road and was genuinely astonished by the advanced technology concealed within that vehicle. She had driven it herself. Aside from its coolness, smoothness, and stylish appearance, she had never imagined that it could activate an energy shield to protect against collisions in the face of danger. Furthermore, the futuristic weapon that deployed from the front of the car, firing blue energy beams that annihilated the assailant attempting to attack her boss, left nothing but shredded clothing behind. Observing the sincerity in Li Ming'an's expression, Xian began to realize that her friend might indeed be unaware of the full extent of their boss's capabilities. After a moment's pause, Xian continued. So, Ming'an, have you seen your boss's car with your own eyes? I have. Moreover, I have even driven it. You've driven it? Zin's excitement was palpable. Did you notice any differences compared to the other cars you usually drive? After pondering for a moment, Li Mingyan replied. It simply felt incredibly cool and stylish. Others seemed to differ little. Was there truly no distinction? Ziyuan harbored doubts. Logically, if this vehicle concealed so much advanced technology, it should not resemble other cars so closely. In fact, as Zishuan pondered, it appeared that her boss Lin Lei's Lamborghini Centenario indeed had an interior configuration that diverged somewhat from the luxury vehicles she was accustomed to. The functional buttons seemed fewer in number. However, Li Mingyan certainly would not voice this observation. Whether her boss would acknowledge it was his prerogative, her duty was to fulfill her responsibilities. Thus, in response to Zishuan's skepticism, Li Mingyan maintained her composure and replied, Indeed, there is no difference, it's quite similar to my Bentley. Meanwhile, in the penthouse office of the Zhuijing Group, Xiao Qingjiao listened intently to his subordinate's report. After reviewing the video footage, a glimmer of excitement gradually illuminated his handsome visage. Initially, he had assumed that even if his subordinates could not eliminate Lin Lei, they would at least leave him severely injured. However, to his astonishment, Lin Lei's sleek Lamborghini Centenario was not only a limited edition supercar but also a vehicle embedded with hidden high-tech capabilities. Just the fact that it could withstand a head-on collision with a large box truck without sustaining any damage was sufficient to demonstrate that this Lamborghini Centenario was indeed a priceless treasure. Moreover, this vehicle housed more than one form of advanced technology. If he could acquire this Lamborghini Centenario and subsequently mass-produce the technologies it contained, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of the world's richest individual in no time. After all, the energy shield device alone could be applied to numerous objects, including houses, cars, airplanes, safes, fighter jets, warships, tanks, artillery, and military bases. The breadth of potential applications was staggering, hinting at unimaginable profits. Naturally, Xiao Qingjiao contemplated other possibilities, if he could perceive the hidden lucrative benefits. It was inevitable that those in positions of power would take notice of this incident and the video. Other factions might have already recognized the concealed value of this vehicle. Therefore, he needed to proceed with caution. With this in mind, Xiao Qingjiao took a gentle sip of his coffee before setting it down, gazing out at the scenery beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Chapter 99. The phone call. Lin Lei, oblivious to the ongoing commotion at Qinghua intersection, was about to make a call when he heard the familiar sound of his son's car arriving at the villa. After parking, Lin Lei stepped out with his girlfriend, Wu Shiyu, and gazed up at the opulent villa. Although this was not Wu Shiyu's first visit, nor her first time entering this door, the presence of Lin Lei's parents and sister inside stirred a flurry of emotions within her: fear, anxiety, trepidation, and a sense of disorientation. At that moment, Lin Lei retrieved the prepared gifts from the trunk and, noticing his girlfriend's nervous demeanor, found it somewhat amusing. There's no need to be anxious or afraid. My family is wonderful, and they will surely adore you. As he spoke, Lin Lei gently clasped Wu Shiyu's small hand. Feeling his warmth, Wu Shiyu turned to look at him, and the tension within her began to ease significantly. Nodding in acknowledgement, the couple walked inside together. Upon entering the villa, Lin Lei's father and sister immediately turned their attention toward him, particularly focusing on Wu Shiyu. This only heightened her nervousness. However, it wasn't too long before Lin Lei's father and sister sprang from the sofa, enthusiastically greeting them. Lin Lei's father even called for Lin Lei's mother to come out and meet his future daughter-in-law. The term daughter-in-law made Wu Shiyu blush profoundly. Shortly thereafter, Lin Lei's mother emerged, and the atmosphere became lively with laughter and chatter. The three of them then led Wu Shiyu toward the kitchen, completely ignoring Lin Lei, who was left feeling somewhat abandoned. Observing his family's affection for Wu Shiyu, Lin Lei couldn't help but smile wryly. Clearly, they were quite taken with her, to the point of disregarding their own son. Yet, Lin Lei felt no displeasure. Realizing he hadn't enjoyed his mother's cooking in quite some time, he quickly followed them. The lunch unfolded harmoniously, lasting over an hour, and everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Wu Shiyu, who had initially been anxious and tentative, gradually became more at ease. Strangely, Lin Lei's parents began to subtly prompt Wu Shiyu to arrange for her mother to visit for a chat, hinting that they were eager for her to marry their son and were already yearning for grandchildren. This left Lin Lei feeling a bit flustered. Naturally, it also caught Wu Shiyu off guard. Yet, after some playful reprimands from his mother about his age, Lin Lei fell silent and turned to his phone. He wasn't merely browsing. He specifically searched for information regarding the recent traffic incident at Tsinghua intersection. To his astonishment, he discovered that the online discourse surrounding the accident was ablaze with activity. Various comments and speculations proliferated, with some supporting the narrative and others vehemently denouncing it as fabricated sensationalism aimed at garnering attention. As Lin Lei continued his search, he noticed curiously that no video footage of the incident had surfaced online, only vague and unclear images that resembled blurred impressions. Ultimately, he was taken aback to find that the official media of Xinjiang province had issued a statement clarifying that the incident was merely a simple traffic accident, devoid of any peculiarities. This only fueled the disbelief of those who had doubted the truth. As time slipped away unnoticed, it soon approached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. While Lin Lei was still engrossed in his phone, it rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was his subordinate, Li Ming'an. Realizing the timing corresponded with his earlier commitment to meet with Ziyuan from the Security Bureau regarding the Lamborghini Centenario, he stepped aside to answer the call. Indeed, it was Ziyuan calling through Li Ming'an's phone, discussing the upcoming meeting and specifically requesting that he arrive in the Lamborghini Centenario. Lin Lei acknowledged her request, assuring her he would be there shortly before hanging up. He then made his way to the parking garage to retrieve his Lamborghini Centenario. However, scarcely had he exited when another call came in, this time from the Lamborghini headquarters, indicated by the prominent display on his phone. Without hesitation, he ended the call, but it rang again almost immediately. Amused, Lin Lei decided to answer. Chapter 100. Yes, it's me. Upon answering, a low, resonant voice emerged from the other end. Hello, may I ask if this is Lin Lei? Mr. Lin? Yes, sir, the man continued. We are calling from the official Lamborghini headquarters to inquire whether you purchased a specially designed commemorative model, the Lamborghini Centenario, from heiress Xiaofu after 2017 through a transfer.at. This. A cold smirk crossed Lin Lei's face. Clearly, they were after his vehicle. However, he was also taken aback, for he had not anticipated that the system would fabricate a purchase record dating back to 2017 to legitimize his Lamborghini Centenario. At that time, he had been struggling financially while still in high school. As for the name heiress Xiaofu, it was entirely unfamiliar to him. He fell silent for a moment. After a brief interval, the polite voice of the middle-aged man resonated once more through the phone. Mr. Lin, the situation is as follows. Meanwhile, we extend our sincerest apologies to you and are prepared to offer a compensation of 50 million Huaxia coins, along with the opportunity for you to select any model from our esteemed group free of charge. Sir, how do you find this compensation? The cold smile on Lin Lei's face deepened. Did he not know whether the Lamborghini Centenario was exceptional or safe? Moreover, Lin Lei could not suppress his speculation. After all, there were only 2 Lamborghini Centenarios in Huaxia, one in the hands of a wealthy individual in Hong Kong, and the other being his own. He could not help but marvel at the efficiency of the headquarters. However, Lin Lei maintained an indifferent tone. Sir, we are merely concerned for your safety. Thank you, but I have no need for it. Lin Lei found their actions, cloaked in such grandiloquence, rather contemptible. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was likely just a smokescreen. Their maneuvers undoubtedly extended beyond this. After all, the technology concealed within his vehicle was nothing short of revolutionary. Once Lin Lei hung up, he swiftly arrived at the hospital. After parking in the hospital's lot, he escorted Wu Shiyu inside and took the opportunity to check on his mother-in-law. Shortly after Lin Lei entered, a black BMW pulled into the hospital, parking adjacent to the Lamborghini Centenario, offering a clear view of it. The Centenario had garnered significant attention following the incident at the Tsinghua intersection. Despite all videos being taken down and photos blurred, many had witnessed the Lamborghini Centenario when it first gained notoriety online. Its striking design was undeniably captivating, leading to a throng of onlookers, including patients, family members, and curious individuals drawn in by the allure of the luxury vehicle. Among them were doctors, some filming, others recording, while whispers circulated. Wow, this car is truly stunning. Indeed, I noticed it was driven by a young man, perhaps in his 20s. What sort of family does he hail from? Yes, I saw that too. And his girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful. It seems wealthy individuals always have attractive partners. Absolutely. But have you noticed this car bears a striking resemblance to the one involved in the Tsinghua intersection incident? The internet claims that vehicle was a Lamborghini Centenario. You can drop the seams. That car is undoubtedly the Lamborghini Centenario from the earlier accident at Tsinghua intersection. Moreover, in Huaxia, there are only 2 Lamborghini Centenario supercars, one in Hong Kong and the other right here in Hong City. The appearance of this vehicle at the People's Hospital clearly indicates it is the same one. Yes, I've heard this car is equipped with futuristic technology, including a transparent shield. Initially, there were clear videos and photos of the accident, but it seems some powerful entity intervened. Even official accounts have corroborated this. Terrifying, indeed. It appears that young man's background is anything but ordinary. As they continued to speculate about the Lamborghini Centenario. A robust young man in the black BMW not far away gazed through the windshield at the Lamborghini, engaged in a phone call. Young master, we have just observed Lin Lei entering the People's Hospital with his girlfriend. It is evident he is accompanying her to visit his mother-in-law. His Lamborghini Centenario is parked right in front of us, surrounded by a crowd. Should we seize this opportunity to tow his car? Fool, it's broad daylight. How could you tow it now? Just follow him. Wait until nightfall for the right moment to act. Understood. Understood. After finishing the call, the young man saw Lin Lei emerge from the hospital shortly thereafter. He discreetly glanced at the black BMW before shifting his attention back to his own vehicle, noting the throng gathered around the Lamborghini Centenario. Lin Lei chuckled to himself, then made his way toward his car. Before he could approach it, individuals in the vicinity quickly recognized his identity. Everyone, the owner is here. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes toward Lin Lei. He felt the weight of various complex emotions, envy, scrutiny, admiration, and astonishment, directed at him as he approached the throng. As he arrived, a few young women with a hint of confidence approached him. Hello, you must be the owner of this car, right? May I add you on WeChat? Hey there, do you think I'm attractive? Am I pretty? Can I be your girlfriend? If you already have one, would you mind if I joined as well? I promise I'm very well behaved. Lin Lei was momentarily speechless, bemused by their boldness. Yet, he maintained his composure. After all, he was no stranger to the vicissitudes of life, having encountered far more striking and graceful women. The presence of these young women hardly captured his attention. I'm sorry, but I don't have a phone. As he spoke, he turned toward his vehicle. However, before he could take a step, his phone in his pocket unexpectedly rang, causing a fleeting look of awkwardness to cross his face. Having just stated he had no phone, it was curious indeed that it was ringing now. He wondered which fool was calling him at such a time. The young women around him paused, momentarily stunned by the ringing phone, but quickly realized that Lin Lei's earlier claim was merely a refusal to engage with them. They reasoned amongst themselves that wealthy individuals often behave this way. If they made an effort, perhaps they could share in a fraction of his fortune. After all, securing a connection with someone like Lin Lei, young, handsome, affluent, and driving a limited edition vehicle rumored to conceal high-tech features, might guarantee a lifetime of comfort for their families. With this thought, they pressed closer, each vying to showcase their charms. The surrounding young men looked on with envy, their hearts heavy with longing, lamenting their own lack of fortune, wishing for a more fortunate birth in their next lives. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Lei started the engine and smoothly exited the hospital parking lot. His phone rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his old classmate, Lu Peng. Without hesitation, he answered, Hello, Peng. Old Lei, what are you up to? Are you free tonight? I'm currently driving. What is up? You're quite the busy one. Today is Lina's birthday. We're planning to celebrate this evening. Will you be joining us? Lin Lei was taken aback momentarily, but as he pondered, he recalled that today was indeed the birthday of his dear friend and former classmate, Lu Lina. After a brief pause, Lin Lei replied, Sure. Where's it being held? What time? Attending Lu Lina's birthday was important to him. She was a rare and valued friend. Moreover, it had been several days since he last saw her and the others after gifting them the car. Catching up and learning about their recent endeavors would be delightful. Upon hearing Lin Lei's agreement, Lu Peng expressed his delight. The location is room 703 in Building 3 of the Qinghu Garden Community. We'll meet at the subway station entrance at 7 and head in together. Alright, by the way, it seems Lina hasn't mentioned it to you yet. Just 2 days after you gifted us the car. She chose to move out. Now, she resides in Qinghu Garden. Old Lei, it seems Lina has quite the interest in you. Why didn't she tell you she was moving out? How would I know? Just don't spread rumors. We are merely friends. Besides, I already have a girlfriend. You have a girlfriend? Who is she? Someone you don't know. Oh, no wonder. That day when we mentioned Lu Lina, she looked quite disheartened and told us not to speak carelessly, lest Lin Lei's girlfriend hears and misunderstands. It appears to be true. I thought she was just shy. Lin Lei let out a wry smile. From their previous interactions and Lena's demeanor, was he truly unaware of her feelings for him? Yet, even if he were cognizant, Lin Lei still wished to tread carefully. After all, given his relationship with Wu Shiyu, to entertain any form of indecision would not only be irresponsible towards her but also towards Lina. Perhaps they were indifferent to his predicament, but Lin Lei had no desire to become that kind of man. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Ha ha ha, in that case, let us refrain from idle gossip. Let the evening unfold just as it normally would. All right, however, Lao Lei, ever since Jia Jia saw my BMW, she has begun to throw me flirtatious glances and has been exceedingly warm towards me. Strangely, I find that I no longer harbor the same feelings for her as before. Instead, she seems rather worldly and shrewd, far removed from the girl I once admired. Moreover, after we spent the night together, I discovered she was not a virgin, and it appeared as though her experience was rather extensive. Although the experience was pleasurable, just the thought of it—" "Stop, stop. Don't discuss such matters with me," Lin Lei interrupted, shaking his head in disbelief at his friend's boldness in sharing such personal details. "If you believe she is not suited for you, then simply part ways. After all, you mentioned she has been flirting with other men. A woman so casual is hardly a match for you. Of course, if you have other intentions, that's another matter, but do ensure you take necessary precautions. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. However, with graduation approaching, it would be wise to proceed cautiously." "Understood," came Lu Peng's earnest voice through the phone. Lin Lei recognized his comprehension and chose not to belabor the point. Some matters only required a single mention. "Oh, by the way, who will be attending Lena's birthday celebration?" "It will just be us. Me, Jia Qi, and Lena's cousin, Lu Xiaolinji. No one else." "All right, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. See you tonight. See you tonight. As Lin Lei ended the call, he resumed driving, his gaze drifting to the rearview mirror where a black BMW followed at a distance. A sardonic smile crept across his lips. Was this somehow connected to the traffic incident at Qinghua intersection earlier today? Before long, he arrived at his security company, Lin An'an. After parking and handing the keys to his staff, Lin Lei ascended to Li Ming'an's office. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Li Ming'an at his desk, alongside a striking woman lounging on the sofa, seemingly engrossed in her phone. She bore a striking resemblance to Ouyang Shui, whom Lin Lei had encountered previously. Noticing her, Lin Lei's brow furrowed slightly. His impression of Ouyang Shui had not been favorable. Her self-importance had left a sour taste. As he entered, both Li Ming'an and Ouyang Zian quickly acknowledged him. "Boss, you've arrived. Why didn't you let me know in advance so I could come down to greet you?" Li Ming'an exclaimed, rising from her seat. Ouyang Zian set her phone aside and stood, turning to Lin Lei with a radiant smile. Though she had seen Lin Lei's profile several times, witnessing him in person was another matter entirely. "Wow, this young man is quite handsome," she thought, noting the aura he exuded, far surpassing his photographs. Perhaps her sister Ouyang Shui had misjudged him. Ouyang Zian approached Lin Lei, extending her hand with a beaming smile. "Hello, Mr. Lin Lei. I am Zian from the National Security Bureau. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lin Lei regarded her warm demeanor and extended his hand in return, feeling none of the discomfort he had experienced with Ouyang Shui. "Haha, I too am delighted to make your acquaintance." He gestured towards the sofa, kindly urging her to sit. "Thank you, Mr. Lin Lei. As he settled into the seat opposite her, Lin Lei remarked, "You resemble Ouyang Shui quite a bit. You must be sisters." "Indeed, she is my elder sister. However, she has been reassigned to another province," Ouyang Zian replied with refreshing candor. Lin Lei was taken aback. Ouyang Shui had been transferred, and no wonder she had ceased to contact him since their last meeting. "What brings you here today, Mr. Lin Lei?" "I am here regarding the technology in your beloved vehicle. The incident at Qinghua intersection has reached the higher-ups, and they sent me to inquire if you would be willing to either surrender your vehicle to the state or transfer the relevant technology. Alternatively, we can offer compensation, land, and favorable policies for your cooperation. I represent the utmost sincerity of the state in seeking a mutually beneficial partnership." Upon hearing this, Lin Lei understood her intentions. He found himself somewhat charmed by Ouyang Zian's straightforwardness, a refreshing contrast to Ouyang Shui's roundabout and threatening approach. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Lei recalled the documents he received upon acquiring the Lamborghini Centenario. They likely contained the manufacturing details of the technology. Thus, he concluded that collaborating with the state would be a prudent choice. "Surrendering my vehicle to the state is out of the question. It holds great significance for me. However, We can discuss a partnership regarding the hidden technology within it. Ouyang Xian's face brightened immediately, relieved that Lin Lei was open to collaboration. That's wonderful, but how would you like to proceed? I assure you that the higher-ups will agree. I haven't fully formulated my conditions yet. I'll let you know once I do. In the meantime, I can provide you with the technology for the energy shield. Ouyang Xian was taken aback by the ease of their negotiations. Her spirits lifted. Although Lin Lei had only committed to sharing the energy shield technology for now, it marked a promising beginning. The two engaged in conversation for another half-hour, after which Lin Lei, feeling the discussion was becoming cumbersome, delegated the details to Li Mingyan for further negotiation on his behalf. Satisfied with the arrangement, he spent a bit more time in Li Mingyan's office before taking his leave. Though Li Mingyan and Ouyang Xian offered to escort him downstairs, Lin Lei graciously declined. Once outside, he quickly drove away from Lin An'an Bao. Shortly after departing, he noticed the familiar black BMW tailing him once more, maintaining a consistent distance. With a sardonic grin, Lin Lei altered his route towards the outskirts of the city. The occupants of the BMW appeared momentarily taken aback but soon resumed their pursuit. It seemed the passenger in the front seat was reporting back to their superiors. Before long, 3 additional black sedans emerged from the underground parking structure of the Zijin building, following Lin Lei's trajectory towards the suburban area of Hongqing. Lin Lei drove leisurely, eventually stopping in front of an abandoned cement factory after nearly 40 minutes. Upon parking, he leisurely exited his vehicle and perched himself atop the hood of his Lamborghini Centenario, observing with interest as the black BMW approached and halted a few meters behind him. Moments later, both doors swung open, and 2 burly young men emerged, wielding iron rods. One, slightly shorter, carried both a rod and a length of thick rope. Their smiles were laced with a hint of contempt, revealing their initial reluctance to act. After all, given Lin Lei's somewhat emaciated appearance, it was inconceivable that he could be a match for either of them. Moreover, they were 2 in number. If either of them were to approach, they could effortlessly pin this young man named Lin Lei to the ground. Additionally, being in the suburbs provided them with a sense of security to unleash their aggression. However, they dared not defy their boss's orders. Their current task was merely to prevent Lin Lei from escaping until their comrades arrived to take action. Observing their movements, Lin Lei wore a cold smile. He descended from the hood of his Lamborghini Centenario, patted his knee, and then slowly approached the 2 men. "Heh, I thought I sensed some little lapdogs trailing behind me, and indeed, there are 2, he remarked, as he swiftly closed the distance between them, meeting their fierce gazes with unwavering courage. Raising a hand, he playfully patted the taller man's cheek, continuing with a grin, "Now, tell me, who is your master? Speak up, and I might just be in a generous mood to let you go." The 2 burly men were evidently taken aback by Lin Lei's audacity. They certainly did not expect him to insult and provoke them while seemingly unarmed. It was as if he were courting death, audaciously slapping their faces at such close range. Instantly, the taller man erupted infuriated. "WCNMD, you're seeking death." With that, he swung the iron rod in his hand towards Lin Lei's arm. The shorter man, witnessing his companion's aggression, wasted no time in following suit, aiming his iron rod at Lin Lei's thigh. Their expressions made it abundantly clear just how much force they intended to exert. Should Lin Lei's arm or thigh be struck by those rods, they would undoubtedly suffer severe bruising and swelling. However, Lin Lei would not allow them to succeed in the split second before they unleashed their wrath. His gaze transformed into a striking azure in an instant. His right hand shot forward like a bullet, seizing the taller man's wrist with the iron rod. Using that force, he swung it towards himself while slightly leaning back. Concurrently, a strange energy surged through his arm and into the taller man's, causing his once robust limb to wither away as if it had lost all moisture, a truly terrifying sight. Before the taller man could even emit a scream, the iron rod he swung was turned against him. With a swift motion, Lin Lei twisted his withered hand, snapping it with a sickening crack, causing the iron rod to collide brutally against the wrist of the shorter man. The sound of iron striking flesh was almost simultaneous with the sickening crunch of bone fracturing. In quick succession, both rods clattered to the ground. Without affording them a moment to react, Lin Lei lunged forward, using his not-so-bulky shoulder to collide with the 2 men. They were sent flying 2 meters before crashing to the earth. Moments later, both men expelled blood from their mouths, clutching their broken arms and emitting piercing cries of agony. The taller man, in particular, was the most vocal, his cries echoing in the air. Lin Lei approached them slowly. Upon seeing Lin Lei's abnormal gaze, the two men were struck with terror, as if they had encountered a ghost. Especially the taller man, who, witnessing his arm inexplicably wither and then be brutally twisted off, was overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that was beyond comprehension. Although his severed arm still hung by the shriveled skin, the pain penetrated deep into his bones, a sensation he could no longer bear. Furthermore, Lin Lei's final, close-range charge felt akin to being struck by a speeding vehicle, causing a tumult of blood within him, leaving him feeling utterly wretched as he gazed at Lin Lei, who now stood before him with those eerie azure eyes. He trembled uncontrollably. "Great One, I understand my mistakes, I truly do. Please, spare me. I mistook your greatness for something lesser. Allow me, a nameless wretch, to live. If you spare me, I shall reveal everything." The taller man spoke, his body shaking, sweat beading on his forehead. Overwhelmed by pain, he felt as though if he did not plead for mercy, it would not merely be his right arm that withered away, but his entire body. The shorter man, too, was in dire straits. Hearing his companion beg for mercy, he felt a twinge of disdain. After all, in their line of work, it was common to lose limbs and endure injuries. However, as he bore the agony and gazed at his brother's disfigured arm, meeting Lin Lei's icy gaze, a wave of dread washed over him. He finally comprehended the terror of the young man before them. Yet, before he could utter a word, an eerie energy surged into his thigh, causing it to wither in an instant. What was once a thigh the size of a small barrel shrank to that of a dried piece of wood. "Ah!" The shorter man screamed in horror, clutching his leg. Lin Lei remained unfazed by their cries, appearing as calm as ever, seemingly impervious to their suffering. He crouched down, looking at the wretchedly screaming shorter man, and coldly commanded, "If you wish to live, then silence yourself." Upon hearing this, the shorter man fought to suppress his pain, cold sweat soaking his clothes. All right, I'll speak," he stammered. "I want to know who is behind you. Who orchestrated the car accident at the Tsinghua intersection today?" The taller man hesitated briefly before confessing. It was the young master of Rongli Group, Ziqin, chairman of the Zijin Group, Xiao Qinjiao. He was the one who orchestrated everything. Chapter 104. Sparing them is a descent into hell. We were merely following orders. We are truly innocent. Please, spare us. We don't want to die. The taller man's face was contorted with despair, his eyes pleading. Lin Lei sneered coldly. "Innocent, you say? Had I not been driving the Lamborghini Centenario, a reward from the system, I would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by now. Those who choose this life must eventually repay their debts. If you've resolved to take my life, you must be prepared to face retribution. Regardless of whether you were acting under orders or voluntarily, if I were to spare you merely for a plea for mercy, I would indeed be a fool. From the moment I decided to confront you, I had already deemed you both as good as dead. Any claim of innocence is but a ruse, and should I agree to let you go, it would be the past self who offered that clemency, not the one standing before you now. My current self seeks only to send you to the depths of hell. Whether or not you are spared is not a matter I consider." Hearing Lin Lei's mocking laughter, the taller man's heart raced with anxiety, fearing he had misspoken. After a brief pause, he began to ramble. "Brother, what I said is the absolute truth. I dare not conceal anything from you. Oh, and before we followed you here, we contacted Xiao Qinjiao. He mentioned that he had sent someone to follow us." Seeing Lin Lei's continued cold smile, the taller man blurted out, "But we didn't kill her. We merely warned her not to report to the police. If she did, we would eliminate her entire family." Also, last night, as Lin Lei listened, his hatred for the burly man before him intensified. This man was nothing short of a beast, and both of them were despicable. Lin Lei felt that labeling them as beasts was an insult to the very term. Of course, he was unaware that the taller man was merely stalling for time. Initially, he had no intention of doing so. Yet, as the pain in his withered arm became unbearable, he noticed Lin Lei's expression growing colder and his murderous intent intensifying. However, he had yet to strike. Instead, Lin Lei appeared genuinely interested in his words, and this realization sparked a new idea in the taller man's mind. Lin Lei was formidable, but once his comrades arrived, numbering in the dozens, it would be impossible for one person to take down a group. This was a certainty in his mind. Furthermore, He believed that the reason they were in such a predicament was that they had inadvertently fallen for the schemes of this cunning young man. Why hadn't he simply crippled his own leg as well? That way, he would have had no chance of escape. Yet, he did not do so. Instead, he was being interrogated, which clearly indicated something was amiss. The taller man was filled with hatred towards Lin Lei. He thought to himself that once his brothers arrived and captured Lin Lei, he would ensure he understood the meaning of torment. If he gained the upper hand, his status would surely rise. These thoughts raced through the taller man's mind, fueling his confidence as he recounted their past misdeeds with increasing fervor. Meanwhile, the shorter man failed to grasp the taller man's intentions, listening as he recounted their past exploits in detail. Once again, Lin Lei observed that the expression on his face had darkened to a shade akin to the sky before a thunderstorm. Fear gripped him, and cold sweat began to pour from him. He wished to intervene. Yet the searing pain emanating from the withered area at the root of his thigh, where it met his healthy flesh, rendered him speechless. Naturally, Lin Lei was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of the tall, burly man. However, even if he were aware, he would harbor nothing but disdain. His abilities were of the water attribute, a specialized power. Tio think that one could aspire to learn it was nothing short of a delusion. Furthermore, even if dozens of individuals were to unite against him, Lin Lei would not flinch in the slightest. After all, he had faith in himself. And just as Lin Lei endured nearly 30 minutes of the tall man's incessant rambling, he heard the distant roar of approaching automobiles on the highway, accompanied by a plume of rising dust. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicles, the tall man's heart leapt with joy in the midst of fearful gazes. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed his countenance. However, this murderous intent vanished almost instantaneously, leaving behind a visage filled with pleading. He knew that his brothers had arrived. Eagerly, he turned to threaten Lin Lei, hoping to provoke him. The shorter man beside him, however, was not burdened by such thoughts. Upon hearing the roar of the engines, his face lit up with excitement, swiftly morphing into a cruel smile as he glared at Lin Lei, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, and coldly declared, "Kid, you're finished, you're dead meat. Our brothers are here. Let's see how you escape. Now, quickly produce the antidote to heal our wounds, and then kneel to beg for mercy. We might consider leaving you with a complete corpse." Lin Lei turned to face the short man, then glanced back at the tall one. Although the tall man's expression had briefly flickered with excitement and a hint of murderous intent, Lin Lei had taken note of it. He clapped his hands, rose to his feet, and coldly laughed. "Are you threatening me? Ha ha ha. Do you believe that now that your brothers have arrived, you are safe? Well, let me show you something first. Before that, allow me to render your remaining limbs useless." As soon as the words left his mouth, the tall man felt a tightening in his chest, and the short man was similarly shaken. However, before either could utter a plea for mercy, a harrowing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from their mouths. In Chapter 105, The Gaze of the Eye, it was evident that their hands and feet, previously not withered, rapidly shriveled as if a once plump balloon had suddenly deflated. The intense pain forced them to emit heart-wrenching cries before they succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, Lin Lei paid them no mind, not even casting a glance in their direction. Rising, he directed his gaze toward the approaching vehicles, his expression devoid of panic, instead curling into a cold smile. It appeared that they held him in high regard, as they had dispatched 5 cars and 7 vans in haste. Soon, the vans and cars screeched to a halt behind the previously mentioned burly man, releasing a cacophony of screeching brakes and a cloud of dust. Subsequently, the doors swung open, and a cadre of muscular men emerged, each wielding steel pipes, some even brandishing watermelon knives, exuding a terrifying aura. As they disembarked, they charged toward Lin Lei, quickly surrounding him. However, they did not immediately initiate an attack. Their gazes were fixated on the 2 fallen figures at Lin Lei's feet, each face contorted in horror. Although they could not comprehend how Lin Lei had rendered the limbs of the 2 men lifeless and devoid of color, they could see that their hands and feet were deep purple, a grotesque sight indeed. As they encircled Lin Lei, a portion of the crowd parted to reveal a middle-aged man with a prominent scar over his right eye. He was robustly built, yet did not possess the overt musculature of a bodybuilder, embodying the phrase, "slim in clothes, robust when undressed." Upon his arrival, his gaze fell upon Lin Lei, his expression inscrutable, neither joy nor sorrow. However, as his eyes drifted to the two men on the ground, a flicker of surprise, confusion, and anger flashed through his otherwise impassive demeanor. He cast them a cursory glance, disregarding them, before fixing his icy gaze back on Lin Lei, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him for a prolonged moment before coldly stating, "You must be Lin Lei, the clandestine owner of Lin An'an Security Company. Quite the impressive feat, I must say. However, if you believe that the plight of these two can intimidate us, do you not find that rather far-fetched?" "Ha ha ha, I never intended to intimidate you, moreover. Do not misattribute their condition to me," Lin Lei retorted. The scarred man chuckled coldly. "Oh, not your doing. You truly possess a talent for deceit. I advise you to surrender peacefully. Do not force my hand, or you shall face dire consequences. Ha ha ha. That is truly amusing. I fear it is you who will find yourself in a predicament soon enough. Kid, I hope you maintain your composure when the time comes," he continued, as the scarred man, his eyes freezing, gestured forward, commanding, "Bring him down. Break his legs. Teach him a lesson in humility." "Understood, boss." The 8 youths wielding iron pipes charged toward Lin Lei. Observing the iron rods in their hands, Lin Lei sneered, resolutely unleashing his water attribute abilities once more. Instantly, as the 8 burly youths stepped forward to attack, their legs began to wither at a visible pace. Their anguished cries of "Ah, my legs, it hurts," resonated as the intense pain, coupled with inertia and the rapid withering of their legs, rendered them incapable of maintaining their balance. Their bodies toppled to the ground with a thud, the sound echoing ominously as their iron rods clattered to the earth. This scene unfolded with such swiftness that the scarred man was momentarily taken aback. The surrounding men, armed with iron pipes and watermelon knives, were equally stunned, with some instinctively retreating a step in fear. It was an utterly bizarre sight, one they had never witnessed before. Lin Lei disregarded their expressions, smiling lightly as he remarked, "So, feeling frightened, are we?" The scarred man's face darkened, though yielding to fear and retreat was out of the question. After all, he had been dispatched to apprehend Lin Lei, and failure could very well lead to his own demise at the hands of his boss. He had witnessed firsthand how others had met their end for failing to complete their tasks. Their throats slit and their bodies disposed of in concrete, sinking to the river's depths. Even if he escaped death, he was certain that a beating awaited him. Moreover, he had assured his boss of his success in this endeavor, and failing to deliver would leave him unable to justify himself. Lin Lei observed the scarred man's exasperation. A faint smile graced his lips. "What's the matter? Are you vexed? But tell me, what purpose does your anger serve? You cannot harm me, and I shall deal with you as I see fit." With that, Lin Lei disregarded the murderous intent in the scarred man's gaze, lifting his hand to point to his right. Instantly, the 3 or 4 men surrounding Lin Lei on that side felt their legs wither at an observable rate as they grasped their legs in agony. Their limbs stiffened, and they lost the ability to control their bodies, collapsing to the ground with heart-wrenching screams. The expressions of those around them shifted dramatically. Yet, before they could react, Lin Lei, resembling a harbinger of death, raised his left hand and pointed to his left. At once, the 4 men on that side experienced a similar fate, their legs deprived of moisture, shriveling before their eyes. Lin Lei swiftly directed his finger to other groups, and one by one, those indicated by his fingers suffered the same fate. Regardless of whether they begged for mercy or attempted to flee, Lin Lei showed them no mercy, extracting every drop of moisture from their legs, rendering them powerless in mere moments. Of the dozens present, only Lin Lei and the scarred man remained standing, while the ground bore witness to the cries of despair and anguish that filled the air. In Chapter 106, I hope you are not my opponent. This scene transpired with such rapidity that from the moment Lin Lei raised his hand to point right, to the time all had collapsed, no more than a minute had elapsed, so much so that the scarred man was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his senses, all his brothers were already lying on the ground. Heart-wrenching cries echoed through the at that moment. The scarred man's previously fierce and furious gaze transformed into one filled with trepidation and unease. He could not help but take a few steps back, staring at Lin Lei, who stood there with a cold smile plastered across his face. He swallowed hard and, with a voice that trembled slightly, stammered, What did you do to them? How could their legs suddenly become like this?" Lin Lei chuckled coldly. "It's quite simple, really. Just feel it for yourself, and you'll understand. Upon hearing Lin Lei's words, the scarred man's heart jolted with alarm. He had no desire to experience it firsthand. The heart-rending screams of his subordinates, coupled with the sight of them rolling on the ground and clutching their legs, drenched in cold sweat, had already made him acutely aware of the excruciating pain involved. His tone shifted to one of respect. No, big brother. I may have spoken too boldly earlier. You see, however, before the scarred man could finish his sentence, he distinctly felt an indescribable agony radiating from his legs. Ah! He exclaimed in shock, staggering backward before losing his footing and crashing to the ground. Yet, the pain in his legs intensified. Unable to bear it, the scarred man rolled up his pant leg, only to be astonished to see his once robust and muscular legs beginning to wither away slowly. Moreover, whether it was Lin Lei's intention or not, this time the atrophy occurred at a significantly slower pace. Nevertheless, the pain was so profound that cold sweat streamed down his face, and his nerves felt as if they were being gnawed upon by countless ants. Ah, it hurts! It hurts! The scarred man cried out in agony while pleading desperately with Lin Lei. Big brother, I realize my mistakes, I truly do. Please, spare me! Spare me! As he begged for mercy, he struggled to maneuver his still-functioning legs, dropping to his knees and bowing his head to Lin Lei with fervent desperation. In an instant, his forehead was bloodied, the crimson liquid flowing freely. He understood that if he did not plead for mercy, his legs would be rendered useless. At the same time, he had mentally cursed their boss and all his ancestors. Such a person, to send them without proper investigation, was akin to courting death. Lin Lei remained unfazed, devoid of any sympathy for the scarred man. Even his two subordinates were steeped in sin, and as their leader, the scarred man was equally culpable. Moreover, had he not possessed this extraordinary ability today, he would surely have met his end at the hands of the 40-plus individuals wielding sticks and machetes. It was even possible he would have been subjected to severe torment. Not to mention, he was not a fighter. Thus, extending pity or mercy towards them was out of the question. Casting a glance at them, and noticing they still had the use of their hands, Lin Lei felt a twinge of unease. He swiftly rendered each of their hands useless. Those who had previously fainted from the pain suddenly awakened to an onslaught of intense agony in their hands. Their screams echoed like those of slaughtered pigs. Once Lin Lei ensured that every one of them was incapacitated, he glanced at the darkening sky, remembering he had to attend a birthday celebration for an old friend and classmate that evening. He paid them no further mind and sauntered over to his Lamborghini Centenario. After starting the car and making a U-turn, he drove towards the city. Regarding selecting a birthday gift for a woman, Lin Lei had little experience in the past. He was unsure what would be appropriate due to financial constraints. Now that he had money, he found himself equally uncertain about what would be suitable. However, he recalled that women often favored necklaces. As he drove past a large shopping mall, Longhua International, he decided to head there. After browsing for a short while, Lin Lei entered a jewelry store, deliberated for a moment, and ultimately chose a reasonably priced diamond necklace. After paying and having the sales clerk wrap it up, he took the gift box and made his way to the basement. Just as Lin Lei opened the car door and settled into his Lamborghini Centenario, placing the gift inside, he noticed a woman standing about 5 to 6 meters in front of his car. She was clad in a black leather jacket that accentuated her curvaceous figure, and her face was strikingly exquisite, an oval visage with fair skin. However, her expression was icy, reminiscent of cold steel, and her gaze was fixed intently upon him. Through the windshield of his Lamborghini Centenario, Lin Lei met her gaze without a hint of fear, though he could not help but furrow his brow slightly as he pondered the identity of this woman in leather. He racked his brain to recall if he had encountered her before or had any prior associations with her. To his astonishment, he realized he had no recollection of her whatsoever. It seemed this woman had appeared and vanished without a trace, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Yet, if she expected him to cower in fear, she was sorely mistaken. However, when he exited the car and looked back at the spot where she had stood, she had already disappeared. Lin Lei's brow furrowed even deeper. He hastily approached the area where the woman had been, scanning the surroundings for any sign of her. Utilizing his water-based abilities, he sensed a faint trace of moisture in the air that differed from the surrounding atmosphere. Following the trail, he discerned that it led towards the staircase on his right. Clearly, in an instant, she had departed via the nearby stairs. However, That was a distance of 8 to 9 meters. Her silent arrival and departure indicated her extraordinary capabilities. Lin Lei gazed towards the staircase, murmuring to himself, "It seems she is indeed a formidable individual. I hope she is not an adversary." Chapter 107. Do not strike upon starting the engine. Lin Lei did not immediately leave. Instead, he waited for a moment, observing that the woman in leather did not reappear. Only then did he drive his Lamborghini Centenario out of the underground parking lot of Longhua International, heading towards the Qinghu Garden community. Meanwhile, as Lin Lei's car departed from the underground parking lot of Longhua International, two figures stood atop the building's eaves. One was the woman in the leather jacket, while the other was a man draped in a black cloak. The woman watched as Lin Lei's Lamborghini Centenario disappeared from view before turning to the man in black. "Brother Jia, I don't think this young man is any different. Moreover, he didn't even notice my appearance and departure. What is there to fear? Why don't we just take his car tonight and complete the mission assigned by the organization?" "Ha ha ha, you don't understand. We just arrived in Hongsheng, and much of what we know is mere hearsay. Besides, let us not forget that he is the new unseen boss of Lin An'an Security Company." The woman in leather murmured, seemingly recalling something, and a flicker of fear crossed her delicate features. Clearly, she had witnessed the formidable prowess of the previous owner of Lin An'an Security Company. Now that this young man had inherited the company, it was evident that Lin Lei must possess some extraordinary qualities. The man in black disregarded the woman's musings and continued, "Furthermore, based on my investigation, Lamborghini's headquarters does not possess such technology. Therefore, Lin Lei's Lamborghini Centenario must have undergone alterations by him. Since he wields such advanced technology, and according to our investigative feedback, their country has yet to master or possess such capabilities, I would prefer to collaborate with him rather than engage in conflict. However, given the recent car accident at Tsinghua intersection, their country will undoubtedly take action. Will we not find ourselves at a disadvantage? True enough, but unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid confrontation with him. What we seek is technology. Now, let us continue to dispatch individuals to investigate his background and life experiences over the past 20 years. Every person has weaknesses. Understood, Brother Jia. Also, send our most skilled hacker to discreetly infiltrate all his mobile devices and ascertain whether there are any relevant research materials on his phone. Remember, leave no trace behind." "Yes, Brother Jia." "Very well, you may go now." With that, the woman in leather swiftly departed, while the man in black remained, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Lin Lei's car had vanished. Beneath the shadow of a dark cloak, a glint of cunning flickered in the eyes of Lin Lei, who was already aware that someone was surreptitiously observing him. However, Lin Lei remained indifferent as he drove. He soon arrived at the residential buildings of the Qinghu Garden community. After locating a parking space and securely stopping his vehicle, he gathered the gifts he had prepared and alighted from the car, proceeding towards the third residential building. Meanwhile, in the office on the top floor of the Zijin Group, Xiao Qinzhao gazed at the scarred man being carried in, lying before him with limbs emaciated and hands resembling those of a desiccated corpse. Already in a state of unconsciousness, a fleeting expression of fear crossed his face as he pondered how his subordinate had come to such a state. Yet, in the next moment, his murderous intent towards Lin Lei intensified. Addressing a subordinate nearby, he commanded, "Wake him up." The subordinate crouched down and shook the scarred man. "Brother Dao, wake up, please." However, no matter how vigorously he shook him, the scarred man did not stir. Xiao Qinzhao's displeasure escalated at the sight of his subordinate's failure. "Useless," he muttered, casually retrieving a lighter from the table beside him. Crouching down, he ignited it, directing the flame towards the man's ear, scorching it mercilessly. The two subordinates nearby were filled with trepidation, their bodies tingling with unease as they witnessed their boss's actions. The ear is a particularly sensitive area, and the intensity of the flame was excruciating. Indeed, as they mused on this, the unconscious scarred man was abruptly awakened by the searing pain, letting out a piercing scream. His body attempted to thrash violently, but his legs, from the thighs down, felt as lifeless as dry kindling, rendering him unable to move. Although his body swayed feebly, the scarred man's hands, having been rendered emaciated by Lin Lei, reacted instinctively to the overwhelming pain, flinching towards his ear in an automatic defense reflex. The speed of his reaction was remarkable. Even though Xiao Qinzhao managed to respond, the scarred man's frail hands inadvertently scraped across his handsome, pale face, eliciting a cry of dismay from Xiao Qinzhao. Instantly, several streaks of blood appeared on his face. Covering his wound with his hand, He glanced down to see his once pale palm now stained with blood. Fueling his rage further, "You bastard, you seek death?" The two subordinates contemplated intervening, yet fear held them back. They were well aware of Xiao Qingjiao's ruthless nature. Confused and apprehensive, they could only shield their heads with their arms while repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Big brother, spare me. I'll tell you everything, anything." However, amidst the chaotic flurry of punches and kicks, he recognized that it was his own boss, not the devil Lin Lei, who was unleashing this fury upon him. He quickly shifted his pleas for mercy. "Boss, I realize my mistakes. Please, stop hitting me." Xiao Qingjiao continued his onslaught for a full 7 to 8 minutes, even resorting to using a nearby coat rack to strike him brutally, followed by a barrage of kicks to the scarred man's head and abdomen, leaving him bloodied and wailing. The two subordinates trembled, their anxiety palpable at the sight. Xiao Qingjiao, observing the scarred man's dwindling breaths, finally ceased his torment, sitting down to catch his breath. The two burly men, though still filled with dread towards Xiao Qingjiao, approached him with concern upon noticing the injuries on his face. "Boss, you have wounds. We should take you to the hospital for treatment, or perhaps call for a private doctor." "Indeed, boss. Your health is of utmost importance." Xiao Qingjiao cast a glance at the barely breathing scarred man on the floor, then felt the throbbing pain on his own face, his expression darkening. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "No need for the hospital. Just summon my private doctor." "Yes," they replied hastily, rushing off to fetch the doctor. Before long, Dr. Chenfeng arrived, entering swiftly to find the scarred man lying lifelessly on the ground, his eyes widening in shock. What on earth had transpired? Why were the man's hands and feet so withered? Just yesterday, he had seemed perfectly fine. Yet, despite his myriad questions, Chenfeng dared not inquire. His gaze shifted quickly from the scarred man to Xiao Qingjiao. Noticing the blood streaks on his face, he hurried forward, setting down his medical kit. "Boss, let me examine you." After a thorough examination, Chenfeng finally said, "Fortunately, the wounds are not deep. I will treat them now, and once the scabs fall off, you'll be fine. However, boss, you should refrain from drinking for the next few days. It will aid in your recovery. Xiao Qingjiao responded quietly, patiently awaiting the private doctor's ministrations. Once Chenfeng had completed his work, Xiao Qingjiao's gaze returned to the scarred man. He approached him slowly, lifting his foot to kick the bruised and bloodied figure as the scarred man, with reddened eyes, began to regain consciousness and focus on him. Xiao Qingjiao coldly remarked, "If you believe you cannot endure any longer, I can arrange for you to descend into hell right now. That way, you need not utter another word." Hearing the emotionless words, the scarred man's heart tightened, and he jolted to attention. He knew his boss meant what he said. In that moment, he felt a pang of anguish. Having devoted himself to this young master, risking life and limb, only to meet with such a fate, to be awakened so brutally with a lighter, and then to be beaten, his heart burned with fury, and his desire for vengeance intensified. At this juncture, his hatred was directed not only at Lin Lei but even more so at Xiao Qingjiao. However, the scarred man knew that given his current state, threatening Xiao Qingjiao was futile. Thus, he resolved to use cunning instead. The best target for his vengeance was Lin Lei, especially since there had been a conflict between them. If he could convey some inaccurate information or completely fabricated details to provoke Xiao Qingjiao's ire towards Lin Lei, it would lead to catastrophic consequences for Lin Lei, regardless of the outcome. He was confident that Xiao Qingjiao would not seek further consultation on the matter afterward. At least until they clashed again, he would not pursue the issue further. The information he possessed was still credible to him, as he had once been the most loyal dog to Xiao Qingjiao. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingjiao brimmed with confidence. At that moment, the scarred man mustered his strength and, with a sorrowful expression, declared, "Boss, you must avenge us brothers. The reason for my condition is that the vile Lin Lei set a trap at the scene, poisoning us all. All 40 of us were ensnared. Furthermore, after his wicked scheme succeeded, he humiliated us in every way possible. Even saying," he said, cough, cough. He was suddenly overtaken by a violent fit of coughing, spitting out blood as he did so. Xiao Qingjiao's expression darkened further at the sight of the blood. He paid no mind to the scarred man's spitting. To him, the scarred man was now nothing more than a worthless being, unworthy of life. He crouched down, seizing the scarred man's collar, his gaze piercing into him. "Speak. What did he say?" With a face full of sorrow and rage, the scarred man replied. He said, "Boss, You are a coward, a pathetic little wretch with a woman's face. You can only hide behind the scenes and give orders. If it weren't for your father's shadow, you would be a nameless nobody, utterly useless. He even suggested that if you go to Thailand, you should consider transitioning, becoming a woman, and opening a shop. The business would likely flourish, and perhaps your father would favor you more, supporting your endeavors. Moreover, he stated that you and your father do not resemble one another. Your father has a square jaw, while you have a pointed face, i.e. in terms of appearance and demeanor. As the scarred man relayed Lin Lei's words, Xiao Qingjiao's fury erupted like a volcano. Enough! Silence! He roared, violently throwing the scarred man aside before delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. The scarred man, taken by surprise, crashed to the ground with a thud, only to be met with another brutal kick to the stomach. Instantly, his complexion worsened, and he coughed violently again, spitting out more blood. Yet, observing the murderous glint in Xiao Qingjiao's eyes brought the scarred man immense satisfaction. As long as Xiao Qingjiao was enraged, he would surely take action, which would lead to the spectacle he desired. Unbeknownst to Xiao Qingjiao, the scarred man's expression had shifted. Consumed by rage, especially upon hearing suggestions of transformation and his father's indulgences, Xiao Qingjiao was filled with uncontainable fury, recalling his father's previous trip to Thailand and the intimate encounters with the ladyboys there. At that moment, a gang leader over there remarked upon his own striking appearance, suggesting that he might consider transitioning to become a stunning beauty. As a man, how could he endure such humiliation? Xiao Qingjiao was exceedingly angered, his eyes glinting with menace. Lin Lei, I will not rest until we are at odds. I shall capture you and personally sever that which is dear to you, forcing you to serve my interested subordinates. I want you to experience the consequences of offending Xiao Qingjiao. His teeth clenched in fury. Xiao Qingjiao surveyed the few bystanders, and aside from the scarred man, each stood silent as a grave, too afraid to utter a word. He coldly scanned the room before commanding, You two, take this worthless piece of trash outside. Also, notify all the heads of my subordinates to convene at 8 o'clock tonight in the conference room on the 13th floor of the Zijin Group. Chapter 109. A mix-up. Lin Lei entered Building 3 before recalling his arrangement to meet Lu Peng downstairs. He promptly halted, dialing his good friend Lu Peng. The phone rang once before being answered. Hey, Lao Lu, where are you? I'm already outside Building 3 of Qinghu Garden. I'm on my way, Lu Peng replied. Lao Lei? You go ahead. All right, Lin Lei responded, exchanging a few more words with Lu Peng before heading to the elevator, pressing the button for his floor and watching the indicator as the elevator descended from the 10th floor. He stood quietly, waiting. Soon, the elevator arrived at the first floor and opened automatically. Lin Lei entered, holding a small gift, and pressed the button for the 7th floor, clearly indicating his intention to close the elevator doors. Just as the doors were about to shut, a slender, delicate finger abruptly thrust in from outside. Hey, wait a moment! The elevator doors opened once more, revealing a tall girl clad in a black pleated skirt, her shapely legs adorned with black lace stockings. She carried a small crossbody bag and a hefty load of items, appearing slightly breathless as she hurried inside. Offering Lin Lei an apologetic smile, she glanced at the floor buttons, noting that the button for the 7th floor was illuminated. Her gaze momentarily froze. Could it be that this charming young man shares the same floor as me? Stealing a discreet glance at Lin Lei, she then noticed the gift box he held, clearly marked with the Chanel brand logo. A surge of surprise washed over her. Goodness, that gift must be quite expensive, at least several thousand. Could it be a birthday gift for my cousin? After all, my cousin's birthday is tonight. However, she couldn't be certain, given that there were 6 other households on the 7th floor. Who knew for whom this handsome young man had brought such a gift? Thus, Lu Xiaoling felt an urge to inquire but held her tongue. Unbeknownst to Lin Lei, the beautiful young woman before him was Lu Lin's cousin, Lu Xiaoling. Noticing her polite smile, Lin Lei returned the gesture. He then turned away, remaining silent as he pressed the button to close the doors, awaiting the elevator's ascent. At that moment, his phone unexpectedly rang from his pocket. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Li Mingyan. He looked up to find the elevator had reached the 5th floor, nearing the 7th. Lin Lei answered the call directly. Hello? Hello, boss. I've just received intel that Xiao Qingjiao's trusted subordinate, Brother Dao, the scarred man, has been severely incapacitated, covered in injuries and barely clinging to life. Upon learning this, Xiao Qingjiao was furious and ordered an emergency meeting for all personnel at 8 o'clock tonight on the 13th floor of the Zijin building. I feared there might be special circumstances, so I reported it to you immediately. Xiao Qingjiao is mobilizing. As Lin Lei finished speaking, a realization struck him. He turned to glance at the girl beside him, catching her eye just as she quickly averted her gaze, a flicker of panic crossing her features, as if she had overheard something shocking. Lin Lei ignored her, stepping out as the elevator doors opened on the 7th floor. He swiftly exited, heading towards the emergency exit stairwell, disappearing from view. Liu Shaoling watched Lin Lei leave, a sigh of relief escaping her. She had been unnerved when he turned to look at her, feeling as if she were being scrutinized by a predator. Furthermore, she thought she had faintly heard a woman's voice on the other end of his call mentioning boss, Xiao Qingjiao, and brother Dao. Along with emergency meeting, Liu Shaoling had heard of the Zijin Group. After all, it was a prominent private media and entertainment company, renowned in its field. It was also rumored to have ties to the formidable Rongli Group. Understanding the power of the Zijin Group, she found herself fantasizing about possibly working for them one day. Her mind raced with thoughts of this remarkable young man, who was already a boss at such a tender age. As she realized the elevator doors were closing, she remembered her destination had arrived. She hastily pressed the button to reopen the doors, which swung back open. Gathering her bags, Liu Shaoling looked in the direction Lin Lei had exited but saw no trace of him. She then turned and walked in the opposite direction, arriving at room 703. Sister, open up. I'm coming. The door creaked open, revealing Lu Lina, who stared at her cousin burdened with numerous items. Why did you buy so much? It's just a birthday, she exclaimed, immediately rushing to assist. After Liu Shaoling handed off some of the load to her sister, they both entered, and she added with a playful smile, well, a birthday only comes once a year. It has to be grand. Oh, by the way, sister, remember when I said I'd gift you a BMW? Just as Liu Shaoling turned to close the door, she unexpectedly spotted the handsome young man standing at her doorstep, smiling at her. Taken aback, her heart raced and she gasped, "Ah!" The item she was holding fell to the floor as she swiftly slammed the door shut with a loud bang, bracing herself against it. Her tall frame trembling slightly. Lina, startled by her cousin's scream, felt a shiver run through her. Almost dropping the item she was carrying, she quickly reacted, approaching her cousin, who looked pale, and then glanced at the abruptly closed door. Concern flooding her mind. Is it possible that a creepy man has been following you because you look too beautiful? Big sister, there's a guy at our door. He seemed to follow me, walking without making a sound. Lu Lina was taken aback, realizing her initial suspicion was correct. Don't worry, let me check. She cautiously peered through the peephole, hoping to see if the man had left. To her surprise, she spotted Lin Lei. A pained smile on his face. In that moment of bewilderment, Lu Lina called out his name, just as Lu Peng's voice echoed from the hallway. Lao Lei, why are you still here? Didn't you arrive early?